if Xiao Yan had not initially lost his fighting spirit, if Yao Lao had ultimately perished due to grave injuries within the Soul Ring, if by chance Xiao Yan had joined the Soul Palace, if the flutter of a butterfly's wings had altered the course of fate, how would the gears of destiny turn? Who approaches? Soul Palace, Xiao Yan. Chapter 1. The Prodigy. Fighter 3 stars. Gazing at the luminous, almost blinding inscription of 4 grand characters on the testing stone tablet, the youth bore an impassive expression, yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a subtle smirk of pride gracing his lips. With a dashing turn, he casually brushed his right hand against his attire, waving his sleeve, not a single cloud disturbed. Yet countless hearts of young maidens were swept away. Fighter 3 stars. The test result of the young clan leader is 3 stars, beside the testing stone tablet. A middle-aged man glanced at the displayed information, his heart swelling with excitement as he bellowed, tears of joy glistening in his eyes, momentarily forgetting to jot down the result in his record book. A prodigy. No sooner had the middle-aged man uttered the words than an uproar arose among the throngs in the bustling square. 3 stars fighter. My heavens, how has the young clan leader trained this past year? Wasn't it said that it becomes increasingly difficult later on? I heard from cousin Xiao Yutong that at the Canaan Academy, achieving 3 stars fighter before the age of 20 is rated C, while reaching 6 stars is the pinnacle, rated S. Wow, the young clan leader is barely 14. In comparison to the young clan leader, I am but a waste, truly a disgrace to the family. Were it not for the fact that the clan leader is his father, how could he have progressed so swiftly? Even if the clan leader were your father, you could never match the young clan leader's pace. Do you realize his training speed is unparalleled in the family's history? Do you know how the young clan leader has spent these years? I've heard he often neglects sleep and food, practicing tirelessly into the night. Indeed, that renowned genius of Wutan City lives up to his reputation. How is life so unfair? Who knows? Perhaps the young clan leader saved the world in his past life. The whispers of admiration and envy surrounding him inevitably coaxed a slow smile to rise at the corners of the youth's mouth, who strode with the grace of the wind and an air of nonchalance that, as the young clan leader, one should set an example and uphold the rules. Yet, within, Xiao Yan was nearly bursting with laughter. Had I not specialized in another technique after becoming a fighter and devoted extensive time to mastering that combat skill, I would at least be a 6 stars fighter by now. What is professionalism? This is professionalism. This secret of his remarkable strength was known only to him. He was not a native of the Dou Qi continent, but rather a traveler from another world, an unexpected crossing from the Blue Star. While others were still babbling their first words, he, having lived 2 lives, understood profoundly that cultivation must begin in childhood. At the tender age of 4, when he could just run and speak, he had already stealthily learned the techniques by observing others in the family practicing Dou Qi at the tender age of 4. He embarked on the path of cultivation. With the temperament of 2 lifetimes, he not only shattered the family's record for the swiftest ascent to the rank of fighter, but also emerged as the fastest cultivator recorded in the annals of Wutan City. While many assert that the journey of a genius is fraught with obstacles, reality often presents a stark contrast. Some individuals seem to attract misfortune, while others, through mere happenstance, stumble upon celestial-grade combat techniques by the roadside. 3 years prior, this prodigious youth, whose reputation had soared to its zenith, now basked in even greater renown, his prowess unmatched, heralded as the shining hope of his entire clan. This is precisely why he continued to be lauded as a genius on the elevated platform. 3 elders of the clan, along with the current patriarch, Xiao Yan, fixed their gaze upon the young man. The second elder nodded slowly, remarking, given time, our Xiao clan will undoubtedly become the largest family in Wutan City. The third elder, equally pleased, added, Xiao Yan, you have a truly gifted son. Yet, the clan leader, Xiao Yan, looked upon his talented son with a furrowed brow, expressing his concern. Alas, Xiao Yan is exceptional in every regard, yet he is far too earnest. His relentless pursuit of cultivation is worrisome. Only Xiao Yan understood that his son's strength was not a mere stroke of luck, but rather the result of relentless practice and dedication. Having lost his wife in his youth, he raised his son alone, his greatest wish being to witness his son's safe and sound growth. He harbored no desire for his son to be extraordinarily powerful. Next, Xiao Mei. At the sound of the examiner's call, a girl standing to the side, her eyes sparkling with admiration for Xiao Yan, snapped back to attention. She hurriedly made her way from the crowd. As she stepped forward, the hushed whispers surrounding her resumed, a flurry of eager gazes, infused with budding affection, fixated upon her. Though merely 14, the girl was not a stunning beauty, yet her youthful visage radiated a subtle allure. Since time immemorial, the human heart has been drawn to beauty, and thus she became the focal point of the gathering. After catching her breath, she approached and, mirroring Xiao Yan's gesture, placed her hand upon the magic stone tablet. Moments later, the obsidian surface of the tablet glimmered anew. As the examiner announced her results, a wave of triumph washed over her previously anxious countenance. She instinctively turned to the back of the square, waving her hand and exclaiming, "Brother Xiao Yan, I did it. I've finally reached the late stage of fighter." Hearing her jubilant call, Xiao Yan nodded with a smile. The crowd erupted in murmurs upon witnessing her achievement. She's not only beautiful, but also possesses remarkable talent. If I could have a wife like her, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. But with the young clan leader around, we have no chance. Now, 3 years later, she had ascended to the rank of 3-star fighter, from stabilizing her foundation as a fighter to achieving 1-star, then 2-star, and now 3-star, all within just over 2 years. Her confidence and potential were boundless. It was not just Xiao Mei. The entirety of Wutan City would be hard-pressed to claim indifference toward Xiao Yan. Listening to the waves of envy emanating from the crowd, the girl's smile brightened even further as she trotted over to Xiao Yan's side, her usual companions unable to restrain her enthusiasm. "Humph, Xiao Yan, you are a genius, of course. Your cultivation progresses swiftly. Not everyone can." Before Xiao Mei could finish her sentence, the tester's voice rang out once more amidst the clamor, announcing the next name. "Next, Xiao Xuner." Upon hearing the name Xiao Xuner, even the perpetually serious Xiao Yan could not help but reveal a hint of a smile, slowly lifting his gaze. The previously animated discussions among the clan members suddenly fell silent, all eyes turning to a young girl clad in a flowing purple dress. Xiao Yan was no exception. The girl's cool and serene demeanor resembled a blossoming lotus, her bright, clear eyes and gracefully arched brows complemented by her flowing tresses, dancing in the breeze, creating an enchanting spectacle. In terms of beauty and grace, Xiao Xuner undoubtedly surpassed Xiao Mei, and it was no wonder that the gathered crowd was utterly captivated. As the girl approached the stone monument, she reached out with her delicate hand to lightly touch its surface, her expression calm, as if this most significant test for the family held little weight in her eyes. Everyone held their breath, awaiting the result. If anyone could surpass the genius Xiao Yan, it would surely be this remarkable woman before them. After a moment of stillness, a blinding light erupted from the stone monument once more. "Fighter, 2 stars." Gazing at the inscription on the monument, a profound silence enveloped the area, and Xiao Yan felt a wave of relief wash over him. That was close. He almost faced a challenge. "My great uncle." She is only 1 star behind the young clan leader. Last year, Miss Xuner was merely a 1-star fighter, and now she is broken through how impressive. After the silence, the surrounding youths could not help but swallow hard, their eyes filled with reverence. In Wutan City, a fighter represented the backbone of existence. Upon seeing the glaring inscription of 2 stars, Xiao Mei's fleeting sense of pride was utterly shattered, causing her to instinctively release her grip on Xiao Yan's sleeve. She found herself unable to even feel jealousy. Chapter 2. A powerful soul gazing at the inscriptions on the stone tablet, the middle-aged examiner, typically expressionless, uncharacteristically revealed a hint of a smile. Addressing the young girl with a modicum of reverence, "Miss Xuner, I believe it won't be long before you attain the rank of Dou Master." The girl paused, slightly bending at the waist, and tilting her head with a gentle smile that exuded a grace that made the surrounding young women envious. "Brother Xiao Yan." On her beautiful countenance, a refined smile radiated, one that elicited admiration from her peers. "Xuner, I nearly found myself overshadowed by you once again." Observing the radiant gem of his family standing before him, no matter how much Xiao Yan's prowess had evolved or his temperament matured over the years, this girl, who had accompanied him through his formative years, remained his greatest vulnerability. Although Xiao Yan often relished in banter, showcasing his strength and basking in the adulation of his admirers, including the likes of Xiao Mei, his feelings for Xuner had remained unwavering. "The worthy shall lead. It seems I shall have to address you as senior sister Xuner from now on." "Brother Xiao Yan, you are merely teasing Xuner again." Xuner puffed out her cheeks slightly, her youthful voice warm and endearing. Observing their playful exchange, Xiao Mei chuckled wryly, her spirits waning. "I can never compare to her, no matter how hard I strive. I cannot surpass her. The goddess has intention, while the prince remains indifferent. The falling blossoms have affection, yet the flowing waters are heartless. The young clan leader and Miss Xuner truly make a match made in heaven. Indeed, having grown up together, their talents and abilities are formidable. Why does everyone favor the young clan leader so? Can't we have a little of that too?" Amidst the envious howls from those behind, Xiao Yan and Xuner strolled side by side away from the plaza. Waiting for results was merely an excuse, as their true intent was to enjoy each other's company. On the high platform, the clan elders and the current clan leader, Xiao Yan, observed the pair intently. The elder stroked his beard, increasingly finding the duo pleasing to the eye, remarking, "I believe Xiao Yan and Xuner are quite well suited." The second elder nodded in agreement. If they were to unite in marriage, in time, our Xiao clan would undoubtedly become the most prominent family in Wutan City. The third elder also nodded, expressing his contentment. Only Xiao Yan, as the father of Xiao Yan, bore a troubled expression, voicing his concerns. After all, Xuner is not of our Xiao clan. Such matters are difficult to decide. Only he understood that despite having met Xuner's father only once, he realized that man's strength far surpassed his own, and possibly by a significant margin. Should discord arise, the entire Xiao clan could face utter ruin. The moon hung like a silver disk amidst a sea of stars. Atop a cliff, Xiao Yan practiced his combat techniques, bare-chested, relentlessly striking the hard rock with his fists and feet until his energy was depleted. His strength was not a mere happenstance. He understood the significance of combat skills. Mere brute force without technique would only render one a fool. Unbeknownst to him, 15 years had swiftly passed. Exhaling deeply, Xiao Yan gazed up at the luminous moon, softly murmuring to himself. In his previous life, Xiao Yan was merely an exceedingly ordinary individual among the masses, existing on a parallel plane to wealth and beauty, with no intersection in sight. Thus, upon arriving at this continent of Dou Qi, Xiao Yan, reflecting on his past, devoted himself fervently to cultivation. Moreover, due to his experiences across 2 lifetimes, his soul proved to be significantly stronger than that of an average person, which was a crucial factor contributing to his efficient progress in training. In the Dou Qi continent, a soul is innate, while it may slightly strengthen with age. No technique exists that can solely cultivate the soul. As Xiao Yan grew under the title of a genius, he remained disciplined and self-restrained. Aware that Xuner was not a transmigrator yet had kept pace with his training speed. This awareness weighed heavily on him, and he understood the folly of a confined perspective, let alone the fact that Wutan City was merely a small border town of the Jiaoma Empire. Within the imperial capital of Jiaoma, far more formidable entities existed. Xiao Yan's soul perception was keener than that of a high-ranking Dou Shi, even surpassing that of a great Dou Shi. Before Xiao Yan even approached, Xiao Yan had already sensed a subtle disturbance in the forest. After a brief silence, Xiao Yan's voice echoed, tinged with exasperation. "Xiao Yan, you ought to take better care of your body. You train late into the night and rise early to cultivate your skills. Do you truly think you are made of iron?" As the branches rustled, a middle-aged man emerged. Though he scolded, the smile of pride at the corners of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. Observing his son standing in the moonlight, his satisfaction grew. The greatest fear in cultivation is to falter midway, succumbing to arrogance. Seeing that his son did not revel in the glow of his genius, but rather persisted in daily training brought joy to his father's heart. The middle-aged man, clad in luxurious gray robes, exuded an air of authority as he strode forward, his thick brows adding to his imposing demeanor. He was none other than Xiao Yan, the current patriarch of the Xiao clan and Xiao Yan's father, a 5-star great Dou Shi. "Father, haven't you yet rested?" Gazing at the middle-aged man, Xiao Yan's mature demeanor momentarily vanished, replaced by a broader smile. Despite possessing memories of his past life, he had been showered with affection by this man since birth, making it easy for Xiao Yan to willingly call him father. "You must be 15 now, right? In another year, you will be able to hold your coming-of-age ceremony, at which point you will truly be the young patriarch." Although Xiao Yan was already referred to as the young patriarch by clan members, the official announcement awaited his coming-of-age ceremony. Is that truly significant? After all, I am already being called that. But it is different. Once you become the young patriarch, you will gain access to more powerful Xian-level Do techniques. The pinnacle of our clan's techniques lies within the Xian level. If you wish to grow stronger, acquiring superior techniques and methods is essential, and it would be beneficial for you to cultivate them as soon as possible. Xiao Yan merely smiled and said nothing, gently stroking the ring upon his right hand. In truth, he did not lack for formidable Do techniques and methods. I will practice a bit longer. The following morning, Xiao Yan engaged in some light exercise within his chamber. An aged voice echoed from outside. "Third young master, the clan leader requests your presence in the hall." "Understood," Xiao Yan replied casually. After changing into a fresh set of garments, he exited his room and greeted an elderly man in a green robe with a smile. "Shall we go, Butler, Missouri?" A wave of curiosity washed over Xiao Yan, pondering what esteemed guest could warrant such formality from his father. Chapter 3. The reasonable Xiao Yan. The elderly man regarded the youthful visage of the boy and nodded kindly. "It seems the young clan leader's cultivation has improved yet again." Xiao Yan chuckled lightly. "Butler, Missouri, I just completed my assessment yesterday. How could I have advanced so swiftly? Ha ha ha. Perhaps it is simply the indomitable aura you exude. Young clan leader. Following the old steward, Xiao Yan traversed through the rear courtyard and ultimately halted before the solemn reception hall. Respectfully knocking on the door before gently pushing it open. The hall was expansive, filled with numerous individuals. At the head of the assembly sat Xiao Yan alongside 3 clan elders, each wielding authority that rivaled the clan leaders. To their left, several influential and formidable elders occupied seats, accompanied by a number of outstanding youths from the clan. Upon Xiao Yan's arrival, the younger generation greeted him with cheerful smiles. Greetings, young clan leader. Good morning, young clan leader. Your cultivation has advanced, once again. Haha, Yener, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Xiao Yan acknowledged him with a nod and a wave. Xiao Yan smiled and walked directly to a position beneath the 3rd elder. His status now nearly equivalent to that of the elders, standing on equal footing. Beside him sat Xuner. Xuner's position within the Xiao clan was rather peculiar. Despite lacking any formal authority, even clan leader Xiao Yan treated her with great respect, granting her a level of freedom to act as she pleased. However, Xiao Yan was somewhat taken aback to find that the esteemed guest his father had mentioned was represented by 2 elderly figures and a young girl of similar age. The girl's beauty surpassed even that of Xiao Mei, and within the clan, only Xuner, resembling a blue lotus, could rival her. Dangling from her delicate earlobes were green jade ornaments that emitted a melodious chime as they swayed, exuding an air of exquisite elegance. Moreover, on her developing petite figure were 3 golden stars emblazoned. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, contemplating, a 3-star Dou practitioner? If this girl hasn't relied on external stimulation for her advancement, she must be an extraordinary talent, matching my own cultivation level, truly worthy of being from the Yunlan Sect. His sharp gaze fell upon the cloud-patterned silver sword adorning her sleeve, confirming her affiliation with the Yunlan Sect. If the Xiao clan was the dominant force in Wutan City, then the Yunlan Sect could be deemed a powerhouse throughout the entire Gamma Empire. Thus, the name of the young lady was already on the tip of his tongue, Yunlan Yanran. In simpler terms, she was Xiao Yan's betrothed. What could bring her to this remote region? Xiao Yan racked his brain, utterly perplexed as to why Yunlan Yanran had come from the Yunlan Sect to this secluded area without any apparent reason. At such a tender age, the notion of a marriage contract ought not to be broached. Upon the arrival of Xiao Yan, Yunlan Yanran's eyes radiated a resolute defiance, as if she were imbued with a profound determination. Rising to her feet, she addressed Xiao Zuchong with an unwavering seriousness. I have come to the Xiao family today to annul our engagement. The assembly was left in a state of shock. Not only the younger generation present, but even the 3 elders and Xiao Yan were taken aback. What is the meaning of this? The betrothal had been arranged by their ancestors, specifically between Xiao Yan's late grandfather, Xiao Lin, and Yunlan Yanran's grandfather, Yunlan Jie, in their youth. Xiao Yan, having anticipated Yunlan Yanran's visit the previous night, had urged Xiao Yan to retire early, hopeful for positive tidings. Yet, reality had proven to be utterly contrary. Undeterred by their inquiries, Yunlan Yanran resolutely declared, "This is my own decision, independent of my grandfather and the Yunlan clan." It became evident why Yunlan Yanran had only brought 2 elders from the Yunlan Sect with her. It was akin to a runaway, a choice made solely by her. Seeking a few trusted confidants for support, clearing his throat, one of the elders beside Yunlan Yanran rose and addressed Xiao Yan. Xiao Zuchong, 5 years ago, Yanran joined the Yunlan Sect, demonstrating exceptional talent in cultivation, much to the fondness of the sect leader. The leader has stated that cultivation is also a means of cultivating the heart, and that the most crucial aspect for a practitioner is to remain true to oneself. Thus, we humbly request that you annul this engagement. With a resounding crack, the jade cup in Xiao Yan's hand shattered into a fine dust. The atmosphere in the hall grew eerily silent. If Yunlan Yanran's actions could be attributed to youthful impulsiveness, then Guye's demeanor was undoubtedly premeditated. This was an affront. Xiao Yan, as their young patriarch and the future beacon of their clan, was their pride, and now he was being publicly rejected. Such a slap was a grievous strike against the dignity of the Xiao clan. At that moment, Guyi and his companions felt as if they had wandered into a den of wolves, surrounded by predatory gazes. Should the Wolf King give the command, no one would spare a thought for their affiliation with the Yunlan Sect. They would pounce to take a bite. Xiao Yan possessed such an alluring charm. Guyi, with a forced smile, spoke. Xiao Zuchong, we are well aware that our request today is rather impolite, hence I have brought a token, as a gesture of goodwill. With that, he produced a verdant ancient jade box from his storage ring, and an alluring fragrance instantly enveloped the hall. This was the Dan Wang Guyi. Before Guyi could finish his words, Xiao Zhan's fists clenched tightly. A faint azure fighting spirit gradually enveloped his form, ultimately coalescing into the visage of a spectral lion's head. This was the Xiao clan's supreme technique, The furious lion's roar. Rank, mid-level Xian. Observing Xiao Zhan's reaction, Dou Qi was equally startled. His hands, resembling eagle talons, swiftly curled, as azure fighting spirit gathered within, emanating a sharp and piercing sword aura. This was the profound technique of the Yunlan Sect, the Qingmu sword art. Rank, low-level Xian. As the two energies collided, the wooden box in Dou Qi's hand fell to the ground, and a pill, the size of a dragon's eye, tumbled out onto the floor. Unexpectedly, the members of the Xiao clan did not even cast a glance at the pill that had rolled to the ground. Their anger overshadowed the enchanting aroma of the elixir. Dou Qi glanced at the pill on the floor and then surveyed the expressions of those around him. Before such a treasure, not one of them exhibited greed, but rather all were filled with indignation. Finally, Dou Qi turned his gaze to the youth seated nearby, who appeared to be an outsider, quietly sipping tea without uttering a word. Even within the Yunlan Sect, factions existed, and not everyone followed the sect master blindly. With a sharp clap, Yunlan Yinhuan stepped forward. Her voice grave as she declared, 5 years ago, I joined the Yunlan Sect, and through my training under the sect master, I have come to understand one fundamental truth. My life is mine to govern, and whom I marry is a decision solely for me. Yunlan Yinhuan. The atmosphere in the hall immediately fell silent. Even Dou Qi was taken aback by Yunlan Yinhuan's resolute declaration. Suddenly, a round of applause erupted from the crowd. And to their astonishment, it was Xiao Yan applauding. To take charge of one's own destiny is commendable. I, Xiao Yan, have also pledged my heart elsewhere. Thus, this engagement should be retracted. Upon hearing Xiao Yan express that he had a beloved, Xuner, who sat by his side, felt her cheeks flush crimson, her mind spiraling into chaotic thoughts. Xiao Yan maintained a confident smile, rising from his seat to address his fiancée, stating, however, you have publicly requested the annulment of our engagement before my father. This would bring shame upon him as the clan leader, reducing him to a laughingstock and devastating his dignity. Xiao Yan's tone was direct, his gaze piercingly fierce. He did not particularly care about the engagement itself. But if they were to casually dismiss the agreement made today, how could the Xiao clan maintain their standing? I, Xiao Yan, am not unreasonable. If you can withstand one strike from me, then the engagement may be annulled. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the audience was left in shock. Dou Qi initially thought he had misjudged the situation, only to realize he had indeed underestimated it. He shook his head inwardly, lamenting, pride can be a hindrance. Yinhuan is cultivating a high-level profound technique, and her Qingmu sword technique has already reached a small level of mastery. A family from such a remote town likely lacks even a mid-level profound technique. Dou Qi's assumptions were not misplaced. The highest-level fighting techniques in Wutan City were merely mid-level profound techniques. The higher the technique, the more formidable the fighting spirit cultivated, leading to greater power in martial skills. The principle of hierarchy applies here as well. What Dou Qi failed to notice was that none of the Xiao clan disciples, including Xiao Zhan and several elders, found Xiao Yan's challenge unreasonable. They were oblivious to the confidence that lay beneath the calm exterior. Yunlan Yinhuan, upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, displayed a faint smile, finding him increasingly agreeable. Is this statement truly sincere? Yunlan Yinhuan's eyelids twitched unnaturally. In the Dou Qi continent, marriage, much like in ancient times, is governed by the dictates of parents and the matchmaking of intermediaries. Yunlan Yinhuan dared not disclose her intention to annul her engagement to her grandfather, Yunlan Jia, as it would be deemed improper. Xiao Yan, with a confident smile, nodded affirmatively and stated, of course, that is indeed the case. However, should you fail to withstand my challenge, I shall publicly divorce you at your Yunlan residence. You. Yunlan Yinhuan was taken aback, struggling to find a retort, her face paling with indignation, and her fists clenched tightly. The very challenge Xiao Yan proposed mirrored her current predicament. While Yunlan Yinhuan spoke eloquently, it was laced with the temperament and capriciousness of a young lady. Although Xiao Yan did not oppose Yunlan Yinhuan's pursuit of freedom, he could not condone the idea of harming his father in the process. Despite the gentle tone of his words, Yunlan Yinhuan discerned from his gaze that he was not one to make idle threats. He held grudges deeply. Taking a deep breath, Yunlan Yinhuan summoned a faint azure energy, her cultivation rooted in wind attributes. She aligned her index and middle fingers into the form of a sword, unleashing a spiral gust of wind that coiled together to form a blade of air. The Qingmu sword technique allowed her to manifest low-level Xian rank techniques, signifying that she indeed possessed the talent that the Yunlan Sect valued. Initially, Yunlan Yinhuan had no intention of employing an advanced technique to intimidate others, yet the stakes laid out by Xiao Yan compelled her not to falter. Observing her, Xiao Yan smirked playfully and remarked, "Wait, I seem to have forgotten something. Do you wish to consume a medicinal pill?" Yunlan Yinhuan frowned slightly, acknowledging that certain pills could temporarily bestow the strength of a fighter. Ignoring her, Xiao Yan rummaged through his pocket and to the astonishment of Dou Qi and the others, he produced a golden star and leisurely affixed it to his chest. They were well aware of what the golden star represented, proof of being a fighter. This indicated that Xiao Yan was now a one-star fighter. As Xiao Yan retrieved another golden star from his pocket, Dou Qi's expression swiftly shifted, becoming increasingly unnatural. He was now a two-star fighter. At this moment, Dou Qi observed the surrounding Xiao clan disciples wearing expressions of mockery, all seemingly relishing in the spectacle. A chilling realization gripped Dou Qi's heart. Could it be? When Xiao Yan reached into his pocket once more, Dou Qi's suspicions were confirmed. Three-star fighter. Gazing at the three resplendent stars, Dou Qi and another elder could no longer maintain their composure. They had gravely misjudged the situation. Why had they heeded the words of a junior and traveled to Wutan City to annul the engagement? It was due to Nalan Yinran's extraordinary talent. Having attained three-star fighter status at merely 14 years of age, which led her to be accepted as a disciple by the sect master, Yun, who even contemplated grooming her as the next sect leader. With such innate talent, provided she had sufficient resources, she could potentially reach the level of Dou Huang. Dou Qi was indeed a grand fighter, and above the grand fighter was the spirit fighter, followed by the king of fighters, and finally, the emperor of fighters. The chasm between these ranks was akin to the vast divide between heaven and earth. To put it plainly, it was about flattering Nalan Yinran and anticipating her promising future. However, Nalan Yinran not only hailed from a prestigious lineage, but her grandfather, Nalan Jia, was also a formidable king of fighters. With the assistance of elixirs crafted by the sixth-grade alchemist, Dan Wang Guhi, she barely managed to reach the rank of a three-star fighter. In this remote city of Wutan, one would be hard-pressed to find even a second-grade alchemist, yet Xiao Yan's cultivation level astonishingly matched that of Nalan Yinran. This juxtaposition implied that Xiao Yan's innate talent far surpassed that of Nalan Yinran. At this moment, Nalan Yinran's mind was consumed by three words: incomprehensible. What on earth was happening in this world? Even in the annals of Yunlan Sect's history, achieving the rank of three-star fighter at the age of 14 was an extraordinary feat. Now, a prodigy had emerged from such a secluded town. She simply could not fathom it. It was at this juncture that Dou Qi realized that the confident smile on the face of the young man before him stemmed from his genuine strength. The gamble that Xiao Yan proposed was not a means to provide them with a graceful exit. He truly believed that Nalan Yinran could not withstand even a single blow from him. He was utterly serious. Xiao Yan dusted off his clothes, and three golden stars gleamed brightly. Let us proceed. Time is of the essence. Nalan Yinran found herself in a predicament. If she retreated without a fight now, her aspirations of inheriting her master's mantle and becoming the sect leader of Yunlan Sect would be dashed, and her mindset would be adversely affected, hindering her cultivation. The fierce winds of the Qingmu sword technique intensified palpably. Observing Nalan Yinran's Qingmu sword technique, Dou Qi could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. What did equal cultivation matter? Nalan Yinran practiced top-tier techniques and was guided by the sect leader. The combat prowess at the same cultivation level primarily depended on the technique and skills employed. By the way, have you ever witnessed the young clan leader in battle? With such prowess, who would seek out a fight? However, it was said that a few years ago, Xiao Yu, the clan leader's cousin, relentlessly pursued the young clan leader for a duel, at a time when Xiao Yu had been training longer and was slightly more powerful. As for battles of the same tier, it seemed there were no tales to tell. Nalan Yinran opened her eyes, her gaze sharp, and with a swift stride, she lunged forward, her sword of fierce winds aimed directly at Xiao Yan. Faced with this formidable attack of the mysterious rank, Xiao Yan remained unfazed. Channeling his energy throughout his body as he internally roared, 8 extremes burst elbow strike. As the energies of the two clashed, a powerful shockwave radiated throughout the hall, shattering pots and cups alike. In the next instant, a graceful figure was sent flying from the hall, crashing through the wooden doors with a resounding thud. Dou Qi realized once more that he had misjudged the situation. Chapter 5. Distributing Candies. Yinran. Dou Qi's complexion changed drastically as he rushed outside, without a doubt. The one who had just been sent flying was Nalan Yinran. Not only Dou Qi, but even Xiao Zhan, the elder father, was taken aback, standing up in shock. How could his son possess such formidable combat strength? After all, she was a disciple of the Yunlan Sect. Moreover, Nalan Yinran was not just any ordinary disciple. She was a prodigious disciple taken under the wing of the sect leader, intentionally groomed to become the next sect leader. The fact that she could not withstand a single attack from someone of the same cultivation level was simply unbelievable. Dou Qi hastily produced a healing pill and administered it to Nalan Yinran. Fortunately, her meridians were unharmed, allowing her cultivation to remain unaffected. Unfortunately, 2 of her fingers were broken, bent at irregular angles. Nalan Yinran wore a dazed expression, momentarily forgetting her pain. She truly had lost. and without even managing to counter a single strike. Xiao Yan was not without injury himself. His sleeve had been torn to shreds by the fierce winds, and a scratch marred his right elbow, a drop of blood trickling from the wound. Observing his injury, Xiao Yan shook his head in discontent, muttering that he needed to train harder to avoid such wounds. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Nailan Yinran nearly choked in frustration. How could he still be concerned about being unscathed? The young master is invincible. The young master. The young master. The shouts resonated like thunder. For in the hearts of the younger generation of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan was truly unrivaled. They did not find it remarkable that he had defeated Nailan Yinran in a single move. However, the older generation held a different perspective. The world was governed by logic, not by the whims of a game that allowed for critical hits. Xiao Zhan's gaze sharpened. As the patriarch of the Xiao clan, he was acutely aware of the family's circumstances. The combat technique Xiao Yan had employed was certainly not one known within their clan. This technique surpassed the basic level of the Azure-Wood sword art, and clearly, Xiao Yan had been practicing it for some time. Xiao Zhan's thoughts turned complex as he glanced towards Xuner, pondering if she was involved. Xiao Yan raised his hand, silencing the crowd. He approached the threshold with an air of calm authority, looking down at Nailan Yinran as he declared, "Since you have lost, according to our agreement, I shall publicly annul our engagement at the Nailan estate." Absolutely not. Dou Qi sprang to his feet. If this were to happen, it would reveal that Nailan Yinran had disregarded her elder's dignity and commitments by forcibly bringing a powerful figure from the Yunlan Sect to terminate the engagement. Such an act would be considered a grievous breach of filial piety in the Dou Qi continent, and the Yunlan Sect would never allow a person guilty of such disrespect to become their leader. Moreover, if word spread, others would perceive the Yunlan Sect as oppressive, tarnishing their reputation, and they would find themselves in dire straits. Thus, they had come to negotiate the annulment discreetly, prepared with offerings of apology from the outset. Xiao Yan smirked, taunting. What? Is the Yunlan Sect also keen on employing the old trick of using the young to deal with the old? Dou Yi's eyelids twitched. He genuinely contemplated it. However, upon seeing the formidable Dou Masters standing behind Xiao Yan, he realized that if he were to act, the entire Xiao clan would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. With a smile that sought to appease, Dou Qi cupped his hands towards Xiao Yan, saying, "Young Xiao Yan, the fault indeed lies with Yinran this time. If you are willing, I can arrange for you to enter the Yunlan Sect as a core disciple to study advanced Dou Qi techniques, and we shall provide a satisfactory compensation for Yinran's recklessness." Xiao Yan wearily waved his hand, expressing disinterest. "Joining your Yunlan Sect is out of the question. Your teachings leave much to be desired." 3 years. Nailan Yinran's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked at Xiao Yan, her fists concealed within her sleeves, knuckles whitening as she suppressed the pain of her broken fingers. She pointed an accusatory finger at Xiao Yan and shouted, "Xiao Yan, grant me 3 years, and after this span, I, Nailan Yinran, shall undoubtedly surpass you, erasing the disgrace of today's defeat. Should I still fall short of your prowess 3 years hence, I would willingly surrender my life, serving as your servant or maid." Without a trace of regret, Xiao Yan maintained a serene expression, revealing no sign of emotion, while his mind raced with contemplation. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Dou Qi and Xiao Zhan both exhaled in relief. Clearly, Xiao Yan was providing a diplomatic exit for both parties. After all, he was now the young patriarch and had no desire to cultivate a formidable adversary for the Xiao clan. This matter also bore some relevance to Xiao Zhan, as his grandfather had already passed, yet Xiao Zhan remained. Thus, it was prudent to delegate the resolution of this issue to his father. Nailan Yinran clasped her fists respectfully towards Xiao Zhan, wincing in pain as she bit her lip, and said, "Uncle Xiao, I humbly acknowledge my lack of decorum this time, and sincerely apologize for any offense caused. In the future, should you find the time, I would be honored to host you at the Nailan residence." Xiao Zhan gazed at his nominal daughter-in-law with a mix of exasperation and understanding. Initially, Nailan Yinran's arrogance had incensed him, yet now he felt that his son had perhaps been excessively harsh. "Very well, you have received your due lesson. The marriage arrangement was indeed a lapse in judgment on the part of the two old men. Let it be 3 years, allowing both myself and Nailan Jie time to deliberate this matter thoroughly." Upon hearing Xiao Zhan's words, Nailan Yinran bowed slightly and respectfully replied, "Thank you, Uncle Xiao, for your understanding. I shall regard this pill as an apology." As Nailan Yinran departed, she cast a lingering gaze at Xiao Yan, as if imprinting his visage in her memory. It was evident from her expression that, regardless of the distance, she would assuredly challenge him again in 3 years. Once Nailan Yinran had left, the assembly finally grasped the situation. Indeed, there lay a pill concocted by the Pill King, Dou Qi. A chorus of swallowed breaths ensued, with even the 3 elders revealing glimmers of desire in their eyes. Yet, none dared to act. All eyes turned towards Xiao Yan, for this pill ultimately belonged to him. Seeing that all were observing him, Xiao Yan bent down and picked up the pill as if it were a mere pebble, gently brushing away the dust. He inhaled its fragrant aroma and confidently declared, "This is a 4th-grade pill, the Gathering Qi powder." Gathering Qi powder. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's proclamation, all gazes fixed on the pill in his hand. The Grand Elder sniffed the air, stating, "Indeed, it is the Gathering Qi powder. And the fragrance and quality are of the highest caliber. Truly a masterpiece from the Pill King. What is the use of Gathering Qi powder? Not only does it serve to condense energy, but a high-quality Gathering Qi powder can also enhance cultivation, solidifying one's foundation. The allure of a single pill to a cultivator is palpable, as evidenced by the eager expressions of the clan's disciples. The profession of alchemist, capable of crafting such pills, is one that many aspire to. In contrast, only Xiao Yan and Xuner remained indifferent, for the reason was simple: they were already fighters, and such a pill held no utility for them. Xiao Ning, the Grand Elder's grandson, was slightly older than Xiao Yan. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's face lit up with joy, and he turned to the still-dazed Xiao Ning, exclaiming, "You little rascal, hurry over here." Military order. Even though Xiao Ning is the Grand Elder's grandson, he cannot casually acquire this Qi gathering powder. He must establish a military decree. Train diligently, and do not disappoint the family's expectations of you. Chapter 6, The Inheritance. Thank you, young clan leader. Thank you, young clan leader. Thank you, young clan leader. Xiao Ning repeatedly bowed in gratitude, feeling that if not for the crowd, he would kneel before Xiao Yan in reverence. In Xiao Ning's heart, Xiao Yan was akin to a father figure. The Grand Elder internally reveled in delight, to the point where he was nearly grinning from ear to ear. His swift recognition of the Qi gathering powder as a 4th-grade elixir stemmed from his own youthful experience, when he fortuitously obtained a semi-finished version of the same powder that had enabled him to ascend to the rank of fighter. Without a doubt, with the Qi gathering powder in his possession, Xiao Ning's future ascent to great fighter was practically guaranteed. Achieving the rank of 9-star great fighter posed no challenge, and he might even have the opportunity to reach the coveted dueling realm, a level unattainable by anyone in the entire Wutan city. Should the Xiao clan produce a dueling, the entirety of Wutan city would essentially belong to them, and establishing a sect would not be beyond the realm of possibility. It is worth noting that the 10 strongest figures in the Gamma Empire are the 10 Dou Kings, underscoring the esteemed status of a dueling. Xiao Zhan clapped his hands to capture everyone's attention, his demeanor commanding respect without anger, and declared, "Let everything that transpired today remain sealed within your hearts. Should anyone utter a single word, severe punishment shall be meted out, regardless of the implications for Yunlan Sect, Nailan Yanran, or their own Xiao clan. The events of today could be deemed a family disgrace, and disclosing it might lead to unnecessary complications." Understood, clan leader. All right, you may disperse. Xiao Zhan waved his hand, and all the clan members departed in an orderly manner, akin to a military formation. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to rise and leave, a delicate hand grasped his sleeve. Xuner produced a vial of healing medicine, gently applying it to Xiao Yan's wounds while softly inquiring, "Xiao Yan, when did you begin practicing Dou techniques? You are remarkable. No wonder you declined the techniques and methods I offered." Flustered, Xuner's cheeks flushed a vibrant peach hue. Xiao Yan paused for a moment, then feigned ignorance, saying, "Huh? Dou techniques? What Dou techniques? I merely possess a robust physique." Xuner shot him a knowing glance. Although Xiao Yan employed his techniques subtly, and the flow of Dou Qi was swift, it appeared as though he solely relied on his physical strength to best Nailan Yanran. However, this did not escape Xuner's keen perception. Mimicking Xiao Yan's demeanor, Xuner pretended not to understand. "Huh? What disappearance? I merely went to the market to purchase some items." The spatial ring, designed for the storage of belongings, was a cherished relic of Xiao Yan's mother. The cover of the Dou Technique book boldly displayed the 3 characters, 8 Extremes Collapse. 8 Extremes Collapse, an advanced combat technique of the Shan tier, renowned for its formidable close-range assault capabilities. When perfected, it embodies 8 layers of hidden vigor, the cumulative force rivaling that of low-grade Earth tier techniques. This was the technique employed by Xiao Yan to vanquish Nailan Yanran. It was inevitable that Nailan Yanran would lose. Their cultivation levels were comparable, yet her techniques were inferior to Xiao Yan's, and her mastery of them paled in comparison. How could she possibly prevail? Xiao Yan removed his garments. If one were to encapsulate his physique in a single phrase, it would be as solid as steel. Unlike the pronounced muscles of a bodybuilder, his form was defined by an unparalleled tautness, with every muscle fiber exquisitely tense. Since the age of 4, when he inadvertently activated the ring and acquired the 8 Extremes Collapse technique, Xiao Yan had diligently practiced daily on the back mountain, relentlessly honing his body. After all, while the 8 Extremes Collapse did not impose excessive demands on combat energy, it required significant physical strength from its practitioner. Initially, His regimen consisted of running, push-ups, and weightlifting, evolving into barehanded tree chopping, and now, Xiao Yan could leave imprints on stone without relying on combat energy. His formidable prowess was achieved through relentless effort over a decade. Yet he had yet to reach perfection. After rereading the training guidelines for 8 extremes collapse, he could only manage a wry smile and a shake of his head. To master the 8 layers of power demanded unwavering diligence, with no shortcuts available. The ring contained not only a singular technique, but an astonishing array of combat methods. With even the most rudimentary techniques belonging to the Xian tier and numerous others reaching the Earth tier, including a few legendary Celestial tier techniques. However, the irony was not lost on Xiao Yan, a prodigy who found himself baffled by them. He yearned to cultivate Earth tier and Celestial tier techniques. Yet most were as incomprehensible as ancient scriptures, filled with arcane jargon that left him dizzy. Moreover, many techniques imposed stringent requirements on the practitioner's cultivation level, and even on the attributes and ranks of their methods. It was not that Xiao Yan wished to practice 8 extremes collapse. Rather, it was the only technique devoid of such restrictions, one whose cultivation methods he could comprehend. He had considered seeking his father's guidance, but after much contemplation, he chose to forego that path. The adage jade is innocent, yet possessing it can be a crime resonated with him. He understood the potential consequences from his previous life. If the existence of the ring were to be revealed, not only the Xiao clan but the entire Gamma Empire could be engulfed in turmoil. Having gathered sufficient materials, he decided to attempt concocting a second-tier foundation establishment elixir today. With a resounding thud, a Dan furnace was released from the ring. This furnace was not originally part of the ring's contents. A mere low-grade furnace was unworthy of such a vessel. The path to becoming an alchemist was fraught with stringent requirements. First, one must possess a fire attribute, and secondly, within that fire essence, there must be a hint of what element to catalyze the alchemical process. In the realm of Dou Qi continent, the attributes of a body are intrinsically linked to their soul. Each soul is inherently bound to a singular attribute, devoid of any mingling with others. Thus, it is virtually impossible for a single body to possess 2 disparate attributes of varying strengths. However, in the vast expanse of humanity, anomalies do exist, among millions. There are those with mutated souls, who possess the potential to become alchemists. Furthermore, an alchemist requires an exceptional level of spiritual perception. It seems as though Xiao Yan was destined to be an alchemist, as he embodies all the necessary qualities, including an extraordinarily powerful spiritual perception. Chapter 7. Xiao Yan's Alchemy. 3 purple leaf orchids, 2 bone-washing flowers, and a first-level wood-type magic core. Xiao Yan retrieved all the materials documented in the foundational spirit liquid pill formula from his spatial ring. The magic core bore fresh bloodstains, indicating it had recently been extracted from a magical beast. More precisely, it was taken by Xiao Yan himself earlier that morning. The magic core serves as an essential energy source for alchemy, and every alchemical endeavor necessitates one, sourced from magical beasts. Every morning, aside from supervising his family's disciples in their training, Xiao Yan would patrol the market he established with Xuner. After lunch, he would venture into the wilderness to gather herbs and hunt magical beasts, and in the evenings, he would practice combat techniques and cultivate his Dou Qi on the mountainside. This routine persisted for a decade. This dedication not only stemmed from Xiao Yan's innate talent as an alchemist, but also from the vast collection of alchemical formulas housed within his spatial ring. Ranging from 1st grade to 8th grade formulas, they provided him with all the necessary conditions for alchemy. The ring was filled with formulas, techniques, herbal compendiums, and insights into alchemy, occupying a significant portion of its space. It took Xiao Yan a full 10 years to thoroughly study all of these. In fact, earlier that morning, upon picking up a pill from the ground, Xiao Yan could identify it as a gathering qi powder merely by scent, demonstrating that he possessed considerable knowledge of alchemy. However, due to the overwhelming prestige of the Xiao clan, coupled with the fact that even the elder knew of the gathering qi powder, no one questioned how a 14-year-old boy could be familiar with it. Even Xuner and Xiao Zhan did not ponder this, merely assuming Xiao Yan had learned about it from somewhere. An hour later, a thunderous roar erupted as the energy of the magic core within the alchemical furnace surged violently, unleashing a terrifying heat that incinerated the purifying herbs into ash in an instant. The alchemical attempt had failed. Alas, 2nd grade pills proved to be exceedingly challenging. Xiao Yan wiped the ash from his face, his expression one of helplessness, dirted and disheveled. Without a mentor's guidance, he was merely a novice in the art of alchemy. It took him 3 years to master the crafting of 1st grade pills, a pace he deemed painfully slow. Were other alchemists to hear of this, they would likely find it hard to restrain their incredulity. To achieve the rank of 1st grade alchemist in just 3 years, entirely self-taught, was a talent that eclipsed even his aptitude for cultivation. Xiao Yan then produced a second set of materials to continue his practice. To put it simply, alchemy resembles the process of leveling up by defeating monsters. It is an ongoing journey of accruing experience. After ascending to the rank of Dou Qi, whenever Xiao Yan gathered herbs in the wild or procured inexpensive ones from the market, he would always strive to gather enough materials to refine them. Until the very end, Xiao Yan's fighting spirit was utterly depleted, and he was unable to concoct the foundational spiritual liquid. My fighting spirit remains insufficient. The efficiency of refining pills using fighting spirit to conjure flames is exceedingly low. Haha. It is said that a prodigious young man bearing the surname Xiao has emerged from the remote Jiama Empire. Little did I expect him to be such a significant catch. With the Xiao clan's legacy hidden in this desolate locale, a figure cloaked in black, akin to a specter, materialized before Xiao Yan. And with a mere flick of his finger, the spatial ring adorning Xiao Yan's hand flew into his grasp. Return it to me. Xiao Yan's eyes widened in fury, his entire fighting spirit surging in a desperate attempt to break free from the constraints. Yet before the black-cloaked man, Xiao Yan's strength was but a feeble insect attempting to shake a mighty tree. The black-cloaked figure paid no heed to Xiao Yan's wrath, were it not for certain reservations. Xiao Yan would have already become a lifeless corpse. With a gentle touch, the black-cloaked man activated the spatial ring, and in an instant, all its contents cascaded forth. His formidable spiritual power enveloped the scattered items. Among the myriad of techniques, fighting skills, and alchemical formulas, there lay a living entity, a mysterious flame radiating an icy aura. This flame, sealed within the ring, was the most prized possession of Xiao Yan. The bone spirit cold fire, ranked 11th among the extraordinary flames. The terror of that flame, merely described in texts, was sufficient for Xiao Yan to grasp its rarity and dreadfulness. It was the aspiration of countless alchemists across the continent. Xiao Yan's fighting spirit and spiritual force relentlessly battered against the seal, even as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his body neared its breaking point. He remained undeterred. Is this not the legacy of the Xiao clan? The black-cloaked man's spiritual energy swiftly scanned all items, particularly scrutinizing those resembling jade pendants. However, to his bewilderment, after thorough examination, he found that none of the contents belonged to the Xiao clan. The techniques and skills were not of the Xiao clan he was familiar with. Originally, he had heard from his subordinates about a Xiao clan in Wutan City, with a prodigious young man whose fame had even reached the royal capital of the Jiama Empire, prompting his visit. It was also attributable to Na Lan Yin Rant's grandfather, Na Lan Jia, who had been quite pleased with Xiao Yan's cultivation talent, often boasting in the royal capital about having a genius son-in-law named Xiao. Little did he expect that the conjunction of the surname Xiao and the term genius would attract such calamity. The black-cloaked man furrowed his brow, casting a glance at the struggling Xiao Yan, whose eyes began to bleed tears from overexerting his spiritual energy. He discreetly surveyed the room where Xuner resided, subtly scanning the entirety of the Xiao clan's territory, excluding Xuner, only to find nothing of the desired nature. With a click of his tongue, the black-cloaked man released the binding of spiritual energy, seizing Xiao Yan by the throat, his voice dripping with menace. Boy, tell me where the ancient jade is, or I shall annihilate your entire Xiao clan. I know not what you speak of. Return the bone spirit cold fire to me. Xiao Yan relentlessly unleashed the 8 extremes collapse, the very technique that had defeated Na Lan Yin Ran. Yet it could not even tear the fabric of the black-cloaked man's attire. The staggering disparity in strength made Xiao Yan acutely aware that this black-cloaked individual likely surpassed even the levels of Dou Ling or Dou Wan. Bone spirit cold fire. This wretched extraordinary flame? The figure cloaked in black flicked his fingers gently, and the 11th ranked bone spirit cold fire, coveted by countless alchemists, was effortlessly manipulated as though it were a mere child's toy. With a slight smile, the black-robed man enticed, young one, reveal to me the location of the ancient jade, and I shall impart the art of alchemy to you. Upon witnessing the bone spirit cold fire being toyed with so easily, Xiao Yan relinquished his struggle. He was not foolish. He understood that the power of this black-robed individual far surpassed his comprehension, and the reason he had not been killed likely stemmed from some hidden concern. Xiao Yan noted that the black-robed man relied solely on his soul power, seemingly fearful of revealing his Dou Qi, as if any display of it would lead to dire consequences. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yan spoke with a frigid tone. What I possess, you have already seen. I know not what ancient jade you speak of, and you lack the qualifications to teach me alchemy. The black-robed man cackled as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. Lacking qualifications? Me, the sole void master, unworthy to teach alchemy? Chapter 8. The wings of the butterfly are stirring. This soul ring is not but a remnant left by an 8th-tier alchemist after death. Moreover, the soul imprint within has perished. The soul contained within the soul ring has dissipated. I, sole void master, am the foremost alchemist of the Dou Qi continent. You dare claim I lack qualifications? Xiao Yan recalled a volume within the ring that contained a compendium of treasures from the Dou Qi continent, which described the soul ring. The so-called soul ring was merely an upgraded version of the spatial ring. In addition to housing inanimate objects, its greatest function was to preserve souls. The soul of a powerful alchemist is inherently formidable, allowing it to detach from the body in times of peril and reside within the soul ring for safekeeping. This particular soul ring, capable of preserving even the bone spirit cold fire, was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Initially, Xiao Yan believed this ring to be an inheritance from his mother, but after hearing the Soul Void Master's words, it became apparent that his mother had acquired it from an unknown source. The original owner of the soul ring had faced a fatal crisis, retreating into the soul ring to escape, yet ultimately, their soul could not endure and faded away, leaving the spatial ring and bone spirit cold fire as unclaimed possessions. The Soul Void Master cast a cold smile at Xiao Yan and proclaimed, "Since you assert that I lack qualifications, allow me to demonstrate what true alchemy entails." With a swift motion, he directed his soul power towards the floating bone spirit cold fire, extracting a thread of flame as fine as a needle. Like a maestro conducting an orchestra, his fingers guided the white-hot flame thread, weaving seamlessly through several herbs. In the blink of an eye, as the flame thread traversed the herbs, it skillfully stripped away the essence while reducing the remaining impurities to mere ashes that fell to the ground. Ultimately, the thread coalesced, forming a purple-white pill in an instant. Although those herbs were not particularly rare, the notion of concocting a pill in the blink of an eye seemed utterly fantastical. Who would believe such a tale? Young one, your provocation is rather naive. With a swift flick of his finger, Han Shuzi transformed the pill into a glimmering stream and forcibly poured it down Xiao Yan's throat. Gagging, Xiao Yan instinctively tried to expel the pill, but it was too late. A surge of medicinal power coursed through his body, leaving him no chance to react. What have you made me consume? He thought. Ha ha ha, merely an ordinary poison pill. If you can detoxify it, you may earn the right to become my disciple and wield my token at the Soul Temple in the royal capital. If not, well, remember not to employ such provocations in your next life. A black token inscribed with the character for soul appeared on the table, and Han Shuzi vanished into the void. Upon sensing that Han Shuzi would not take his life, Xiao Yan's mind began to churn with possibilities. He was in dire need of a formidable alchemist's guidance. Even a single demonstration of pill refining would suffice. Hence, he had deliberately resorted to provocation. Directing his gaze at the bone spirit cold fire, he sought to capture Han Shuzi's attention, for he needed to protect a particular technique from discovery. The burning decision, a low-level yellow tier technique, could evolve infinitely through the consumption of foreign flames. This was the very technique Xiao Yan practiced. Though he had numerous techniques to choose from, he ultimately settled on this enigmatic and mysterious method. There were two reasons for his choice. First, Xiao Yan possessed the bone spirit cold fire within his soul ring, and the materials were readily available, negating the need for a search. Thus, it was only natural to select this technique. Secondly, this method was indeed powerful. Ever since he reached the fighter level, Xiao Yan had begun to cultivate the burning decision. From merely catching a distant whiff of the bone spirit cold fire to now being able to approach within 3 meters and absorb the flickering flames emanating from it. The burning decision had now evolved to a mid-level yellow tier, proving its capacity to consume foreign flames and achieve endless evolution. As for the poison pill, Xiao Yan paid it no heed. Not only did the foreign fire possess detoxifying properties, but the effects of the burning decision would allow him to absorb the bone spirit cold fire and eliminate the toxin. Moreover, he had already discerned how to detoxify. Squatting down, Xiao Yan gathered all the herbal powder left from Han Shuzi's alchemy. When combined, these powders formed the antidote. The herbs used in the pill refinement were all foraged by Xiao Yan himself, so he was well aware of their identities. Those herbs were beneficial, not poisonous. The foundational step in pill refining is purification, removing excess impurities and toxins from the herbs to retain their most potent medicinal properties. It is said that every remedy carries a degree of toxicity. The reason herbs are beneficial is not due to their inherent harmlessness, but rather because their medicinal properties outweigh their toxicity. Conversely, poisonous plants have a toxicity that surpasses their medicinal value. Therefore, the antidote to the poison pill comprised the remaining herbal powder. After consuming all the powdered herbs mixed with water, the chill and pain within Xiao Yan dissipated instantly, and the surplus medicinal power even elevated his fighting spirit slightly. What could that ancient jade be, to warrant the attention of a figure like Han Shuzi? How could something so extraordinary exist within the Xiao clan? Xiao Yan picked up the black token resting on the table, the events of the day far exceeding his understanding. Shortly thereafter, a gentle knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. "Brother Xiao Yan, are you free tomorrow? Could you accompany Xuner to the market?" Xiao Yan stored all his belongings within his soul ring, gently wiping away the blood tears from his cheek before opening the door. Xuner needed her brother to act as her guardian, and he would gladly oblige. Upon seeing Xuner, Xiao Yan couldn't help but ponder deeply. Was it possible that the formidable Han Shuzi refrained from harming him out of concern for Xuner? In a peculiar space known as the Soul Realm within the Dou Qi continent, the once mighty Han Shuzi knelt before a man. The man, clad in a flowing white robe, exuded an air of elegance as he scattered fish feed into a pond, delighting in the sight of the fish competing for their meal. Once he had dispensed all the feed, he turned slowly, speaking calmly. "Rise." "Yes, clan leader," Han Shuzi replied. The man inquired with measured patience. "What news?" Han Shuzi continued. "In the Xiao clan of the Jiamar Empire, there is a young girl possessing the Golden Emperor's blazing flame. Although I have not directly investigated her, I utilized my soul power to probe the entirety of the Xiao clan and found no trace of the ancient jade." The Soul Emperor's gaze turned icy. He recognized that the Golden Emperor's blazing flame, ranked fourth among the exotic fires, was a legacy fire of the ancient clan, accessible only to its key members. The discovery of an ancient clan member within the Xiao clan suggested that the whereabouts of the ancient jade were imminent. A fine scenario where the clam and heron vie, leaving the fishermen to benefit. After a moment's contemplation, the Soul Emperor shook his head. "When I battled with Xiao Xian, my injuries had yet to heal. Now is not the time to engage with the ancient clan. Instruct the Soul Palace to expedite the collection of powerful soul entities. We must act before the ancient clan secures the remaining ancient jades." "Understood, clan leader." A butterfly fluttered its wings, altering the course of fate significantly. Chapter 9, Shopping Spree. Xiao Yan's eyes suddenly opened, a flicker of deep, white flame flashing within them, though it appeared and vanished in an instant. He sat up, exhaling slowly, licking his lips with a hint of infatuation and ecstasy. "The potency of these medicinal pills is truly remarkable. I feel that with another month or two of cultivation, I shall break through the 3-star bottleneck and ascend to 4-star Dou Qi." It was but a short while ago that Xiao Yan had achieved the 3-star status, marking his first utilization of a cultivation-enhancing pill. With a swift motion, Xiao Yan concentrated his Dou Qi, forming a ball of flame that bore a faint, white fire line, dancing like a celestial dragon within the flames. He recalled that the poison pill had merged with a hint of bone spirit cold fire, which had also been consumed by his burning decision. Currently, his strength was insufficient to absorb the bone spirit cold fire, and the locations of other exotic fires remained unknown. Thus, his immediate priorities must be to enhance his cultivation and acquire intelligence on exotic fires. From outside, Xuner's melodious voice called out, "Brother Xiao Yan, are you not yet awake?" Xiao Yan turned and rummaged through the cabinet for a moment, finally donning a respectable outfit before stepping out the door. Upon seeing the youthful maiden at the entrance, he couldn't help but let out a playful whistle. Today, Xuner adorned herself in an elegant light green ensemble, the subtle hue enhancing her purity. Her fitted trousers hugged her slender, elongated legs, accentuating their graceful curves. "Xuner looks stunning today," Xiao Yan remarked teasingly. Xuner gazed at him with a cheerful smile, playfully retorting, "Did Xuner not look good in Xiao Yan's eyes yesterday?" The mention of yesterday made Xiao Yan's heart skip. After all, it was the day his fiancée he had visited. Having attracted the admiration of countless young women, he had long since evolved into a seasoned rogue. Gently, he helped Xuner tie up her hair, a confident smile gracing his face as he declared, "Xuner at this moment is forever more beautiful than the last." Xuner's cheeks flushed a bright crimson, her eyes glinting with affection as she shot him a playful glare. "You certainly have a way with words." With his cultivation enhanced, Xiao Yan was in high spirits, and the two of them strolled leisurely out of the clan, engaging in light conversation. Along the way, they encountered several clan members who, upon seeing Xiao Yan, paused their activities to bow respectfully, greeting him with utmost reverence. His generous act of gifting pills had earned him immense admiration from the clan. After all, a 4th-grade pill could fetch a handsome sum, yet he had selflessly given it to Xiao Ning for the family's future. Such audacity commanded the respect of many. As they continued their leisurely stroll through the bustling streets, Xiao Yan and Xuner greeted each clan member in turn. Although Wutan City did not rival the royal capital, it was still a significant metropolis within the Gamma Empire, vibrant and lively. Despite the scorching sun, throngs of people filled the streets, creating a lively atmosphere. Once outside the confines of the clan, Xuner became considerably more vivacious, playfully dragging the reluctant Xiao Yan from vendor to vendor. Her light, melodious laughter brought a refreshing breeze to the sweltering streets. However, while ostensibly accompanying Xuner for shopping, it was, in fact, Xiao Yan who indulged the most. "Boss, do you have 20-year-old purple leaf orchid grass, 5-year-old bone-washing flower, and 3-year-old twin-headed flower, as well as any spirit plants?" Upon Xiao Yan's arrival, the shopkeeper hurried out with a beaming smile. "Young Master Xiao Yan, Yes, we have them. Please wait a moment. Xiao Yan spent money like water, each purchase amounting to thousands of gold coins. Was Xiao Yan wealthy? Indeed, he was exceptionally affluent, not merely due to his hunts of magical beasts in the wild, but also because he was the young patriarch of the Xiao clan. Originally, Wutan City was dominated by three families, the Xiao, the Jialia, and the Uba clans. However, due to Xiao Yan's influence, the Jialia and Uba clans had been compelled to form an alliance against the Xiao clan. The term genius signified a promising future, and Xiao Yan's reputation had even reached the royal capital. Merchants, hunting teams, and auction houses in Wutan City held high hopes for Xiao Yan's future, resulting in the Xiao clan's growing prosperity. Furthermore, with Xiao Zhan's close ties to Jia, one of the top 10 powerhouses of the Gama Empire, the Xiao clan had subtly emerged as the dominant force in Wutan City. Naturally, with an increase in his financial resources, Xiao Yan began to acquire a plethora of various low-grade herbs. Observing his fervent purchases, Xuner blinked and inquired, Xiao Yan, are you attempting alchemy with all these herbs? He replied, who wouldn't want to be an alchemist? I'm unsure of my innate talent. I'm merely experimenting for fun. After contemplating for a moment, Xuner responded, Xiao Yan, I possess some manuals on alchemical techniques and recipes. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Yan felt a warm sensation in his heart. He could discern who was merely putting on a facade and who was genuinely sincere. No need for that. I'm uncertain if I have any talent in alchemy. I'll just concoct some mixtures for amusement. If I truly require recipes, I won't hesitate to ask you. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, unknowingly traversing the entirety of the Xiao clan's marketplace, yet Xuner still had not found anything to her liking. Shall we explore the marketplace across the street? Xiao Yan suggested. The other side? The marketplace in Wutan City was not solely owned by the Xiao clan. The Gao family and the Uba family had jointly constructed a larger marketplace not far from the Xiao clan's premises. For the young clan leader of the Xiao clan to venture into the rival marketplace would undoubtedly stir a commotion. Xuner playfully remarked, Xiao Yan, if you go to the other marketplace, they might not even let us in. Xiao Yan shrugged, exclaiming with exasperation, we aren't here to steal or plunder. We are consumers, so there is no reason for them to deny us entry. Navigating through the expansive streets, they finally arrived at the Grand Gao marketplace. Due to the collaboration of two families, the shop's decor and facades exuded opulence, and the variety of goods was exceedingly vast. As Xiao Yan approached, the two guards stationed at the entrance immediately stiffened, their spears aimed at him as they trembled, stammering, Dou Qi, what are you doing here? Is the Xiao clan attacking? Hearing the guards' alarmed voices, many turned to look, and upon recognizing Xiao Yan, they fled the marketplace in panic, fearing that the Xiao clan was indeed launching an assault. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Yan felt helpless, while Xuner stifled a laugh. Even geniuses have their burdens. Before Xiao Yan could utter a word, a voice rose from the crowd, Xiao Yan, what brings you here? Turning towards the sound, he saw a throng of people surging from the marketplace, with a lavishly dressed young man at the center, surrounded like a star among planets. The guards, upon spotting him, bowed respectfully, young Master Galio. Galio, the young master of the Gao family, adorned with a golden star emblem, was 21 years old and had attained the rank of a one-star Dou fighter, a commendable achievement in Wutan City, yet utterly incomparable to Xiao Yan. Casting a sidelong glance at Galio, Xiao Yan observed the golden star and shook his head. He had reached the same rank by the age of 11. Galio, gritting his teeth in frustration, felt humiliated that his proud accomplishment appeared so trivial in Xiao Yan's eyes. What business do you have in the marketplace? Galio bellowed. You are not welcome here. Depart immediately. Chapter 10. The son-in-law, Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shrugged his shoulders and casually remarked, I never imagined that the so-called largest marketplace in Wutan City would turn out to be a place that discriminates against customers. Unlike the Xiao clan marketplace across the street, which never turns away any patrons, even if they are merely Douwang level. Galio's expression changed dramatically. If this news were to spread, the reputation of their marketplace would undoubtedly suffer. Young master, what should we do? Galio glanced around at the customers and merchants nearby, many of whom frowned upon hearing Xiao Yan's words. For the merchants, it was in their best interest to welcome as many customers as possible. There was no logic in driving them away, especially when Xiao Yan was a considerable financier. Customers naturally also dreaded the prospect of being turned away for any reason while shopping. Xuner blinked her lively eyes and nodded obediently like a well-behaved child. Oh, I understand. Observing Xuner acquiesce to his words, Xiao Yan turned to leave, but Galio's expression twisted in agitation, his fists clenched tightly. The sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously as he fixed a fierce gaze upon the young genius. Wait. Galio slowly stepped aside, creating a passageway, and gritted his teeth as he said, since you wish to purchase items in the marketplace, please, go ahead. Xiao Yan exchanged a smile with Xuner, who linked her arm through his as they ventured into the marketplace amidst the throng. Galilio's face contorted with rage as he watched their retreating figures, his fingers creaking with tension. When Xiao Yan was merely 10 years old, Galileo had been thoroughly beaten by him for teasing Xuner. That was when Xiao Yan's reputation as a prodigy began. In other words, Galileo had become a stepping stone for him. However, for years had passed. Galileo remained a mere 1-star Dou Qi, while Xiao Yan had already ascended to a 3-star Dou Qi. The pace of his growth was astonishing, almost 1 star per year. Send someone to follow them. Since they dare to come alone, there is an opportunity, Galileo signaled with a gesture across his throat. Xiao Yan, possessing formidable spiritual strength, was acutely aware of their pursuers. 3 7-star Dou Qi. They truly underestimated him. Xuner also sensed the following presence, but remained unperturbed. Had Galileo known that Xiao Yan had effortlessly defeated Yunlan Sect, who had mastered the profound techniques of the Yunlan Sect, he would never have made such a foolish move. Not to mention, even Dou Qi who had not practiced Shan-level techniques were no match for Xiao Yan. Brother Xiao Yan, your sudden appearance here must mean more than just shopping, right? Xuner, with her keen insight, understood that Xiao Yan's venture into the rival marketplace was not merely for purchases. Xiao Yan gently stroked Xuner's hair and said, Xuner, you are truly astute. Nothing escapes your notice. The praise from Xiao Yan brought an involuntary smile to Xuner's face. If any other members of the Xiao clan were to come, they might indeed face perilous consequences. Judging by your demeanor, Brother Xiao Yan, you must have conducted thorough investigations. Of course, but first we should deal with those pesky followers. Will you leave on your own? Or shall I assist you? Xiao Yan's gaze was sharp as he directed a menacing look at the 3 7-star Dou Qi behind him, revealing no hint of his murderous intent. In general, the combat practitioners within a family seldom engage in their own market. Their primary responsibility is to safeguard the family's herbal gathering teams as they venture into the wilderness to collect medicinal herbs, and even to lead expeditions to hunt magical beasts for their cores to sell. The 3 prominent families establish their markets because they are the principal suppliers of herbs and magical cores. Rather than selling to others, it is more advantageous to sell directly. Hence the creation of the family market. As long as the combat practitioners refrain from intervening, Xiao Yan can assert his dominance with ease. The 3 combatants exchanged glances. The leader, wielding a crimson spear, lunged forward with a swift motion, unleashing a technique that sent the spear slicing through the air towards Xiao Yan's throat. Xiao Yan, unfazed, extended 2 fingers to pin the spearhead, snapping it with a resounding crack. With a flick of his fingers, the broken spearhead transformed into a dart, instantly piercing his opponent's shoulder and pinning him against the wall. With a deft movement, he picked up the severed spear with his right foot and swiftly dispatched the remaining 2 with just 2 strikes of the staff. You are even weaker than Yunlan. If Yunlan were to hear this, she would surely be incensed. As a prodigy of the Yunlan Sect, being reduced to a mere unit of measurement for combat prowess is indeed a dire insult. As Xiao Yan exited the market, he patted Jaleo on the shoulder, saying, Next time, send someone more formidable. This remark incensed Jaleo, blood rushing to his face in indignation. Are you suggesting they should prepare for alchemy sales? Xiao Yan nodded and replied, This morning, I visited the Xiao clan's market. The vendors selling low-level herbs have halved their stocks compared to previous times. In contrast, their market has completely run out of low-level herbs. Low-level herbs are typically employed in the crafting of 2nd and 1st-grade pills, while 1st-grade pills might still be manageable. 2nd-grade ones could pose a significant dilemma. Upon hearing his son's analysis, Xiao Zhan's expression shifted dramatically. If the Jali and Oba families indeed possessed the capacity to produce pills, it would spell catastrophic consequences for Wutan City. The alliance of these 2 families is indeed formidable. Xiao Yan reassured his father, Do not worry, father. 2nd-grade alchemists are unlikely to easily heed the commands of the Jali and Oba families. Moreover, if necessary, we can seek the assistance of Old Master Yunlan. Therefore, our immediate priority is to instruct the herbal gathering teams to collect more herbs and minimize sales to prevent being cornered. Having raw materials at hand will still afford us some leverage. Xiao Zhan sighed and nodded. Although he shared a deep bond with Yunlan, he was reluctant to seek his help. After all, it was previously agreed that Xiao Yan would wed Yunlan. Seeking assistance from Yunlan would imply that their family was dependent on others, rendering his son a mere son-in-law. As a father, how could he allow his son to bear such a title of dependence? Xiao Yan then ventured alone to a secluded cave in the back mountains, retrieving an alchemy furnace along with a considerable assortment of low-level herbs and numerous magical cores. In truth, Xiao Yan's words were merely a means to comfort Xiao Zhan. His affections did not lie with Yunlan, and he had no desire to entangle himself with her family. True strength is the only undeniable truth. It appears that I must engage in alchemical practices more diligently in the near future. Should they indeed manage to procure the services of a second-tier alchemist, my ability to concoct only first-tier elixirs would prove insufficient. Chapter 11. Cultivating the Flame-Splitting Wave-Cutting Ruler. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, as he gradually attuned his breathing to reach an optimal state. Having commenced his journey into alchemy at the tender age of 10, he spent over 3 years before successfully producing a first-tier elixir, yet he had not succeeded in crafting a second-tier one in the subsequent year. However, this time, Xiao Yan possessed a profound confidence that he could create a second-tier elixir within 2 to 3 months. Presently, his fighting spirit was infused with a strand of bone spirit cold fire, significantly enhancing his ability to refine elixirs. The advantages of possessing formidable soul power lay in the possession of an exceptional memory, enabling one to observe minute details with greater clarity. This was particularly beneficial in the practice of alchemy, which inherently relied on soul power. With determination, Xiao Yan placed his hands before the alchemical furnace, gathering a sphere of fighting spirit flame and casting it into the furnace, meticulously controlling the intensity of the flame through his soul power. Different herbs required varying temperatures for purification, and most elixirs necessitated immediate fusion post-purification, allowing no room for error. Boom. The temperature was too high, resulting in the destruction of the herbs. Once more. Boom. The herbs were misaligned during purification, leading to a premature fusion that exploded the furnace. Again. Boom. His soul power waned, and he failed to control the flame, causing it to overflow and detonate the furnace, exhausting his soul power completely. Alas, I shall return tomorrow. Lacking the guidance of a mentor, Xiao Yan was compelled to resort to the most rudimentary methods of cultivation. Day after day, week after week, month after month. Within the confines of this secluded cavern, a young boy diligently practiced and self-studied alchemy. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. 8 extremes collapse. Xiao Yan directed his right fist towards the innermost rock layer of the cavern, twisting his body, gathering all his strength, and delivering a powerful punch. Boom, 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 boom. The solid rock layer indented 8 times. The 8 extremes collapse reached great perfection. A profound tier advanced fighting technique had been mastered to completion. This was utterly astonishing. Although Xiao Yan had attained the rank of a 4-star fighter, he was still merely a fighter. His father, Xiao Yan, had only barely perfected the profound tier low-level technique, Lion Mountain Split, after 11 arduous years. Sigh, have I truly fallen short? If outsiders were to hear this, they would likely be mortified. The fact that a profound tier advanced technique was not typically meant for fighters to cultivate, and that Xiao Yan had wholly transcended the ranks, was remarkable. Had it not been for the unique nature of the 8 extremes collapse, which prioritized physical strength over fighting spirit, he would have struggled to even grasp the basics. Wiping away the shadows of doubt, Xiao Yan retrieved from his spatial ring a massive black ruler, the Xuanzhong ruler, along with a volume on fighting techniques. The surface of the obsidian ruler was adorned with peculiar, albeit blurred, patterns that spread to the hilt, nearly enveloping the entire blade, exuding an air of mystique with its ancient, deep black hue. At last, he could commence his training in the flame-splitting wave-cutting ruler, a low-level earth-tier fighting technique that Xiao Yan had long coveted. Upon mastering this technique, he would wield the power to cleave mountains and sever waves, sweeping through armies with ease. At the outset, Xiao Yan was more inclined to cultivate the Flame Division Devouring Wave Staff, a low-tier earth-grade technique, rather than the 8 extremities collapse. This was because, much like the 8 extremities collapse, the prerequisite for mastering the Flame Division Devouring Wave Staff was not one's cultivation level, but rather physical prowess. The Flame Division Devouring Wave Staff is a martial art that harmonizes the interplay of fighting spirit and the physical form. Additionally, practicing the Flame Division Devouring Wave Staff requires the accompaniment of the heavy staff for optimal results. However, the challenge lay in the fact that, with Xiao Yan's mere 4-year-old strength and physical constitution, he was unable to even lift the heavy staff, let alone practice with it. Thus, he chose to first hone the 8 extremities collapse. The moment Xiao Yan gripped the heavy staff, a formidable pressure surged throughout his body. This staff was not only incredibly heavy, but also capable of suppressing one's fighting spirit. Typically, fighters would fill their cells with fighting spirit to enhance their strength when lifting heavy objects. Yet, the heavy staff exerted a restraining force on the fighting spirit, rendering it almost unbearable. Despite being a 4-star fighter, Xiao Yan was forcibly reduced to the level of a 1-star fighter under its immense weight. With a mighty effort, the heavy staff resembled a colossal black iron sword as Xiao Yan unleashed his full power, channeling his fighting spirit in a sudden heave that sent a gust of wind swirling and scattering nearby debris. It was indeed heavy. True to its classification as an earth-grade technique, simply lifting it proved to be an arduous task. He had not anticipated that this seemingly unremarkable implement could be so formidable. capable of stifling the rapid flow of his internal fighting spirit to a mere crawl. Its almost monstrous weight nearly thwarted his attempts to lift it, even while fully channeling his fighting spirit. Fortunately, having mastered the advanced 8 extremities collapse to a significant degree, he was able to manage this burden. The rank of a martial art not only signifies its power, but also reflects the difficulty in mastering it. Advanced Earth-grade techniques could still be procured at the middle auction house in Wutan City for around 4 to 500,000 gold coins. Conversely, Earth-grade techniques had never been available. They could only potentially surface during the annual auctions held by the king of the Jiama Empire, with prices soaring into the tens of millions of gold coins, often requiring barter instead of currency. With a deep breath, Xiao Yan swung the heavy staff. For the entry requirement for the Flame Division Devouring Wave Staff was the ability to wield the heavy staff with ease. If he could not even manage that, there would be no hope for further cultivation. At that moment, Xiao Yan felt as though he were running with tires bound to him. It was not merely about movement, but also about speed. His body had to be sufficiently robust, while simultaneously expending fighting spirit to counteract the staff's oppressive weight, resulting in a consumption rate that was several times higher than usual. With a resounding crash, on the 50th swing, Xiao Yan's hands trembled, and he lost his grip, letting the staff fall to the ground. Observing his quaking hands, he realized that his limit for wielding the staff had been reached at 50 swings. Each swing had drained a considerable amount of his fighting spirit, and by the end of the 50th attempt, he found himself utterly depleted. With a wry smile, he shook his head and remarked, "It seems I cannot continue cultivating this technique today. I should first restore my fighting spirit and then refine some pills." Setting aside the heavy staff, Xiao Yan released the bone spirit cold fire, settling beside it to slowly circulate his burning decision. His daily regimen involved utilizing the burning decision to absorb the heat waves emanating from the bone spirit cold fire. Now, he was able to draw near to the bone spirit cold fire from within a meter to absorb its energy. Wait, why has the flow of fighting spirit accelerated so remarkably? Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon the Xian Zhong Qi embedded in the ground. As a flicker of realization dawned upon him, in his state of utter exhaustion, he acutely sensed that the muscles and spirals within him, nearly numb, were voraciously absorbing the thermal energy emitted by the bone spirit cold fire. It seemed to him that the latent explosive power contained within his muscles and cells had subtly intensified, and he felt that he could draw even closer to the bone spirit cold fire. He experienced a paradox of pain and pleasure. Licking his lips, Xiao Yan gazed fervently at the bone spirit cold fire. No elixir could rival this extraordinary flame. If he could harness it using the burning decision, his strength would undoubtedly ascend rapidly. Chapter 12. Yafay's doubts. The Maitel Auction House, the largest auction venue in Wutan City, belonged to the wealthiest family within the Jiama Empire, the Taimi family. Among the affluent families of the Jiama Empire, the Taimi family stood unrivaled. Alongside the Nalan and the Entei families, they were collectively known as the Three Giants of Jiama, their influence permeating the realms of commerce and military within the empire. "Yinner, what brings you to the auction house with your father today?" Xiao Zhan, accompanied by several elders, arrived at the Taimi auction house with Xiao Yan. Today, a coveted treasure, the advanced Xian-level technique, Wind World Decision, was up for bid. Xiao Zhan was resolute in ensuring that this advanced technique did not fall into the hands of the Golai or Aoba families. Currently, the highest level techniques among the three families were merely mid-level Xian techniques. Whoever obtained the advanced Xian-level technique might elevate their family's prowess significantly. "I discovered a cave left by predecessors in the wilderness and unearthed some items I intend to sell," Xiao Yan replied, surveying the resplendent hall before making his way to a nearby room, where the words Treasures Appraisal Room gleamed in gold on the door. Upon entering, he found the space somewhat vacant, save for a middle-aged man who sat somewhat listlessly at a table. When he heard the door creak open and saw Xiao Yan enter, his expression shifted dramatically, a glimmer of joy illuminating his face. "Young Master Xiao Yan, are you here for an appraisal?" Xiao Yan retrieved 3 bottles of Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid from his spatial ring and placed them upon the appraisal table. A month prior, he had successfully refined a second-tier pill. However, producing a singular second-tier pill did not qualify one as a second-tier alchemist. The success rate was paramount for that distinction. "What is this?" The appraiser blinked in confusion, cautiously lifting a white jade bottle to his nose and inhaling deeply. After a moment, his expression altered subtly, and a hint of reverence crept into his gaze as he looked back at Xiao Yan. "Young Master Xiao Yan, you are an alchemist?" In 3 or 4 months, the Xiao clan would hold a collective coming-of-age ceremony. A 15-year-old youth with such high cultivation and also an alchemist? How could this be possible? Xiao Yan shook his head, explaining, "I found this in a cave. It's called Foundation Establishment Spirit Liquid, capable of accelerating the cultivation speed of, but effective only for fighters below that rank. Moreover, It possesses no side effects, and its potency is gentle. The appraiser gasped in astonishment. A second-tier pill. Its value is not insignificant. Young Master Xiao Yan, please wait a moment. I need to summon Master Gunny from our auction house to authenticate the spirit liquid. The base price for a second-grade elixir is no less than 10,000 gold coins, and if what Xiao Yan claims is true, the price will be even higher. For 3 bottles, that amounts to 100,000 gold coins. After a brief interval in the room, the middle-aged man returned. This time accompanied by an elderly gentleman in a green robe, Master Gunny, whose hair had begun to gray. Upon his chest, rather than a golden star, was an emblem resembling an alchemical furnace, adorned with 2 shimmering silver ripples that exuded an air of nobility. This was the mark of a second-grade alchemist. Upon seeing Xiao Yan, even the typically haughty Master Gunny set aside his airs as a second-grade alchemist and greeted him with a warm smile. Young Master Xiao Yan, it has been quite some time. Allow me to conduct the appraisal. Given Xiao Yan's extraordinary talent, it was evident that he would inevitably ascend to the status of a Dou Ling in the future. Master Gunny's position as a second-grade alchemist in Wutan City was maintained solely due to the absence of Dou Ling practitioners. After employing some specialized instruments for inspection, Master Gunny nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, as young Master Xiao Yan stated, it has reached the level of a second-grade elixir. Lady Yafay is currently presiding over the auction. I shall arrange for it to be included. Xiao Yan entered the auction house and took a seat beside Xiao Zhan. At this moment, under the spotlight in the center of the auction hall, a stunning woman clad in a red gown was enchanting the audience with her alluring voice, elucidating the features of the item in her possession. Lady Yafay, the chief auctioneer of the Mitre auction house, was a beauty renowned throughout Wutan City. Her mature and seductive charm had caused many a man to succumb to her allure. Xiao Yan had visited the auction house several times and could not help but admire Yafay, who possessed an innate charm akin to that of a siren. Upon seeing her, he understood the allure of a king who would wish to keep such a captivating fox by his side. Ah, everyone, we have just received a new item for auction. Interestingly consigned by young Master Xiao Yan of the Xiao clan, Yafay announced with a radiant smile directed towards Xiao Yan's section, casting him a flirtatious glance as if to express her gratitude for the business he provided. Xiao Yan, maintaining a composed demeanor, focused on his thoughts of Xuner to resist the temptation presented by the enchanting woman. Hearing Yafay's commentary, Xiao Zhan displayed little interest. His son had long reached the rank of a Dou Qi, rendering the foundational spirit liquid nearly useless for him. He sought to conserve his gold to secure the Feng Juju. Ultimately, the foundational spirit liquid that Xiao Yan had personally refined fetched a total of 100,500 gold coins, allowing him to experience the immense profitability of alchemy firsthand. A mere fraction of gold spent on materials yielded a tenfold profit. In the end, there was no doubt that the Feng Juju fell into Xiao Zhan's possession, much to the chagrin of the Yao Lao and Uba families, who were left visibly pale in the face of Xiao Zhan's financial prowess. Upon noticing Xiao Yan's arrival, the enchanting Yafay in her red gown smiled playfully. Little brother Xiao Yan, how delightful it is to see you supporting your sister's auction. With her captivating eyes fixed on him, she approached with a graceful sway, embodying elegance and charm. The first time Xiao Yan encountered Yafay, he mistakenly believed she belonged to the serpent clan, for her waist could twist even more than that of a snake. In his heart, he silently cursed her as a seductress. However, Yafay was exceptionally skilled. Entrusting her with the auction was undoubtedly the wisest choice. She presented a golden card to Xiao Yan, bending slightly to whisper, Xiao Yan, dear brother, would you kindly introduce me to the alchemist who helped you refine your elixirs? Master Gu and I had already discerned during the examination that the foundational spiritual liquid was not acquired from the cave, as Xiao Yan claimed, for it was remarkably fresh. A shiver coursed through Xiao Yan's body. Had it not been for his strong will, her sultry whispers alone would have been enough to make any man submit. Maintaining his composure, he accepted the golden card with a serene expression and smiled. Yafay, to speak frankly, I refined this myself. Yafay covered her mouth, giggling. Oh, do not jest with me, dear brother. You are merely 15 years old. Even the Pill King Gu, he was only an apprentice at that age, not yet a first-tier alchemist. How could you possibly refine a second-tier elixir? Xiao Yan shrugged, feigning innocence. If you do not believe me, then I am at a loss. Yafay lifted his chin with her finger, gazing deeply into his eyes. If you truly are a second-tier alchemist, I would gift you the entire auction house. Chapter 13, Xiao Yu. With her fingers still under his chin, Yafay's expressive gaze lingered on Xiao Yan. Wearing red high-heeled shoes, she towered over him, who was still in his developmental stage. Master Gu and I observed this scene with a hint of nostalgia, apart from Xiao Yan. Yafay's delicate hands had never touched another man. Once, a wealthy outsider attempted to grasp her hand, only to have his own severed. It was hardly surprising. As Yafay possessed an innate allure, her every glance and smile captivating the hearts of men. Not only in this remote Wutan city, but even in the royal capital, she was a paragon of beauty, with suitors flocking from all directions. She despised such attention, which is why she had come to Wutan City to hone her skills. Yet, within this seemingly inconspicuous town, hidden talents flourished. Xiao Yan was not merely a gifted cultivator, but he also proved impervious to her charms. The more unattainable someone is, the stronger the desire to conquer them becomes. Gradually, a notion to subjugate Xiao Yan began to take root in Yafay's heart. Xiao Yan flashed a confident smile, gently kissing the back of her hand. Yafay, without you, this Grand Mitre auction house holds no value. As she watched him depart, the smile on Yafay's face slowly faded, her brows knitting together as she languidly reclined on the soft sofa, her perfect silhouette hard to resist. Master Guanai sighed. He has declined. The exchange had deeper implications. Yafay had proposed to trade the entire auction house for the contact information of the alchemist who assisted Xiao Yan in refining elixirs. Believing it to be a valuable recipe, the effects of the foundational spiritual liquid had astonished Guanai, and if a steady supply could be established, it would yield immense profits in the royal capital. However, Xiao Yan was no fool, although his words were laden with ambiguity, resembling a romantic overture. He had discerned the trap and rejected the offer. Without the presence of Princess Mitre and the support of the Mitre family, the Mitre auction house would merely be an insignificant property. Uncle Gunny, could it be true that he concocted that second-tier elixir? After a brief moment of contemplation, Yafay softly inquired. However, as soon as she uttered those words, she dismissed the notion internally, recognizing its utter implausibility. Gunny shook his head, asserting, that is impossible. Even those few prodigies in the royal capital, guided by a mentor, have not been able to produce a second-tier elixir by the age of 15. Alchemy requires not only innate talent, but also extensive knowledge imparted by a teacher. As a mere fighter, his flame's temperature is insufficient to refine a second-tier magic core unless he possesses a unique fire to assist him. The quality of the foundation liquid is rather high. I fear it would be exceedingly difficult for me to produce such a high-quality elixir. Yafay's rosy lips curled slightly, as if casually remarking, is it not possible even with a formula? Upon hearing her words, Gunny's face turned pale, and he hurriedly exclaimed, the formula is the lifeblood of every alchemist. Miss, please do not entertain thoughts of coveting an alchemist's formula. The renowned Qi family of the Jiamar Empire met their demise because they sought to obtain the formula of the Pill King Dua. In the end, they were compelled by 4 Dou Wang strongmen, leading to the complete destruction of their family. This incident escalated to the point where even the royal family of the Jiamar Empire dared not intervene. Observing Gunny's alarm, Yafay, resembling a fox cradling a pillow, murmured to herself, if only that young man had truly concocted it himself. Gunny, seemingly mentioning it casually, remarked, there are rumors that Nalan Yinran of the Nalan family wishes to annul her engagement and has even received the consent of the Yunlan Sect's leader. That young man Xiao Yan possesses extraordinary talent. With the backing of our Mitre family, he is destined to become a Dou Wang strongman in the future. Perhaps you should. Before Gunny could finish, a blushing Yafay hurled the pillow at him, her breath quickening as she retorted. A mere Dou Wang is nothing our family cannot contend with. What if he were to become a Dou Wang? Well, there have been Dou Huangs as well. And a Dou Zong? Yafay shot him a dismissive glance, saying, not to mention the Jiamar Empire, the other 2 major empires lack a Dou Zong. If he were to become a Dou Zong, I would gladly offer him both the Mitre family and myself. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and nearly a year had passed since Nalan Yinran's engagement withdrawal, leading to Xiao Yan's annual coming-of-age ceremony. All members of the Xiao clan who reached the age of 15 would partake in this rite. The coming-of-age ceremony signifies that those whose cultivation does not meet the standard will be dispatched by the family to other cities for labor, essentially to clear land and allocate the freed resources to others. Other families with gifted disciples can seek opportunities elsewhere. Meanwhile, the Xiao clan remains the overlord of Wutan City, and despite the combined efforts of the Galio and Oba families, they have failed to stifle the Xiao clan's expansion, solidifying their position as the foremost family. Even the Mitre auction house has drawn Yafay's personal attention. In truth, most attendees were there to witness Xiao Yan, for the strength of the Xiao clan hinged entirely upon his growth. Last year, during the assessment, Xiao Yan was a 3-star fighter, and everyone eagerly anticipated what remarkable results he would present 1 year later. Xiao Yan sat beside Xuner in the cool shade of a great tree, his half-closed eyes gazing at the enormous platform in the distance, constructed from colossal timber specifically for the upcoming coming-of-age ceremony. The crowd was substantial. Xiao Yan stole a glance in the direction of Yafay, who was adorned in a flowing pale white gown that accentuated her curvaceous figure in a tantalizing, yet subtle manner. Does Brother Xiao Yan enjoy the view? Suddenly sensing a chill beside him, he feigned nonchalance, saying, what view? I am merely concerned about any potential issues in my father's collaboration with the Meitel family. At that moment, Xiao Yan was struck by a piercing intent to kill. Turning, he saw a striking young woman in academy attire leaning against a tree, her teeth clenched as she glared at him. The woman was tall, her long, shapely legs glistening in the sunlight, as white and straight as ivory. Xiao Yu. As Xiao Yu approached, the typically composed Xiao Yan found himself uncharacteristically flustered. Xuner stifled a laugh beside him, remarking, "Brother Xiao Yan, while heaven's mischief may be forgiven, one's own folly is inexcusable." Rubbing his forehead, Xiao Yan explained, "I was truly practicing and didn't expect the cliff to give way, leading me to fall into the hot spring. I never intended to see her like that. I heard Brother Xiao Yan even touched her thigh. That was a misunderstanding. She kicked me. I was merely acting in self-defense." Xuner's cheeks flushed a charming shade of pink as memories of that fateful night 4 years ago surfaced. Xiao Yan gulped nervously. He was in trouble now, and it seemed Xuner was not inclined to assist him this time. "Xiao Yan, you will pay for this." With a swift motion, Xiao Yu unsheathed her sword, lunging at him. Chapter 14, The Coming of Age Ceremony. "You little rascal, today I shall enact justice." Xiao Yu thrust her sword repeatedly at Xiao Yan. However, with only the strength of a third-star fighter, her prowess paled in comparison to his, especially since she was even weaker than Nalan Yanran from a year prior. As Xiao Yu glared at him, Xiao Yan found himself dodging frantically, his movements agile and unpredictable, although he employed only a low-level martial technique. It sufficed to evade her attacks. "I truly did not mean any harm. It was not my intention to gaze upon you so," he explained while evading. Hearing him allude to past events in public, Xiao Yu bit her lip, her beautiful eyes fixed on him with increasingly potent resentment. "Xiao Yan, you little brat, silence yourself." Not far away, Yafay and a few others had also noticed the commotion. Yafay chuckled. "I never imagined the talented young master of the Xiao family would find himself on the receiving end of a chase." Xiao Zhan and several elders exchanged wry smiles. Before Xiao Yan, Xiao Yu was the family's most gifted prodigy and had successfully entered the Jianan Academy. "Enough games," Xiao Yan declared, pinching the blade of Xiao Yu's sword between his fingers and effortlessly sending it flying. The ease with which he disarmed her left Xiao Yu's face pale and her eyes ablaze with fury. "Regardless of the circumstances, today I shall not let this little lecher escape easily." As soon as the words left her lips, Xiao Yu stepped forward with her left foot, her alluring figure carving a captivating curve, her seductive right leg slicing through the air with a swift whoosh as it aimed a fierce kick at Xiao Yan's groin. Witnessing Xiao Yu's relentless pursuit, Xiao Yan felt a surge of displeasure. After all, his initial appearance had been an accident, and he was, at the very least, the young clan leader. Today's coming-of-age ceremony would formally declare Xiao Yan as the clan leader, and Xiao Yu's actions were rather disrespectful. Naturally, Xiao Yan felt a twinge of indignation at Xiao Yu's blatant disregard for his dignity. Confronted by her kick, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he swiftly seized Xiao Yu's right ankle. Caught off guard, Xiao Yu quickly covered her skirt with her hands to prevent any accidental exposure. After futilely struggling against his grip, she shot him an angry glare, her ample bosom rising and falling as she indignantly exclaimed, "Little lecher, let go of me." Xiao Yan paid her no heed, akin to leading a calf, as he pulled Xiao Yu's elongated leg along the path. Xiao Yu, balancing on her left foot, hopped and bounced in protest, shouting, "Let go. Let go, I say. I will never acknowledge a lecher like you as the clan leader." Xiao Yan raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in his eye, and replied, "Oh, are you trying to provoke me?" He then removed Xiao Yu's shoe and retrieved a piece of herb resembling a dogtail grass from his spatial ring. Realizing his intentions, Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and she cried out in alarm, "Xiao Yan, you wouldn't dare?" With a cold chuckle, Xiao Yan retorted, "What is there that I, Xiao Yan, would not dare to do?" As he gazed at Xiao Yu's exposed leg, several onlookers, particularly the males, could not help but swallow hard, experiencing involuntary reactions. And they silently applauded Xiao Yan for the captivating sight. Just as Xiao Yan was beginning to enjoy the playful banter, a serene voice floated in from behind him. "It seems Brother Xiao Yan enjoys such games." Startled by Xuner's voice, Xiao Yan released Xiao Yu's leg, causing her to plop down onto the ground. Carelessly discarding the herb, he laughed. "Ah, it's merely a light reprimand, nothing more." Sisters Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei approached to help Xiao Yu back to her feet. "Xiao Ning, you arrived just in time. Let us join forces to capture him." Xiao Ning frowned in disapproval. "Sister, you are being unreasonable. How could the clan leader have possibly engaged in such sordid behavior?" Inside, Xiao Yu thought, "Is he truly my brother?" Xiao Mei chimed in. "Indeed, cousin Xiao Yu, Brother Xiao Yan could never be that kind of person. He is a man of integrity." "Integrity? Have you both been drugged?" Xiao Yu's voice trembled with frustration, tears welling in her eyes from the unfairness of it all. She felt utterly helpless, unable to fight back. Even her brother had been swayed by Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan awkwardly rubbed his nose. While he was not a villain, he certainly was not as virtuous as they claimed. After this farcical encounter, Xiao Yan looked up at the sky and clapped his hands, saying, "Enough of this commotion. The coming-of-age ceremony is about to commence." The intricate procedures of the ceremony were enough to make one's head spin, especially for Xiao Yan, as the ceremony for the young clan leader was far more intricate than for anyone else. By the end, Xiao Yan felt utterly numb, allowing several elders to manipulate him. Observing Xiao Yan's helpless expression, Xuner, with her sparkling eyes slightly curved, cheerfully remarked, "Brother Xiao Yan, this is a long-standing tradition that even Uncle Xiao and the others cannot alter." Xiao Yan could only shake his head in resignation, silently vowing that when he became the clan leader, these outdated practices must be abolished. The ceremony was presided over by the second elder, Xiao Ying, as each member of the Xiao clan stepped forward for their assessment. Approximately 30 members aged 15 were tested, with half failing to meet the standards and being sent off to develop lands elsewhere. "Xiao Yan, it's your turn," the second elder gently beckoned to Xiao Yan, who sat in the guest seat. The entire venue fell silent. Even the previously listless Yafay showed interest at this moment. Everyone was eager to witness how much Xiao Yan's strength had improved. What do you think his cultivation level will be this time? A year ago, Xiao Yan was a 3-star fighter. Without any fortuitous encounters or medicinal aids, an increase of 1 star in a year would be remarkable. Xiao Yan began cultivating at 4 years old and became a fighter by 11, reaching level 10 in 7 years. Although the path of a fighter was more challenging, with the aid of some medicinal pills, it was possible he could increase by 2 stars. Upon the elevated wooden platform, a massive black stone tablet suddenly illuminated, with golden characters elegantly inscribed across its surface. The second elder, upon seeing the 4 characters on the tablet, was momentarily stunned. 6-star fighter. The sound of teacups shattering echoed through the guest area, as representatives from various factions in Wu-Tan City struggled to comprehend the revelation. Watching the confident young prodigy in the arena, the older generation could not help but rub their eyes, convinced their vision was failing them. Yafay gazed at the youth, suddenly regretting her earlier jest about offering herself to him if he reached the Dou Zone level. For she now sensed that Xiao Yan might truly have the potential to achieve that. A year, 3 stars. Chapter 15, Talent Blossoms. With a loud crash, Xiao Yan was so astonished that he fumbled the teacup in his hand, causing it to drop to the ground. He was flustered. 3 stars in a year. 6-star fighter. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in shock. Her previous animosity was now replaced by a stunned silence as she processed Xiao Yan's terrifying prowess. As a student of the Jianan Academy, she understood the enrollment criteria, which categorized those under 20 years old based on their cultivation level, with 6-star fighters being the benchmark. This record had only been surpassed once in over a decade by a genius from Jianan Academy. It was astonishing to note that Xiao Yan had only just completed his coming-of-age ceremony at the tender age of 15. This achievement was not merely a record-breaking feat. It was an unfathomable display of exceptional talent in cultivation. Brother Xiao Yan's talent has finally blossomed, Xuner said, her eyes glistening with tears of emotion. With her unique status, she was aware that on this vast continent of Dou Qi, Xiao Yan's cultivation speed was not particularly swift. Yet, she had always believed that his true potential far exceeded what had been revealed thus far. The members of the Xiao clan were equally astonished. Such a pace of cultivation could only be described with 4 words, terrifying indeed. At this rate of progress, it was conceivable that in a few decades, the Xiao clan might truly give rise to a superpower at the Dou Huang level. The individuals in the VIP section exchanged glances, each harboring a shared, albeit disconcerting, thought. A Dou Huang. Should any minor clan within the Gamma Empire produce a powerhouse of such caliber, that clan's status would instantaneously ascend, irrespective of its inherent limitations. At that juncture, even the 3 prominent families of the Gamma Empire would refrain from adopting a posture of suppression. After all, Dou Huang level experts are exceedingly rare within this vast empire, with only a handful of individuals possessing the capability to turn the tide of battle, single-handedly confronting multitudes. No rational empire would dare to provoke a Dou Huang lightly. Although the future remains uncertain and talent does not guarantee strength, one might perish during an outdoor expedition or succumb to illness. Becoming indistinguishable from the masses, there is no denying that Xiao Yan has secured a ticket to the pinnacle of power. He felt a bit awkward, scratching his nose, as he mused that he himself was unaware of his sudden elevation by 3 stars. The power of the is indeed formidable, he reflected. Had he followed the conventional path of cultivation, utilizing techniques to absorb the energies of heaven and earth to transform into Dou Qi, Xiao Yan would have only attained a single-star increase at most. However, this year he encountered 2 fortuitous opportunities. One was the elixir refined by the Soul Void Master, acquired at the cost of his life, and the other was the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Traditionally, there are two methods to enhance one's cultivation, through the transformation of Dou Qi via techniques and through medicinal pills. Yet, Xiao Yan possesses a third approach, utilizing the unique properties of the burning decision to absorb, integrating its power into his Dou Qi. In his own words, the absorbed through the burning decision resembles a nuclear reactor, containing the within him and harnessing the energy it releases. Unexpectedly, practicing the flame separation and wave devouring technique with the Xian heavy ruler has improved the efficiency of absorption. Perhaps I can push a little further and absorb more strands of bone spirit cold fire. Presently, 3 strands of icy white fire swirl within Xiao Yan's being. In a sense, this aligns with what Xuner recently said. Xiao Yan's talent has finally begun to bloom. The initial steps are always the most challenging. Obtaining a single strand of fire signifies the commencement of his journey. The speed at which Xiao Yan absorbs the bone spirit cold fire will continue to accelerate, until the opportune moment arrives for him to completely consume it. Clan leader Xiao, your brother's talent for cultivation truly astonishes. We may indeed witness the emergence of an extraordinary powerhouse, Yafay remarked, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on the young man in black, imbued with a hint of cryptic significance. The reason the Mitre family stands as the largest commercial entity in the Gamma Empire is due to their historical possession of a Dou Huang. Presently, the Mitre family is in dire need of a Dou Huang to solidify their standing. Xiao Yan slowly descended from the high platform, making his way towards Xuner. Typically, each qualified clan member is required to engage in a battle to assess their strength. However, with Xiao Yan's current prowess, sparring with him would be an exercise in futility. A grim reminder of Xiao Yu's tragic ordeal. Xiao Ning observed her elder sister Xiao Yu, who was tightly gripping her hands, and softly remarked, "Sister, the young clan leader possesses not only formidable cultivation, but also exceptional combat skills. It would be prudent for you to refrain from provoking him, as you did earlier. Should you truly anger him, it would be difficult for grandfather to intercede on your behalf." Xiao Yan gazed at the enchanting figure before him, raising an eyebrow as he commented, "Xuner, your cultivation seems to have advanced significantly." Xuner playfully stuck out her tongue, her laughter ringing like silver bells. "I initially thought I could surpass you this year, but you have surprised us all, brother Xiao Yan." Xuner had deliberately restrained her cultivation pace, allowing herself to lag slightly behind Xiao Yan. This year, having reached adulthood, the power within her had bolstered her cultivation, propelling her to the rank of a 5-star fighter. She was contemplating how to explain this to Xiao Yan without offending him. To her astonishment, Xiao Yan had also made a leap of 3 stars in a single year, leaving her utterly astonished. She speculated that Xiao Yan must have encountered some fortuitous opportunity in the wilderness. "Brother Xiao Yan, the importance of martial arts techniques will only grow as we progress. I observe that your combat aura barely reaches the advanced yellow tier. I possess a high-level fire attribute technique that would be well suited for you." Xuner discreetly produced a manual and offered it to Xiao Yan. Although the Xiao clan had auctioned a high-level wind attribute technique, it was unsuitable for Xiao Yan, who was naturally attuned to fire. The highest level fire technique within the clan was merely advanced yellow tier, leading Xuner to mistakenly believe that Xiao Yan had been practicing the clan's techniques. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Xiao Yan playfully pinched Xuner's cheek, grinning, "Oh dear, it seems I am destined to be pampered by the wealthy Xuner as a son-in-law." "Not at all. Even the landlord's family has no surplus to spare. They cannot afford a genius like you, brother Xiao Yan," she replied with laughter. "Rest assured, Xuner, I have gained some benefits and have simply yet to transition my cultivation methods." The adult ceremony concluded amidst laughter and joy within the Xiao clan, and Xiao Yan's reputation as a genius once again resonated throughout Wu-Tan City, even reaching the esteemed Nalan residence in the royal capital. At this moment, the Xiao clan remained blissfully unaware that a conspiracy against them was quietly unfolding. "Father, this is Master Dou Qi, a first-grade alchemist." In a brightly lit hall, Galileo was introducing a young alchemist beside him. The hall was filled with numerous individuals, and from their attire, it was evident that not only were there high-ranking members of the Gali family, but also those from the Aoba family. Due to Xiao Yan's influence, the Gali family and the Aoba family had formed a solid alliance to protect themselves from being consumed by the formidable Xiao clan. Upon the arrival of Master Dou Qi, both Gali and Aoba's family heads promptly stood to welcome him. Indeed, Master Dou Qi was a paragon of talent. In comparison to Master Dou Qi, Xiao Yan is but a triviality, they mused. Dou Qi leisurely unfurled his fan and declared, "Merely cultivating combat aura is the hallmark of a brute. Only those who master the art of alchemy can truly wield power." Chapter 16. The Diligent Nalan Yanran. The Yunlan Sect, as the most powerful sect in the Jaimar Empire, was established on a majestic mountain located merely a dozen miles from the imperial capital, aptly named Yunlan Mountain in honor of the sect. 2 miles from the foot of Yunlan Mountain lies an encampment of 50,000 iron cavalry stationed by the empire. Though ostensibly tasked with safeguarding the capital, it is evident to all that these are the rulers of the empire, poised to guard against the fierce tiger encroaching upon their realm. The Yunlan Sect is adorned with lush and thriving flora, a veritable tapestry of greenery, where the undulating peaks stretch far and wide, and the distant sound of cascading waterfalls can be heard, enveloping the area in a vibrant and resplendent vitality. A woman clad in a moon-white robe sits in serene meditation, her hands forming intricate seals, eyes closed in deep concentration, as she breathes in perfect harmony. This woman is Nalan Yanran, who had previously sought to annul her engagement, only to be bested by Xiao Yan. As the last wisp of azure energy is drawn into her being, she slowly opens her eyes, a faint azure luminescence flickering within. Her flowing hair, like strands of silk, dances gently in the breeze that sweeps over the cliff's edge, clinging to her delicate figure. What a potent elixir, she muses, reflecting on the month it took to fully absorb its power. Just then, a maidservant, dedicated to attending Nalan Yanran, approaches and whispers, "Nalan Yanran. Elder Nalan has arrived at Yunlan Sect. He wishes to see you." In response, Nalan Yanran unsheaths her sword, and a torrent of fighting spirit envelopes her as she immerses herself in rigorous training. Not seeing anyone, she declares, a year has passed since her defeat in combat, and Nalan Yanran has devoted herself tirelessly to honing her skills, even venturing alone into the treacherous Beast Mountain range to sharpen her combat prowess through blood-soaked trials. The maidservant, her face etched with disappointment, relays the message of refusal, knowing better than to challenge Nalan Yanran's decision. In one of the grand halls of Yunlan Sect, upon hearing of his daughter's refusal, Nalan Su's countenance darkens, and he slams his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "This girl is becoming increasingly rebellious." He had not anticipated that. After merely 1 year of commanding troops in the Western Territories, his pampered daughter would dare to dismiss the engagement that had been arranged by her grandfather. It is Nalan Su who holds the greatest stake in this union, as he sees immense potential in Xiao Yan's talents. He envisions that once they are wed, the resources of the Nalan family could be devoted to nurturing Xiao Yan's abilities. With Nalan Yanran training under Yun Yun in the Yunlan Sect, she is almost certain to become a Dou Huang. If Xiao Yan also ascends to that rank, the Nalan family would boast 2 Dou Huangs, backed by the formidable Yunlan Sect. Should that come to pass, Nalan Su would dare to reshape the very fabric of the Gamma Empire, transforming it into the Nalan Empire. Xiao Yan's potential exceeds even that of his daughter, possibly reaching levels far beyond the basic Dou Huang, with the prospect of attaining intermediate or even advanced ranks. Should he achieve the latter, Nalan Su believes he could unite the 3 great empires and bring harmony to the entire northwestern region. This daughter of mine is growing bolder by the day, even refusing to see her own father. Nalan Su fumes, his beard bristling with indignation as he strides purposefully toward the training grounds. "Elder Nalan, that is the sacred training ground of the sect. You must not enter." However, how could a mere maid possibly impede the formidable General Nalan Su of the Gamma Empire? Although Nalan Yanran's soul power may not rival that of Xiao Yan, she has cultivated a wind-based technique, making her acutely sensitive to the air around her, with a heightened sense of perception. Nalan Yanran sensed her father's furious ascent to the mountaintop of cultivation, yet she remained undeterred, wholly engrossed in practicing the new fighting techniques imparted to her by Yun Yun. "Nalan Yanran, do you not acknowledge your father?" As Nalan Su beheld his daughter immersed in her training, seemingly disregarding him entirely, his ire surged. Just as he was about to confront her, a middle-aged man appeared, positioning himself in front of Nalan Su. Even in his fury, Nalan Su quelled his temper upon recognizing the newcomer, greeting him with deference. "Master Dou Qi, it has been a long time." The man was none other than Dou Qi, the foremost alchemist of the Gamma Empire, renowned as the Pill King, a 6th-grade alchemist. Not only Nalan Su, but even the Emperor of the Gamma Empire would treat Dou Qi with utmost respect, for a 6th-grade alchemist possesses the capability to concoct pills for Dou Huang experts, indicating that Dou Qi could command such formidable power. Dou Qi gestured invitingly, stating, "General Nalan, please, over here. Yanran is currently in training and is not to be disturbed." Nalan Su nodded. With Dou Qi present, he found himself at a loss for action. At a stone table, Dou Qi brewed a pot of tea and offered it to Nalan Su, addressing the matter directly. "General Nalan, your visit here must pertain to Yanran's unilateral withdrawal from her engagement last year." Regarding the engagement, Nalan Su took a hearty sip of tea, exclaiming, "That girl is still young and has no understanding of the damage her actions could inflict on the Nalan family's reputation. Fortunately, this news has not yet spread, otherwise our family would lose face in the royal capital." The initial purpose of the engagement was to repay Xiao Yan's grandfather for saving their lives. Marriage serves as the most effective means of alliance. Yunlan Jie arranged the betrothal to express gratitude and to safeguard the Xiao clan, which had suffered a significant decline in power after losing its patriarch. To annul the engagement would entail grave repercussions. Moreover, Yunlan Su yearned for this prodigious son-in-law. Dou Qi, perceptive as he was, immediately discerned the source of Yunlan Su's fury. Savoring his tea, he remarked, "I have heard of the young man named Xiao Yan. It seems he recently attained a 6-star fighter status in his coming-of-age ceremony, achieving 3 stars in merely a year. His talent is indeed comparable to that of Yanran." Upon hearing Dou Qi's words, Yunlan Su's expression turned as sour as a bitter melon. However, Dou Qi shifted his tone, turning toward the diligently training Yunlan Yanran, and stated, "Cultivation is not solely reliant on innate talent. No matter how high one's talent, without powerful techniques, guidance from a master, or the aid of medicinal pills, one is but a skilled artisan without materials. Although a 6-star improvement in a year is rapid, it still pales in comparison to Yanran's progress." Upon hearing Dou Qi's statement, Yunlan Su immediately assessed the situation. 9-star fighter. Dou Qi nodded approvingly. Yanran has worked diligently this past year. The 4th-grade pill, wind residual pill, which I provided, can indeed expedite the enhancement of wind attribute Dou Qi, yet it comes with the constant pain of fierce winds. Yanran, however, has uttered not a single complaint. Moreover, 6 months prior, the esteemed Master Yun had already accepted Yanran as her personal disciple, imparting to her the sect's earth-tier technique, the Yunlan Wantian decision. The devastating defeat endured a year ago proved not to be a misfortune for Yanran. Having shed her former arrogance, she now devoted herself wholeheartedly to her cultivation, provided that Yun gathers the necessary herbs. I shall assist Yanran in concocting several 5th-grade elixirs, and in 2 years, her prowess will undoubtedly surpass everyone's expectations. Without a mentor's guidance, and without the aid of elixirs, how could Xiao Yan possibly surpass Yanran? Chapter 17. Relying on oneself. Without a mentor's guidance or elixir support, what means does Xiao Yan have to exceed Yanran? Upon hearing Dou Qi's words, Yunlan Su's heart began to waver. He suddenly realized that talent is merely talent. Throughout history, many have possessed it. Yet only a scant few from the Jiama Empire have ascended to the rank of Dou Huang. As Dou Qi aptly stated, the further one advances on the path of cultivation, the greater the resources required, while the significance of talent diminishes. How could Xiao Yan surpass his own daughter without any resources? If his daughter truly could defeat Xiao Yan, then she could choose her husband as she wished, perhaps even finding one stronger. After all, the powerful are naturally drawn to one another. Thank you, Master Dou Qi, for clarifying my doubts. Should you not find it inconvenient, please feel free to visit my Yunlan residence. I, Yunlan Su, will certainly extend a warm welcome, Yunlan Su said, clasping his hands. Dou Qi waved his hand in refusal, saying no. I am currently planning to engage in a trade with a powerful individual for a similar item and to refine a batch of elixirs. I simply have no time. Yunlan Su promptly inquired, might there be any way our Yunlan family could assist? Dou Qi smiled and shook his head, I believe not. It involves a Dou Huang expert. Hiss, a Dou Huang. To be able to trade with a Dou Huang, it is likely that only the Pill King Dou Qi possesses such capital within the entire Jiama Empire. At this moment, Xiao Yan, deprived of his role as the protagonist, stood at the edge of a deep pool, grasping the Xian Zhongqi lodged in the ground with one hand. And with a splash, he leapt into the water. The immensely heavy Xian Zhongqi pulled Xiao Yan's body swiftly downward, and with a resounding thud, he plunged to the bottom of the pool, clutching the Xian Zhongqi and relentlessly swinging it. Horizontal sweeps, vertical slashes, thrusts, upward strikes. The heavily weighted weapon moved as if it were an extension of Xiao Yan's own body. Intensified training. Having trained with the Yin Fun Shirlang Qi for over half a year, Xiao Yan could now wield the Xian Zhongqi with ease. Yet, he felt it insufficient, thus utilizing the resistance and pressure of the water for further training. When oxygen ran low, he would retract the Xian Zhongqi, ascend to breathe, and then resume his practice. As Xiao Yan's speed in swinging the Xian Zhongqi at the bottom of the pool increased, a whirlpool began to form, violently shaking the water. With a focused gaze, Xiao Yan suddenly concentrated all his Dou Qi, causing the intricate patterns on the Xian Zhongqi to emit a faint red glow, the terrifying heat unable to be quelled even in the water. As massive bubbles continuously ascended, Yin Fun Shirlang Qi, Xiao Yan swung fiercely towards the sky, unleashing a wave of searing flames that surged from the depths of the pool, devouring the water in its path. With a thunderous roar akin to a torpedo explosion, a vast water pool erupted, sending waves soaring higher than a football field. In the midst of this chaotic deluge, Xiao Yan seized the moment, leaping out of the water with the Xian Zhongqi on his back. What are you two doing here? Upon emerging from the pool, he spotted Xiao Mei and Xiao Yu by the water's edge. The two, initially engaged in spirited conversation about their anticipated enrollment at the Canaan Academy 6 months hence, were suddenly drenched by the unexpected deluge. Xiao Yu had been sharing intriguing tales about the academy when calamity struck, leaving them both looking like drowned rats. Xiao Yan, it's you again. Xiao Yan chuckled, brushing his nose as he suppressed a laugh. I never would have guessed, Xiao Yu, that you possess such innocence. Xiao Yu glanced down to discover that both she and Xiao Mei were clad in white attire, now rendered nearly transparent by the drenching, revealing Xiao Yu's white undergarments. The younger Xiao Mei, bolder in her choice, sported black. Blushing furiously, she made no effort to cover herself. In a fit of embarrassment, Xiao Yu shrieked, clutching her chest with her left hand, and grabbed a sizable stone, intent on retaliating against Xiao Yan. However, during her moment of distraction, Xiao Yan swiftly made his escape, leaving behind a remark about the incident being an accident. Upon returning to his concealed cave, Xiao Yan changed into dry attire, lamenting, what a twist of fate. He then reached for his storage ring and summoned the bone spirit cold fire, settling cross-legged half a meter away from it. Closing his eyes, he began to methodically circulate his burning decision technique. Gradually, he absorbed a unique energy, amplifying his spiraling force. Even when the occasionally flared uncontrollably, scorching him and drenching him in sweat, he resolutely continued his training. Should anyone inquire how he intended to prevail without a mentor's guidance or the aid of medicinal pills, Xiao Yan would confidently assert, by relying on myself. Something serious has occurred. Quickly, to the family assembly hall. The second elder and third elder seized Xiao Yan, escorting him to the meeting hall, leaving no opportunity for him to escape. After a cacophony of chatter in the hall, Xiao Yan began to grasp the situation at hand. In summary, the Gali clan and the Uba clan had somehow procured a first-tier alchemist, monopolizing the low-grade medicinal market in Wutan City and spending considerable time concocting 2 types of first-tier pills, thus seizing a significant portion of the marketplace. The third elder sighed wearily, young master, this is no jest. A typical mercenary group can only afford such pills, and as long as they can staunch bleeding and alleviate pain, that suffices. Xiao Yan then picked up a vial labeled Little Dou Qi pill and extracted a blue pill, smaller than a longan seed. He gently crushed it, the powder sifting through his fingers. Yenner, do you have a plan to counter this? Xiao Zhan urgently pulled Xiao Yan aside, recalling that over half a year ago, Xiao Yan had sensed their intentions and had prepared the family in advance. Xiao Yan took a sip of tea to clear his throat, revealing his customary confident smile. Of course, I do. The Grand Elder quickly inquired, speak up. We shall all cooperate with you. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, there's no rush. As the saying goes, before heaven brings about one's demise, it must first drive one to madness. Let those 2 families revel in their temporary joy. The second elder, perplexed, inquired, what shall we do then? Xiao Yan gazed at the crushed white powder on the ground and replied nonchalantly, for now, let's indulge them. Whatever needs to be done, let it unfold naturally. Currently, deciphering their alchemical traps will merely cost them some coin, without inflicting any serious harm. When dealing with foes, our aim is not merely to defeat them, but to annihilate them. Chapter 18, Counterattack. Under the command of Xiao Yan, the young clan leader, the Xiao clan members acted as if they were blind, completely disregarding the 2 types of pills introduced by the Uba and Jiaoya families, allowing them to monopolize the market. The disciples of the Xiao clan continued with their daily routines, engaging in training, gathering herbs, and hunting magical beasts for their cores. Thus, 2 months passed. The Xiao clan's market business plummeted. Once bustling with activity, it now saw only a trickle of common folk purchasing daily necessities. Due to the allure of the pills, all practitioners had shifted their patronage from the Xiao clan's market to the Ojia market. The appeal of these pills naturally drew in crowds, significantly boosting the revenues of other shops, with the Ojia market's daily earnings surpassing those of the Xiao clan by several times, even tenfold. Xiao Yan, the clan leader is looking for you. He wants you to come to the conference hall, Xiao Mei said, having spotted Xiao Yan returning from his training, rushing towards him. Xiao Yan smiled and replied, understood, I shall be there shortly. Xiao Mei followed closely behind, her gaze fixed on his back, and suddenly, with curiosity, she asked, Xiao Yan, in 2 months, the Jianan Academy will begin enrollment. Will you participate in the admissions? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan responded, still facing away from Xiao Mei. I'm not sure. I will let you know when the time comes. The 2 made their way directly to the conference hall, just as Xiao Yan had anticipated. Not only was Xiao Zhan present, but the 3 elders were also there. However, the 3 elders appeared as restless as ants on a hot pan, pacing anxiously. Upon seeing Xiao Yan arrive, the most impatient 3rd elder hastily pulled him aside, asking, Xiao Yan, it has been 2 months. How much longer must we wait? Damn it, I can no longer endure this. Over the past 2 months, our family's profits have plummeted by at least 60%. If this continues, all of our Xiao clan's enterprises will collapse. Half of the shops in the market have already closed down, fleeing to their side. At this rate, we might as well stop renting out our market stalls altogether and simply shut them down. Within the conference hall, the second elder's face was fierce. His voice raised in anger. Indeed, we can no longer delay, the first elder sighed. Although Master Gunny from the Mitre Auction House has prepared over 100 healing potions for our clan, this quantity is far too meager to attract customers. The remaining shopkeepers in the market are already in a state of panic. Xiao Zhan's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation, despite his unwavering faith in his son. 2 months had passed with no resolution. The Jialia and Uba families were thriving, their 2 types of pills becoming increasingly expensive, yet demand soared. Every day, they sold out completely. Yinner, how much longer must we wait? I fear our family may not endure much longer. Xiao Yan slowly seated himself, his left hand idly spinning the spatial ring on his right middle finger. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "The strength of a horse is revealed over a long journey, and a person's heart is unveiled over time. Xiao Mei, please go to the market and compile a list of all the merchants who have transferred their businesses from our Xiao clan's market to the Aojiao market over the past 2 months. Those individuals and their direct relatives will face a 50% increase in rent for leasing any shops from our Xiao clan in the future, and they will only be offered short-term leases. Conversely, all remaining shops in our market will see their rents reduced by half." Xiao Mei paused momentarily, then hurriedly nodded. "Understood. Brother Xiao Yan." The 3 elders exchanged glances at the list of medicinal herbs without questioning Xiao Yan's decision, each diligently copying the list. "Father, tomorrow you will go to the middle auction house and discuss with Sister Yafay our intention to purchase low-grade medicinal herbs. We will acquire as many as they have, and we are willing to pay 20% above market price," Xiao Yan stated calmly. Xiao Zhan frowned, perplexed. "Yinner, are you attempting to monopolize the raw materials for pill refinement and hinder their alchemy? But how do you plan to obtain the recipe from their first-grade alchemist?" Xiao Yan smiled lightly, unconcerned. These low-grade herbs have experienced a dramatic price surge over the past 2 months, which has caused the entire medicinal herb market in Wutan City to inflate. The only logical explanation is that someone is purchasing them in large quantities, and the only entity in need of such low-grade herbs is that first-grade alchemist for their elixirs. As realization dawned upon everyone, Xiao Zhan waved his hand decisively. "Everyone, proceed as Yinner has instructed, but remember to maintain discretion." "Yes, clan leader." The following morning, while the Xiao clan appeared unchanged on the surface, beneath the surface, a tide of activity surged, with the 3 elders and Xiao Zhan having vanished early. At that moment, within the Xiao clan's market, one of the culprits, the first-grade alchemist Dou Qi, was in high spirits, for he had just encountered the object of his affections. Dou Qi's gaze was unrestrained, greed glimmering in his eyes as he brazenly appraised Xuner. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Xiao Ning clashed palms with one of the guards. Having just recently reached the fighter level but suffering a setback in combat and being pushed back several steps. "Humph, a mere 1-star fighter dares to be so bold." Dou Qi mocked, causing Xiao Ning's face to flush with anger as he glared at him. Having completed his military orders and received a gathering chi pill, Xiao Ning had indeed broken through to the fighter level, yet he was still far too young and lacked the strength to contend with the guards. Frustrated, he approached Xiao Yu, who had previously remarked on his weakness, noting that a fighter was merely the threshold of cultivation. Dou Qi's gaze lingered appreciatively on Xiao Yu's alluring, slender legs, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Ah, such legs. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. I wonder if you 2 ladies would care to accompany me for a leisurely outing? Should I be pleased, I might reward you with a pill." Xiao Yu scoffed disdainfully. "Just a first-grade alchemist? I have seen far superior." Turning to Xuner, she declared, "Let us leave." As I turned around, several burly men emerged from the crowd, their faces adorned with malevolent grins, effectively blocking my path. Nearby, Galileo chuckled, "Given your current predicament, it won't be long before the Xiao clan's market becomes ours. I merely came to inspect our future acquisition." Chapter 19, Intent to Kill. Dou Qi, stroking his pristine white sleeves, smugly declared, "The Xiao clan is inconsequential. If I so desired, I could intensify the alchemical processes, reducing the remuneration for pill concoction, rendering your market devoid of business. In due time, you shall face bankruptcy and be forced to liquidate your assets, vanishing from Wutan City altogether." Xuner cast a cold gaze at Dou Qi, her lips parting slightly as she retorted, "Fool, even if you are an alchemist, you are still a foolish one. Trash belongs in the bin. There's one over there for you to jump into, lest you pollute the environment." A profound silence enveloped the scene as all present stared, dumbfounded, at the girl resembling a blue lotus. Wasn't she supposed to be untouched by the muck of the world? It seemed that Xiao Yan's prowess surpassed even the filth, corrupting Xuner in the process. Xiao Yu smacked her forehead, her expression clouded with concern. "Xuner, Proximity to the wicked can lead to taint. Stay away from that lecherous little wretch. Dou Qi, who had often basked in the flattery of being an alchemist, was taken aback by such derogatory remarks. His countenance darkened, a malevolent glint surfacing in his eyes as he bellowed, "Seize these two women and bring them to my residence." Galileo, observing this, felt a jolt of disbelief. Was this man devoid of intelligence? To utter such proclamations in public? Though Wutan City was divided among 3 prominent families, it was also under the jurisdiction of a lord, ultimately belonging to the Gamma Empire. This blatant act of trafficking women was undoubtedly illegal. Why not discuss it discreetly at night? Casting a glance at his surroundings, Galileo signaled to the dozen or so formidable guards at his side. The robust guards nodded subtly, encircling the scene to shield it from prying eyes. Witnessing the audacity of their adversaries, Xiao Yu's brows furrowed in anger. She drew her sword from her waist and struck fiercely at the approaching brute. With a swift motion, a long gash appeared on his chest, blood instantly staining his garment. Despite being a 3rd-star fighter, Xiao Yu found herself outnumbered by Dou Qi's over 10 henchmen, all of whom were also fighters. She realized that 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. After sending one assailant reeling with a powerful strike, she turned to Xiao Ning, commanding, "Take Xuner and summon that little lecher over." "Alas, must we resort to such tactics in public? You are tarnishing my reputation." A languid voice echoed from a distance, so familiar within the Xiao clan's market. As the last word faded, a series of heavy thuds resounded. The men encircling Xuner were sent flying like petals scattered by the wind, some colliding with shop fronts, others entangled in tree branches, and a few sprawled on the ground. Groaning in pain, Xiao Yan approached with his hands clasped behind his back, advancing step by step. Though the Xiao clan's market had its share of guards, he arrived alone, without a single protector at his back. Yet, that was sufficient. Having an alchemist like you truly tarnishes the reputation of all alchemists. Xiao Yan cast a cold glance at Dou Qi and Galileo across from him. "It's young Master Xiao Yan. My goodness, he is formidable, having swiftly dealt with so many low-level combatants." Xiao Yan took out a vial containing a deep red paste and handed it to Xiao Yu, softly saying, "This is blood coagulation powder. Apply it to the wound, and it will leave no scar." It was only then that Xiao Yu realized a cut had appeared on her calf, without her noticing. She snatched the vial from Xiao Yan and shot him a glare, saying, "Why do your eyes wander everywhere?" Xiao Ning approached Xiao Yan, pointing to Dou Qi, and whispered, "Young clan leader, that 1st-tier alchemist is him." Galileo was suddenly startled. Previously, when Xiao Yan and Xuner had ventured into hostile territory, they were ambushed, yet Xiao Yan's formidable strength had allowed him to escape unscathed. However, now Xiao Yan had reached 6 stars. "Do you dare to kill me? Do you know who my master is?" Dou Qi, whose strength paled in comparison to Galileo's, boasted an arrogance that could easily mislead others into thinking he was a grand master. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, a wave of murderous intent surging forth. It dawned on Galileo that Xiao Yan was indeed serious. How? With a bellow, a middle-aged man wielding an iron rod descended, positioning himself in front of Xiao Yan. He was Zhang Hao, a 1st-tier combat master, who had just this year joined the Galileo family's guard as deputy captain. Youthful Master Xiao Yan is still too young. Given a few more years, he would undoubtedly achieve the rank of combat master. Dou Qi sneered, his eyes lingering with greed upon Xuner, glaring viciously at Xiao Yan. He declared, "Kid, I demand that your Xiao clan deliver the individuals I desire. The women I have set my sights on are not beyond my reach." This proclamation not only infuriated Xiao Yan, but even roused the usually peaceful Xuner, her eyes shimmering with a hint of murderous intent. Xiao Yan twisted his neck and suddenly lunged forward. "Indeed, you should perish here. Is a combat master truly impressive?" With a powerful leap, Xiao Yan gathered all his strength into his right knee. The might of the 8 extremities collapse lies not in the fists, but in the knees. Remember, the power of the legs is 5-fold that of the hands. 8 extremities collapse, 8 extremity knee strike. Zhang Hao, witnessing the furious descent of Xiao Yan akin to a raging tiger, felt a chilling sensation reminiscent of being hunted by a 2nd-tier magical beast, an experience that had motivated him to join the Galileo family. Boom. Xiao Yan's sword, his knee colliding with the iron rod in Zhang Hao's grasp. The finely crafted solid iron rod bent completely as the surging force of the 8 layers of dark energy crashed into Zhang Hao's chest. With all 8 layers unleashed, Zhang Hao coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground like a fallen kite, his life hanging by a thread. Dou Qi and Galileo's faces turned ashen. Was he truly a combatant? How could he defeat a combat master? What kind of combat techniques had he cultivated? Why was he so extraordinarily powerful? Xuner furrowed her brows, pondering, how strange, it has only been 2 months, yet Xiao Yan's strength has surged again. Has he consumed some potent elixir? But from where did he obtain such pills? Galileo felt he was on the brink of madness. After nearly 2 years of relentless effort, aided by various elixirs. He had finally ascended from a 1-star to a 3-star fighter, believing he was ready to challenge Xiao Yan. However, 2 months ago, he was informed that Xiao Yan had reached a 6-star level during his coming-of-age ceremony. Now, he realized that not only was Xiao Yan's cultivation level exceedingly high, but his mastery of combat techniques was also unparalleled, rendering his combat power surpassing that of a fighter. As Xiao Yan gazed at Jaleo and Dou Qi, the expressionless youth before them was a stark contrast to the amiable boy who used to greet everyone with a smile. The coldness emanating from him sent chills down the spines of seasoned mercenaries accustomed to bloodshed. Proceed with caution. In your next life, remember to speak with discretion. Chapter 20. Price Increase. A powerful gust of wind sliced through the air as Xiao Yan seized an iron rod and swung it toward Dou Qi's pallid face. Given Xiao Yan's formidable physical strength, even without employing combat techniques, that strike would reduce Dou Qi's head to a state akin to a shattered watermelon. As the lethal intent of the blow registered, Xiao Yu and Xiao Ning stood frozen in place, their perceptions of Xiao Yan's previously gentle demeanor shattered by his sudden ruthlessness. Xiao Yu could hardly fathom that the boy who often playfully teased her could unleash such ferocity. Just as the rod was a mere half-inch away from Dou Qi, Xiao Yan's spiritual awareness sensed an impending danger, prompting him to abandon his attack and swiftly sidestep. A flash of azure lightning zipped past his forehead, severing 2 strands of hair that floated gently to the ground. Brother Xiao Yan. Xuner's heart raced. She sighed in relief upon seeing Xiao Yan evade the strike. After dodging, Xiao Yan braced himself with his left hand, exerting force to launch himself upward with a single-handed push. As his feet touched the ground, he pivoted his body, hurling the rod directly at the dazed Jaleo. If Dou Qi was beyond reach, then he would eliminate the foolish young Master Jaleo instead. With a resounding crack, a merciless iron grip reached from behind, seizing the flying rod with precision. Jaleo, witnessing the iron pipe nearly impale his eye, felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground, trembling in fear. Despite Xiao Yan's application of the 8 extremes collapse, the overwhelming disparity in their prowess rendered even advanced techniques ineffective. At such a tender age, his heart was as ruthless as it was resolute. After shattering the iron rod, 2 figures emerged behind Dou Qi and Jaleo, both emanating a chilling aura. Galeo Bai, the head of the Galeo family, and Uba Pa, the patriarch of the Uba clan, both formidable fighters. My son's ruthlessness is none of your concern. I take pride in him being like me, exclaimed Xiao Zhan, accompanied by 3 elders and a retinue of guards, as he approached Xiao Yan. He patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder, giving him a thumbs up in approval. Well done. Xiao Yan shrugged, a dissatisfied expression crossing his face. It's a pity I didn't turn their heads into pulp. Hearing the exchange between father and son, Galeo Bai's countenance darkened to the deepest shade, for his son had narrowly escaped death. Xiao Zhan gazed at the sullen Galabai and remarked, "What? Do you wish to fight? My Xiao clan is ever ready to engage." You. Obaba grasped Galabai's shoulder, shaking his head. Though their 2 families had allied, it was merely an economic collaboration. Even if their combined strength surpassed that of the Xiao clan and they possessed a greater number of Dou Masters, it would be inconceivable for them to wage war against the Xiao clan. After all, should matters escalate, this alliance would inevitably crumble under mutual scheming. Furthermore, if they were to eliminate Xiao Zhan or destroy the Xiao clan, Nalan Zhu would undoubtedly seek vengeance. The matter of Nalan Yinran's broken engagement had been shrouded in secrecy, known to no outsiders. Neither family could withstand the wrath of a Dou Wang. Very well, wait and see, Xiao Zhan. Galabai, infuriated yet mocking, left with a venomous retort. As he passed by Dou Qi, who appeared utterly unsettled, an expression of disbelief crossed his mind. How could such a person attain the revered title of alchemist? Taking a deep breath to suppress his anger, he intoned, "Mr. Dou Qi, let us depart." What about that girl? Dou Qi, appearing rather dim-witted, stubbornly cast a lingering glance at Xuner. Oh, very well then. Dou Qi reluctantly nodded, trailing after Galabai as they exited the marketplace, though with evident reluctance. At that moment, Dou Qi remained oblivious to the flicker of ominous intent concealed within Xiao Yan's gaze. Xiao Yan, observing the departing Dou Qi and others, inquired, "Father, how did the matter proceed?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Zhan and the 3 elders immediately donned expressions of gloom. The 4 exchanged perplexed glances, and Xiao Zhan sighed. Alas, it was a failure. We only received a meager quantity of medicinal materials from the Maitel auction house. The other major merchants indicated that they required more time to consider before responding. The elder added, the major herb-gathering teams from Wutan City are similarly uncooperative. I suspect that the Obaba and Galabai families have played some tricks. To everyone's astonishment, rather than showing dismay, Xiao Yan's eyes brightened, exuding an air of confidence. You anticipated this, Yena? As expected, that very evening, The largest merchants and herb-gathering teams in Wutan City converged upon the Xiao clan's conference hall to meet with Xiao Yan regarding the medicinal materials. Brother Xiao Yan, we sincerely apologize, but it seems we cannot sell you the medicinal materials this time. Hearing this, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and replied solemnly. These materials are not particularly precious. They are merely the most basic types. Our Xiao clan not only requires a substantial quantity, but is also willing to pay 20% above market price. I truly fail to understand why you refuse to sell. Everyone exchanged glances, each reluctant to offend Xiao Yan, for the Xiao clan was the mightiest family in Wutan City, and none wished to incur their wrath. It is because you visited the Galabai and Obaba families at noon and disclosed our intentions to procure medicinal materials, which they countered with a higher price, is it not? Xiao Yan remarked softly, scraping the tea leaves with his cup lid. The merchants present swallowed hard. While their actions were not incorrect, voicing such matters could easily offend others. With a resounding slap upon the table, Xiao Yan's imposing aura filled the entire hall. Behind him, a shadowy azure lion's head loomed, exuding an innate authority without a hint of anger. It is no wonder that we visited you in the morning, and you arrived only in the evening. It appears you made a detour to the families of Jali and Oba. One of the merchants sighed with a wry smile, saying, Brother Xiao Yan, it is indeed challenging for us in the business. 6 months prior, the patriarchs of the Jali and Oba clans approached us, and each month we supplied them with medicinal materials, offering prices 30 above the market rate. Just as Xiao Yan was about to express his anger, Xiao Yan interjected. There is no need for alarm, esteemed guests. Our Xiao clan is also engaged in commerce and fully comprehends your difficulties. The principle of trade is that the highest bidder prevails. Thus, let us propose a new offer, 50 above the market price. And we shall establish an agreement for the next 3 years, specifying the quantities of these 4 medicinal materials that we require, with an initial deposit of 10. A collective gasp filled the room as the merchants and leaders of the gathering stared wide-eyed at Xiao Yan, questioning their own hearing. Xiao Yan, too, was taken aback. Yet he suppressed his curiosity about his son's statement, maintaining a facade of calm composure. A middle-aged man stood and cupped his hands in respect, addressing Xiao Yan. Young clan leader Xiao Yan, it is not that I doubt you. But may I inquire how many gold coins are needed to purchase a year's supply of these medicinal materials? The astonished expressions of the merchants stemmed from the sheer magnitude of the figure in question. Such an amount was astronomical. And unless sourced from the headquarters of the Mitel auction house, even they would struggle to produce such liquidity. Medicinal materials are not solely for alchemical concoctions. They are also utilized by pharmacists for treatments. The majority of medicinal consumption in Wutan City is for healing purposes. Xiao Yan set down his teacup, calculating mentally before stating. Although these 4 types of medicinal materials are of the most basic kind, they are not inexpensive. Our Xiao clan also sells these materials. And I can estimate your annual yield. Combining the cultivation of the merchants with the harvesting teams of Wutan City, I estimate that each type of material requires approximately 300,000 gold coins annually. With our offer being 50 above the market price, that totals 450,000 gold coins for each type. Therefore, the total amount required annually is 1,800,000 gold coins, summing to 5,400,000 gold coins over 3 years. The deposit would be 10, so if you agree, I can immediately provide you with 540,000 gold coins. Xiao Yan's heart sank. The amount was even greater than he anticipated, as the merchants and harvesting teams represented only about half of Wutan City's resources, with the Mitel auction house controlling the other half. Just the previous year, the Xiao clan had expended over 400,000 gold coins on a high-level mysterious technique. Depleting much of their wealth, they could scarcely afford such an investment. Even Xiao Yan was unaware of what sort of medicine Xiao Yan was selling from his gourd. I suppose we shall take our leave for now and return to visit clan leader Xiao Yan and young clan leader Xiao Yan tomorrow morning. With the dismissal firmly stated, the guests exhaled in relief and departed. After everyone had departed, Xiao Yan immediately inquired, Yenner, by allowing them to leave like this. They are sure to rush to the Jali and Uba families tonight. Xiao Yan chuckled and replied, that would be for the best. Yenner, are you not intending to monopolize the medicinal herbs and sever their supply, but rather to inflate the prices of the materials? Xiao Yan did not conceal his intentions and nodded, saying, Father, if our family collaborates with an alchemist to sell pills, what would the profit-sharing arrangement be? Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before responding. If the herbs are supplied by the family, the ideal division is typically 50-50. The alchemist would claim 50% of the profit, with 20% covering the cost of the herbs, 10% for sales, packaging, and labor, while the family retains 20%. However, in most cases, it tends to be a 60-40 split, favoring the alchemist, as they are difficult to employ. The family should feel fortunate to receive even 10%. Xiao Yan suddenly comprehended the situation, looking at his son with delight. So, you intend to elevate the market prices of the herbs by 50%, thus aligning the price inflation with the profit margins. Should they dare to raise prices, they would incur losses. Dou Qi cannot possibly reduce his profit. The increased costs would only be deducted from the family's earnings, aiming to ensure that the Jiali and Uba families incur losses with every pill sold. If they choose to transport herbs from outside the city, as long as we intercept them once, they are destined for bankruptcy. The two of them raised their eyebrows, resembling a pair of cunning foxes. Late into the night, as Xiao Yan had anticipated, the Jiali family remained brightly lit, with Uba Pa and several elders from the Uba family present. That wretched Xiao Yan. How dare he employ such underhanded tactics? Jiali Bai crushed his cup in frustration. Recently, several herbal merchants had already visited. For the merchants and herb-gathering teams, it was preferable for these families to compete against one another, maximizing their profits. You know nothing. Jiali Bai scolded. Xiao Zhan's goal is to compel us to spend money purchasing herbs from outside the city. Once we leave Wutan City, we will lose our protection. We remain in the light, while they lurk in the shadows. If the herbs are intercepted and seized, the consequences would be dire. After enduring Jiali Bai's tirade, Jiali Ao immediately fell silent, afraid to speak. Uba Pa's expression darkened. What a cunning scheme from Xiao Zhan. This is nothing short of an open conspiracy. Bai, should we reduce the prices first to stabilize public opinion? Dou Qi scoffed. Do as you please, but even if prices drop, I will still require a share at 3 times the previous price. At that moment, Jiali Bai and Uba Pa were inclined to eliminate the troublesome fellow with a single blow. After some contemplation, Jiali Bai stated, there is no need to lower the prices. As long as the herb prices do not exceed the market rate by 50%, we can maintain a balance. Once the merchants in the Xiao family's market have relocated, we will still be the ones laughing in the end. Inform those merchants that we will only offer 50% above the normal market price, and no more. However, we can sign a 5-year contract with them and provide a 20% deposit. If they refuse, let them seek out the Xiao family. We shall make a trip to the middle auction house and urge them to prioritize selling us the herbs. Nonetheless, they are aware that when it comes to unscrupulous merchants, Middle Yafay is the most notorious in Wutan City. It is likely that she will be aware of this matter as well. The next time they visit the auction house to procure medicinal herbs, these herbs will undoubtedly be priced higher under various pretexts. Jiali merely hopes that the cunning vixen will not be too ruthless. The following morning, as Xiao Yan had anticipated, the merchants returned to the Xiao clan. However, this time, Xiao Zhan flatly denied them entry, unwilling to negotiate any price increases or even entertain discussions. Thus, the Xiao clan once again fell into silence. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. 5 days later, the young clan leader. The 2 prominent families had already signed contracts with all the merchants and paid deposits. Xiao Ning hurriedly rushed into the assembly hall. A confident smile graced Xiao Yan's face as he gestured grandly, commanding, Third Elder, gather a few unfamiliar disciples to masquerade as foreign merchants and sell all the low-grade medicinal herbs hoarded by the clans 6 months ago at inflated prices to the Jiali and Oba families, as well as those merchants, except for the items listed here. Grand Elder, have someone post announcements throughout our Xiao clan's various markets and commercial venues. I want the entire city to know that our Xiao clan will soon have elixirs for sale, offered at prices lower than those in the Oba market, and with superior efficacy. Upon finishing, Xiao Yan clasped his fingers together, as if everything lay within his grasp. Chapter 22, The Art of Seduction. Not only the younger generation like Xiao Ning, but even Xiao Zhan found himself bewildered, spreading rumors only to clarify them himself. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what the young clan leader was attempting. Yinner, you specifically instructed me to clarify these rumors at the Milt auction house, encouraging them to boldly collaborate with the 2 prominent families in supplying those low-grade herbs. Are you concerned that Mitre Yafay might have reservations? Xiao Zhan inquired, gazing at Xiao Yan, who was enjoying his breakfast, voicing his doubts. Perhaps one of the reasons, Father. Rest assured, I will accompany you to the auction in a few days. I happen to have some items I wish to purchase, Xiao Yan replied with a slight smile. That confident expression, as if it had never faded since he first became aware of the world, remained steadfast. In front of the specialized elixir sales outlet at the Oga market, a throng of people had already gathered. The cacophony of mercenaries shouting, cursing, and even brawling resonated loudly, echoing throughout the marketplace. Behind the sales counter for the elixirs, members of the Jiali family wore expressions of mockery as they observed the mercenaries outside, who were fiercely fighting over healing potions, their faces reflecting a certain arrogance born of their association with powerful medicine. The individual responsible for selling the elixirs, Jiali, squinted his small eyes into slits and smugly remarked, Huh? They shouted they wouldn't buy if the prices were raised, yet here they are, obediently purchasing. How pathetic. At that moment, a distinct murmur arose from the crowd. Have you heard? The Xiao clan posted notices this morning in various markets and industries. They will also have elixirs for sale in a few days, and at even lower prices with better effects. That must be a rumor. But I heard that the Oba and Jailebi families have joined forces to monopolize the merchants' herbs. Where would the Xiao clan source their herbs? Don't forget the Milt Auction House. In 3 days, it will host its quarterly auction. As the discussions among the neighbors grew increasingly fervent, all the mercenaries and merchants soon understood one pivotal truth. The Xiao clan was preparing to retaliate. The auction in 3 days would undoubtedly herald a tempest of bloodshed. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed, and in the afternoon, at the entrance of the Xiao clan, not only was Xiao Yan present, but several elders had also gathered. Many of the promising young members of the Xiao clan were elegantly dressed, creating a lively atmosphere. Even Xiao Yan was attired quite splendidly this time, giving the impression that the entire clan was poised for significant undertakings. Xuner, aren't you coming along today? Xiao Yan gently inquired, stroking Xuner's silky hair. Xuner, with a slightly sullen expression, shook her head and replied, No, brother Xiao Yan. I have matters to attend to today. Leaning closer to her ear, Xiao Yan whispered, Are you going on a date? Xuner shot him a glare and denied it, saying, Is it only permissible for brother Xiao Yan to cultivate in seclusion while I cannot? I need some time to practice a combat technique these days. Xiao Yan merely smiled and refrained from probing further. Everyone harbored their own secrets, and there was no need to pry. Today, the middle auction house was undoubtedly the most bustling it had ever been. This was not due to any particularly special auction items, but rather the rumors circulating over recent days that had drawn attention from all quarters. When the Xiao clan arrived, the security personnel parted to create a path, allowing everyone from the Xiao clan to proceed into the auction house. Sister, it seems that in less than half a year, it will be time for the Canaan Academy's enrollment, right? Xiao Ning inquired eagerly of Xiao Yu. Hearing Xiao Ning's question, Xiao Yu nodded slightly and replied with a tone of pride, Rest assured, you have already met the qualifications for admission, and the person responsible for recruiting in the Wutan City area happens to be my mentor. She is a 5-star Dou Master, and with me speaking on your behalf, there will surely be no issues. That is wonderful. Upon hearing this, a smile of joy spread across Xiao Ning's face. Xiao Yan, however, paid little mind to this, exchanging a glance with his father before opting not to follow the main group into the auction hall. Instead, he turned and made his way to the VIP room. Xiao Yan's every movement attracted the attention of all around him. Shortly after he departed, several individuals clad in Gary family attire hurried to the auction house to inform Gary Bai of Xiao Yan's exit. Upon hearing this, Gary Bai coldly chuckled, It matters not. Even if he possesses pill formulas, it will be futile. The middle auction house won't sell those particular herbs to the Xiao clan. I am eager to see how they will concoct their elixirs. Outside the VIP room, 2 maidservants opened the door, revealing a vision in a red qipao. Accentuating her voluptuous figure, Yafay. Xiao Yan, dear brother, I knew you would come looking for me. A charming smile graced Yafay's delicate face, for she was already aware, from the news brought by Xiao Zhan 2 days prior, that the contents of Xiao Yan's medicinal gourd were poison. She was quite curious about what kind of poison Xiao Yan intended to feed to the 2 great families. Calmly, Xiao Yan entered the sitting room, took a seat on the sofa, and directly broached the subject, asking, Sister Yafay, have you already sold all the stockpiled herbs to the 2 great families? Yafay flicked her hair, gazing intently at Xiao Yan's face, and replied, Isn't this what my dear brother wishes to see? Yafay presented a contract, stating, Beyond our existing resources, the medicinal gathering teams and herb gardens of the middle auction house will prioritize the sale of those 4 herbs to the Oga workshop for the next 5 years. Typically, commercial contracts are confidential. However, Yafay handed over the agreement signed the day before to Xiao Yan, convinced that this was all orchestrated by him, making any concealment futile. The contract was straightforward. The 2 prominent families had placed a deposit to reserve the 4 herbs at the same price as the merchants for the next 5 years. In essence, it was akin to futures trading. Upon perusing the contract, Xiao Yan could no longer suppress his smile, realizing that the 2 families were on the brink of downfall. Brother Xiao Yan, could you enlighten your sister on the nature of your schemes? After all, I have assisted you, Yafay said, rising and approaching Xiao Yan, a strand of hair inadvertently brushing against his cheek. A faint scent of roses enveloped him, evoking a soothing sensation. Xiao Yan could not help but inwardly curse her charm. Regaining his composure, he casually remarked, While I would love to engage in a lengthy conversation with Sister Yafay, the auction is about to commence, and I am eagerly awaiting my purchases. Noticing Xiao Yan's lack of interest in her appearance, Yafay raised her delicate eyebrows in surprise. Today, I have donned a captivating fragrance. Yet, it has failed to captivate even a 15-year-old boy. Shortly thereafter, the auction began. Xiao Yan perused the catalog of items for sale, spotting one that perfectly suited the day's performance. Chapter 23. I am versatile, you may choose freely. Suddenly illuminated, the auction stage drew countless gazes as Yafay, clad in a red chi pao, gracefully ascended. The form-fitting garment accentuated her alluring silhouette, igniting fervent admiration among some attendees. Only Xiao Yu's long legs could rival hers. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for taking time from your busy schedules to attend our quarterly auction at the Middle Auction House, Yafay declared, her lips curling into a soft smile. With a gentle clap of her hands, a group of beautiful maidens approached the stage, presenting various auction items. These treasures included spoils obtained by mercenary groups and noble families from the wilds of Wutan City, as well as unsold goods from other regions of the Middle Auction House and high-grade second-tier elixirs personally crafted by Master Gunny. Now, the upcoming auction items are particularly intriguing. We have a rare collection item transferred from our headquarters, a 3-opening alchemical furnace. With a clap, Yafay summoned 3 robust men who bore a red and blue alchemical furnace onto the stage. Upon its arrival, the audience displayed a distinct lack of interest. This reaction was understandable. While a quality furnace is essential for alchemical processes, elixirs are consumables that vanish after use, whereas a furnace can be passed down through generations. The rarity of the alchemists only heightened this disinterest. This 3-opening furnace, a superior grade among its kind, commenced bidding at a starting price of 100,000 gold coins. Even with Yafay's temperament, she found herself cursing the shameless old men at headquarters. Yet, regardless of her exclamations, no one was willing to place a bid. Although Dou Qi was a first-tier alchemist, he had his own alchemy furnace and would never consider replacing it. Just as Yafay was about to announce the failure of the auction, a hand slowly rose. Xiao Yan, with a leisurely tone, inquired, Miss Yafay, may I inspect the item? Yafay's delicate brows furrowed slightly. She sensed something unusual stirring within her. Normally, auction items were not to be touched, but since it was a request from the young clan leader Xiao Yan, she decided to make an exception this time. Her words flowed like a gentle spring breeze. Perfectly measured, neither overly flattering nor offensive. Inspect the item? How could one possibly assess an alchemy furnace? Would one merely tap it to check for cracks? Amidst murmurs of speculation and skeptical glances, Xiao Yan approached the furnace and placed a hand over the fire opening. What is this? Master Gu Ni's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Xiao Yan's actions. In the next instant, a muffled sound erupted, and the yellow gas, upon passing through the fire opening, abruptly transformed into tangible yellow flames, churning and burning within the alchemy furnace. Then, a wisp of green would attribute Dou Qi mingled with the flames, imparting a hint of green. Standing nearby, Yafay's enchanting face bore an expression of astonishment. She realized what Xiao Yan was doing. What the Xiao Yu exclaimed with expletives. Abruptly rising from her seat, Zhao Lai Bai, Ao Ba Pa, Dou Qi, and several others who had witnessed others concocting elixirs also stood up, their eyes wide with surprise. Why, you are an alchemist? Dou Qi stammered, pointing incredulously at Xiao Yan. How could an alchemist possibly emerge from such a remote city? Even at the Jianan Academy, alchemists were exceedingly rare. Once Dou Qi spoke, even those who had never seen alchemy before understood what Xiao Yan was currently engaged in. He was refining medicine. Is this how you inspect items? Xiao Yan flicked his fingers, summoning a blood coagulation herb, a vitality fruit, and 2 poppy flowers, which flew into the furnace at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, preventing anyone from discerning the full list of ingredients as they were swiftly consumed by the flames. Hidden within the fierce inferno were threads of bone spirit, cold fire. Having refined the first-tier blood coagulation powder numerous times, Xiao Yan was thoroughly familiar with the process. With the assistance of bone spirit cold fire, both the speed and quality of the refinement were exceptionally high. In merely 30 minutes, a paste-like blood coagulation powder was contained within a box, and a fragrant aroma instantly filled the entire auction hall. During this half hour, no one felt impatient, for they all knew they were witnessing the future of Wutan City. Xiao Yan smiled faintly as he presented the generously filled box of blood coagulation powder to Yafay, confidently stating, I apologize for interrupting your work, Miss Yafay. This box of blood coagulation powder is my token of apology. This alchemy furnace is quite remarkable. I offer 100,000 gold coins. Yafay instinctively accepted the box, having completely forgotten the bidding process of announcing 100,000 gold coins once, twice. She was utterly taken aback. Xiao Yan could refine medicine. You little rascal. You can refine medicine? What else could you possibly not know? Wow. The entire auction house has erupted. Spread the news immediately. The young clan leader of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan, is a pharmacist. The Jali and Uba families are doomed. Jali Bai and Uba Pa sank despairingly into their chairs. Utterly weakened, Xiao Yan is not merely a pharmacist. Coupled with his identity as the young clan leader of the Xiao family, This heralds an absolute annihilation. Dou Qi, an outsider and a first-grade pharmacist, has plunged the entire Wutan city into chaos. However, Dou Qi does not offer his services for free. He charges exorbitant fees, rendering his pills exceedingly costly. Yet, Xiao Yan is the young clan leader of the Xiao family. This implies that the prices of the pills sold by the Xiao family would be determined only by the cost of materials, with the rest constituting pure profit. A staggering profit. An undeniable windfall. The pills from the Uba market cannot compete with those of the Xiao family, as the latter possesses an inherent pricing advantage. Moreover, Xiao Yan's formulas and alchemical techniques surpass those of Dou Qi. From the moment Xiao Yan publicly refined pills, the war over medicinal concoctions had already reached its conclusion. Suddenly, Yafay recalled the 5-year supply contract signed by the two families. She could easily surmise that the prices of the materials Dou Qi required would plummet, and his pills would be relentlessly suppressed by those from the Xiao family, as long as Xiao Yan kept the prices of his pills within a certain range. The Uba market's products would struggle to sell, and even if they did, they would incur losses. It would be self-destructive. He possesses the means. Yafay understood that the two families had mortgaged numerous properties and secured agreements with merchants to procure more materials in order to prevent the Xiao family from monopolizing the sources. This had all been meticulously planned by him. Yafay's lips parted slightly as she gazed at the dazzling Xiao Yan, akin to a star, suddenly comprehending many things. Xiao Yan intentionally aimed to obliterate the two families, seeking to establish the Xiao family as the sole ruler of Wutan City. Chapter 24. The Ranking of Exotic Flames. Yener, when did you learn to refine pills? Xiao Zhan found himself increasingly unable to fathom his son. He had always known Xiao Yan to be a genius, but that genius had primarily referred to his cultivation of fighting spirit. Yet today, he discovered that his son was also a pharmacist. Xiao Yu's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Xiao Yan. There were pharmacists at the Canaan Academy, and she had once sought their assistance with pills. Pharmacists were exceedingly rare in the academy, often proud and haughty. She had never imagined that Xiao Yan was a pharmacist, and his dexterous techniques indicated that his mastery was not something achieved in just a day or two. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose, a hint of apology in his tone as he said, "Father, I'm sorry for not telling you sooner. I wanted to become more proficient before I informed you." Xiao Zhan ruffled Xiao Yan's hair and chuckled, "Silly child, how could I possibly blame you?" Naturally, the auction was disrupted by Xiao Yan's public display of alchemy, leaving everyone disinterested in bidding for the remaining items. The factions of Wutan City understood that a storm was brewing, and they needed to prepare for the impending upheaval. Establishing a clear boundary with the Gaili and Oba families, Dou Qi observed the pallid faces of Gaili Bai and Oba Pa as they discreetly exited the auction house. Even he, with his limited intellect, comprehended that these two families were doomed. As a mere first-tier alchemist, it was implausible for him to concoct elixirs without remuneration for their sake. With the diminishing utility of these families, his presence here became unnecessary. A pity indeed, for he had not acquired that woman. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Ning and several younger members swallowed hard. As Xiao Yan's speech was rife with a piercing murderous intent, many were aware of Dou Qi's provocation towards Xuner that day. Initially, they presumed that Xiao Yan would let the matter rest after driving the opponent away, but they did not anticipate such a lingering grudge. After deliberation, the Grand Elder and Second Elder solemnly nodded. Although the risk of eliminating a fourth-tier alchemist disciple was considerable, upon reflection, Xiao Yan might eventually ascend to the rank of a fourth-tier alchemist himself. Having already offended Dou Qi, reconciliation seemed unnecessary. In the VIP room, Xiao Yan reclined on the sofa, casually biting into a piece of fruit from the table. With a soft crunch, Yafay and Master Gu and I took a seat opposite him. "Oh, little Xiao Yan, is this how you treat your sister? My auction has been ruined by you." Yafay feigned anger, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of charm and playfulness. Xiao Yan shrugged, replying helplessly, "Master Gu and I has publicly demonstrated alchemy before. How could I have anticipated this outcome?" Beside him, Gu and I chuckled wryly, acknowledging that his alchemical prowess was vastly different from Xiao Yan's. "Have you considered joining our middle auction house? Of course, I refer to the headquarters. We shall provide you with the finest mentorship and offer you materials for practice." Yafay extended an olive branch to Xiao Yan, inviting him to join the middle auction house. Yafay was utterly astonished by Xiao Yan's talent and was now 90% certain that those 3 bottles of foundational spirit liquid were indeed brewed by him. A first-tier alchemist could potentially create second-tier elixirs. Upon reaching the pinnacle, an alchemist would naturally aspire to craft even more advanced potions. However, to become a second-tier alchemist, it is not merely about producing second-tier elixirs. One must also consider the success rate and pass the Alchemist Guild examination. Setting down the fruit, Xiao Yan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Thank you, Sister Yafay, but I do not intend to join the middle family." Although Yafay could offer other more generous conditions, such as advanced recipes and one-on-one instruction from senior alchemists, she understood that Xiao Yan likely possessed some form of alchemical inheritance or a formidable mentor behind him. Otherwise, without recipes, it would be improbable for him to concoct foundational spirit liquid, even if it were merely by chance. Xiao Yan accepted the slightly warm spatial ring, nodding as he remarked, "How could I forget? Sister Yafay, your beauty rivals that of fish sinking and geese falling, making it difficult to forget." Smooth talking, watching Xiao Yan's departing figure. Yafay propped her chin on her hand, murmuring, "He is merely 15 years old." Master Gu and I coughed lightly twice, adding, "Miss, I believe age is not a hindrance." Yafay's charming face suddenly flushed crimson as she recalled the words spoken a few months prior. Embarrassed, she exclaimed, "What are you thinking? I am nearly a decade older than him. He is merely a child." The adage a woman 3 years older than her partner is akin to holding a golden brick resonated in the air. Subsequently, matters became considerably simpler. The joint market of the Jieli and Oba families announced its closure that day, as countless shopkeepers relinquished their deposits and hastily shuttered their stores, flocking to the Xiao clan's market in search of rental spaces. Consequently, the rental prices in the Xiao clan's market surged dramatically, tripling in cost, yet still remaining in high demand. Meanwhile, the Jieli and Oba families devoted their efforts solely to renegotiating contracts with several major pharmaceutical merchants and the middle auction house. The outcome was predictable. The pharmaceutical merchants banded together and approached the city lord's office to lodge complaints. Should the Jieli and Oba families breach their contracts, they would be liable for substantial compensation, and the collateral would be confiscated as per the agreement. Both families, lacking sufficient gold coins, had used their assets as collateral. Ultimately, the Xiao clan acquired a significant portion of both families' assets at a remarkably low price, without the need for conflict. Henceforth, Wutan City was dominated by the Xiao clan. 3 days later, in the stone cave, Xiao Yan absorbed the heat released by the bone spirit cold fire, finally reaching the rank of 7-star Dou fighter. Gazing at the floating bone spirit cold fire, he felt no joy at his breakthrough. Instead, a frown marred his brow. The pace of his cultivation had noticeably slowed. Upon achieving the 7-star rank, Xiao Yan sensed a significant decrease in his training speed. Although he could now approach the bone spirit cold fire closely, the heat it emitted was limited. After reaching 7 stars, his energy requirements had multiplied, resulting in a decelerated advancement. The only means to enhance his cultivation speed lay in medicinal pills, yet Xiao Yan lacked access to high-quality elixirs. After all, Wutan City was a remote locale, and the most skilled alchemist was none other than himself. To elevate his prowess, absorbing strange fire, rather than consuming pills would be the most effective approach. Xiao Yan retrieved an ancient tome, its cover boldly inscribed with the words, "Strange Fire Ranking." This volume meticulously catalogued all 23 types on the Dou Qi continent, with the Bone Spirit Cold Fire ranked 11th. Chapter 25, The Eccentric. The Bone Spirit Cold Fire was exceedingly potent, rendering direct absorption through the burning decision unfeasible. Should there be a lower grade, he could first absorb it to strengthen himself before attempting to consume the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. The burning decision was both formidable and enigmatic, allowing one to advance by swallowing and integrating it within their body to accelerate cultivation. However, the challenge lay in Xiao Yan's inability to withstand the terrifying energy of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. In essence, he was too weak, both in cultivation and physicality, to endure the overwhelming energy without being incinerated before he could even activate the burning decision to absorb the. He opened the Strange Fire Ranking, the authorship of which remained a mystery, yet it provided a comprehensive and detailed illustration of the 23 of the Dou Qi continent. The Xianhuang Flame ranked 23rd on the list, embodying the very essence of heaven and earth. In the realm between heaven and earth, the primordial forces of Xianhuang arise, where the interplay of yin and yang ignites. All things coalesce, sharing a common wave, while Xianhuang, boundless and formless, exerts a force akin to that of the heavens and earth. When Xianhuang manifests, its weight is immeasurable. The spirit fire of all beasts, ranked 22nd on the list of extraordinary flames, is born in a vibrant domain teeming with life. It embodies the collective strength of myriad beasts, harmonizing their spirits and reflecting their myriad hues. This fire serves as a guardian of vitality, a flame of prosperity. The yin-yang dual flames, ranked 21st, emerge from the void nestled between the netherworld and the material realm, their colors alternating between black and white like the yin-yang symbol, drifting gracefully in the void. Yin and yang represent the fundamental laws of nature, the very essence from which all things are nurtured. Born from this source, the yin-yang dual flames encapsulate the dual forces of life and death. The yang fire grants salvation and perpetuity, while the yin fire brings destruction, leaving no trace behind. The nether poison fire, ranked 20th, originates from the ancient toxic marshes of the underworld, infused with the miasma of poisonous vapors over countless millennia. This flame devours the poisonous air, achieving sentience in a century and form in a millennium. At its zenith, it exhibits a greenish hue, reminiscent of ghostly flames dancing within the toxic haze. The nether poison fire is highly toxic. Even a brief contact with its embers can inflict severe poison, making it unusable by most, save for those with a body attuned to such malevolence. The blue lotus earth heart fire, ranked 19th, is born deep within the molten core of the earth, sculpted and refined by the fires of the earth over millions of years. It takes a decade to become sentient, a century to take form, and a millennium to bloom into a lotus. At its peak, it displays a bluish tint, with the heart of the lotus igniting a cluster of azure flames. This fire wields unpredictable power, capable of harnessing the might of volcanoes to unleash nature's destructive force. Xiao Yan focused intently on the descriptions of the last 5 extraordinary flames. If he wished to swiftly devour these flames to enhance his strength, these 5 were undoubtedly the most promising. Although the authorship of the ranking list remains a mystery to him, it is evident that the flames are ranked according to their potency. Thus, should Xiao Yan truly aspire to completely consume the bone spirit cold fire using the burning decision technique, he must at the very least concoct a 5th-grade blood lotus pill and possess the cultivation of a Dou. The blood lotus pill can form a protective scab within the body, shielding it from the flame's harm. Xiao Yan had always instructed Yafay to keep an eye out for the necessary herbs to create the blood lotus pill within the spatial ring gifted by her. Aside from a few primary herbs for the blood lotus pill, all other auxiliary ingredients were complete. If he were to acquire the blood lotus pill, would absorbing the lowest-ranked Xianhuang flame allow him to attain the prowess of a Dou Ling or even a peak Dou Shi? After all, there exists a trace of bone spirit cold fire within him that could potentially safeguard him. Xiao Yan pondered endlessly, but soon found himself disheartened, lying despondently on the ground. Alas, a 5th-grade pill. Must I practice by ramming my head against it? At present, I cannot even concoct a 3rd-grade pill. Having witnessed the alchemical techniques of the soul-vanishing master, Xiao Yan has gained significant insights and can now produce 2nd-grade pills, yet 3rd-grade concoction remains an arduous challenge. The difficulty lies not in the crafting itself, but rather in the gathering of materials, which proves daunting in Wu-Tin City. An alchemist is akin to a gold-swallowing beast. Apart from observing the techniques of esteemed alchemists, the path to mastery requires relentless practice and learning from failures. The higher the grade of the elixir, the rarer the medicinal materials become, making success elusive even with the aid of extraordinary flames. Acquiring a 3rd-tier elixir is an arduous task. Xiao Yan lifted his right hand, gazing at the soul ring adorning his fingers. Before him lay 2 paths. The first, to enter the Jianan Academy alongside Xuner and the others, and upon enhancing his cultivation, directly absorb the bone spirit cold fire. Renowned as one of the premier institutions on the Dou Qi continent, Jianan Academy stands as a sanctum in the hearts of countless youths. Nestled at the confluence of the Jiama Empire and 2 nearby great empires, it maintains an exalted status in a region otherwise ungoverned, a testament to its formidable power. Had it not been for the need to cultivate the burning decision, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly have sought admission to Jianan Academy. The second path involved the Soul Palace token stashed within his spatial ring. Xiao Yan had deciphered the test set by the Soul Void Master and dispelled the poison. According to the Soul Void Master, he could present the token at the Soul Palace in the royal capital. Yet, therein lies the dilemma. The Soul Palace, as described in texts, resembled a nefarious and terrifying organization. They incessantly abduct talented alchemists and seize powerful souls. Xiao Yan understood that the Soul Void Master had bestowed this token upon him, likely recognizing his inherently strong soul and his alchemical aptitude. Although the Soul Palace is fraught with perilous uncertainties, it is undeniable that if Xiao Yan seeks information on extraordinary flames and desires to master advanced alchemy, entering the Soul Palace might be the most advantageous course. Power is akin to a blade. How it is wielded is the prerogative of the wielder. Whether to strike down foes or slice through vegetables depends solely on the user. Where shall I seek the extraordinary flame? Xiao Yan glanced at the sky, noting the late hour, and departed the cave. Xuner had mentioned the incident where Xiao Yan publicly refined elixirs, nearly bankrupting 2 powerful families without shedding blood. A trivial matter. What significance lies in concocting a few elixirs? Observing Xiao Yan's mischievous demeanor, Xuner chuckled melodiously. Congratulations, brother Xiao Yan. Regardless of your alchemical rank or cultivation level, Jianan Academy will grant you special admission. You need not take an entrance examination to enter. Upon hearing Jianan Academy, a flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Yan's countenance. Xuner, perceptive as ever, inquired with concern. What troubles you, brother Xiao Yan? Do you not wish to further your studies at Jianan Academy? It is not that I do not wish to go. Rather, at this moment, I yearn for an extraordinary flame more than anything else. Xiao Yan did not conceal his thoughts. Extraordinary flames are the fervent aspiration of every alchemist. Upon hearing this, Xuner blinked and remarked, there exists an extraordinary flame within Jianan Academy, does it not? Did cousin Xiao Yu not mention it to you? Xiao Yan, in a state of urgency, rushed to inquire of Xiao Yu regarding the extraordinary flame at Jianan Academy. Unfortunately, Xiao Yu was equally uninformed, having only heard rumors. She mentioned that the Tower of Heavenly Burning Qi within Jianan Academy could enhance cultivation speed due to the presence of extraordinary flames. But the specifics of the flames remained unknown, merely a whispered legend. What gives? I thought you were disinterested in attending, she teased. Xiao Yu crossed her arms and raised her chin as she looked at Xiao Yan, who had approached with inquiries. As the young clan leader, Xiao Yan's talent and cultivation were undoubtedly commendable. Even though Xiao Zhan was reluctant to part with Xiao Yan, he understood the principle that the vast ocean allows fish to leap and the high sky permits birds to soar. Wutan City was simply too small. Xiao Yan also realized that he must leave Wutan City to venture into the broader world, seeking strength in more prosperous cities. Thus, he devised a series of plans to eliminate the two major families. After all, I am an alchemist. Is it not natural to seek out rare flames? Since there exist extraordinary flames within the Jianan Academy, I certainly must go there. Xiao Yu was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, you little lecher, don't act recklessly. Jianan Academy is not Wutan City. If you get into trouble, no one will be able to protect you. The existence of rare flames within the sky-burning refining tower is merely a legend, and even if they do exist, they belong to Jianan Academy, not something that can be taken by just anyone. Seeing Xiao Yu's anxious demeanor, Xiao Yan patted her shoulder, feigning the demeanor of a transcendent figure, and reassured her. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Even at Jianan Academy, as the young clan leader, I will ensure the safety of my kin. I will protect you all. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Observing the suddenly much emptier family compound, Xiao Yan shook his head with a hint of helplessness, for today the enrollment team from Jianan Academy was set to arrive in Wutan City. Even those within the family who knew they were unqualified had mostly gone to watch. At this moment, the city gates of Wutan City were likely completely blocked by crowds. These folks, the assessment at Jianan Academy is not something one can simply pass by observation. Xiao Yan shook his head and murmured to himself as he slowly made his way toward the city gates. Upon arriving at the central square of Wutan City, he pressed his temples. The sheer number of people was overwhelming and utterly chaotic. Even the station military was called upon to maintain order, fearful that conflicts might arise. The notion of teaching without discrimination does not apply in the Dou Qi continent. Every year, a large number of opportunists arrive to fish in troubled waters. Humph, isn't this a predicament? Even our super genius young clan leader finds himself at a loss. Observing Xiao Yan's frustrated expression, Xiao Yu, who had long since arrived at the square to gather family members and explain the situation, let out a triumphant hum. Rolling his eyes, Xiao Yan chose to ignore her. Sister Xiao Yu, you must have a way, right? Xiao Mei clung to Xiao Yu's clothes, acting coyly. Xiao Yu proudly raised her pert nose, patting her well-developed figure, and said with a smile, follow me. As they walked, Xiao Yu boasted, the person in charge of the enrollment in Wutan City is my mentor. As her proud disciple, I have already made arrangements with her. As Xiao Yan watched Xiao Yu stride ahead, her alluring legs gracefully taking her to the other side, he helplessly shrugged at Xuner, who responded with a light chuckle, clearly amused by the rare sight of Xiao Yan being flustered. Let us go. I am not fond of such crowds. Hearing this, Xuner nodded with a smile and followed Xiao Yan. Although it was said they were using a back door, not all members of the Xiao clan could accompany them. Only Xiao Yan, Xuner, Xiao Ning, and Xiao Mei, the foremost gifted individuals within the clan, were permitted to join. The other barely qualified clansmen could only obediently line up for testing. A few accompanied Xiao Yu to the rear of the square, where a heavily armed army formed several layers, their weapons glinting ominously in the sunlight. Xiao Yu gave a few words of caution to Xiao Yan and the others before stepping forward alone. Retrieving a jade-green token from his bosom to engage in a hushed conversation with a soldier resembling an officer. Afterward, he waved to Xiao Yan and the others, beckoning them to come closer. The middle-aged officer cast a piercing gaze over Xiao Yan and his companions, scrutinizing them closely before finally waving his hand and commanding, let them pass. With a series of metallic clinks, the soldier's armor clattered in unison, revealing a narrow path just wide enough for passage. After securing the jade token, Xiao Yu took the lead, followed closely by Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning, with Xiao Yan and Xuner trailing behind. As Xiao Yan stepped into the path, he felt a chilling sensation against his skin. The emotionless soldiers around him emitted a faint scent of blood, inducing a suffocating pressure upon the inexperienced trio. While Xiao Yan and Xuner, with their higher cultivation, were relatively unfazed, Xiao Ning, Xiao Mei, and even Xiao Yu, whose cultivation was comparatively lower, trembled, their faces devoid of color. The short distance of merely 10 meters felt insurmountable to Xiao Mei and Xiao Ning, resembling a daunting expanse. Frowning, Xiao Yan unleashed his formidable spiritual force. It is noteworthy that Xiao Yan was now a second-tier alchemist, capable of concocting advanced second-tier elixirs. And he possessed a wisp of bone spirit cold fire within him. His spiritual power emanated a blend of coldness and heat. At the moment Xiao Yan released his spiritual force, all the soldiers felt a jarring contrast of temperatures, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Even the commanding officer took a half-step back. The oppressive atmosphere was shattered in an instant by Xiao Yan's might. Feeling warmth return to their backs, the chill dissipated, and everyone turned to Xiao Yan, undoubtedly recognizing his pivotal role in their relief. The soldiers gazed at Xiao Yan in astonishment. Their formation had been disrupted by a mere teenager. Why are you staring at me? Hurry up and move. Don't block the way. Xiao Yan feigned ignorance, speaking in a nonchalant tone. It was then that Xiao Yu reacted, hastily guiding Xiao Ning and the others out of the narrow path, directing a glance at the middle-aged officer, Senior Ku. Were you deliberately toying with us? The middle-aged officer merely offered an apologetic smile, then turned to the composed Xiao Yan, clasping his fists in a courteous gesture. This must be the young clan leader of the Xiao family. My earlier actions were merely part of my duties, and I sincerely apologize for any offense. Watching Xiao Yan and the others depart, the middle-aged officer remarked with a smile, it seems this year, Mentor Roland is bound to receive exemplary students. Chapter 27, The Shield. Xiao Yu let out a sigh of relief, saying, I apologize. I had no knowledge of such arrangements. Xiao Mei expressed her lingering fear. That was terrifying. Thank goodness for Xiao Yan. Xiao Ning nodded vigorously, though his cultivation was higher than Xiao Mei's, having attained the rank of a 1-star Dou fighter. He had nearly buckled at the knees. Without Xiao Yan, he would have been utterly embarrassed. Xiao Yan spoke nonchalantly. I recall someone just thumping their chest and declaring their allegiance to her. Who was it again? Xiao Yu's gaze was as piercing as a predator's, fixated on Xiao Yan, rendering her momentarily speechless. With a cold huff, she swiftly approached a green cloak that lay open. Where? Allow this lady to see if you've gained any weight. Just as Xiao Yu stepped closer to the cloak, a flash of red darted towards her, and the sound of laughter filled the air, reaching Xiao Yan and the others. The woman clad in red playfully embraced Xiao Yu, her hands slithering like serpents around Xiao Yu's slender waist, even attempting to slide up her thigh and into her skirt. You wicked woman. Get away. Xiao Yu hastily shielded her skirt, suppressing the wandering hand, and forcefully pushed the woman away. After a brief playful tussle with the woman in red, Xiao Yu turned to introduce her companions, saying, This is my dear sister from the Canaan Academy, named Xuner. She possesses even greater prowess than I, having already attained the rank of a 4-star fighter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan directed his gaze towards the woman adorned in red. Xuner's radiant smile illuminated her delicate features, her chestnut hair casually tied into a ponytail. Though her beauty slightly paled in comparison to Xiao Yu's, her ample figure was striking, akin to a formidable weapon. The pressure from their earlier embrace raised concerns that her attire might not sufficiently contain her assets. This fiery and voluptuous figure was undeniably alluring, drawing the attention of many young men who had passed the entrance examination, their gazes subtly drifting towards her impressive curves. Allow me to introduce, this is Xuner, our family's stunning beauty, and this is Xiao Mei, the youngest darling among us. Lastly, my brother Xiao Ning is now a fighter. As for this gentleman, he is Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's name, Xuner's curiosity piqued. So, you are Xiao Yan? Quite handsome. Indeed, not at all like what Xiao Yu described. Oh, Xiao Yan responded, glancing at the flustered Xiao Yu. She quickly covered Xuner's mouth, insisting, I never slandered you. It was merely a dream that she overheard. Xiao Yan smirked, teasing, you dream of me? What did you envision? Surely not. Xiao Yu's cheeks flushed a deep red as her long leg instinctively aimed a kick at Xiao Yan's groin, only for him to effortlessly seize her ankle. What? Do you wish to try again? Xiao Yu, now slightly panicked, implored, please, not here. This is not the family estate. Xiao Yan playfully pinched her calf, chuckling as he released her. Shui and I chimed in. Oh my, a man has touched Yuer's lovely leg. If the boys at the academy found out, it would break their hearts. Enough of the games. We still need to take them for the examination. Xiao Yu scolded her dear friend with a smile. When the matter turned serious, Shui and I immediately restrained her laughter and guided Xiao Yan and the others towards the green cloak. Remembering something, she whispered to Xiao Yu. By the way, that rascal Rob is part of this recruitment team, and he's in charge. I heard he has advanced to a 4-star fighter. Upon hearing this, the cheerful expression on Xiao Yu's face darkened, her tone tinged with irritation. Why on earth is that annoying fellow here? Was it not to meet our enchanting Xiao Yu beauty? A beauty often brings calamity, Snowy teased. Soon, several of Xiao Yu's close friends arrived, clearly indicating her popularity at the Canaan Academy. Just as Xiao Yu was about to brush off her friends to introduce Xiao Yan to her mentor, she suddenly caught sight of a young man hurrying towards them. A slight change flickered across her delicate face, and a hint of bashfulness bloomed on her cheeks. Approaching Xiao Yan, she said, "Look at you, rushing out from home without even tidying your clothes. We are about to meet my mentor, who is like a mother to me. Please do not be disrespectful." With a pair of jade-like hands, she began to straighten Xiao Yan's attire, resembling a devoted wife preparing her husband for work. Xiao Yu's friends were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances at her unexpectedly shy demeanor. The tone and actions resembled those of young lovers. Xuner and the others were equally astonished by Xiao Yu's affectionate manner, looking at one another in confusion, wondering when Xiao Yu and Xiao Yan's relationship had grown so intimate. "Xiao Yu, long time no see." Just as Xiao Yan was bewildered, a young man emerged from behind Xiao Yu. Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Yu embraced Xiao Yan's arm and greeted, "It has been a while, Rob." Xiao Yan sighed internally, realizing Xiao Yu was using him as a shield. He glanced at the man named Rob, who wore a smile, yet harbored a glimmer of coldness and fury in his gaze directed at Xiao Yan. Leaning closer to Xiao Yu, he whispered, "Are you using me as a shield?" Feeling too exasperated to comment on her conceptual shift, he playfully smacked her rear. "There's a fee for that." Startled like a frightened rabbit, Xiao Yu jumped back, fists clenched, glaring at Xiao Yan with a mix of embarrassment and anger. This man was becoming increasingly outrageous. "Let us not waste time. We should head inside to find the mentor," Xiao Yan declared decisively. Rob's eyes turned icy as he extended a hand to block Xiao Yan, pointing at the new students sitting under the blazing sun. "I'm sorry, the mentor is currently unavailable. Please wait outside for half an hour." "Rob, what do you mean by this?" Xiao Yu retorted, her expression frigid. "Well, the new students seem to be increasingly restless. It's beneficial for them to temper their spirits." "This is a senior's well-meaning intention," Rob replied with a feigned smile. "You're talking nonsense. I don't care about the others. But you dare to treat my clan this way." Xiao Yu's face was icy, clearly unimpressed by his words. The Xiao clan was known for their fierce loyalty. "Since the mentor assigned me the responsibility of recruitment, my rules are to be followed." Rob's lips twitched, feeling a mix of anger and bitterness at Xiao Yu's public reprimand. "You." Xiao Yu stood protectively in front of Xiao Yan. "Ignore him. We are going in to find the mentor now." "Oh, it seems there is a bit of trouble on your side, Brother Rob." As several individuals remained embroiled in their dispute, a group of jovial men emerged from the shadows of the tent, each adorned with golden stars emblazoned upon their chests. "It is nothing. Merely that this newcomer is reluctant to bask in the sun," Rob remarked casually, a meaning that resonated with all present. The expressions of several young men shifted to one of hostility as they exchanged glances, their gazes directed at Xiao Yan. "Those who lack respect for their seniors have no right to enter the academy. They should promptly depart." Xiao Yu, nearly beside herself with rage, stepped forward and coldly declared, "I am going in right now. Let us see you try to stop me." Just as Xiao Yu prepared to force her way through, Xiao Yan grasped her arm gently yet firmly, pulling her beside Xuner. With an authoritative tone that brooked no dissent, he commanded, "Behave." Instantly, Xiao Yu nodded submissively, standing quietly to the side. Xiao Yan stood alone against Rob and his entourage, his expression devoid of emotion as he beckoned with a finger, "Allow me to witness how you seniors educate the newcomers." The sight of Xiao Yan challenging so many startled Xiao Yu's friends, with Shui and I exclaiming, "Xiao Yu, stop him. Rob's strength now likely surpasses mine. And the others are all first to third star fighters. How could he possibly contend with such numbers?" Observing Xiao Yan's back, a sense of reassurance washed over Xiao Yu, who remarked with a hint of mischief, "Whether Rob and his crew fare poorly today depends solely on whether that fellow had a good night's sleep. If he wakes up grumpy, even the instructor won't be able to intervene." Chapter 28, A Minor Grumpiness. Gazing at Xiao Yan, who stood with one hand clasped behind his back, beckoning with his finger, Rob smirked sinisterly. Having spent several years at the Canaan Academy, he had encountered many headstrong newcomers. Once, he too had been considered a genius in his hometown, having experienced bouts of defiance, only to meet a dismal fate in the end. It was an unspoken rule at Canaan Academy to temper the enthusiasm of newcomers during recruitment. Many had entered the prestigious institution with inflated egos, unaccustomed to ridicule or scorn in their previous small locales. Such arrogance often led to significant missteps and unnecessary troubles. Therefore, it was crucial during recruitment to ensure that newcomers understood their standing and had their youthful vigor subdued. Rob nodded to his companion, Jella, a first-star fighter, who clenched his fists tightly, his aura of fighting spirit faintly visible. With a mocking grin, he recalled how, During his initial days at Canaan Academy, he too had once resisted, only to be swiftly humbled by a senior fighter of the same rank, who had sent him scurrying into the sun for half an hour, a humiliation that lingered in his memory. Each time he encountered a newcomer, he felt a thrill in tearing apart their untempered zeal. Now, Xiao Yan's ambition to challenge them all seemed utterly delusional. Xiao Yan shook his head and stated, "You may all come at me together. I haven't even had breakfast yet, and am quite hungry." Upon hearing this, Jela's eyelids twitched violently, and a surge of anger welled up within him. "At a time like this, you're thinking about breakfast?" He fumed. "Very well. I shall ensure you eat your fill." Jela's body suddenly lunged forward, his right fist clenched tightly. A surge of fighting spirit coalesced upon it, generating a formidable force that struck fiercely towards Xiao Yan's head. Initially, he had merely intended to teach Xiao Yan a lesson, but now he had changed his mind, determined to incapacitate him entirely, ensuring he would miss this recruitment opportunity. Nearby, several students from the Canaan Academy, also tasked with recruitment, furrowed their brows. It was evident that he was employing combat techniques. As Xiao Yan's eyes widened at the rapidly approaching fist, he inwardly lamented the consequences of ignoring his warnings. Just before the fist could make contact, Xiao Yan extended a single finger and gently tapped. What? Regardless of Jela's exertion, his fist remained utterly motionless, as if it had struck an immovable mountain. The strength of this individual was unfathomable. Xiao Yan yawned and calmly remarked, "Speed, lacking. Strength, feeble. Your techniques are a hodgepodge. Are you truly a student of Canaan Academy?" With a simple kick to Jela's chin, he sent him flying like a kite with its string cut. The mocking tone in his voice rendered the onlookers speechless, their astonished gazes fixated on the unconscious Jela. It was hard to fathom that a mere freshman could so effortlessly defeat a one-star fighter. Rob, who had previously worn a broad smile, watched this unfold, his expression darkening, his eyes glinting with coldness as they bore down on the serene young man. It seemed he had underestimated Xiao Yan. The latter's cultivation was likely on par with his own. As a newcomer, Xiao Yan must have been under 20 years of age. It was astonishing that such a prodigy could emerge from such a small city. Xiao Yan, still with one hand resting behind his back, glanced at the icy Rob and said, "Let us all join forces. If every day in the academy is filled with petty squabbles over so-called rules, it would be most bothersome. You dare to call Rob a mere insect? Come on, everyone, attack." Rob shouted, drawing a magic crystal spear from his storage ring, its forged power amplified by a magic core. "Yuer, quickly call the instructor. Rob has gone mad, even drawing out a magic crystal weapon. No matter how strong your cousin is, he can't take on 10 at once." One of Xiao Yan's close friends exclaimed anxiously, realizing that this was no longer a trivial game. A single misstep could lead to serious consequences. "These insects cannot harm my brother in the slightest," Xuner said, her sweet smile radiating confidence in the young man standing in the arena, more than anyone else. As Xiao Yan surveyed the dozen or so individuals brandishing their weapons, rushing at him like wolves, he decided to forego any further trouble and utilize his combat techniques. Over the past decade, Xiao Yan had mastered only two techniques: the advanced Shan Level 8 Extremes Collapse, which he had perfected, and the low-level Earth Tier Flame Separating Wave Ruler, which he had finally achieved a minor success in after extensive training. With a flick of his hand, he tucked it into his robe, grasping the edge. Using his sleeve as a heavy ruler, channeling his fighting spirit throughout his body, he waved his sleeve forward. A preliminary test of strength. Flame Separating Wave Ruler. A terrifying, invisible heat wave surged forth with the force of a tidal wave. Puff. Rob was the first to bear the brunt of an inexplicable, heavy blow to his chest. A wave of intense heat surged through his body, and his pallid face betrayed his shock. In an instant, he was violently propelled backward, spitting forth a torrent of blood. Thud. The other lackeys who followed suit met the same fate. To onlookers, it appeared as though they were merely feigning a fall for the sake of deceit. For Xiao Yan had not even touched them, yet they all collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. After being thrust backward for over 10 meters, Rob crashed heavily onto the scorching stone ground, his body twitching slightly before he gazed in terror at the young boy who stood confidently in the distance. A sharp pain gripped his chest, darkness enveloped his sight, and he ultimately succumbed to unconsciousness. Good heavens, am I dreaming? The battle commenced and concluded in mere seconds, with Xiao Yan not having moved an inch. It was an absolute domination. Who is this boy? Beneath the blazing sun, the bewildered freshers stared at the fallen seniors, their fervent gazes shifting to the figure cloaked in shadow. Even Xiao Yu and her companions were astonished to hear that a newcomer could vanquish seniors, and moreover, annihilate a whole throng in an instant. Xiao Yu's friend slowly turned to her, asking, "Is this your cousin? He's younger than you?" In disbelief, Shui and I asked, "Yuer, honestly, what level of cultivation does your cousin possess? He must be at least a battle master." Xiao Yu could only smile wryly. 6 months prior, at the family ceremony, Xiao Yan was a 6-star battle fighter, but she had no idea of his current prowess. You since this is your cousin, you wouldn't want him, would you? Perhaps you could introduce him to me? Shui and I teased, raising an eyebrow. Get lost, you dreamer. Xiao Yu retorted, her cheeks flushed. Suddenly, an inexplicable thought crossed her mind. There isn't much blood relation between us. Xiao Yan, oblivious to Xiao Yu's inner musings, glanced at his slightly charred sleeve, nodding in satisfaction. Truly remarkable for an earth-ranked combat technique. Even without a weapon, a mere flick produces such formidable power. Though the flame-splitting wave hadn't even unleashed half its potential, Xiao Yan felt content. If combined with the mystic heavy ruler, its might would surely be unparalleled. This little fellow possesses great talent and potential. It seems I have stumbled upon a treasure. A gentle voice suddenly softened Xiao Yan's heart, accompanied by a light laughter that echoed within the tent. As the tent flaps parted, a graceful, mature woman emerged. Upon sighting her, Xiao Yu and her friends immediately ceased their playful banter, respectfully greeting Instructor Ruolin. Chapter 29, Potential Classification. With the appearance of Instructor Ruolin, Xiao Yan's formidable spiritual power detected a shift in the gazes of some youthful students within the tent, their eyes igniting with an inexplicable fervor directed towards her. A shiver ran down Xiao Yan's spine. It seemed that the younger ones were often enamored with women of maturity. This must be what they call a mature woman complex. Xiao Yu and her friends hastily approached their instructor, surrounding her with chatter. Instructor Ruolin, Yuer has missed you dearly. Xiao Yu gleefully leapt forward, embracing her mentor's waist. Mentor Ruolin smiled gently, tenderly stroking Xiao Yu's hair as she inquired. Yuer, how was your holiday? Aside from missing you every day, everything else was splendid. Oh you, with that little mouth of yours. After exchanging a few more words, Mentor Ruolin cast a glance at the chaotic group of students. Shaking her head in mild exasperation, you all certainly make quite the racket. Please escort the injured to a shaded area and summon a healer to attend to them. You few, along with the other newcomers, should enter the tent for a potential assessment. Upon hearing Mentor Ruolin's words, the newcomers, who felt as though they had been roasted under the scorching sun, entered the tent with expressions of joy, as if they had encountered a deity. Xiao Yan nodded to Xiao Ning and Xiao Mei, signaling them to follow suit. Come on, Xuner, let us also step inside. Mentor Ruolin regarded Xiao Yan with admiration for his composed and authoritative demeanor, sensing that she had not only found a treasure, but perhaps also a spirited student. Inside the tent, Mentor Ruolin sat at a desk, raising her hand gracefully, causing a ring on her finger to shimmer with light, revealing a scroll of green sheepskin and an ink brush in her grasp. With a light chuckle, she addressed the students. Congratulations, everyone. You have successfully passed the preliminary assessment, and you have now officially entered the gates of Canaan Academy. However, due to class divisions ranging from yellow to mysterious levels, it is essential to ascertain your potential. Thus, I need to determine your exact capabilities. 1-star Dou Fighter level, 2-star Dou Fighter level, and so forth, with the highest being 5-star Dou Fighter. The younger you are, the higher your rating will correspondingly be. Mentor Ruolin gently elucidated the grading criteria, which Xiao Yu had previously shared with Xiao Ning and the others. Those who entered alongside Xiao Yu were all distinguished elites selected by the Xiao clan. In the past decade at Canaan Academy, there has only been one newcomer with such potential, she continued, and that little enchantress has become quite remarkable within the academy. At this juncture, her gaze subtly drifted towards Xiao Yan and Xuner, sensing that their potential was likely the highest, though the exact measure eluded her. Curiously, Xiao Yan inquired of Xiao Yu, who is this little enchantress? The little enchantress refers to Hu Jia, the granddaughter of the vice president of the Outer Academy. She possesses extraordinary talent and formidable combat prowess, though she has a penchant for women. As Xiao Yu spoke, a shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to warn, Xuner, be cautious. Xiao Yan, with a serious expression, advised, indeed, Xuner, you should be wary and avoid entanglements. I believe it is you, brother Xiao Yan, who should exercise caution and not sow wild oats. Xuner retorted playfully. While the conversation unfolded, the assessment commenced, with a device on Mentor Ruolin's desk capable of gauging both cultivation and age. The majority of the students were around 19 years old, with ratings mostly lingering at the same level, which were quite sparse. Mentor Ruolin gazed with surprise at a somewhat timid girl before her, pleased as she remarked, not bad, potential value. Xiao Yan replied gently, this is the result of your own hard work. I merely offered a bit of assistance. Xiao Ning, 18 years old, 1-star Dou fighter, Xiao Ning stated solemnly. Remarkable. You possess immense potential as well. Xiao Ning clasped his hands tightly and respectfully approached Xiao Yan, bowing slightly. Xiao Yan merely waved his hand nonchalantly in response. Xiao Ning's attainment of a 1-star Dou practitioner was entirely reliant on the energy-gathering elixirs bestowed upon him by Xiao Yan. It could be said that without Xiao Yan, he would not be the person he is today. Next, Xuner. Upon hearing her name, Xiao Yan gently stroked Xuner's flowing hair and encouraged her, saying, "Go and astonish them." Xuner shrugged her shoulders, mimicking Xiao Yan's expression of feigned helplessness. Alas, in the end, I still cannot surpass brother Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan chuckled and replied, "What? Are you still jealous of me?" Pouting slightly, Xuner approached the table and softly declared, "Xiao Xuner, 7-star Dou practitioner, age 16. At that moment, Mentor Ruolin's wrist stiffened, causing her pin to slip from her grasp. Her mouth slightly agape as she looked up at the striking young girl before her. "Are you joking?" The girl's ethereal voice rendered the tent silent. All eyes fixated in astonishment upon the girl clad in azure. Even Mentor Ruolin momentarily struggled to assess the level of talent displayed. This is extraordinary. Stronger than the Vice-Dean's granddaughter. And at only 16, Xiao Yan couldn't help but smile wryly. The pace of her cultivation was simply astounding. Were it not for his own flame-deciding art and bone-spirit cold fire, he would have long been surpassed. Taking a deep breath, Mentor Ruolin inscribed her assessment on the roster. "Let me rate you. Although this level is not indicated on the chart, it is evident that you have surpassed it. I will inform the dean accordingly." Mentor Ruolin made an exception. At last, that enchanting girl in the academy has encountered a rival. Xiao Yu suddenly murmured to herself. Within the tent, the new students began to murmur amongst themselves, speculating about Xuner's origins, unabashedly revealing their admiration for her. When Mentor Ruolin glanced at the last name on the roster, her expression turned peculiar as she looked toward Xiao Yan, saying, "Next, Xiao Yan." Xiao Yan slowly rose and approached the table, stating, "Xiao Yan, age 16, 8-star Dou practitioner." In the corner, Rob and Jella, who had just been roused, were about to take a sip of water and consume some medicine, only to have the medicine spray out instead. Both wore expressions of terror and disbelief, nearly kneeling in shock. 16 years old. Impossible. How could an 8-star Dou practitioner possess such formidable power? As Xiao Yan's words fell, a chorus of gasps echoed within the tent, astonished and even fearful glances directed at him, filled with awe at such terrifying talent. Having witnessed Xiao Yan effortlessly defeat Rob and his companions, everyone speculated that Xiao Yan must possess the cultivation of a Dou Master, estimating his age to be nearly 20, akin to Xiao Yu. Yet, Xiao Yan was merely 16. Moreover, he had not even reached the Dou Master level, yet displayed the combat prowess of one. This was more terrifying than a Dou Master. A 16-year-old 8-star Dou practitioner, even stronger than Xuner, and with exceptionally fierce combat strength. What a genius! Mentor Ruolin exhaled slowly, her eyes narrowing as she regarded the young man before her. His talent and combat strength far surpassed that of the little enchantress. Xiao Yu's sisters had long since become numb to the revelations, and Shui and I inquired, "What on earth has happened in your family? Each one seems more extraordinary than the last. Your cousin is truly remarkable and extraordinary." A faint smile graced Xiao Yu's lips, as if she were praising herself. In her heart, she chuckled, thinking, if they knew Xiao Yan was also a pharmacist, they would probably faint from shock. Chapter 30. The Inner Courtyard and the Sky-Burning Training Tower. Xiao Yan gazed at the Mentor Ruolin, who had forgotten to pick up the pin that had fallen to the ground. He could only helplessly shrug his shoulders. He did not wish to be so ostentatious. But alas, his strength did not permit it. As he slowly rolled up the sheepskin scroll in his hands, Mentor Ruolin smiled gently and said, "All right, today's registration ends here. We will remain here for another 7 days. Congratulations to the new students who registered today. You are now members of the Canaan Academy. I hope you can prepare everything within these 7 days. After that, the flying team from Canaan Academy will arrive in Wutan City, and we shall fly directly to the Academy." Upon hearing this, the faces of those in the tent filled with joy. As Mentor Ruolin stood up to leave, Xiao Yan took a step forward, feeling a bit embarrassed as he rubbed his nose and chuckled. "Mentor Ruolin, I have some questions I would like to ask you." "Oh." Xiao Yan, the little genius, already has questions for his mentor? Ruolin inquired curiously. "Well, I heard from Xiao Yu that Canaan Academy has a sky-burning training tower. Is it true that there is a strange fire there?" Xiao Yan asked in a hushed tone, slightly taken aback. Mentor Ruolin furrowed her brows and softly replied, "Canaan Academy does indeed have a sky-burning training tower. But the strange fire you mentioned is merely a rumor within the Academy. I do not know if it is true or not. Perhaps the rumors arose due to the tower's association with flames." Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and he then revealed a warm smile. "If you do not mind, Mentor, I would like to stay at the Xiao clan for these 7 days, as I have many questions regarding Canaan Academy." With a playful smile, Mentor Ruolin tapped Xiao Yan's forehead and said, "You are quite clever, aren't you? Very well, since you have inquiries about the Academy. It is my duty as your mentor to introduce you to our institution. Renowned throughout the Dou Qi continent, Canaan Academy holds immense influence within the Jiamad Empire. In terms of strength, even the Mytel auction house pales in comparison. If the recruitment team from Canaan Academy were to settle in the Xiao clan, even when Xiao Yan and the others leave Wutan City for their studies, they need not worry about other forces daring to lay eyes on the Xiao clan. When the news of the Canaan Academy's recruitment mentor arriving at the Xiao family reached the clan members, their faces lit up with surprise. And they extended the highest standard of hospitality to the guests from Canaan Academy. In the Grand Hall, Xiao Yan and several elite members of the Xiao clan, who were about to enter Canaan Academy, gathered together. Mentor Roland began to explain the situation of Canaan Academy. The sky-burning training tower you mentioned, Xiao Yan, is the foundation of Canaan Academy, one of the key reasons it can cultivate so many powerful students. Entering the sky-burning training tower can evoke a unique heart fire, which can purify and refine one's own Dou Qi, accelerating the cultivation of Dou Qi. The burning Sky Qi Tower is situated within the inner courtyard of Canaan Academy, accessible only to the students of the inner courtyard who must expend a point system known as fire energy to enter and cultivate within. The newly admitted students of Canaan Academy are referred to as outer courtyard students, engaging in a 3-year curriculum. Each year, an examination is conducted for entrance into the inner courtyard, and those who succeed become true students of Canaan Academy. Failure to pass the inner courtyard examination over the span of 3 years results in graduation and departure from the academy, necessitating annual admissions. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Mentor, I recall that Xiao Yu is also an outer courtyard student. How did she manage to enter the burning Sky Qi Tower?" Xiao Yu cast a fierce glance at Xiao Yan, retorting, "Am I an eyesore as an outer courtyard student?" Observing Xiao Yu's demeanor, Mentor Roland chuckled softly, explaining, This is because Xiao Yu once assisted the academy with a task, and as an exception, she was allowed to experience the effects of the burning Sky Qi Tower. It was through this that she advanced from a 2-star Dou fighter to a 3-star Dou fighter. As for your concern regarding the exotic fire, Xiao Yan, it is likely a futile pursuit. The essence of the burning Sky Qi Tower lies in entering the tower, drawing forth a wisp of heart fire, and utilizing it to refine Dou Qi rapidly. Perhaps this is why some gossip has emerged, suggesting that the heart fire within the burning Sky Qi Tower is an exotic fire. However, since all entrants can access this heart fire, it cannot possibly be deemed exotic fire. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan's eyes flickered with intrigue, as the capabilities of exotic fire indeed resonated with Mentor Roland's description. The first was the Fallen Heart Flame, ranked 14th on the exotic fire list. Born of the heart, it refines qi and strengthens the bones. The Fallen Heart Flame continuously generates a form of heart fire that can incinerate the Dou Qi within, thereby accelerating cultivation. Another was the Purifying Lotus Demon Fire, ranked 3rd on the exotic fire list, which is scarcely documented even among the mysterious exotic fires, with only a few lines of mention. It is said that the Purifying Lotus Demon Fire possesses the ability to purify all things in the world, including the impurities within Dou Qi. Of course, this presumes that the effects of the burning Sky Qi Tower are attributed to exotic fire. If they arise from other causes, that would be an entirely different matter. By the way, little genius, why are you so concerned about exotic fire? Mentor Roland asked, observing Xiao Yan, who seemed lost in thought. Mentor Roland could hardly contain herself, pinching Xiao Yan's cheek as if scrutinizing a peculiar creature. What manner of being are you? You cannot possibly be a beast transformed into a human, having lived for hundreds of years. Laughter erupted from everyone in the hall, as they too perceived Xiao Yan's maturity, which was far from that of a typical 15 or 16-year-old boy. What could Xiao Yan say? As long as they were amused, that was enough. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiao Yan took a break from his cultivation, spending time with his father, Xiao Zhan, while also engaging in the production of first-grade pills. Following the bankruptcy of the two major families, the prices of low-grade medicinal materials had become more stable, with no one daring to raise them indiscriminately. Xiao Yan presented a collection of pills, filling several spatial rings, to Xiao Zhan, saying, "Father, I am an unfilial son, unable to stay by your side often." Xiao Zhan, with his aged hands, caressed Xiao Yan's cheek, tears of joy glistening in the corners of his eyes, and said with a sense of pride, "I am well, and you have grown. It is time for you to venture into the outside world. One cannot remain at home forever. Xuner, my dear, your intentions are commendable, just do not let them hinder your cultivation." After a poignant farewell, Xiao Yan and his companions boarded the aerial fleet of the Jianan Academy. This fleet comprised magnificent, tamed flying beasts, and it was no wonder that Jianan Academy was revered as the pinnacle of institutions on the Dou Qi continent. Before them stood a colossal 4th-tier magical beast, the steel giant eagle. Xiao Ning gazed in awe at this magnificent creature. "Students, We shall soon embark on our journey via the Flying Beast. Departing from Daling City and venturing into the Black Corner region. Xiao Yan Academy is situated at the very heart of the Black Corner region. And we shall arrive in approximately half a day, explained Mentor Roland to all the newcomers. The Black Corner region. That lawless territory. Upon hearing those words, many students felt a wave of apprehension and fear wash over them. Xiao Yan had also perused some texts regarding the Black Corner region within the mysterious spatial ring. In essence, it resembled the infamous Golden Triangle, a realm rife with sects and factions, where chaos reigned supreme and violence, looting, and pillaging were commonplace, a veritable jungle law world for humanity. Chapter 31. The Spirit Offering. Old shop. Shortly after Xiao Yan and his companions ascended the steel giant eagle, its enormous wings began to flap gently. Wisps of wind attribute energy swirled around it, lifting the massive form into the sky. With a resounding screech, the steel giant eagle, under the command of its tamer, soared skyward, hurtling toward the Black Corner region. It felt akin to being aboard an aircraft. Sitting in the compartment atop the steel giant eagle, Xiao Yan rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window at the fleeting wisps of clouds. Memories from the depths of his past began to resurface vividly. Wow, we're flying. How incredible it is to tame such a colossal flying beast. I recall only Dou Ling experts can glide briefly, while only Dou Wang can achieve long-distance flight. Typically, a standard flying beast requires several days to traverse the Jiama Empire, yet this fourth-tier beast, the steel giant eagle, accomplishes it in merely half a day. Young master, look, we are above the clouds, cried Xiao Mei, tugging at Xiao Yan's clothing with uncontainable excitement. Xiao Yan, look quickly, she urged, her exhilaration evident on her face. Xiao Yan smiled gently, replying, I see. Please secure yourselves and hold on tightly. We wouldn't want anyone to be flung off. What is a safety belt? Xiao Mei queried, puzzled. I mean hold on to your seats and be careful, Xiao Yan corrected himself, realizing that this world lacked the concept of safety belts. Beside him, Xuner chuckled softly. It seems, brother Xiao Yan, that you are not new to flying beasts at all. Xuner, it appears you are the one with prior experience. Xiao Yan playfully countered. Before long, half a day had elapsed, and the steel giant eagle had already crossed the boundaries of the Jiama Empire, entering the Black Corner region. Dear students, we have now entered the Black Corner region. I must emphasize, regardless of the circumstances, never venture into the Black Corner region alone. Mentor Roland advised solemnly, departing from her usual demeanor. In this region, due to its unique topography, the Black Corner domain has almost become the most chaotic area on the entire continent. Here, formidable individuals fleeing from various nations have found themselves in dire straits, establishing the most savage rules. Even if one is a grandmaster, survival in the Black Corner domain is not guaranteed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yan gazed out of the window. Unfortunately, the iron giant eagle soared too high, and from such an elevation, all he could discern was a sea of white clouds, along with faint glimpses of buildings and mountain jungles. Dear students, we are soon to arrive at Peacetown, the instructor announced. Peacetown serves as a buffer zone between the Canaan Academy and the Black Corner domain, where killings are strictly prohibited. However, you will also receive the protection of the Academy. At the entrance of the town stands a gnarled tree, its branches reaching out ominously, adorned with a number of corpses. Xiao Yu whispered, that is the infamous death tree of Canaan Academy. In the past, the bodies of 2 Dou kings and 1 Dou emperor were displayed there, serving as a warning to the forces of the Black Corner domain to refrain from infringing upon Canaan Academy, lest they meet a similar fate. Even now, the death tree remains a grim spectacle, still displaying numerous skeletal remains, evoking terror in all who behold it. Among the twisted branches, some corpses are gruesomely impaled, swaying gently in the breeze, producing an eerie creaking sound. As the new students heard this, their throats tightened, and cold sweat began to bead on their foreheads. Mentor Roland led all the newcomers down from the iron giant eagle, proclaiming, everyone, follow me. We shall spend the night in Peacetown, and tomorrow morning, someone from the Academy will guide us into the Academy. It had already been half a day since Xiao Yan and the others flew from Wutan City to Peacetown, and darkness had begun to descend. Between Canaan Academy and Peacetown lies a vast expanse of primordial forest, a training ground for students, necessitating the Academy to dispatch griffins for transportation to Canaan City. As soon as Xiao Yan stepped through the town's entrance, he sensed 2 peculiar waves of energy sweep over him. Do not be alarmed. This is a soul detection wave, used to check if anyone is wanted. Leaving behind special marks, Mentor Roland gently explained to the newcomers. Indeed, Canaan Academy is truly remarkable, one student marveled. Yes, the world is full of wonders, another replied. When Xuner noticed Xiao Yan had halted, she softly inquired, is something wrong, brother Xiao Yan? Do you sense any issues? Several members of the Xiao clan also recognized Xiao Yan's pause and stopped as well. Before departing Wutan City, Xiao Yan had instructed that everyone within Canaan Academy must heed Xiao Yan, the young clan leader, following his lead. Rob's expression darkened as he retorted, Xiao Yan, do not presume that your little talent is anything special. There are many stronger than you in Canaan Academy. Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, responding, yes, yes. There are skies beyond the sky, and people beyond people. But you are certainly not one of them. You'll see once we enter the academy, being strong means little. Rob shot back, his gaze icy, hastening toward their designated lodging. Xiao Yan patted Sun Air's hand reassuringly, saying, I'm fine, I just sat too long. Let us go? We shouldn't keep the mentor waiting. He cast a furtive glance towards a narrow alley on his right, but chose not to enter. In the stillness of the night, at the inn where the fresh students of Canaan Academy have taken refuge, a shadow silently slipped away from the window. Clad in a long, dark robe, Xiao Yan ventured into the pitch-black alley, navigating the intricate, winding paths with an uncanny familiarity, as though he had traversed this labyrinthine route before. At the end of the alley lay a dead end, a place so desolate that not even the faintest specter lingered. Yet, paradoxically, nestled within this ghostly void stood a dilapidated old shop, concealed behind a rickety wooden door that creaked ominously with the whisper of the wind, instilling an unsettling chill. Xiao Yan glanced upward, where the signboard bore the 4 ominous characters, Soul Offering Shop. The sign appeared to have long been neglected, shrouded in dust, and its tattered state suggested it might crumble at any moment. From his storage ring, Xiao Yan produced a dark token, not having visited this place by chance, but rather guided here by the peculiar resonance of the token, which emitted a distinct spiritual aura. Earlier that evening, he had detected 2 spiritual fluctuations passing by him, one from the Canaan Academy inspector, and the other emanating from this very token. With his brow furrowed in concern, Xiao Yan recognized that this place was undoubtedly sinister, and he recalled that the token originated from the Soul Palace, an organization notorious for its malevolence. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the surroundings, akin to a haunted realm. Since you are here, why not enter the shop? A voice, aged and raspy, echoed from within, reminiscent of a demon from the depths of the underworld, sending shivers down his spine. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, his mind racing with thoughts. He understood that his presence here was secured by the token, providing him at least a semblance of safety. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and approached the decaying wooden door, gently pushing it open to step inside. Upon entering the Soul Offering Shop, Xiao Yan was struck by the overwhelming sensation that he had wandered into a mausoleum rather than a commercial establishment. The interior was shrouded in darkness, illuminated solely by the flickering candlelight on the counter. The shop was woefully small, even the tiniest stalls in the Xiao clan's marketplace dwarfed it. Aside from a weathered wooden cabinet of indeterminate age, the sparse shelves on either side were laden with cobwebs, devoid of any other items. Next to the cabinet hung a black curtain, obscuring whatever lay beyond, an abyss that offered no hint of its destination. Xiao Yan's attention was drawn to an elderly man seated at the counter, his right hand propping up his cheek as he appeared to doze off. The old man was emaciated, his body little more than skin stretched over bones, with sunken eye sockets and sparse hair, resembling a corpse that had lain undisturbed for days. Were it not for the earlier voice affirming his existence, Xiao Yan might have been startled, mistaking him for a mere cadaver resting in the shop. Even someone as audacious as Xiao Yan felt a chill run down his spine in this place, the very air thick with discomfort. Summoning his courage, he approached the counter and gently tapped the surface, inquiring, "Good day, esteemed elder. May I ask what this place is?" Upon hearing Xiao Yan's question, the old man's body moved slowly, reminiscent of a mummified corpse stirring to life. His eyelids gradually lifted, revealing a pair of eerie, aquamarine eyes that scrutinized Xiao Yan, akin to the gaze of a specter. "You dare to enter here without even knowing where you are?" rasped a voice, deep and gravelly, from the elder's throat. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by the inquiry, Xiao Yan managed a sheepish smile and replied, "I was merely wandering about and inadvertently stumbled into this place." A smile cracked at the corner of the elder's mouth, revealing a set of yellowed teeth, some of which were conspicuously missing. He leisurely remarked, "No one from my clan may cross the spatial barrier to arrive here without my family's permission." After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan chose to be forthright, producing a black token of indeterminate origin from his pocket. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly, curiosity glimmering within as he appraised Xiao Yan and slowly articulated, "You are neither a member of my soul clan nor affiliated with the Soul Hall, yet you possess the soul token of my clan. How intriguing." Xiao Yan rubbed his nose and explained, "A person named Han Shuzi gave this to me, claiming I have an aptitude for alchemy and urging me to join the Soul Hall in the royal capital of the Jiama Empire." His words were a blend of truth and embellishment, while the token was indeed bestowed by Han Shuzi. The assertion of his alchemical talent was a fabrication to elevate his own standing. The elder chuckled knowingly, shaking his head with an air of resignation before closing his eyes as if to drift into slumber. This is the Soul Offering Emporium, a place where my clan engages in trade. Trade? At that moment, Xiao Yan turned his attention to the wares displayed on the shelves. As he brushed aside the cobwebs, the realization of what lay before him caused his countenance to shift dramatically. Agarwood soul timber. This is an exceedingly rare and precious item. When ground into powder and fashioned into incense pouches, it can gradually enhance one's spiritual strength. Moreover, it serves as a principal ingredient in the crafting of 6th-grade soul elixirs. Dream flower honey, dragon grain rice. Xiao Yan then glanced at a gemstone nestled beside the agarwood soul timber. Upon recognizing it, his eyelids twitched with urgency. For it was a vital component in the formulation of the 7th-grade elixir, the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill. As for whether the Yin-Yang stone bore other properties, Xiao Yan was uncertain. Had it not been for the formula for the Yin-Yang Xianlong pill contained within his spatial ring, which detailed this gemstone, he would have remained oblivious to its significance. Ha ha ha, not bad. You possess a discerning eye, the elder cackled. Xiao Yan had devoted over a decade to thoroughly studying the various formulas, the compendium of materia medica, and catalogs of rare treasures within his ring. Yet there remained items in this place that eluded his recognition. Unfailingly, those he did identify were all exceedingly valuable. Each a primary ingredient for elixirs starting from the 5th grade. Xiao Yan swallowed hard and pointed toward a desiccated leaf in the cabinet behind the elder, asking, "How much for that withered leaf?" Undoubtedly, the most precious 5th-grade item he recognized was that very leaf behind the elder. The elderly man spoke with the precision of a seasoned expert, articulating the significance of withered leaves without a hint of error. It is not a trivial matter. A soul of a high-ranking Dou zone is at stake. Here, transactions are not conducted through gold coins or medicinal pills, but rather through the exchange of cultivators' souls. It is no wonder that the texts recount the Soul Palace's members hunting for soul entities across the continent. A revelation dawned upon Xiao Yan. The currency of the Soul Palace is, indeed, souls. He shrugged, expressing his resignation. Don't mention Dou zone. I am merely a fighter, far from even being a Dou Master. Thus, the items here are not suited for me. Dou zone. The individual lay on the ground. And even with Xiao Yan exhausting his Dou Qi, he could not inflict the slightest harm. Young man, these items are rare treasures. Everything here is obtained from the Black Corner region, mere scrap metal sold by soul manipulators in exchange for soul points. What we possess in the Soul Clan far exceeds this. The old man, despite his diminutive stature, spoke with grandiosity. Xiao Yan could not help but mentally scoff. It seemed that every member of the Soul Palace shared a similar disposition. One had dismissed Bone's spirit cold fire as worthless, while this one belittled the treasures here as mere trinkets. Nonetheless, Xiao Yan finally grasped the purpose of this soul offering establishment. It serves as the black market for the Soul Palace. Even if one is not affiliated with the Soul Palace, one can still barter with soul entities for goods. Moreover, according to the elder, the items here are deemed useless to the Soul Palace. The truly valuable goods are those exchanged for soul points. As the young clan leader, Xiao Yan naturally understood that it is commonplace for an organization to maintain its own merit points. Certain techniques and magical crystal weapons of the Xiao clan also require merit for acquisition, much like the Xiao clan's medicinal gathering teams. Those who procure rare herbs receive higher merit. What can soul points be exchanged for? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. The old man grinned widely. Anything. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he tentatively asked, even for? The elder seemed to anticipate Xiao Yan's desire for, grinning widely and emitting an unpleasant cackle. Indeed, we can provide information on specific, including locations and methods of acquisition, as long as you possess sufficient soul points. My clan can cater to your needs. Chapter 33, The Elder Soul Ghost. Wealthy and extravagant. Xiao Yan harbored no doubts. For the texts within his spatial ring revealed that the two most powerful organizations on the Dou Qi continent are the Soul Palace and the Dan Tower, formed by all alchemists uniting to combat the Soul Palace's abductions of their kind. The Soul Palace is such a formidable entity that it compels all alchemists to band together for self-preservation. They, coveted by every alchemist across the continent, may indeed be trivial in the eyes of the higher-ups of the Soul Palace. It is undeniable that this is a nefarious yet overwhelmingly powerful organization. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xiao Yan refrained from comment, offering only a polite smile and a courteous thanks before turning to depart through the wooden door. The elder, observing Xiao Yan's intent to leave, slowly remarked, "The second on the list, the resides within my clan." Xiao Yan halted in his tracks. Could it be that the second ranked, the is within the Soul Clan? The higher the rank on the list of exotic flames, the more enigmatic they become. Particularly, the flames that occupy the top positions are accompanied by but a single image and a few sparse phrases. The description of the second-ranked flame, the void devouring flame, is even more elusive than that of the purifying lotus demon flame, merely stating that this exotic fire is born from the void and possesses the ability to consume all things in heaven and earth. One cannot even ascertain its appearance, let alone locate it. The flame that ranks first is shrouded in even greater mystery, lacking a name, and the description on the exotic flame list is entirely blank. Steeped in secrecy. Ha ha ha, young one, since you possess the soul token of the soul void, I shall not hesitate to inform you that as long as you possess sufficient alchemical talent, even if you are not of my clan, you may still obtain the subflame of the void devouring flame. The elder dropped a bombshell, despite Xiao Yan's awareness of the sinister and perilous nature of the Soul Palace. At that moment, a thought of joining the Soul Palace arose within him. The allure of the second-ranked void devouring flame was simply irresistible. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he turned his back to the elder and inquired, as far as I know, there is no such thing as a subflame among exotic fires. The world is vast, yet how much can you truly know? Should you wish to join the Soul Palace, you may return here to seek me. I am known as the Soul Old Ghost. A flash of green light flickered in the elder's eyes before he slowly closed them, lapsing into silence. After Xiao Yan departed from the Soul Old Ghost shop, the elder, with closed eyes, murmured to himself, "This boy carries a remarkably faint scent of the Xiao clan. I wonder how Xiao Xian would feel knowing his kin has joined the Soul Palace. Ha ha ha. How intriguing." The following morning, Xiao Yan emerged from his room just in time to see Xuner stepping out of hers. "Good morning, Xuner. Did you kick off your blanket last night?" Xiao Yan approached Xuner with a teasing smile. Xuner chuckled lightly. "No, it was you, brother Xiao Yan. Just look. Even your collar is not properly arranged." As they exchanged playful banter, they made their way downstairs. After all the newcomers had finished their breakfast, a squadron of Griffin riders from the Jianan Academy assembled in orderly fashion to escort the new students into Jianan City. However, Xiao Yan was taken aback by the considerable distance between Peacetown and Jianan City, as it took nearly half a day of flight to reach their destination. Not accounting for the 2 or 3 hours of rest taken along the way, it was only at dusk, with the sun nearing the horizon, that they finally arrived. While Xiao Yan was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly felt a peculiar sensation, prompting him to open his eyes and gaze into the distance. There, a city of astonishing magnitude gradually emerged against the backdrop of the setting sun. Was this Jianan City? How immense it is. What a beautiful sight. Even from the heights, he could not fully encompass the entire city within his view, a testament to its vast expanse. Only the Jianan Academy could possess such a grand area in the heart of the Black Corner region. As the flying beast settled at the docking area of Jianan City, Xiao Yan exhaled slowly, stretching his limbs. He vowed to quickly attain the rank of Dou Wang to gain the ability to fly, for he had grown weary from sitting. As the new students followed Minter Roland through the streets, the bustling crowd left Xiao Yan in quiet awe. The vibrant atmosphere was such that even the imperial capital of the Gamma Empire could not compare. Truly, this was the most ancient academy on the continent, and its reputation alone drew countless individuals to this sacred place. Canaan City lacks a lord's residence. At its heart lies Canaan Academy. The city sufficiently caters to the daily needs of students, and for those wishing to hunt magical beasts, a vast forest lies just beyond the city limits, abundant with precious materials. Here, students can freely hunt and gather herbs. All right, everyone, you are now part of Canaan Academy. You will be attending class Yellow Level 2. You may choose to reside in the class dormitory or find accommodation within Canaan City. Minter Roland gently addressed all the new students. Xiao Yan and the other newcomers from Wutan City were naturally placed in the same class, while Xiao Yu, being a year ahead, had not qualified for the Inner Academy after only achieving a 2-star fighter ranking in the previous year's assessment. Having grown weary from their journey, Minter Roland instructed, "Please arrive punctually at class Yellow Level 2 tomorrow. I will explain some of the regulations of the Outer Academy and the credit system." Xiao Yan and his companions had already heard about the Outer Academy's policies from Xiao Yu. In the Inner Academy, the most crucial aspect was gaining access to the Burning Heaven Training Tower, while in the Outer Academy, the focus shifted to earning credits. This credit system differs from that of universities. It is essential for exchanging cultivation techniques, fighting skills, and even certain elixirs, magical crystal weapons, and the use of practice rooms. In the world of Dou Qi, where strength reigns supreme, there are no free lunches. To obtain anything, one must make sacrifices. Canaan Academy is not a charitable institution. Its techniques and skills are not freely accessible. Completing tasks assigned by the Academy will earn students credits, which can be exchanged at the Outer Academy's library for techniques and skills. Even performing daily cleaning duties can yield a small amount of credits. But the quickest way to accumulate them is to venture into the Academy's forest to gather herbs, sell them to the Academy, and exchange the earnings for techniques and skills. Minter Roland, May I have a word with you? Xiao Yan inquired softly. What is it, young genius? Mentor Roland was in high spirits. With both Xiao Yan and Xuner in class yellow level 2, this would undoubtedly be the most remarkable class of the year. I wish to enter the Burning Heaven training tower as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Mentor Roland was not the least surprised. Had it not been for the conclusion of this year's Inner Academy examination, Xiao Yan's current cultivation would have easily ensured his success. The education in the Outer Academy held limited significance for him. His true aspiration was to enter the Inner Academy for further cultivation. Mentor Roland appeared troubled. Xiao Yan, given your capabilities, passing this year's Inner Academy examination should not pose a challenge. Can't you wait a year? Xiao Yan shook his head. A year? It is impossible to squander a year at this juncture. Moreover, Xiao Yan's intention was not merely to learn the techniques and skills of Canaan Academy. His goal was the exotic flame. Even though he understood that the chances of devouring the exotic flame were slim, he could not bear to forego the attempt. Sighing, Mentor Roland remarked, Ah, geniuses are indeed often headstrong. Well, your situation is indeed rather unique. I shall discuss it with the vice president of the foreign college tonight to determine how to address your circumstances. Teaching is truly challenging. I can hardly rest after disembarking from the plane. Chapter 34. Challenging the mysterious class in the office of Vice President Hu Qian. Mentor Ruolin placed some documents regarding Xiao Yan on the desk. Oh, an 8-star fighter? Hu Qian was quite astonished upon seeing Xiao Yan's student information. It is noteworthy that his granddaughter is of the same age as Xiao Yan, yet despite his guidance, she has only reached the level of a 6-star fighter. Once one attains the rank of advanced fighter, they can utilize medicinal pills to assist in their training, significantly accelerating their progress. However, it is quite rare for someone so young to achieve the status of an 8-star fighter. Mentor Ruolin nodded earnestly and continued, Moreover, this student named Xiao Yan possesses remarkable combat strength. During the enrollment period, he clashed with first-year students accompanying the team and effortlessly defeated more than a dozen students, ranging from 1-star to 4-star fighters in a single move. Upon hearing this, Vice President Hu Qian's gaze sharpened slightly. To defeat so many lower-level fighters with a single strike indicates that his strength must have reached the level of a fighter, and he must have employed the rudimentary techniques of the mystic level, which are cultivated through the Dou Qi sect. To possess such strength at the tender age of 16 is indeed extraordinary. If even the vice president speaks so highly of him, one can only imagine the incredible prowess Xiao Yan possesses. Vice President Hu Qian stroked his beard and chuckled. It seems that if he continues his training diligently this year, he may very well pass the internal academy examination and gain admission to the inner academy. It has been a long time since a first-year student entered the inner academy. The Jianan Academy is divided into inner and outer colleges. Only when a new student reaches the rank of fighter can they participate in the annual selection competition for the inner academy. And only the top 50 in the selection can gain entry into the inner academy. The inner academy and outer academy are two entirely different realms. To speak frankly, the outer academy of Jianan Academy merely serves as a place for learning, or even just a trading platform, where students must earn credits through tasks to acquire resources. Only those who enter the inner academy become the academy's true core disciples and receive its support. However, that child has made a request. Mentor Ruolin spoke with a hint of embarrassment, for although Xiao Yan is a genius, it is somewhat inappropriate to make demands right after enrolling. Vice President Hu Qian raised an eyebrow, shaking his head with a wry smile. Truly, making requests right after enrollment. What are these children thinking these days? Do tell. What is his request? Xiao Yan wishes to experience the Burning Sky Training Tower. Vice President Hu Qian stroked his beard thoughtfully and, after a moment of serious contemplation, nodded in agreement. His desire is indeed justified. With his talent and strength, the offerings of the Outer Academy are hardly likely to entice him. It is only reasonable for him to wish to understand whether the Inner Academy's training methods and resources would meet his needs. The Vice President does not find Xiao Yan's request to be excessive. After all, given his exceptional abilities, only the Burning Sky Training Tower in the Inner Academy could hold any allure for him. Vice President, do you mean to say that you agree? Mentor Ruolin had not held out much hope. Although Xiao Yan is a prodigy, it seemed inappropriate to bend the Academy's rules for him. The Vice Dean, Hu Qian, with a glimmer in his eyes, revealed a smile laden with meaning. The Burning Sky Chi Tower is a resource exclusively for the students of the Inner Academy. Regardless of his innate talent, he cannot be permitted to disrupt the established rules. However, it is indeed an oversight on our part that new students are unable to participate in the Inner Academy's selection examinations. Mentor Ruolin furrowed her brow slightly and inquired softly, do you mean to say that as long as Xiao Yan can demonstrate his qualifications for entering the Inner Academy, we shall acquiesce to his request? Vice Dean Hu Qian resembled a cunning fox in his demeanor. Lin could not help but internally lament that experience often outmatches youth. Xiao Yan would likely face formidable challenges ahead. The following morning, after Mentor Lin introduced the basic circumstances of the Outer Academy, she instructed the students to undertake tasks assigned by the Academy according to their capabilities to earn points. Xiao Yan, please come here for a moment. What is it? Mentor Lin? Xiao Yan had a fair inkling of what was to come. With a delicate gesture, Lin pushed aside the strands of hair that had fallen over her forehead and stated calmly, "The Vice Dean has agreed to allow you to experience the Burning Sky Qi Tower in advance, but he has one condition." Xiao Yan was not at all surprised. Such casual remarks could hardly alter established protocols. "What is it, Mentor?" "You must defeat a student from the Shan class," she explained. "And only then will the Vice Dean consent to your request to enter the Inner Academy and experience the effects of the Burning Sky Qi Tower." Xiao Yan's class was the Huang class, while the Shan class, often referred to as the re-examination class, was composed of those who had previously attempted the Inner Academy examination but had not succeeded, now preparing for another opportunity. All students promoted to the Shan class were undoubtedly Dou Masters, with most being at least 4-star Dou Masters, typically in their third year. As Huang class students who had not passed were graduated without further chances. Students in the Shan class not only boasted higher cultivation levels, but were also seasoned veterans who had spent 2 years navigating the Outer Academy, proficient in both techniques and combat skills. It was almost certain that the majority would succeed in the next examination and gain entry into the Inner Academy, earning them the title of Inner Academy Preparatory Students. With a calm smile, Xiao Yan nodded without hesitation. "No problem. I leave the selection of candidates to you, Mentor." Seeing Xiao Yan's placid expression, Lin felt as though he was toying with her. "Little genius, I must warn you, everyone in the Shan class is a Dou Master, all beginning at 4 stars. You are essentially challenging a higher tier." "I understand," he replied. "Moreover, the gap between Dou Masters and Dou Practitioners is not merely a matter of advanced versus novice. Dou Masters can utilize their Dou Qi to condense protective garments, which significantly diminishes the impact of combat techniques." "I am aware," he reiterated. "You," Lin exclaimed, exasperated. "All right, I shall select a formidable opponent to enlighten you." Mentor Lin stormed off in frustration, and Xuner approached Xiao Yan, asking, "What happened, Brother Xiao Yan?" "Nothing much. To enter the Burning Sky Qi Tower, I need to defeat a senior Dou Master." Xiao Yan shrugged. "Regardless, he must enter the Burning Sky Qi Tower. This challenge is one he must accept." Soon, the sun began its descent, casting a soft crimson glow across the outer courtyard square of Canaan Academy, as if laying a delicate red carpet. This arena, somewhat secluded within the outer courtyard, served as a battleground for students to resolve their disputes. A gentle breeze swept through the square, bringing a slight chill that brushed against Xiao Yan, who stood there. Xuner, Xiao Yu, and Mentor Lin were also present, observing the match, alongside a few onlookers who had gathered to witness the duel, under the watchful eyes of many. Xiao Yan smiled faintly and clasped his hands towards a young man in the center of the arena, requesting, "I hope you will show mercy, senior brother." Lu Xing responded with a teasing smile, saying, "Though it is not in my nature to bully newcomers, I suppose I must reluctantly oblige this task assigned by the Academy." To ensure fairness, the vice principal had not designated a student for the challenge. Instead, he issued a task to the outer courtyard, leaving it to anyone willing to accept and confront Xiao Yan. That fellow has always been this way, never knowing when to hold back, seeking his own suffering. Lu Xing was a 6-star Dou Master, while Xiao Yan was merely an 8-star Dou Practitioner. How could he possibly compete? Xiao Yu stomped her foot in frustration, her eyes flickering with a hint of helpless concern. As bystanders learned of the details surrounding Lu Xing's task, they cast admiring glances toward Xiao Yan, albeit tinged with a sense of incredulity. It was a yearly occurrence for new students to challenge upperclassmen, and thus, the tradition of having newcomers bask in the sun during enrollment was upheld. However, it was the first time in many years that someone like Xiao Yan had dared to challenge the Shan class. Humph, who does this country bumpkin think he is? Believing he can dominate this place as if it were his own backyard? Such fools often meet the gravest ends, scoffed a newcomer from another region. Many fresh disciples were quite displeased with Xiao Yan's audacious behavior, as they too wished to make a name for themselves on the very first day, only to find Xiao Yan stealing their spotlight. Yet, Xiao Yan remained unfazed, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression consistently exuding the confidence he was known for. To others, his actions appeared foolish, even reckless. Upon hearing the murmurs, Sun Er's gaze turned icy, a flicker of golden flame igniting in her autumn-like eyes, wishing she could silence them herself. "If you are skilled in weaponry, feel free to use it," Xiao Yan kindly reminded. Lu Xing smirked, raising an eyebrow, and retorted, "There's no need. If I require a weapon to deal with a newcomer, I would not know where to place my dignity." Let us not waste time. Let the duel begin. Xiao Yan nodded, though his face remained calm. His body was already tensed, secretly channeling his Dou Qi. Xiao Yan understood that one should never underestimate those who have reached the level of a 6-star Dou Master, even if he possessed numerous hidden trump cards. As soon as he spoke, Lu Xing exerted force with his right foot, forcefully stamping the ground, leaving behind a series of lingering afterimages. This was the advanced Huang-tier martial art, Shadow Step, and it was astonishing that Senior Lu had mastered it to such an extent, creating 3 afterimages. With a resounding crash, Lu Xing launched a rapid assault towards Xiao Yan, multiple afterimages of his right fist aimed at Xiao Yan's face, chest, and abdomen. Although the afterimages could confuse the vision, for Xiao Yan, whose spiritual force was exceptionally potent, these illusions were mere child's play. Xiao Yan deftly sidestepped the blow, seizing Lu Xing's right hand and effortlessly redirecting his momentum, sending Lu Xing flying with a gentle yet effective maneuver. Without pausing, Xiao Yan capitalized on Lu Xing's momentary loss of balance and delivered a swift kick to Lu Xing's rear. A loud thud echoed as Lu Xing fell face first to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Just moments ago, the multiple afterimages had launched a simultaneous attack, leaving them unable to discern reality from illusion, yet Xiao Yan remained entirely unaffected and even seized the opportunity to counterattack. As Lu Xing stood up, his face a tumultuous mix of green and white, his gaze fixed on the young man in the arena. A flicker of concealed resentment flashed in his eyes. Shattering rock fist, Lu Xing once more stomped the ground, producing a thunderous sound as he reappeared before Xiao Yan. His right fist gathered earthy Dou Qi, swelling to an immense size, a colossal fist shadow hurtling towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan raised both hands to block, but the tremendous force of the fist struck heavily against his arms. Xiao Yan's body was sent flying, rolling several times before coming to a halt, shattering several tiles beneath him, a testament to the sheer power of the blow. Haha, this is the consequence of underestimating your seniors. Your arm must be broken, Lu Xing boasted, but before he could finish, Xiao Yan slowly rose to his feet, shaking off the numbness in his arms. He shook his head in discontent, stating, no matter how much one trains their body, relying solely on flesh cannot withstand the Dou techniques of a Dou Master. Xiao Yan's thinking was rather naive. Despite his rigorous training in the 8 extremes collapse and the flame separation technique for many years, and even having absorbed a wisp of bone spirit cold fire, the human body could never truly rival that of a magical beast. At that moment, everyone turned their gazes toward Xiao Yan, and upon seeing him stand unscathed, their expressions shifted dramatically. Are you even human? Are you a magical beast disguised in human skin? How is this possible? Lu Xing was in a state of disbelief. Having realized that this individual had withstood his profound tier Dou technique using mere physical strength, a cold smile crept onto Xiao Yan's lips, his gaze sharp and resolute. Now it is my turn to attack, senior. With a chilling grin directed at the flustered Lu Xing, Xiao Yan mobilized his Dou Qi throughout his body, stomping forcefully on the ground. His fingers clenched into fists, the bones cracking audibly as he launched a fierce strike towards Lu Xing's chest. An eye for an eye. 8 extremes collapse. Feeling the intense pressure of the wind rushing towards him, Lu Xing's expression changed drastically once more. Alarmed, he thought, is this guy truly an 8-star Dou Master? His aura is overwhelmingly potent. A fleeting thought crossed his mind as Lu Xing gritted his teeth. He found himself completely enveloped by Xiao Yan's relentless assault. With his agility and combat skills, it was utterly impossible to evade entirely. Thus, he had no choice but to forcefully withstand Xiao Yan's onslaught. Swiftly retrieving a long spear from his storage ring, Lu Xing gripped it firmly with both hands and unleashed his combat technique, the unyielding spear mountain. The silver-white spear's tip plunged into the ground, transforming its shaft into a makeshift shield, merging the spear with the earth to withstand the attack. Yet, Lu Xing still felt insecure. A faint yellow earth attribute, Dou Qi, gradually surged forth from his body, ultimately forming a thin veil of energy around him. This transformation of Dou Qi into an enveloping energy garment is a hallmark of a Dou Master, enhancing not only the wielder's defense, speed, and attack, but also amplifying the might of their techniques. To witness a 6-star Dou Master countering an 8-star Dou fighter by employing a weapon and manifesting an energy garment is a testament to the overwhelming ferocity of Xiao Yan's 8 extremities collapse. A cold smile danced on Xiao Yan's lips as he pressed forward, delivering a punch directly onto the spear. Eightfold Dark Force unleashed. The 8 extremities collapse is an advanced Xian-level technique, one in which Xiao Yan excels. At its pinnacle, the 8 extremities collapse boasts power comparable to the weakest of Earth-level techniques. The terrifying force compelled Lu Xing to retreat step by step, the spear carving a deep trench into the ground as waves of dark energy coursed through him. Observing Xing's near exit from the arena, Xiao Yan shook his head inwardly. Despite the opponent's use of a weapon for defense, it was primarily Xing's insufficient cultivation that rendered him vulnerable. Had they been of equal rank, the mere residual force of the 8 extremities collapse would have shattered the energy garment. Even Minter Wolin's expression shifted in astonishment. No one could deny the might of Xiao Yan's strike. This was a classic case of the underdog triumphing over the superior. The opponent had resorted to weaponry merely to stave off the blow. Without it, would he not have suffered grievous injury? Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as a massive black sword embedded itself in the ground, causing a tremor. Grasping the handle of the Xian heavy ruler, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he exerted force to lift it. "Senior, since you have employed a weapon, I shall not hold back." There was no hint of respect in Xiao Yan's words. A strange, ominous glow erupted from the runes on the Xian heavy ruler, unleashing a wave of terrifying heat that elevated the temperature of the entire square by a degree. The flame-splitting tsunami ruler. Chapter 36, The Underground Black Tower. An unusual and violent energy ripple suddenly surged through the square. The first to sense this wave of heat was Xuner, followed closely by Minter Wolin at the judging table, both of their expressions shifting dramatically. In near unison, their gazes pivoted, finally resting upon the black-cloaked youth standing tall with the heavy ruler in hand, the very source of this turbulent energy. What secrets does this individual possess? A breath of slightly heated air filled his lungs as Xiao Yan stepped forward under the watchful eyes of the crowd, lifting the Xian heavy ruler high above his head. His arms bulged with veins, resembling writhing serpents. With a resounding shout, Xiao Yan unleashed a 2-meter-high light of pale red. Unleashed the power of the water mirror. A graceful figure swiftly entered the arena. As the authoritative voice of Minter Wolin echoed, a surge of pale blue energy erupted from her palm, coalescing into an elliptical azure water mirror that shielded the bewildered Xing behind it. The water mirror, over a meter thick, resembled a protective wall of liquid, guarding both individuals. With a resounding crash, the flame-infused attack collided with the water mirror, the intense heat instantly vaporizing the moisture, enveloping the entire square in a dense fog. The obscuring mist rendered it impossible for the onlookers to discern the unfolding events. What transpired? Such formidable fire attribute martial skills. This must be at least of the low-level profound rank, perhaps even mid-level. How remarkable, to cultivate such mastery at such a young age. Keen-eyed students soon realized that Minter Wolin had intervened, signaling that Xiao Yan had emerged victorious. Moments later, with a swift motion, Minter Wolin dispersed the surrounding mist, revealing the scene within. Protected by Wolin, Xing remained unharmed, while Xiao Yan appeared deathly pale, struggling to breathe, gasping for air. The flame-severing wave had drained him of all his energy before he had even reached the rank of fighter. The consumption of Earth-level techniques was truly terrifying, leaving Xiao Yan utterly depleted. Moreover, even after exhausting Xiao Yan's energy, the resulting attack barely reached 2 meters in height, lacking even 1/10 of the power typical of Earth-level martial skills. "Xiao Yan, are you alright?" Xuner and Xiao Yu rushed to the arena, concerned for Xiao Yan's well-being. "Let me support you, brother Xiao Yan," Xuner offered, placing his arm across her shoulder, a gesture that elicited envy and admiration from onlookers. Xiao Yu scoffed. "You're pushing yourself too hard. You'll end up harming yourself." "I have no choice. Losing would tarnish the reputation of the Xiao clan." Xiao Yan replied with a wry smile, then turned to Minter Wolin and asked, "Minter Wolin, does this count as a successful challenge?" Minter Wolin furrowed her brow as she regarded Xiao Yan. Although the attack had appeared less formidable, resembling mid to high-level profound techniques, only she knew the true extent of the effort required to withstand it. If she were not a 5-star great fighter, she could not have blocked that blow with merely a high-level yellow technique. Her palm bore burn marks. She was a 5-star great fighter. Was it merely an illusion? How did it seem as if he could harness the power of the heavens and earth? Impossible. Only Earth-level techniques could command such forces. Minter Wolin found herself questioning her understanding of reality. How could a boy from Wutan City possess Earth-level martial skills? In the entire Gamma Empire, only the royal family and the Yunlan Sect had access to such techniques. It was inconceivable that a mere fighter could successfully cultivate Earth-level skills. Minter Wolin shook her head, deeming it an impossible feat. A 16-year-old youth could not have trained for long, as he certainly did not begin his training from birth. How could he have progressed so rapidly? Minter Wolin approached Xiao Yan, gently employing her water attribute Dou Qi to soothe his body. "Now that you have met the Academy's requirements, you may experience the sensation of our training cheat device ahead of time." "Thank you, Minter," Xiao Yan replied. "However, allow me to caution you. If you believe that defeating a student from the Xian class guarantees your entry into the Inner Academy, you are gravely mistaken. To secure a stable position in the Inner Academy, one must at least attain the rank of a 9-star Dou Master. Moreover, my expectations for you extend beyond mere entry. I expect you to rank among the top 5 in the Inner Academy examinations. Mentor Roland's tone shifted from her usual gentleness to one of seriousness. The top 5? Why the top 5? Xiao Yan inquired, perplexed. Is there a chance to enter the elite class? With a smile illuminating her face, Mentor Roland replied softly. Those who place in the top 5 of the Inner Academy examinations may choose an item from the Sutra repository as a form of scholarship. The repository contains numerous treasures, including Earth-tier techniques and Dou skills. Every collection amassed since the establishment of the Academy resides there. The thought of selecting a treasure from the Sutra repository, which held collections far surpassing even the imperial treasury of the Jiamat Empire, ignited a spark of determination in Xiao Yan. Put in the effort, young genius, and do not squander your talent. To secure a position in the top 5, you must at least achieve the strength of a high-grade Dou Master. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and nodded resolutely. Initially, he had thought that entering the Inner Academy as quickly as possible was essential. But now it appeared that securing a top 5 position before proceeding to the Inner Academy was the most prudent course of action. Above all, he needed to ascertain whether there was within the Inner Academy. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. News of Xiao Yan's victory over a student from the Xian class spread like wildfire, accompanied by a flurry of rumors. Yet, he remained oblivious to the gossip circulating in the Outer Academy, focusing solely on his training and awaiting Mentor Roland's response. At last, the moment arrived. His powerful spiritual sense detected Mentor Roland's presence. Xiao Yan exited his training state and hurriedly made his way out of his dormitory. Mentor Roland cast a sideways glance at him. You seem quite eager. Xiao Yan shrugged, defending himself. I was looking forward to seeing you, Mentor. Where is Xuner? Aren't you two typically inseparable? Xuner is in seclusion. I presume you are not expecting me merely to inquire about your training progress. In truth, the Inner and Outer Academies were not significantly different. The primary distinction lay in the conversion of credits into fire energy, giving all students a common objective, to enter the sky-burning Qi Tower for training. Following Mentor Roland, Xiao Yan walked for several minutes until they arrived at a concave terrain. Within this depression lay an enormous black tower, deeply embedded in the earth, with only its tip protruding above the surface. The tower is buried underground. The sight of this extraordinary scene deepened Xiao Yan's astonishment, and he murmured, could this be the so-called sky-burning Qi Tower concealed beneath the ground? Mentor Roland approached a modestly dressed elder and respectfully said, Elder Lu, this is Xiao Yan. He received approval from the Outer Academy 3 days ago to experience the wonders of the sky-burning Qi Tower. Elder Lu opened his eyes and regarded Xiao Yan with a slow nod. Young man, you are commendable. Understanding the importance of experiencing this in advance demonstrates great foresight. Xiao Yan awkwardly touched his nose, for his intentions were never meant to be so. Be bold and step inside. I shall keep watch over you. He heard Elder Lu say gratefully as he clasped his fists in thanks. Upon crossing the threshold of the dark door, Mentor Roland inquired with a smile, Elder Lu, how long do you reckon this lad can endure? Elder Lu stroked his beard and chuckled. For an 8-star Dou fighter to enter the Burning Heaven Training Tower is merely courting trouble. He shan't last beyond a minute. Chapter 37, The Choice. Standing at the entrance of the Burning Heaven Training Tower, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, his heart a mixture of trepidation and anticipation. With a determined bite of his teeth, he steeled himself and stepped resolutely into the darkness beyond the door. In an instant, however, his countenance underwent a dramatic transformation. His previously handsome face flushed crimson like burning coals, an exceedingly bizarre sight. What was happening? A tremor coursed through Xiao Yan's heart as he discovered a wisp of colorless heart fire surging within him. Some inner courtyard students preparing to depart from the tower noticed Xiao Yan frozen at the entrance, a faint white mist swirling around him, accompanied by a sizzling sound akin to meat on a grill, prompting derisive laughter. Yet another foolish rookie rushing into the Burning Heaven Training Tower without a clue. They mocked. The early bird may catch the worm, but they surely think too highly of themselves. However, it was indeed peculiar. Hadn't the inner courtyard examinations concluded just last month? Why was this newcomer only now entering the tower? Who knows? Perhaps the flames were all seized by some senior students. The seniors within the tower paid Xiao Yan no mind, their expressions revealing nothing but scorn and schadenfreude. At that moment, Xiao Yan had no time to concern himself with the outside world, for the colorless heart fire had erupted within him, encircling his energy vortex. Despite his decent control over fire as a second-tier alchemist, he found himself utterly incapable of managing this heart fire. Desperately, he fought to keep the heart fire away from the vortex. Should it ignite the vortex, he would be rendered useless. But wait. Elder Lu and Mentor Roland were nearby. If this heart fire posed a threat, they would undoubtedly intervene to save him. Could it be that this heart fire is the very reason for the accelerated cultivation within the Burning Heaven training tower? The tower's reputation for enhancing training must stem from this formless heart fire. Xiao Yan took a deep breath. Although he had received no formal guidance on how to behave within the Burning Heaven training tower, he had gleaned enough from fragmented conversations to form a conjecture. Since the tower was a place for accelerated cultivation, his proper course of action would be to cultivate diligently within its confines. With his mind settling, Xiao Yan began to operate the burning decision technique to absorb the surrounding fire attribute energy. Here in the Burning Heaven training tower, the abundance of fire energy allowed him to reap remarkable results with minimal effort. He gathered his thoughts, enduring the searing pain of the flames. As streams of yellow Dou Qi coursed through his meridians, converging towards the vortex like a vast ocean. Just as Xiao Yan's Dou Qi was on the verge of merging with the vortex, the formless heart fire suddenly expanded, searing the gathered Dou Qi. The Dou Qi has become pure. Xiao Yan was astonished to discover that a robust surge of fighting spirit had been nearly halved by the invisible flames, which had consumed all impurities and left behind an exceptionally pure fire attribute, fighting spirit. This miraculous event spared him the laborious process of refining the impurities within his spirals. Elated, Xiao Yan realized that typically, the cultivation process involved absorbing external energies to transform them into fighting spirit, which then required further refinement to eliminate impurities. This continual refinement ultimately led to a qualitative transformation, marking the transition from a fighter to a master. However, with the aid of the heart fire, he had effectively halved the steps in this arduous journey, explaining the significant acceleration in his training speed. Yet, after refining the fighting spirit once, the heart fire rapidly diminished in size. Xiao Yan refrained from delving deeper to summon more heart fire, as he understood that his purpose here was not solely for cultivation. Furthermore, the Burning Heaven training tower was not a place for prolonged training. Remaining there meant enduring the relentless torment of his flesh being scorched. Although his physical endurance could last for several more minutes, it served little purpose. The sudden emergence of colorless, formless heart fire within him was likely the fallen heart flame, ranked 14th on the list of extraordinary fires. Upon this realization, Xiao Yan channeled the cool threads of bone spirit cold fire within him, swiftly dispelling the heat. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of white mist. His gaze filled with a hint of covetousness as he peered into the depths of the Burning Heaven training tower, convinced that extraordinary fire must reside within. Yet, given his current strength, even the knowledge of such fire was futile. The fallen heart flame was simply too formidable for him to obtain. With clarity of thought, Xiao Yan felt no lingering attachment and decisively turned to exit the dark tower. The rapidity of his departure, barely a minute spent, left both Mentor Ruolin and Elder Lu momentarily stunned. You must endure a little longer. You left too quickly, not even staying a minute. You cannot bring happiness to Xuner like this. Mentor Ruolin consoled him. It is all right. You are still merely a fighter. Most fighters cannot even enter here. When you truly possess the strength to enter the inner academy, you will surely last longer. Xiao Yan smiled, aware that Mentor Ruolin had misunderstood his intentions. However, he was not one to seek the spotlight or cling to pride, so he offered no further explanation. His purpose for visiting the Burning Heaven training tower was not to hasten his cultivation, but simply to ascertain the presence of extraordinary fire. After Xiao Yan's departure, Elder Lu suddenly recalled, that young man regained consciousness all on his own during his first entry into the Burning Heaven training tower? Perhaps the heart fire at the entrance was too weak to summon much. In the stillness of the night, under the silvery moon and a sky adorned with countless stars, Xiao Yan sat alone on a hillside in the outer academy's forest, reclining on the tranquil grass, chewing on a blade of grass, allowing its faint bitterness to permeate his mouth. During his time in Wuten City, whenever Xiao Yan had concerns, he would gaze at the moon and stars from this hillside. Brother Xiao Yan, is he so leisurely as to admire the stars and moon? Xuner, resembling a purple butterfly, gracefully ascended to the mountaintop, her enchanting form tracing alluring arcs, her melodious voice reaching Xiao Yan's ears. Xiao Yan gazed at the increasingly enchanting young girl beside him and smiled gently. Have you completed your seclusion? Xuner, undeterred by the dirt of the lawn, slowly settled next to Xiao Yan. A charming dimple appeared on her lovely cheek as she smiled and asked, Is there something on your mind, Brother Xiao Yan? Xiao Yan shrugged, his gaze fixed upon the pure white moon in the sky, and replied softly, Xuner, do you think I am strong? Xuner was momentarily taken aback. After a thoughtful pause, she furrowed her brows and said, Brother Xiao Yan, you were already an 8-star Dou fighter at the age of 16, and your strength rivals that of students in the Shan class. It is rare to find anyone of your age in Jian Academy who can match you. But what about on the entire Dou Qi continent? Xiao Yan looked at Xuner with earnest eyes, as if seeking the wisdom of an enlightened sage. After a considerable contemplation, Xuner sighed and gently shook her head without a hint of concealment. I suppose so, considering the vastness of the Dou Qi continent. Chapter 38, Joining the Soul Palace. Xuner nodded slightly, indicating her agreement with Xiao Yan's assessment. The Dou Qi continent is indeed expansive. Jian Academy stands as a sacred ground in the Black Corner region, a place that has remained unchallenged for countless years and has nurtured numerous formidable students. Despite its status as an educational sanctuary, it is merely a relatively powerful organization on the continent and far from being the pinnacle. Xiao Yan was well aware of this, especially since the top-tier organizations detailed in his mysterious storage ring did not include Jian Academy among the 11 elite entities. 1 palace, 1 tower, 2 sects, 3 valleys, and 4 pavilions. Xuner certainly possesses extensive knowledge. Xiao Yan smiled warmly at Xuner. His father, Xiao Zhan, had already informed him about her background. On several occasions, Xuner had casually offered him advanced Dou techniques of the Xian level, making it clear that her origins were anything but ordinary. However, Xiao Yan remained unaware of which of the 11 organizations Xuner hailed from. Xuner, I wish to venture out and explore this vast Dou Qi continent, Xiao Yan stated, his voice leisurely, as if the thought had just crossed his mind. Yet, beneath that tone lay a hint of guilt and helplessness. Both Xiao Yan and Xuner had previously agreed to pursue their studies together at Jian Academy, so his sudden desire to leave felt somewhat like a betrayal of that promise. Is it because of Na Lan Yanran? Xuner asked, pouting as she looked at Xiao Yan, for after all, she was his fiancée. Xiao Yan was momentarily stunned, recalling the existence of that particular individual. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands, exclaiming, how could that be? If you hadn't reminded me, I would have completely forgotten about that 3-year agreement. Indeed, there is just over a year left until the 3 years are up, Xiao Yan said, scratching his head with an awkward expression, having entirely overlooked the matter. Although it was Na Lan Yanran who had issued the challenge, his father Xiao Zhan had also agreed, and as his son, he had no reason to let her down. It would also provide an opportunity to journey to the imperial capital and resolve this muddled affair. Xiao Yan sighed with a bitter smile, reflecting on how the issues of the previous generation had added considerable trouble to his life. Upon hearing this, Xuner chuckled and remarked, I heard that Na Lan Yanran has been diligently training every day at Yunlan Sect, even impressing the sect leader with her determination. Brother Xiao Yan, you must not truly lose. Xiao Yan lightly coughed twice and remarked, there is no doubt that I shall not lose. However, this engagement must indeed be annulled. Tilting her head slightly, Xuner gazed at the relaxed Xiao Yan beside her, her gem-like bright eyes revealing a subtle smile that gradually transformed into a frown, as if a thought had crossed her mind, casting a shadow over her expression. How could this be possible? Noticing Xuner deliberately turning her face away from him, Xiao Yan playfully ruffled her hair and suggested, let us make a pinky promise like we did when we were children. Their pinky fingers intertwined under the moonlight, their eyes locking in a moment of shared understanding. Observing Xiao Yan's childlike demeanor, Xuner finally broke into a delicate laugh, her voice ringing like a mountain spring cascading over stones, crisp and melodious. Xiao Yan, you are so childish, employing such tactics to deceive a child. Early the next morning, Xiao Yan departed from the Jian Academy without disturbing anyone, clad in simple attire and empty-handed as he boarded a flying beast bound for the outer courtyard. The first day of school had stirred up a tempest in the city, after successfully entering the inner courtyard and experiencing the burning heaven training tower. He left a note declaring his departure the very next day. Are you jesting with me? The credit system of the outer courtyard was not merely an exchange for techniques and combat skills. Only by accumulating a sufficient number of credits could one qualify for the inner courtyard assessments. Contributions to the academy were essential for access to the burning heaven training tower. Otherwise, the institution would face financial ruin. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan's prowess and talent warranted his absence from the outer courtyard. Instructor Ruolin could only shake her head in resignation. She had a premonition that with such talent and ability, Xiao Yan could not remain in the outer courtyard for a year, or even 2, without stifling his potential. One flaw of Jian Academy was its inability to tailor education to individual aptitudes. Xiao Yan could not be taught through conventional methods. By the way, Xuner, do you know where he intends to train? Instructor Ruolin inquired curiously. Xuner shook her head gently. She had not asked Xiao Yan about his training destination the previous night, wishing not to impose excessive constraints upon him. After leaving the office, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. Elder Ling, what brings you here? Xuner's demeanor shifted dramatically, her tone becoming sharp and calm. After a moment of contemplation, recalling her agreement with Xiao Yan, she fabricated an excuse. Inform the clan that Xiao Xian has instructed the Xiao clan to remain in the northwestern corner of the continent. possibly related to the relics of the Dou Qi ancient emperor. I require some time to investigate. Elder Ling found the excuse amusing yet implausible. The clan may not easily accept such a far-fetched rationale. As you wish. Mississippi Sun Air gazed at the clouds on the horizon, catching sight of a majestic eagle soaring through the sky. The fledgling has matured, dancing in the heavens. Brother Xiao Yan, I believe you shall succeed. At that moment, Xiao Yan's flying beast had just landed in Peacetown. This marked Xiao Yan's second visit to Peacetown, unlike the previous occasion. He had set out early this time, and it was still midday. The Overlord's trumpet flower, a rare herb that enhances fighting energy and strengthens the physique. Only available in exchange for pills. Armor forged from the cores of 4th-tier magical beasts, akin to a moving fortress for self-protection, boasting 6 layers of defense. Only available in exchange for mid-level Shan-tier combat techniques. The 3rd-grade elixirs are being sold in small quantities, all excavated from the grave of a renowned alchemist. Unopened and offered at a modest price, truly fair and honest. Interested buyers are urged to act swiftly. Peacetown serves as a buffer zone between the Black Corner region and Canaan City, bustling with vendors calling out to attract customers. The vibrant streets of Peacetown did not disturb Xiao Yan's composure as he made his way past various shops to the alley where it all began. Unlike that fateful night, sunlight streamed into the alley now, casting away some of its previous darkness. Xiao Yan retrieved the soul command from his spatial ring, contemplating since the appearance of the soul void master, and at last, he arrived at a decision. He, Xiao Yan, intended to join the Soul Palace. Chapter 39, The Trial of the Soul Palace. In the void of space, there existed a realm resembling a nebula, an ethereal world hidden within the boundless expanse. Such a place, if not guided, would be imperceptible to the naked eye, and unless permitted, even a powerful Dou Saint would find it perilous to enter. Deep within this world lay a land bustling with life, home to numerous inhabitants, an ancient empire, no less. The Soul Realm, governed by the Soul Clan, exists in an invisible world within the void. It is difficult to fathom that in such a realm, one could behold a radiant sun and bask in its warm light, a true marvel. In the grand hall at the center of the Soul Realm city, a man garbed in a white robe sat gracefully at the head of the table. He appeared to be around 30, handsome, with exceptionally bright eyes that seemed capable of piercing the very soul. The first impression he imparted was one of elegance, as he delicately savored a cup of fragrant soul tea, exuding utmost refinement. What are you waiting for? The leader of the Soul Clan, Soul Emperor Tian, remarked with a smile to the assembly below. This exquisite tea is brewed from the 9 nether ice spring water of the Soul Realm, and the leaves are tender shoots from the millennium-old soul tea trees of Soul Peak, meticulously refined through 3 stages by 3 8th-grade alchemists. It possesses remarkable effects in nurturing soul power and aiding in the cultivation of soul techniques, making it a rarity outside these walls. Such a tea is not merely unattainable for ordinary folk. Even a Dou Saint would find it difficult to procure a cup, likely reserved for the upper echelon of the Soul Clan. A fine tea, indeed, of exceptional quality, he mused as praises echoed from below. Under the leader's guidance, the Soul Clan was indeed thriving, and the day of their dominance over the Dou Qi continent seemed imminent. A chorus of flattery arose from the assembly. Were one to recognize those uttering such sycophantic praises, they would be astounded, for all were ancient beings, some having lived for centuries, even millennia. And all were formidable figures surpassing the Dou Saint level. Any one of them could wreak havoc across the Dou Qi continent. Yet before this refined youth, they spoke with utmost caution, fearful of uttering a single misstep. With a faint smile, the Soul Emperor sipped his fragrant tea and remarked, "Is that so? I can't help but feel that our clan is not far from extinction." At this, all present fell to their knees, trembling in fear. The Soul Clan's fear of the Soul Emperor is not merely due to his position as their leader, but rather stems from his unparalleled power, capable of extinguishing them with a mere gesture. At the pinnacle of the 9-star Dou Saint realm, with an imperial spirit level, he stands but a step away from the exalted Dou Emperor. Why do you elders kneel? Rise, for this has little to do with you. If blame is to be assigned, it rests upon my inadequacies as the clan leader, sighed the Soul Emperor, seated upon his obsidian throne, his countenance reflecting deep concern for his people. This year, during our clan's bloodline assessment, not a single new generation has achieved an 8th-grade bloodline power. Only one has attained the 7th grade. The elders of the Soul Clan swallowed hard, fully aware of the grim reality. They were on the path to decline. Should the Dou Emperor bloodline vanish completely, they would be akin to a wounded wolf king, reduced to a mere ordinary family. And the once resource-rich Soul Clan would become an irresistible target for others to feast upon. Just as the once mighty Xiao clan, which had seen all its resources, heavenly techniques, and skills plundered by others. Now, The treasured Dou Qi ancient jade of the Xiao clan has fallen into the hands of the ancient clan, and in due time, the Dou Qi ancient jade of the other clans will also be seized, making it difficult to sustain even with the devouring capabilities of the void devouring flame. A tremor coursed through the elders. As ancient beings who had lived for countless years, they understood all too well the implications of the Soul Emperor's words. He seemed poised to emulate the actions of Xiao Yan, the leader of the Xiao clan. Once, the Xiao clan faced severe bloodline decline, and their leader, Xiao Yan, like the Soul Emperor, was at the pinnacle of the nine-star Dou Saint realm with an imperial spirit. The Xiao clan, resolute in their desperation, had concentrated all their Dou Emperor bloodline power into Xiao Yan, attempting to forcibly break through to Dou Emperor. The outcome was disastrous. Xiao Yan was gravely injured and subsequently annihilated by the Soul Emperor and the upper echelons of the Soul clan. The world held by the Xiao clan was obliterated, with the majority of their legacy falling into the hands of the Soul clan. Stripped of all bloodline power, the Xiao clan was relegated to an ordinary family, eventually fading into oblivion after a millennium. This was tantamount to placing the entire Soul clan upon the gambling table. Should the Soul Emperor fail to acquire the relics of the Dou Qi ancient emperor, he would wager the lives of all his clansmen. Once the elders departed from the Grand Hall, a dark flame suddenly materialized behind the Soul Emperor, accompanied by a voice announcing, "The spirit world of the Spirit clan has been located." The Soul Emperor leisurely sipped his tea and replied, "Then let us commence with the Spirit clan. Regardless of whether we obtain all the ancient jades, I must ensure that I retain a sufficient amount of Dou Emperor bloodline." Xiao Yan's greatest failure was his lack of ruthlessness. Had he absorbed the bloodlines of the other Dou Emperor families, he might have truly ascended to become a Dou Emperor. The void devouring flame, after a moment of silence, remarked, "As long as you can obtain that Emperor pill, you too may become a Dou Emperor without such complications. I prefer not to place all my hopes on a singular outcome. Soul Shuzi may not succeed in the refinement." Gently setting down his teacup, the Soul Emperor gazed out at the world beyond the Soul realm and replied calmly. The void devouring flame countered, "Do as you wish, but do not forget our agreement." "Of course," came the Soul Emperor's assured reply. At this moment, in the tranquil town of Peace, Xiao Yan was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding within the Soul realm. Meanwhile, the two souls in that realm could hardly fathom the increasing severity of the world line's deviation. Xiao Yan traversed the spatial barrier once more, arriving at the dilapidated soul offering shop, pushing the door open to find the interior unchanged, with dust-covered shelves and an elderly man on the brink of demise. Upon sensing Xiao Yan's entrance, the old spirit slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of oil-green orbs that glimmered with a ghostly light. He revealed a toothy grin, saying, "Young man, it seems you have made a decision." Xiao Yan smiled, his face devoid of any hesitation, radiating the same calm and confident demeanor as always, declaring, "I wish to join your soul palace." He understood that uttering these words was akin to walking a tightrope, with an abyss looming beneath. When one gazes into the abyss also gazes back at them. To seize something from the depths, Xiao Yan had to risk being consumed by it. The old spirit narrowed his eyes, gesturing towards the curtain beside him, and cackled, "Step inside. Our soul palace does not accept the worthless. Only those who can pass the trials of the soul palace are deemed worthy to become one of us." Chapter 40, The Soul Palace Trial Grounds. The old spirit pointed towards the curtain, which concealed what lay beyond from the outside. It was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even a glimmer of light. Where did that door lead? To the soul realm. The soul realm? The old spirit rose with an undead-like slowness, stating, "This is the passage to the soul realm, accessible only to soul entities. However, you are not yet qualified to enter the soul realm. You will be transported to the Soul Palace Trial Grounds in the Black Corner region." Training in the Soul Palace was not merely about cultivating fighting spirit. It emphasized the strengthening of the soul and the mastery of soul techniques, allowing one to engage in combat using soul power. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the old spirit. Despite being only 16, his mysterious spatial ring had bestowed upon him considerable knowledge. In this world, aside from fighting techniques, there existed soul techniques, a method dedicated to cultivating the soul and employing soul power in battle. However, such techniques were exceedingly rare, even among the vast collection within his ring. There were but a few tomes on the subject of the soul, and even fewer incomplete volumes on soul techniques, rendering them impossible to practice. For Xiao Yan, a pharmacist, the strength of one's soul power was paramount. He had long sought a suitable method for cultivating his soul and mastering soul techniques. Alas, not only in the entire city of Wutan, but even within the greatest merchant family of the Gamma Empire, the Mitre family, had there been no mention of soul techniques. Even the Jianan Academy had not been rumored to possess methods or techniques for soul cultivation. Initially, Xiao Yan had believed that the arts of soul cultivation had been lost to the annals of time on the Dou Qi continent. However, it now appeared that they were not lost, but rather shrouded in secrecy, deliberately concealed from the public eye. Were you afraid? Xiao Yan refrained from inquiring about the consequences of failing the trial. He had contemplated that for 2 years. He had once considered living as a frog at the bottom of a well, resigning himself to a life in the confines of the Gamma Empire. Yet, as 2 years passed, his heart gradually filled with an insatiable desire for more. In his previous life, he had been mediocre. In this life, he could not afford to lose. As Xiao Yan stepped into the Soul Realm passage, the token in his pocket soared into the air, emitting a radiance that illuminated the entire space. The light from the token enveloped him, and he felt a momentary daze wash over his mind. After a brief interval, a line of black text suddenly appeared above the token. Age, 16, cultivation level, 8-star fighter, talent evaluation, low yellow rank. Xiao Yan felt a wave of frustration. Was the low yellow rank not the weakest of all? It was the first time in his life he had been labeled as possessing weak talent. If he were aware that some individuals were born with strengths comparable to the Dou zone, he might have felt even more disheartened. Alas, Xuner was indeed correct. This world was vast. Assigned to the low yellow rank trial arena, before Xiao Yan could voice his complaints, he was engulfed by a wave of dizziness. As if he were caught in the shifting of stars, and in an instant, he found himself in a different space. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he was standing on a circular arena, comparable in size to an ordinary basketball court, surrounded by a peculiar barrier with no exit in sight. With a hum, a beam of white light manifested, revealing a man before him, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, robust and strong, wielding a large blade. After surveying the surroundings, he fixed a fierce gaze upon Xiao Yan. Combat. This was the first trial of the Soul Palace test. Zhang Hongwang, observing Xiao Yan's youthful demeanor as he scanned the area, felt a surge of confidence and let out a cold laugh. Ha ha ha. What a fortunate turn of events. A mere child. As Xiao Yan caught the slowly descending token, he noticed the words low yellow rank inscribed on its back, along with the number 1 below it. What treasure is that, boy? The burly man, taking advantage of Xiao Yan's distraction, approached slowly with a predatory gaze, akin to a hunter stalking its prey. You don't possess this item? How did you manage to enter? Xiao Yan discerned some information and raised the soul token to inquire. Regrettably, despite his brutish appearance, the man was exceedingly cautious and chose not to divulge any further information. Why not show it to me? Of course, you have no right to refuse. As Zhang Hongguang closed in within striking distance, a glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he menacingly declared, if you wish to know, you can ask King Yama in hell. With a sudden surge of strength, his muscles bulged as he unleashed a yellow rank movement technique, granting him a moment of explosive power. Die. Seeing Xiao Yan seemingly unresponsive, Zhang Hongguang felt a swell of arrogance. He was a skilled member of a mercenary group, having arrived here on the recommendation of his leader, who had informed him that entering a relic and passing the trials would grant him access to formidable techniques. In a fit of rage, he swung his blade, slicing through the air. The strike was akin to a blazing fire, sharp and domineering. Without holding back, he aimed his lethal strike directly at Xiao Yan's neck, intent on severing his head with that deadly blow. Yet, instead of retreating, Xiao Yan advanced, stepping forward. To him, Zhang Hongguang's movements appeared as child's play, given his superior cultivation and soul strength. With a clenched fist, Xiao Yan deftly sidestepped the lethal strike, delivering a decisive blow to Zhang Hongguang's throat with unerring precision, devoid of any hesitation. Unlike during the familial contests or the battles at the Jianan Academy, Xiao Yan showed no mercy here. The Soul Palace was not a bastion of kindness, but rather a realm governed by the primal laws of the jungle. Since Zhang had approached him with greed and malice, Xiao Yan saw no reason to spare him. Moreover, surveying the surroundings, it became evident that there was no possibility of surrender upon this battleground. After a few convulsions, Zhang Hongguang's breath ceased, his intangible soul fragments absorbed by the very fabric of this space. Given Zhang's cultivation level, he had not yet attained the status of a soul entity. The soul token in Xiao Yan's grasp transformed from 1 to 2, marking an increase in his soul points. Xiao Yan's suspicions were confirmed. Through the dialogue between Soul Shuzi and Soul Old Ghost, he discerned that they belonged to the Soul Clan, and the Soul Palace served as their familial organization. Similarly, the Xiao clan in Wutan City had a comparable structure. After reaching adulthood, Xiao Yan's brothers, Xiao Ding and Xiao Li, established a mercenary group in Motai City. Equipped with rudimentary combat techniques and limited resources, this mercenary band naturally sought to recruit personnel, channeling the precious resources they acquired back to their clan, thereby expanding their influence. Xiao Yan surmised that the Soul Clan shared a parallel relationship with the Soul Palace. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, Even the Jian Academy had been founded by disciples of the Lei clan, a family of Dou emperors. However, the Soul Palace was vastly more formidable than any mercenary group, with its influence likely permeating every corner of the Dou Qi continent, possibly extending even into the land of the Jemu Empire. Chapter 41. The Cultivation Techniques of the Soul. Was defeating one's adversary always rewarded with these soul points? After besting yet another opponent, Xiao Yan beheld his soul points escalate from 2 to 4. These soul points were akin to credits at the Jian Academy, presumably redeemable for combat techniques and cultivation resources, although the pressing issue remained that he was unable to exit this arena. Upon vanquishing another foe, he noticed an increase in the soul points once more. Xiao Yan speculated this increment was due to his opponent possessing 2 soul points, effectively allowing Xiao Yan to plunder them for his own gain. During the final team competition of the Inner Academy examinations at Jian Academy, participants were required to evade being robbed of their fire energy by senior students, a test of both skill and cunning. While soul points were indeed advantageous for exchanges within the Soul Palace, Xiao Yan was still in the dark regarding what rewards awaited him. However, considering the trial was merely a low-grade yellow-tier arena, and that his opponents were mid-level fighters of lesser cultivation, he felt a sense of ease. As his evaluation level increased, he anticipated that the forthcoming rewards would be significantly greater. This situation bore a resemblance to the discovery of an alchemist's relic several years prior. Years ago, a team of herbalists stumbled upon the remnants of a third-tier alchemist in a mountainous region outside Wutan City. The revelation sent shockwaves throughout the city, prompting even Master Gu Ni from the Mitel auction house to journey to the site in hopes of uncovering ancient alchemical formulas. To breach all the mechanisms guarding the alchemist's legacy, every family force within Wutan City had banded together in a united front. Although Xiao Yan did not participate directly, he learned from Xiao Zhan that many had perished in their attempts to decipher the relic's mechanisms, with even some disciples from the Xiao clan among the deceased. The Soul Palace trial ground resembled a relic spanning the entire Black Corner region, where countless treasure seekers lost their lives in pursuit of riches. A sudden hum disrupted Xiao Yan's reverie as he glanced at the nearby formation resembling a teleportation array. He mused to himself, "Oh, am I to venture to another locale this time?" The second arena was entirely different from the first. A chilling wind swept through, causing Xiao Yan to involuntarily shiver. Ice. As he tested the ground beneath his feet, which was covered in a blanket of glistening ice, he noted that although the icy expanse was not vast, merely the size of a football field, it, like the first arena, was inescapable. Roar, roar, roar. 3 first-tier ice attribute magical beasts, the ice snow magic wolves, emerged. The strength of first-tier magical beasts corresponded to that of a fighter. Typically, fighters could wield fighting techniques, yet the physical power of magical beasts was far superior. In their natural habitat, cultivators could not contend with them. While Xiao Yan contemplated this, the 3 ice snow magic wolves, mere dozens of meters away, opened their jaws wide, unleashing 3 piercing gusts of frigid wind. In an instant, the icy blasts surged toward him like monstrous waves, threatening to engulf him in a chilling tide that would surely turn him into an ice sculpture. The frost-laden ground beneath them thickened with an additional layer of ice. Xiao Yan smirked confidently. At the age of 14, he had already single-handedly hunted a first-tier magical beast without sustaining any injuries in the forests of Wutan City. He was adept at both attacking and retreating against the assault of 3 first-tier magical beasts. Although these ice snow magic wolves were capable of utilizing beast techniques to unleash icy winds, their power merely matched that of yellow-tier fighting techniques. Posing no threat to the current Xiao Yan, with a fierce glint in his eyes, he unleashed the techniques he had employed to defeat Rob and others without resorting to the heavy, profound measure. A wave of heat collided with the icy torrent, creating a realm of fire and ice. Xiao Yan's gaze was filled with ferocity as he swiftly activated his fighting energy, propelling his right foot against the icy surface and transforming into a fleeting shadow that dashed through the cold wave. 8 extremes crash. Knee strike. He leaped with great force, his knee colliding with the center wolf, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that shattered its bones and flesh instantaneously, reducing it to a pulpy mass. Roar. The other 2 ice snow magic wolves lunged at him from either side. However, with an expanded sense of spiritual perception and nimble footwork, Xiao Yan effortlessly evaded their pincer attack. In that fleeting moment, he seized one of the wolves by the neck and delivered a gentle yet lethal strike, severing its cervical spine. The entire battle transpired in a mere 10 seconds. Xiao Yan was exceedingly proficient in dealing with magical beasts, often venturing alone into the deep mountains to gather herbs for his alchemical practices, making him an expert in confronting such creatures. Indeed, the soul points accumulated to 10, with each magical wolf contributing 2 points. Upon reaching 10 soul points, the token emitted a faint ethereal glow, and the 4 characters denoting yellow tier low level gradually transformed into yellow tier intermediate level. Moreover, 2 teleportation portals materialized, one before and one behind him, as an emotionless soul voice resonated from all directions. Upon completing the low-level trials of the yellow rank, one is bestowed with the title of low-level Soul Master. This allows for the option to exit the trial arena and access the treasure pavilion to exchange soul points for resources, or to continue forward into the intermediate yellow rank trials. Xiao Yan gently caressed the ring on his hand, muttering to himself. Could it be that this soul realm passage consists of successive trials? Only by overcoming them all does one gain the qualification to enter the soul realm? A low-level soul master of the yellow rank. Does that mean I am now considered a soul master of the Soul Palace? It feels rather trivial. The mercenary group established by his 2 elder brothers had a similar mechanism. Upon reaching the strength of a fighter, one could attain a position within the Xiao clan and gain the privilege to learn profound combat techniques. It could be said that he was half a member of the Xiao clan. Gazing at the 2 teleportation portals before him, Xiao Yan pondered. The opponents of the low-level yellow rank are generally ordinary high-level fighters. The intermediate level likely consists of 9-star fighters or low-level fighters. It should not be a problem for me to reach the high-level yellow rank. A wry smile crossed Xiao Yan's face. While the Soul Palace was indeed malevolent, it also held considerable strength. Within the Jianan Academy, his talent surpassed that of the vice president's granddaughter, yet here in the Soul Palace, he was merely at the yellow rank, not even at the profound rank. If those at the earth and heaven ranks are akin to great fighters by the age of 16, would they not be comparable to fighters of spirit? I shall first explore what this so-called treasure pavilion has to offer. Xiao Yan chose not to proceed further, but instead ventured towards the passage leading to the treasure pavilion, eager to discover if the Soul Palace possessed any techniques for cultivating the soul or soul skills. Upon entering the teleportation portal, he found himself in an expansive chamber that seemed to stretch infinitely, a room so pristine that it appeared devoid of walls. Surrounding him were spheres of energy, gently pulsating with light, illuminating the space as if it were midday. Are those energy spheres where the techniques and combat skills reside? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, a resonant hum echoed as a soul command projected a beam of spiritual light, transmitting a wealth of soul information into Xiao Yan's consciousness, akin to a menu. When Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards the luminous spheres once more, he could discern the techniques and combat skills contained within through the soul wavelengths, along with the number of soul points required for exchange. Oh, only 10 soul points can be exchanged for low-level yellow rank techniques or skills. It is no wonder that elevating one's evaluation level is essential, even with soul points. One can only redeem yellow rank techniques at this level. To acquire profound rank techniques, one must attain a corresponding evaluation rank. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's brow furrowed as he focused on a central sphere of light. Soul Heart Gathering Technique, high-level profound rank. Upon reaching the pinnacle of mastery, it allows one to elevate their soul realm into the spirit realm. Chapter 42, High-Level Yellow Rank Trials. To think that reaching the pinnacle could elevate one's soul realm to the spirit realm. The soul realm is a critical indicator for alchemists. For advanced alchemists, controlling fire becomes paramount, making soul power vital. Particularly for high-level alchemists, their fire control must reach a particle-level precision, with the refinement of high-grade medicinal materials being akin to finding a needle in a haystack. To qualify as an 8th-grade alchemist, one of the fundamental requirements is to attain a soul realm of the spirit level. Xiao Yan learned from various alchemical texts within his spatial rings that the realm of the soul is categorized into 4 distinct tiers: the mortal realm, the spiritual realm, the celestial realm, and the emperor realm. The reason why 8th-grade elixirs are referred to as spiritual pills lies in their inherent spiritual essence, which can only be conferred upon them when the alchemist's soul ascends to the spiritual realm. Realizing he had come to the right place, Xiao Yan was astonished to discover that the rare soul cultivation technique he sought was right before him. Moreover, it was a high-level mystic-grade technique, which promised to elevate him to the spiritual realm upon mastering it. This technique was of utmost importance to Xiao Yan. As an alchemist, it was imperative for him to strengthen his soul. He was acutely aware that his innate talent for a robust soul merely provided him with an initial advantage. Without diligent effort to enhance his abilities, he risked becoming another mere footnote in the annals of Dou Qi continent. The mystic grade technique required 1,000 soul points for exchange, and one had to attain a mystic grade rating to qualify. Soul points could be gradually accrued by selling rare materials and hunting magical beasts for their cores. Yet the rating remained a steadfast prerequisite. At the age of 16, as an 8-star Dou fighter, Xiao Yan found that his opponents in the low-level yellow grade trials were relatively equal or slightly inferior to him, while the mid-level trials would likely present challengers marginally stronger, perhaps at most 1 star above him, whom he could manage. The high-level yellow-grade trials would likely feature opponents at the level of low or mid-tier Dou fighters. But in the Mystic Grade trials, he would need to overcome a significant leap in battle prowess. His ability to win thus far could largely be attributed to his formidable soul power and the mastery of the 8 Extremes Collapse technique, complemented by the Earth-grade combat skill. Flame-splitting Wave Cutter. These two high-level techniques mitigated the disparity in their cultivation levels. In essence, Xiao Yan's victories were primarily due to the inadequacy of his opponent's combat techniques and their lack of refinement and skill. However, the Soul Palace was far superior to the Jianan Academy, possessing even soul techniques. To triumph over opponents by surpassing a major tier would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. Yet, he resolved to take the plunge. Once he broke through to become a Dou Master, challenging a great Dou Master would be tantamount to courting disaster. Now was the opportune moment for a Dou fighter. Xiao Yan understood that as he progressed further, the prospect of overcoming tiers would become increasingly elusive. To attain the Mystic Grade rating, he needed to act swiftly. With determination, he gritted his teeth, clenched the token tightly, and declared, "I shall continue to challenge the mid-level yellow grade trial." Had he just been in a state of spiritual embodiment? Xiao Yan noticed a trace of frost adorning his garments. His body had remained stationary, and it dawned on him that he had traversed through the soul passage due to the soul token, akin to a soul departing the body. Arriving at the treasure hall. To his surprise, this treasure hall was situated within the soul realm. Only soul entities possessing the soul token could traverse the soul realm passage, which explained the absence of any other souls in the treasure hall. It was akin to a mobile phone receiving signals. This was a signal of the soul. The soul realm, existing in the void, could receive signals from all soul entities across the Dou Qi continent through the soul token. The depths of the soul realm were unfathomable. Shaking his head to dispel these thoughts, Xiao Yan resolutely proceeded towards the next teleportation portal. Just as he anticipated, the strength of the mid-level yellow-grade trials consisted of 8-star and 9-star Dou fighters, culminating in a final trial against a magical beast that had just reached the second tier. For Xiao Yan, it was merely a minor inconvenience, posing no significant threat to him. With a fierce shout of 8 extremities collapse, he leaped from a towering mountain, plunging through the misty canyon below. Utilizing his formidable spiritual perception, he pinpointed his target amidst the white fog and descended, delivering a powerful punch to a colossal python, over 10 meters in height, resting at the cliff's base. The python hissed violently as the force of the 8 extremities collapse reverberated against its hardened scales. The ripples from his strike spread outward, yet astonishingly, the python's scales dispersed the impact of such a formidable attack. The advanced trials of the yellow rank indeed proved challenging, as even the 8 extremities collapse seemed ineffective. The giant serpent let out a roar, and in a fit of pain, lashed its tail, sweeping toward Xiao Yan like a massive pillar. With a swift reaction, Xiao Yan drew the Xianzhong from his storage ring, positioning it defensively before him to absorb the blow. Sparks flew as the serpent's scales clashed against the Xianzhong, sending Xiao Yan soaring backward. He executed a mid-air twist, landing deftly on his feet. Having just completed all the intermediate trials of the yellow rank, he now faced the advanced trials. His adversary being a second-tier black steel giant serpent, a formidable second-tier magical beast. The serpent, rather than pursuing, retreated into the mist, relying on stealth and ambush, its natural instincts guiding it to strike when its prey was unsuspecting. Gripping the tightly, Xiao Yan remained vigilant, aware that the dense fog severely limited visibility, rendering the surroundings almost indistinguishable. The serpent, adept at sensing heat, posed a significant disadvantage for him in this environment. Suddenly, a shadow shot forth, and Xiao Yan leaped high to evade the serpent's sweeping tail. In that instant, a thunderous roar erupted as the ground split open, and the black steel giant serpent lunged from below, feigning an attack with its tail while its head burrowed underground. Its gaping maw aimed to engulf Xiao Yan whole. Startled, Xiao Yan swiftly clutched the Xianzhong, curling into a protective ball, using it as a shield. With a resounding crunch, the serpent's jaws clamped down on the sturdy. But thanks to its defense, Xiao Yan remained unharmed. The serpent violently tossed the aside, crashing into the mountainside, causing rocks to tumble down, threatening to bury Xiao Yan. Once more, the black steel giant serpent vanished into the mist, its triangular eyes glinting with mockery. To it, Xiao Yan appeared as a flickering flame, and it soon noticed him stealthily emerging from the mountainside, hiding behind a massive rock, poised to launch a surprise attack. The serpent stealthily positioned itself above the boulder, its tongue flickering in anticipation, aware that a delectable treat awaited it. With a sudden hiss, the black steel giant serpent lunged toward the source of heat. But in the moment of the strike, it froze in confusion. Where was the human? Only a burning garment remained. Where could the person be? As it searched in bewilderment, the ground erupted below, and Xiao Yan burst forth, appearing at the serpent's vital spot. Foolish serpent, did you not know that I am an alchemist? Behold the second-tier ice heart pill, he proclaimed, unleashing the 8 extremities collapse once more. Chapter 43, the poison master of the Izumo Empire. Foolish serpent, are you familiar with the ice heart pill? With a shattering force, even though his appearance was muddied. The triumphant smile on Xiao Yan's face was unmistakable. With every ounce of his strength concentrated, he closed the distance in an instant. No matter how impenetrable the scales of the black steel serpent, they could not shield the unprotected underbelly, nor could they evade the carefully calculated strike from Xiao Yan. With a resounding roar, his arm unleashed a devastating punch. The 8 extremities collapsed, striking forth with indomitable might. The loud crash reverberated as it struck true, sending the massive black steel serpent soaring into the sky, battered by 8 successive bursts of hidden power before it plummeted back to the ground. With a thunderous thud, the serpent crashed down, blood spewing from its eyes and mouth, its bones shattered by Xiao Yan's relentless assault, its organs reduced to a pulp. After a few futile convulsions, it succumbed to its fate. Xiao Yan seated himself upon the fallen serpent, retrieving a cloth from his storage ring to wipe off the dirt, changing into a fresh set of clothing. Indeed, second-tier magical beasts were formidable adversaries. He had to resort to the ice heart pill. It was never stated that one could not use pills, was it? The ice heart pill, a second-grade elixir, possessed a rather peculiar effect. Upon ingestion, it unleashed a chilling current that permeated the body, cooling him to the core. This sensation not only calmed his mind, but also rapidly lowered the temperature of his blood and meridians. Xiao Yan had prepared this pill as a backup for absorbing strange flames. To absorb such flames, one could not merely swallow them, otherwise, they would be incinerated before they could claim the flame. From the notes on absorbing bone spirit cold fire that Xiao Yan had acquired, he discovered that 3 items needed to be prepared in advance to enhance the likelihood of success. The first was the 5th-grade blood lotus pill, which produced a continuous flow of blood scabs to protect the body, allowing Xiao Yan to approach the strange flames. The second was the spirit nurturing material, of which Xiao Yan was fortunate to possess a piece in that enigmatic storage ring. The third was the ice spirit cold spring. If the blood lotus pill safeguarded the exterior, then the ice spirit cold spring would protect the interior, ensuring that one would not be reduced to nothingness by the destructive heat during the refinement of strange flames. Regrettably for Xiao Yan, while the blood lotus pill had at least a recipe available, he had never even heard of the ice spirit cold spring. Thus, he had concocted a lower-tier substitute, the ice heart pill, should he be unable to locate the ice spirit cold spring and encounter strange flames. He would resort to using a substantial quantity of ice heart pills instead. To his surprise, the ice heart pill proved remarkably effective today, lowering his internal temperature and rendering him undetectable by the black steel serpent's heat sense, allowing him to successfully launch a surprise attack. Xiao Yan did not immediately seek the next challenge. Instead, he sat on the ground, preparing to skin and dismantle the black steel serpent. Oh yes, a magical core indeed, the core of a second-tier magical beast. This was a significant gain. Xiao Yan wiped the magical core clean and stored it in his ring. Such materials for concocting elixirs were precisely what he sought, and he could not afford to waste a single coin, especially not in Wu-Ten City. Xiao Yan did not rush. He understood that haste often leads to failure. Instead, he opted to first restore his state. Fortunately, as a second-tier alchemist, he possessed a considerable stock of medicinal pills stored within his spatial ring. Indeed, engaging in combat serves as the most rapid means of enhancement. His fighting spirit had increased somewhat. Just as a person devours food with great eagerness when famished, so too does one advance in cultivation. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yan stretched languidly and, utilizing the resources at hand, prepared a stew from the flesh of the black steel giant serpent. Only after satisfying his hunger and thirst did he proceed toward the passageway. This passage had always been open, yet its formidable spiritual energy informed Xiao Yan that its destination was in a constant state of flux. He remained uncertain about what his next adversary might be. Unbeknownst to him, a hint of anticipation curled at the corners of his lips. From initially entering with utmost caution, he had begun to harbor a slight eagerness. He yearned to engage in combat with an opponent of comparable strength. As Xiao Yan stepped into the entrance of the passage, a sudden sense of peril washed over him. With a swift whoosh, a dart of poisonous powder shot toward him shortly after he had entered. Accustomed to traversing the beast-infested regions of Wu-Ten City and having faced life-and-death situations, Xiao Yan was unfazed by such unexpected occurrences. Channeling his fighting spirit, he rolled to the side, evading the ambush. He actually dodged my poison arrow? A voice of confusion rang out. Xiao Yan looked up to see a pale-faced man gazing at him with a mix of surprise and suspicion. It was evident that the man had not anticipated that Xiao Yan would evade his attack. Are you a poison master? From the Cloud Empire? Typically, While alchemists can concoct poisons, as demonstrated by the likes of the esteemed Han Shuzi, such abilities are rare among lower-tier alchemists who lack the necessary knowledge. Only poison masters, who specialize in toxins, frequently engage in such practices. The Cloud Empire, neighboring the Jiama Empire, is predominantly a nation of poison masters, a veritable haven for those skilled in the art of venom. During times of war between the two nations, numerous soldiers from the Jiama Empire have met their demise at the hands of these toxic practitioners. Quite perceptive, I see. My name is Zhang Chuanwu, hailing from the Poison Sect. Knowing my name, you can die with peace of mind, Zhang Chuanwu declared confidently, a cold smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing Zhang Chuanwu's self-introduction, Xiao Yan remained composed, surveying him with a leisurely demeanor. Xiao Yan, from Wutan City of the Jiama Empire, a second-tier alchemist, he replied deliberately. At the mention of the title alchemist, a predatory gleam flashed in Zhang Chuanwu's eyes, imbued with resentment. Xiao Yan was intentionally provocative. A significant number of poison masters had turned to their craft due to their inability to become alchemists. In the Dou Qi continent, being an alchemist is a highly coveted profession, its stringent requirements dissuading many. Those who possess the talent for alchemy but cannot ascend to that status usually opt to become herbalists, dedicating themselves to healing. However, some, consumed by envy and hatred, choose to become poison masters, creating antidotes of an opposing nature. For Xiao Yan, an alchemist, encountering Zhang Chuanwu, who had once aspired to be an alchemist but had failed, was akin to witnessing someone steal away his beloved while flaunting their affection right before his eyes. Very well. I will let you experience the sensation of having your limbs rendered numb, while your mind remains clear, as someone methodically carves away your flesh with a knife. Xiao Yan, with a face of resignation, shrugged his shoulders and remarked nonchalantly, "Isn't this merely a procedure under anesthesia? However, it appears you lack the credentials of an anesthetist." Chapter 44. The Methods of the Poison Master. Little beast, since you seek death, I shall oblige. Xiao Yan's words ignited Zhang Chuanwu's fury, provoking him to unleash a torrent of poisonous powder, within which lay a concealed poison arrow, shot forth from his sleeve. Xiao Yan, with measured grace, deftly leaped back, evading both the toxic powder and the hidden arrow with a slight tilt of his head. He then gently brushed off his coat, as if the toxic residue had sullied his attire. Where did this mad dog come from? Your verbal prowess surpasses your skills as a poison master. Xiao Yan's tone and demeanor exuded a provocation that was simply infuriating. Xiao Yan understood that Zhang Chuanwu's inability to become an alchemist likely stemmed from his feeble soul power. To become an alchemist, possessing the dual attributes of fire and wood in one's fighting spirit is merely the foundation. What is far more crucial is the innate strength of one's soul power. Without the aid of soul cultivation methods, the intensity of soul power required to become an alchemist truly hinges upon the benevolence of fate. Poison Cloud Palm, driven by jealousy and murderous intent, Zhang Chuanwu's toxic fighting spirit surged violently. He concentrated his power into his right hand and thrust it towards Xiao Yan. With a sweeping motion, Xiao Yan unleashed an invisible wave of flames from his flame-splitting devouring wave, incinerating the toxins of the poison cloud palm. Witnessing his technique so effortlessly countered by Xiao Yan, Zhang Chuanwu let out a furious roar as black-purple fighting spirit enveloped his body. Poison gas garment. The toxic energy erupted from his body, forming a thin veil of poisonous aura around him. Significantly more formidable than the fighting spirit garment of the Shan class that Liu Xing wielded, it was utterly daunting to approach. Seeing his provocation bear fruit, Zhang Chuanwu chose to take the offensive, and Xiao Yan, unyielding, brandished his Shan heavy ruler in response. Although he possessed a second-tier detoxification pill, it could not counteract all second-tier poisons. A detoxification pill serves merely as a foundation. Should an alchemist fall victim to poison, they must tailor their remedy by adding specific herbs to swiftly concoct an appropriate antidote. With a low growl, Zhang Chuanwu stomped his foot against the ground, summoning tendrils of toxic energy into his palms, preventing Xiao Yan from nullifying his poison cloud palm once more, and he charged towards Xiao Yan with fervor. Zhang Chuanwu's dual palm assault surged like a tidal wave, targeting Xiao Yan's vulnerable areas such as his heart, neck, and face with malice. Should he land a single blow, the poison would infiltrate Xiao Yan's body, securing his victory. Zhang Chuanwu was confident in his poison cloud palm, and he was no ordinary adversary. Possessing the strength of a 6-star Dou Master, coupled with his nefarious toxins and hidden weapons, he was far more formidable than Liu Xing. Faced with the vicious onslaught of Zhang Chuanwu, Xiao Yan continuously retreated, utilizing the expansive surface of the Dou Qi to counter the aggressive advances of the poison cloud palm. The Dou Qi, forged from celestial meteorites, is a weapon designed to complement the earth-level combat skill, flame-devouring wave ruler, and thus, it is impervious to poison. As their confrontation unfolded, each clash between the poison cloud palm and the black ruler resulted in a dispersal of toxic gas into the air, which Xiao Yan inadvertently inhaled. After entangling with Xiao Yan for a while, Zhang Chuanwu finally grasped the full extent of Xiao Yan's capabilities. He realized with shock that Xiao Yan was merely an 8-star fighter, not even a Dou Master. Zhang Chuanwu grew increasingly alarmed as he fought. How could an 8-star fighter contest so evenly with him, a 6-star Dou Master? No, it was his soul force. How could his spiritual perception be so formidable? Every sneak attack from Zhang Chuanwu was deftly evaded by Xiao Yan, as if he had foreseen Zhang Chuanwu's next move. With a focused gaze, in the fleeting moment of Zhang Chuanwu's astonishment, Xiao Yan suddenly swung the Dou Qi, hurling the massive weapon towards Zhang Chuanwu. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly appeared behind him. Did you truly think I would not dare to engage you? Xiao Yan's chilling laughter sent a shiver down Zhang Chuanwu's spine. With a powerful punch, Xiao Yan unleashed the formidable 8 Extremes Collapse, a blow infused with shocking ferocity. The sound of air being torn apart accompanied the forceful strike aimed at Zhang Chuanwu's back. Xiao Yan had awaited this very moment, tricking Zhang Chuanwu into believing he would shy away from the poisonous shroud, allowing him to lower his guard. The sudden surge of overwhelming energy from behind caused Zhang Chuanwu's complexion to drain of color. The toxic Dou Qi within him surged violently, thickening the poisonous shroud enveloping his back. The dull thud of impact echoed quietly across the arena, resonating with palpable strength. The devastating force of the perfected 8 Extremes Collapse rendered Zhang Chuanwu pale, propelling him forward as he tumbled midair before staggeringly landing several meters away. Xiao Yan examined his injured fist. Zhang Chuanwu wore armor that had absorbed part of the 8 Extremes Collapse's might, preventing a lethal blow. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan consumed a medicinal pill, not for detoxification, but to delay the onset of poison until the battle concluded. Zhang Chuanwu, trembling as he rose, gazed at Xiao Yan and burst into maniacal laughter. Ha! Your detoxification pill is futile. The poison from my touch has tainted you, and there is no escape. As his words fell, Zhang Chuanwu suddenly retched, releasing countless minute-black poisonous insects from his vomit, resembling a swarm of tiny ants. Xiao Yan's brow furrowed in disgust. Even he found the sight revolting. The Yuzhou Empire was notorious for its practitioners of poison-type Dou Qi, and Xiao Yan had encountered descriptions of a peculiar poison technique in texts about poison masters, which involved cultivating poisonous insects within one's body as if raising a form of goo. These poison masters effectively became the vessels for their own toxins. Though this approach may cultivate formidable venomous insects, the toxins secreted by these creatures will incessantly accumulate within the body of the poison master, ultimately leading to death by toxic buildup or, lacking sufficient poison-fighting energy to sustain the insects, being devoured by them. Xiao Yan had not anticipated encountering such a situation today. It was no wonder that Zhang Chuanwu's countenance was ashen. He appeared more pallid than a corpse that had been deceased for 3 days, and now the reason became clear. Hee. My venomous water ants will relentlessly assault any target tainted with poison-fighting energy. Once bitten, the victim will endure a fate worse than death, losing all sensation as their body gradually decays, suffering through a torment lasting a day and a night before succumbing. Zhang Chuanwu wiped the remnants of vomit from the corner of his mouth, his smile grotesque and frenzied, evoking a chilling sense that made others want to retch. Countless venomous insects unfurled their wings, descending like a torrential rain of water ants. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming swarm, Xiao Yan remained composed, deftly retrieving 3 alchemical furnaces from his spatial ring. With a swift motion, he struck the furnace, channeling his fighting energy into it, and flames erupted within the furnace with a resounding roar. Though Xiao Yan had yet to manifest the flames as a tangible entity, he relied on the furnace for assistance. Suddenly, he hurled a second-tier fire attribute magic core into the furnace. However, this time he had no intention of refining pills. He directly opened the furnace and ignited the magic core, unleashing an inferno that soared toward the myriad of venomous water ants. Chapter 45. Challenging the profound grade trial. Fire attack is the most effective method against venomous insects. Although Xiao Yan could not yet directly materialize his fighting energy flames, needing the aid of the furnace and magic core to ignite the fire, it was undeniable that the skills of an alchemist were indeed part of his own prowess. With a thunderous sound, Xiao Yan abruptly opened the lid, and the second-tier fire attribute magic core, completely ignited by his fighting energy flames, unleashed a terrifying blaze. Channeling his soul power, he manipulated the flames into a fire dragon that surged toward the dense throng of insects. Seeing the fire dragon approach, Zhang Chuanwu, instead of being alarmed, burst into laughter. He had witnessed countless alchemists' flames. While he could not concoct pills, he possessed a furnace of his own, albeit for the purpose of refining poison. Furnace fire? Indeed, venomous insects dread the purest of elements and fear flames. However, my insects, having undergone 3 generations of evolution and refinement through the venomous insect technique within my body, are shielded by a protective layer of toxic mist. How could the flames from a mere second-tier magic core possibly harm my insects? With a roar, the fire dragon opened its jaws, engulfing all the venomous insects. Coiling in the air, it resembled a fiery orb encapsulating countless creatures. Strangely, the insects continued to move freely within the fireball, seemingly unperturbed by the searing flames. Xiao Yan shook his head, placing his hands over the furnace's opening, and calmly stated, "Unfortunately, the flames I possess are far from ordinary. Though they may be but a few wisps, they are indeed the bone spirit cold fire, more than sufficient to deal with these insects." Several wisps of icy white bone spirit cold fire coalesced into a long white needle. A technique Xiao Yan had originally employed when Soul Void Master refined poison pills and processed medicinal materials, deftly controlling the flames as if threading a needle. With a mere glance, Xiao Yan memorized the technique flawlessly, successfully acquiring the skill. The venomous water ants were taken aback as they witnessed the ghostly white flame needle emerging from the fire dragon. In an instant, they turned tail and fled, clearly terrified of the needle woven from the extraordinary flame. It is essential to note that this was no ordinary flame. It was the 11th ranked flame on the extraordinary flame list. Extraordinary flames are the epitome of pure yang energy in the Dou Qi continent, and those born from the heavens are the nemesis of all poisons. Indeed, the venomous water ants, nourished for years by Zhang Chuanwu's toxic Dou Qi, harbored no fear of the typical alchemical furnace flames, especially considering Xiao Yan's cultivation was inferior to Zhang's. However, encountering an extraordinary flame was akin to facing their ultimate nemesis. Even though Zhang Chuanwu was a grand Dou Master, should the poisonous insects be touched by the extraordinary flame, they would meet their demise without exception. The piercing flame needles, under Xiao Yan's command, rendered the venomous insects utterly defenseless. All their toxic Dou Qi defenses were futile. Xiao Yan's soul power garnered praise even from the likes of Soul Voidzi. Such innate strength without the need for rigorous training undoubtedly marked him as a prodigious alchemist. The fire dragon merely served as a seal to prevent the insects from escaping. The true lethal force lay within the few strands of bone spirit cold fire that formed the extraordinary flame needles. As Zhang Chuanwu, battered and bruised, approached Xiao Yan with the intention to attack, all the poisonous insects had already been annihilated by the extraordinary flame needles under Xiao Yan's control, leaving not a single one behind. Upon witnessing the ashes of the venomous insects, despair washed over Zhang Chuanwu, his heart turning to ashes. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he felt as if his very spirit had perished, and he succumbed to the void. Had Zhang Chuanwu not been a poison master, practicing advanced Xiantier techniques and combat skills, Xiao Yan might not have prevailed. Yet, Zhang Chuanwu was indeed a poison master, adept at nurturing venomous insects, while Xiao Yan was a second-tier alchemist with formidable soul power, complemented by the bone spirit cold fire. This combination effectively brought Zhang Chuanwu to his knees. To others, a poison master posed an immense challenge and threat. However, to Xiao Yan, they were comparatively negligible. As Xiao Yan approached Zhang Chuanwu's lifeless body, he discovered that the man's internal organs had long since been rendered void. Stripped of all his venomous insects, Zhang Chuanwu was destined for a path of demise. It seemed he had sought a life-saving method within the Soul Palace, compelling him to enter the trials. Undoubtedly, being a poison master is a vocation fraught with peril, inflicting harm upon enemies while suffering grievous self-damage in return. While they possess formidable strength, they are also their own worst enemies. Upon completing all high-level yellow tier trials, one is bestowed with the title of high-level yellow tier soul master. You may choose to exit the trial grounds and enter the treasury to exchange soul points for resources, or you may continue to advance to the Shan tier trials. Xiao Yan listened intently to the voice of the soul that resonated directly within his consciousness, his expression grave. The Shan tier. From the perspective of techniques and combat skills, the disparity between the Shan tier and yellow tier is akin to a chasm. Although Xiao Yan had only engaged in 2 battles at the high yellow tier level, both encounters had been fraught with peril. In these skirmishes, Xiao Yan relied not solely on brute force, but also required a blend of intelligence, strategy, and a dash of fortune to emerge victorious with relative ease. Upon inspecting the soul token, the inscription naturally transformed to read, high-level yellow tier, with precisely 100 soul points. This sum was sufficient to exchange for either an advanced Shan tier technique or combat skill. If I managed to progress from the low ranks of the Shan level to the high ranks, I would likely accumulate 1,000 soul points, sufficient to exchange for a high-level Shan technique. Xiao Yan could not help but smile wryly. High-level Shan? He could barely defeat opponents at the low level of Shan. The high level might very well entail confronting a third-tier magical beast. A single swipe from such a creature could reduce Xiao Yan to mere pulp. Even his father, Xiao Yan, might struggle against a third-tier magical beast, let alone a mere fighter like him. Furthermore, he was still afflicted by poison. To concoct an antidote, one must first comprehend the composition of the poison and the toxins it contains. The poison had been absorbed by Xiao Yan, necessitating a detailed analysis of the venom's toxic elements, followed by utilizing medicinal herbs to neutralize those toxins. Strictly speaking, this was Xiao Yan's first attempt at detoxification. His previous experience with the Soul Void Master hardly constituted a proper cleansing, more resembling a perplexing riddle. After a day and night of unraveling the intricacies of the poison, Xiao Yan finally identified the herbs capable of purifying the toxins. Upon successfully crafting an antidote, he was able to rid himself of the poison. Astonishingly, it took an entire day to achieve this. Indeed, it is much easier to kill than to save, and while succumbing to poison is simple, detoxification is a formidable challenge. Xiao Yan sighed in exasperation, realizing that the surrounding silence was so profound it felt almost lifeless, making him appear rather foolish. Having lingered in this trial arena for quite some time, it was time to conclude his stay. Challenge the Xian level trial. As soon as he uttered these words, a resonant hum echoed, and a grand door materialized before him. Unlike previous portals, this door exuded an aura of authenticity. Truly, the Xian level was distinct. Even the doors were different. Murmuring to himself, Xiao Yan stepped through the entrance. In the ethereal realm of the soul world, in a secluded city within a training ground, thousands of young souls were engaged in combat skill training. Suddenly, the instructor received a soul message and casually pointed at a young man, saying, "Yutsuan, someone from the outside has applied for a challenge to advance to the Xian level. You should go." Upon hearing the instructor's words, all the Soul Clan members present displayed expressions of envy and resentment. Why was such an opportunity for earning soul points not bestowed upon them? Yutsuan, you are fortunate. Ascending to the Xian level requires a mere 100 soul points, and this outsider's challenge was practically a gift. The Soul Clan youth named Yutsuan's eyes gleamed with intensity as he licked his lips and declared, "I revel in hunting these ignorant outsiders. My collection shall surely grow." Chapter 46, Soul Clan, Yutsuan. This Xian level test possessed an intriguing quality, as the venue was entirely different. Xiao Yan stood upon a lush, verdant plain. Though not expansive, it brimmed with vitality, adorned with verdant trees and water's edge, resembling a picturesque resort. Unlike the previous fighting platforms, the most significant distinction lay in the surroundings of the plain. Void. Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings. The perimeter of the grassy plain bore no defensive barriers. Appearing more like an expanse of nothingness, it resembled the cosmos he was familiar with, albeit distinct in that the surrounding void was not black, but rather a deep green hue, with unknown particles and objects floating within. The world appeared somewhat dreary. Yet this grassy plain seemed to emanate its own radiant glow, illuminating the surroundings. What place is this? Xiao Yan approached the edge of the grassy expanse, observing intently. In truth, this was a plain suspended in a void, and one could easily plummet into the debris floating around. Visiting this place for the first time, Xiao Yan was undeniably awestruck by the grandeur of the scene. A voice, dripping with disdain and arrogance, cut through the air from behind him. With his formidable spiritual strength, Xiao Yan was well aware that his opponent had just arrived. Turning around, he beheld a young man, not much older than himself, emerging through the grand entrance. His demeanor rife with pride. "A soul? You are from the Spirit Hall?" Xiao Yan noted the man as training attire, adorned with an embroidered silver soul character. Surmising that his challenger might be a disciple of the Spirit Hall or the Soul Clan, Xiao Yan understood the situation. The techniques of the yellow rank were merely bait for the expendables, meant to lure them into action. Only those who achieved the Xian rank would be deemed competent enough to access the resources of the Spirit Hall, which required overcoming a true member of the Spirit Hall. Battling with a native is tedious. I, Hun Yutsuan, shall grant you a chance at survival. Relinquish all your soul points, and kneel 3 times, and I will allow you to leave. Otherwise, you shall become mere refuse in the void. He chuckled ominously, relishing the thought of Xiao Yan's suffering and despair should he fall into the abyss. Seeing the opponent's vacant demeanor, Xiao Yan felt no inclination to engage in dialogue with such a fool, as it would only serve to diminish his own intellect. Instead, he drew forth the Xian heavy ruler and, with a resounding crash, plunged it into the ground, his gaze hardening to convey his intent. If someone were to be cast into the void today, Xiao Yan believed it would undoubtedly be Hun Yutsuan. Observing the sudden calmness of the young man, Hun Yutsuan furrowed his brow, sneering, "Even if you can fly, you cannot escape today." He withdrew a dark gold broadsword from his storage ring. Stomping the ground and launching himself forward, the blade aimed fiercely at Xiao Yan. Is that all you can muster? Hun Yutsuan was taken aback. For Xiao Yan's aura clearly indicated he was merely an 8-star warrior, yet he managed to block Hun Yutsuan's strike. Humph, it seems your physique is well trained. Withdrawing his sword for another attack, Hun Yutsuan unleashed a faint dark glow from the blade, employing a low-level Xian rank combat technique. Utilizing his exceptional spiritual strength and evasion skills, Xiao Yan tilted his body, retreating swiftly. He dared not confront the Xian rank technique head-on, shifting his weight to absorb the force of the powerful strike with the Xian heavy ruler. Hun Yutsuan's blade scraped against the Xian heavy ruler, producing a shower of sparks that even singed Xiao Yan's face. With a thunderous crash, the sword struck the ground, leaving a deep gash across the grassy plain. From this single blow, Xiao Yan recognized that Hun Yutsuan's mastery of combat techniques far surpassed that of Lu Xing, indicating that this low-level Xian rank sword technique was likely at an advanced level. Like Lu Xing, he is also a 6-star Dou Master. Yet his combat skills and techniques far surpass those of Lu Xing. After a fierce exchange, Xiao Yan's judgment began to crystallize. The individual before him possessed the cultivation of a 6-star Dou Master, and his skills and techniques were exceptionally formidable, incomparable to the inept individuals from the outer academy of the Jian Academy who merely boasted impressive cultivation levels. Xiao Yan anchored himself on one foot, using it as a pivot to execute a full 360-degree spin, swinging the heavy Xian Zhong Qi with great force. As the veins in his hands bulged, the terrifying centripetal force augmented his strike, resulting in a resounding clash with Hunyuan Yucun. The black staff collided with the massive blade, sparks flying in all directions. The sharp clang of metal resonating through the air. What a weighty weapon. Hunyuan Yucun felt a tingling in his hands, nearly losing grip on his blade. Taking a sudden step back, deeply imprinting the ground beneath him, a testament to the immense weight of Xiao Yan's Xian Zhongqi. However, Xiao Yan was not at ease either. His hands too began to feel numb. For Hunyuan Yucun's power was even greater than that of Lu Xing when he was wielding the Dou Qi gauze. With a resounding hum, waves of potent, formless energy erupted from Hunyuan Yucun, exuding an attribute-less Dou Qi, a phenomenon Xiao Yan encountered for the first time. If pressed to describe it, it felt as though an ethereal layer enveloped his entire being. It was indeed a fusion of soul power and Dou Qi, forming a protective gauze. The strength of this Dou Qi soul gauze surpassed that of ordinary Dou Qi gauze, enhancing perception to a remarkable degree. Gazing at Hunyuan Yucun, who had manifested this extraordinary gauze, Xiao Yan's spirit tightened. Within his internal cyclone, streams of Dou Qi began to surge forth, ultimately swirling within him to provide the requisite power for battle. Ha, you do possess some merit. No wonder you dared to undertake the soul path trial. To compel me to manifest my Dou Qi gauze, you ought to take pride in that. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, a vague sense of unease creeping in, as if he had inadvertently stepped into a hellish difficulty mode. Taste my blade. Zhenhun Dao. Hunyuan Yucun leaped high, his right hand gripping the great blade. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Yan thought he saw a visage emerge on the blade, almost human-like. As the blade wailed like a ghost, it descended with unparalleled force, emanating waves of soul vibrations, as if capable of cleaving through deities themselves. Xiao Yan hurriedly steadied his footing, utilizing the Xian Zhongqi to defend against the impending strike. Upon impact, sparks erupted, and amidst the cacophony of clashing weapons, an enormous crater nearly half a meter deep formed where Xiao Yan stood, his feet sinking into the ground. Hunyuan Yucun sneered. Do you truly believe you can withstand a high-tier Xian-level Dou technique? Suddenly, a wave of soul impact surged through the Xian Zhongqi, crashing into Xiao Yan's mind. With a cough, he spat blood onto the weapon. This Zhenhun Dao had a second layer of attack, an unforeseen soul assault. Chapter 47. I, Xiao Yan, am resilient. Soul Slash. Is this a soul technique? Xiao Yan never anticipated that soul techniques could manifest in such a manner, blending elements of Dou techniques and soul techniques. The advancements in the development of soul techniques within the Soul Clan had reached such extraordinary heights, achieving a synthesis with Dou techniques. Through the clash of weapons, the soul's assault can be transmitted via vibrations, resulting in an unpredictable and lethal soul strike. Bang! This blow was entirely beyond Xiao Yan's capacity to block, as an overwhelming force thrust him into the wall of the pit. It appears you possess some understanding after all. I thought the outside world had become oblivious to the concept of soul techniques. Soul Jade Cun fiercely pressed the hilt of the blade, pinning Xiao Yan firmly beneath the Xian Zhongqi, leaving him no opportunity for escape. Should he strike again, he would surely shatter Xiao Yan's soul into oblivion. The most formidable aspect of their soul clan lies in their mastery of the soul, which is why they stand among the foremost of the ancient 8 clans. Farewell, country bumpkin. Remember to heed other suggestions next time. Perhaps they mean well. With a resonating hum, the colossal blade of soul jade Cun radiated with the light of the soul, preparing to deliver the final blow to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan let out a cold chuckle, his gaze devoid of despair. Do not underestimate the combat techniques of the outside world. Who among us does not wield a high-level Xian-class combat technique? A frog at the bottom of a well. 8 extremes collapse. Strike from a distance. Xiao Yan had secretly gathered his strength for this very moment, his fingers unfurling from a clenched fist into an open palm. A low murmur resonated within his heart. Suddenly, Xiao Yan's aura transformed, becoming as sharp as a drawn sword. The fierce energy emanating from his palm conjured a tempest of razor-sharp, fighting spirit. Upon sensing Xiao Yan's sudden surge of terrifying energy, Soul Jade Cun's previously triumphant expression faltered. He had not anticipated that Xiao Yan could unleash such a formidable attack. This country bumpkin from the outside world indeed mastered high-level Shin techniques. Moreover, it was evident that this technique had been cultivated to perfection. He was merely an 8-star fighter. Even disciples of their soul clan required years, if not a decade, to attain such mastery over high-level Shin techniques. Had he begun his training while still babbling like an infant? Soul Jade Cun hastily retracted his technique, condensing all his fighting spirit into a reinforced defensive garment. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Yan's palm struck the Dou Qi with tremendous force. An overwhelming surge of energy collided with Soul Jade Cun, sending him hurtling through the air, while the residual hidden power relentlessly battered against the defensive garment. I never imagined you possessed such profound combat techniques. I have indeed underestimated you. Soul Jade Cun glared darkly at Xiao Yan, emerging from the pit, gripping the great blade tightly with his right hand. He wiped the trickle of blood from the corner of his mouth and roared, "Country bumpkin, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise today." With a face contorted in rage, Soul Jade Cun charged forth, his great blade emanating waves of chilling energy. Since the soul-cleaving strike of the Jinhuan blade failed to end your life, I shall deliver another. Coupled with the effects of the fighting spirit garment, the obsidian blade brewed a terrifying potency of energy and soul power that caused Xiao Yan's expression to shift dramatically. Soul Jade Cun swung the blade fiercely towards Xiao Yan. At this momentum, even if he were to block with the Dou Qi, the more terrifying soul strike would undoubtedly cleave Xiao Yan's soul in twain, resulting in instant death. The intense pressure of the wind made it slightly difficult for Xiao Yan to breathe. He understood that he must not allow the soul-shattering blade to strike him again. The soul-severing attack was indeed terrifying. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan activated his formidable combat instincts at this critical moment, cleverly exploiting the weakness of the soul-shattering blade with the hidden force of the Xian heavy ruler combined with the 8 extremes collapse, deflecting the blow just in time. What? Was this mere luck? The Soul Jade felt that the subtle force had fortuitously struck the exact weakness of his technique, causing his soul-severing strike to shatter against the Xian heavy ruler without penetrating it. Unbeknownst to Xiao Yan, in that life-and-death moment, his soul power had actually seen a slight enhancement, allowing him to perceive the flaw in the technique. Unintentionally, he applied the techniques used in alchemy, controlling fire with soul power, locating herbs, and eliminating harmful substances during combat. He discerned the focal point of the soul power and identified the exact spot where the soul-shattering blade concentrated its energy. It was merely a stroke of luck. Xiao Yan sneered, challenging, "Then come and test whether it is luck." Unwilling to accept defeat, the Soul Jade unleashed the soul-shattering blade once more towards Xiao Yan. Yet the result remained unchanged. Xiao Yan executed the 8 extremes collapse against the Xian heavy ruler, and the hidden force shattered the concentrated soul power on the blade. This fusion of combat and soul techniques had indeed caught him off guard the first time. But after several encounters, Xiao Yan had discerned its weaknesses. The soul-shattering blade bore a striking resemblance to the low-level Xian tier sword techniques initially employed by the Soul Jade, merely enhanced by the addition of soul severing, augmenting its potency through the ferocity of the swordplay. While the power of the soul-severing strike was augmented, the sword technique still adhered to the low-level Xian tier standards, lacking profound intricacies. Were it not for Xiao Yan's significant gap in cultivation, he could have evaded this simplistic attack solely through his perception of soul power and agility, without relying on the 8 extremes collapse for added strength. No matter how formidable the attack or how elusive the soul-severing strike, if it could not hit its target, it held no significance. Contrary to Xiao Yan's internal mockery, the Soul Jade was inwardly cursing in frustration. The weaknesses of the soul-shattering blade were indeed apparent. Yet those struck by it typically succumbed to the loss of their soul, or at the very least, suffered a disarray of their spirit. Who would have thought that Xiao Yan, this anomaly, could withstand a blow and remain unfazed? Damn it! Boom! The Soul Jade's blade struck the ground, and this time, Xiao Yan did not even need to defend, effortlessly evading the attack. My soul clan cannot possibly be defeated by an outsider like you. Absolutely not. Suddenly, the blood within the soul jade surged violently, and in the next moment, his fighting spirit escalated dramatically. 7-star Dou Master. 8-star Dou Master. 9-star Dou Master. Pinnacle of 9-star Dou Master. The soul silk garment on the soul jade began to exhibit signs of transforming into armor. It is known that only great Dou Masters can wield the armor transformation. A secret technique? One related to bloodlines. Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn. He had encountered some temporary power-enhancing secret techniques in his storage ring, but these techniques required specific conditions for their use, which is why he had been unable to learn them. To witness the bloodline of the fighting emperor is enough for you to smile down upon the 9 springs. Perish. Xiao Yan felt a sudden shock within. There was no evading this lethal strike. He was oblivious to the nature of the fighting emperor's bloodline secret technique wielded by Han Yuzuan. Yet he was certain that it not only elevated cultivation, but also enhanced soul power. The dark energy of the 8 extremes collapse could not possibly shatter the condensed soul force. The question now was whether you would succumb to my fiery onslaught first, or whether my soul could withstand your blade. Flame Dividing Wave Cutter. Chapter 48. The Re-Examination. Xiao Yan understood that he could not afford to wait for him. Regardless of whether Han Yuzuan's fighting emperor bloodline secret technique could be activated only once, this time, Xiao Yan would take the initiative. With a thunderous boom, Xiao Yan thrust his right foot into the ground, propelling forth like a sharp arrow towards Han Yuzuan, the scorching heavy scale staff trailing behind him, scorching the earth and igniting a fiery path through the grass. Even the forces of heaven and earth began to converge upon Xiao Yan's heavy scale staff, as if it was only during the execution of the flame dividing wave cutter that the staff would awaken in its entirety, revealing the mysterious patterns that adorned its surface. A surge of uniquely violent energy rippled across the grassy plain, the first to sense this disturbance being Han Yuzuan, whose expression shifted dramatically as he focused on the youth charging towards him with the heavy staff. The source of that tempestuous energy was indeed here. A martial technique capable of stirring the energies of heaven and earth belongs to the earth tier. How could this be? How could a mere 8-star Dou fighter possibly wield earth tier techniques? The ability to harness the power of the heavens and earth implied that Xiao Yan had indeed grasped the fundamentals of an earth tier technique, something no mere pretense. Han Yuzuan was on the verge of madness. How could an outsider, a native from the outside world, possibly master advanced Shan tier techniques, let alone cultivate an earth tier technique? What sort of monstrosity could achieve such feats at this tender age? Earth tier techniques. Even he himself lacked such prowess. It was not that the Soul Clan lacked earth tier techniques, but there existed a system within the clan. To obtain an earth tier technique, one must demonstrate corresponding strength. If anyone could acquire such techniques, who would strive to cultivate? Motivation and punishment must coexist to foster growth. Perish. Soul Shocking Blade. As he fled ever faster, Xiao Yan left a trail of flames in his wake, leaping high into the air, gripping the heavy scale staff tightly in his right hand as he swung it in a crescent arc. Today, if anyone were to plummet into the abyss of emptiness, it would surely be you. Xiao Yan was undaunted, as idleness would only lead to demise. This time, he did not unleash a wave of fire, but rather struck with the heavy scale staff directly, ensuring absolute accuracy in hitting Han Yuzuan, guaranteeing his demise. With no Dou Qi left to execute a second technique, this strike must be fatal. If it could not withstand the soul-slicing blow, then Xiao Yan would be defeated. Flame Dividing Wave Cutter. The clash between blade and staff produced a thunderous roar, their attacks shattering the ground, and a rapidly expanding fissure nearly half a meter wide spread across the earth, utterly devastating the grassy expanse. Undeniably, even upon attaining the rank of a 9-star Dou Master, the combat techniques possessed by Soul Jade Storage remain inferior to the Earth-level technique. Flame-Splitting Abyssal Wave. While there exists a myriad of advanced techniques at the mysterious level, the Earth-level techniques are remarkably rare, with Xiao Yan scarcely having heard of many practitioners. Their scarcity arises from the ability of Earth-level techniques to harness the forces of nature, rendering their power dreadfully formidable, an aspect that mysterious-level techniques simply cannot rival. Even the 8 extremes collapse, which is reputed to rival the might of Earth-level techniques, pales in comparison to the flame-splitting abyssal wave that draws upon the elemental forces of the world. Whoosh! A soul-cleaving strike shattered the fiery wave, aimed directly at Xiao Yan. Perish! Faced with this unavoidable soul strike, Xiao Yan had no alternative but to brace himself. With veins bulging, he gripped the handle of the weapon tightly, and with a fierce roar, a tremendous explosion ensued, causing the ground to yield under the overwhelming force of the flame-splitting abyssal wave. The Soul Jade Storage, engulfed in flames, was sent plummeting into the void. Having completed the low-level trial of the mysterious rank, the title of low-level Soul Master is conferred, allowing the choice to exit the trial grounds and enter the treasure hall to exchange soul points for resources, or to proceed with the intermediate trial of the mysterious rank. Uncertain of how long he had slumbered, Xiao Yan gradually regained consciousness. Were it not for the slight enhancement in his soul power from the recent battle, coupled with his innate strength of spirit and status as an alchemist, he might have met his demise here. Grasping the soul token, he noted it had transformed to low-level mysterious rank, and his soul points had increased to 200 due to his victory over soul jade storage. Even Xiao Yan himself felt fortunate, which further solidified his resolve to acquire the advanced cultivation techniques of the mysterious rank and learn a soul technique. For the sheer power of soul attacks is astonishingly formidable. Moreover, as an alchemist, he was determined to obtain the soul-gathering technique by any means necessary. Is he returning? Is he a fool? If someone with a greater soul power than soul jade storage were to appear, he would have perished hundreds of times over. That initial soul-cleaving blade would have been his end. He decided to exchange for a fourth-grade elixir, the strong soul pill. Without hesitation, Xiao Yan utilized the soul token to procure the pill. At last, he understood why the soul palace relentlessly hunted soul bodies. The allure of soul points is simply irresistible. A fourth-grade elixir, which would cause a frenzy in Wutan City, could be exchanged for a mere 50 soul points, and with the soul token, Xiao Yan received a discount, reducing the cost to just 40 points. As the transaction concluded, the soul token emitted a wave of spiritual energy, tearing through space. And a purple-red elixir materialized from the rift, landing in Xiao Yan's hand. Can the soul realm truly traverse anywhere? It resembles a wormhole. Yet, Xiao Yan remained unaware that Dou Zone possesses a fleeting control over the void. Dou Zun can seal space, while Dou Shun can tear through the fabric of reality, traversing vast distances in an instant. Xiao Yan promptly swallowed the strong soul pill. True to its name, it is designed to mend soul injuries and enhance soul power, though it is effective only for those at the intermediate level of the mortal realm. As the pill slid down his throat, it transformed into a wave of warmth, beginning to repair the soul injuries inflicted during the recent battle, expelling a murky vapor from his mouth. Slowly, he commenced the circulation of his technique, for he required time to assimilate the experiences of this encounter. This battle proved to be immensely beneficial for Xiao Yan, revealing to him the existence of insidious techniques that target the soul. How despicable! Such underhanded tactics. How could he not possess them himself? Has he truly broken through to the 9-star Dou fighter level? Xiao Yan found himself at a loss for words. After enduring the trials of arduous training and painstaking alchemy, he realized that he had advanced more swiftly from a single defeat than from his own efforts. It was likely due to the tempering of his soul power combined with the aid of a powerful soul elixir that he had gained an additional star in strength. Shaking his head, he dusted off his trousers and, holding the soul token, suddenly declared, "I wish to undertake an additional trial. I challenge the soul test." Chapter 49. Soul Shock. In a secluded training ground within the soul realm, in a grand hall filled with soul candles belonging to all the family disciples. One candle inscribed with the name Soul Yuan extinguished suddenly. The soul candle of Soul Yuan has gone out. A young boy, who was tidying up, exclaimed in surprise. "Oh, you mean that Soul Yuan? I heard that an outsider challenged the soul path, and he went to confront them. He must have been defeated and killed," a middle-aged man commented dispassionately without elaborating further. "But master, should we not report this? A member of the soul clan has been slain," the boy inquired. The elder scoffed coldly, dismissively stating, he was merely a lowly servant with a first-grade bloodline, unworthy even to participate in the coming-of-age ceremony of the clan. A disciple without clan markings is of no consequence. If he dies, so be it. The elder waved his hand in disinterest. Within the Dou Emperor family, the concentration of Dou Emperor bloodline was everything. Those with inferior bloodlines were not regarded as true members of the clan. Meanwhile, in the trials of the Soul Realm Passage, Xiao Yan declared, "I wish to undertake an additional trial. I challenge the soul test." Although he had lost track of how many days he had been there, he had not forgotten the words of the old soul spirit upon his entry. The Soul Hall placed greater emphasis on cultivating the soul and soul techniques, advising him to choose trials based on soul combat rather than relying solely on his cultivation level, which was, regrettably, quite weak. However, due to his innate gifts, Xiao Yan's soul strength was exceptionally robust, a talent that could yield him a commendable rating. The reason Xiao Yan had not opted for the soul test from the outset was precisely for this moment. He wished to earn some soul points to exchange for an elixir that could enhance his soul strength before proceeding with the trial challenge, hoping to elevate his score further. If he could achieve a high rating at the Xian level and acquire 1,000 soul points, then the soul gathering technique would be within his grasp. Particularly after battling Soul Yuan, Xiao Yan's yearning for soul cultivation techniques intensified. As soon as Xiao Yan finished speaking, the soul token emitted a faint, ethereal glow, and his mind became momentarily disoriented. He had grown accustomed to this. The soul token possessed the miraculous ability to separate one's soul and traverse the soul realm passage. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes again, he found himself in another trial location, faced only with a track and 3 barriers of soul light. Is this the place to challenge soul strength? Xiao Yan lowered his gaze to examine his hands. He was no longer in a corporeal state, but rather in the form of a spiritual entity, devoid of physical substance. Logically speaking, given the current strength of Xiao Yan's soul, he should not have been able to transform into a spiritual body. Yet, within the Soul Hall's domain of souls, he had achieved this feat through the power of the Soul Order. Engaging in the evaluation test for the profound level soul power, one must learn the most fundamental advanced yellow level soul technique, soul impact. By employing the soul impact technique to assault the soul membrane, shattering it signifies success. A surge of spiritual information instantaneously implanted itself in Xiao Yan's mind, and details of a combat technique rapidly unfolded before him. The advanced yellow level soul technique, soul impact, enables one's soul to briefly detach from the body to collide with another's soul, rendering defenses futile. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow. This soul impact was presumably the weakest soul technique in the Soul Hall, merely an advanced yellow level technique. Although it appeared formidable, allowing a transient separation of the soul to launch an attack, Xiao Yan understood it to be a collision devoid of any tactical finesse. It was akin to head-butting one's opponent. Victory hinged solely on the resilience of one's spirit. The weaker party could be dazed or, worse, have their soul shattered, leading to a loss of consciousness. However, should the opponent's soul prove stronger, it would be as futile as an egg striking against a stone, akin to an act of self-destruction. No wonder this technique was chosen as a challenge test. It held no technical merit, solely relying on the potency of one's soul power. Old Ghost had not deceived Xiao Yan. He suggested the soul power challenge because it favored him most. In a practical combat scenario, battles are fluid and can be influenced by the opponent's unique abilities. For instance, facing Zhang Chuanwu of the Poison Sect from the Outcloud Kingdom could be exceedingly perilous without proper preparation, yet fate had placed Xiao Yan, a pill master, in his path. When contending against Soul Yutsuan, Xiao Yan had the advantage of earth-level combat techniques. Without the flame-splitting wave cutter, he might have indeed faced defeat at the hands of Soul Yutsuan. However, the assessment of soul power was straightforward. The strength of the soul power was paramount and remained unaffected by the prowess of one's combat techniques or cultivation level. The soul power test resembled a measure of innate talent. Perhaps, in a critical moment, this soul impact could prove pivotal. This soul technique did not appear overly complex to master. Could it be that being in a spiritual state facilitates the learning of soul techniques? Rising slowly to his feet, Xiao Yan gazed at the shimmering membrane before him. Before long, he had grasped the methodology of this soul technique. This technique differed from combat skills in that it did not involve proficiency levels or stages of mastery. The potency of soul impact depended solely on the strength of one's soul power. After a period of study, Xiao Yan gained a deeper understanding of the membrane before him. Though it seemed delicate, any soul weaker than mid-level mortal realm would be incapable of breaching it. The profound-level soul power challenge consisted of 3 layers of membranes, corresponding to the low, mid, and high levels of the profound tier. To attain the esteemed rank of Shin level advanced, it is imperative to shatter 3 luminous membranes in succession. Xiao Yan gently tapped his forehead, acutely aware that he was in a state of spiritual embodiment. In essence, executing a soul impact meant hurling his consciousness headlong into the fray. This soul impact technique, in a sense, rendered one's head more resilient. It lacked finesse. It was purely a test of tenacity. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Yan propelled his legs forward with great force and, in a straightforward yet forceful manner, collided headfirst with the first membrane. With a resounding crash, the membrane shattered like glass, and Xiao Yan immediately felt a jolt of backlash that left him momentarily disoriented. Is this what soul impact entails? The execution of the soul technique carries its own inherent risks. Soul impact is the most fundamental of soul techniques. Higher-level techniques share a similar essence, relying on the aggregation of one's spirit to assail others. Should anything go awry with the technique, it could rebound, adversely affecting one's own soul. Undeterred, Xiao Yan pressed on with unwavering resolve, crashing into the second membrane with fervor. The sharp sound of shattering reverberated as his spirit quaked violently. I refused to be deterred. Clenching his fists tightly, he launched himself like a cannonball towards the final membrane. Upon completing the Shin-level soul trial, the title of Shin-level Advanced Soul Master is conferred, allowing the option to exit the trial grounds and enter the treasure hall to exchange soul points for resources. Hearing the soul's proclamation, Xiao Yan slowly rose, a smile spreading across his face as he beheld the membrane, which now bore a small breach. Hey, Soul Void, can you hear me? If I were to concoct elixirs, could you possibly grant me a few extra points? Chapter 50, Seizing Opportunities at the Soul Hall. Hey, Soul Void, can you hear me? If I were to concoct elixirs, could you possibly grant me a few extra points? Xiao Yan had come to understand the situation, regardless of circumstances. His current aim was to extract every advantage from the Soul Hall, for such opportunities are fleeting. This challenge test for soul points was a singular event. He surmised that if he withdrew now, subsequent attempts would not yield the same results. Since it was you, Soul Void, who directed me to the Soul Hall with the Soul Command, it would only be fair to receive some benefits in return. Cackling laughter. Upon hearing the peculiar laughter of the soul, Xiao Yan realized the ancient presence of the Soul Hall had made its entrance. It seemed the young man had little penchant for such antics. You old coot, you aren't monitoring me continuously, are you? Xiao Yan, still in his spiritual form, sat up slowly and spoke. The voice of Soul Void resonated from all directions. You utilized the soul command I provided to challenge the soul path. Naturally, I am aware. Xiao Yan merely shrugged nonchalantly, saying nothing further. What could a mere fighter like him possibly assert? Even if Soul Void were to strike him down in an instant, he could only resign himself to his fate. Having lived in this world for 16 years, Xiao Yan understood well that it is a realm where strength reigns supreme. The weak possess no authority. A buzzing sound filled the air as the space before Xiao Yan rippled, and the spectral projection of Soul Void gradually materialized. Upon the appearance of the enigmatic Soul Void, Xiao Yan, unreservedly, brandished his soul token and proclaimed, "Did you not once declare that as long as I could resolve the poison, I could wield this token to claim my rewards at the Soul Palace?" With a mocking chuckle, Soul Void retorted, "Oh, but I distinctly stated that should you survive, I would contemplate taking you as my disciple." He astutely pierced through Xiao Yan's fabrications. Despite his advanced age, his faculties remained sharp and clear. Xiao Yan shook his head in refusal, asserting, "I have heard of the exploits of your Soul Palace. To become your disciple is out of the question. My alchemical techniques suffice for my needs. My intention in joining the Soul Palace was never to study your elixir crafting." Soul Void erupted into laughter, as if he had been told the grandest of jokes. "Ha! Can it be that someone would truly reject the opportunity to learn from me, Soul Void? Are you aware that I am the sole alchemist on the Dou Qi continent capable of concocting the 9th grade profound elixir? The 9th grade elixirs represent the pinnacle of alchemical achievement, categorized into 3 types: the 9th grade treasure elixir, the 9th grade profound elixir, and the 9th grade golden elixir. It is rare to even encounter a profound elixir in the continent, let alone the esteemed golden elixir. Soul Void's claims of being able to forge the 9th grade profound elixir were not mere bluster. He possessed the requisite skill. Xiao Yan, however, merely tapped his ear, his attention clearly waning in the face of Soul Void's boasts. Whether it be 8th grade, 9th grade, or Emperor grade, such lofty realms were far beyond Xiao Yan's current capabilities. At this moment, his sole focus lay on honing his soul cultivation techniques and gathering exotic flames to enhance his prowess. He had neither the inclination nor the capacity to concern himself with other matters. "Let us conclude this," Xiao Yan interjected. "Though I am self-taught in alchemy, I comprehend the significance of the master-disciple relationship among alchemists. It is not something to be taken lightly, especially for one of your esteemed stature. I cannot afford such an undertaking." He firmly rejected the notion, incredulous that a master alchemist of Soul Void's caliber would suddenly wish to take him as an apprentice. "Am I jesting, perhaps? I, Xiao Yan, possess 1,000 doubts." Soul Void's aged eyes flickered with intrigue. He had not anticipated such sagacity from a mere 16-year-old. Were it any other alchemist of high standing, they would likely vie for the chance to become his disciple. However, Soul Void had ulterior motives for wanting to take Xiao Yan under his wing. The Soul Clan required the crafting of a particularly rare elixir. And despite Soul Void's unparalleled alchemical prowess, even with the assistance of the second-ranked exotic flame, the Void Devouring Flame, the odds of success remained slim. Thus, he sought a 9th grade profound elixir alchemist to collaborate with him to enhance the likelihood of success. With a sly grin, Soul Void directly stated, "Young man, your temperament is commendable. I shall be straightforward. I require an alchemist capable of producing the 9th grade profound elixir to assist me in crafting a unique drug. There are no more than 5 alchemists on the Dou Qi continent who can produce a 9th grade profound elixir, yet none are able to partner with me." Xiao Yan, puzzled, inquired, "Are you suggesting that once I attain the ability to concoct the 9th grade profound elixir, you wish for me to collaborate with you in your alchemical endeavors?" Upon receiving Soul Void's affirmative nod, Xiao Yan was left to ponder whether the elder before him had indeed lost his senses. In the entire Dou Qi continent, the individuals capable of refining 9th grade Xiandan can be counted on one hand. At merely 16 years of age, and without even having attended the Alchemist Guild for certification, how could one be so certain that Xiao Yan could attain such a level? However, one cannot entirely blame Han Shuzi. It is indeed true that the descendants of the Soul clan possess innate soul power, but their alchemical talents are remarkably deficient. The clan's legacy of alchemists is scant, and Han Shuzi himself had to venture out to seek knowledge from others. Furthermore, due to certain circumstances, the Soul clan is compelled to hunt soul bodies, with those of alchemists being the most coveted, leading to a bloody conflict with the Alchemist Alliance of the Dou Qi continent, where they are fervently pursued. It is a daunting task to find another 9th grade Xiandan alchemist. Xiao Yan's mind whirled as he concocted a plan, smiling as he said, "Very well. However, my current cultivation level makes reaching the rank of 9th grade alchemist seem a distant dream. If only I could obtain a flame of extraordinary quality, my progress would accelerate considerably." He intended to seize every opportunity presented. Not only Han Shuzi, but even if the clan leader, Han Tiandi, stood before him, he would ensure he garnered some benefit today. Moreover, agreeing to such terms bore no risk. Whether he could become a 9th grade alchemist remained uncertain. So why not draft this legitimate promissory note? Han Shuzi, being a cunning old fox, was not oblivious to the implications of Xiao Yan's words. He responded, "There exists a treasure hall at the heavenly level that contains such extraordinary flames. Is it truly so?" Xiao Yan contained his excitement, adopting a poker face, and calmly replied, "Heavenly level? By the time I reach that rank, who knows when that will be?" The notion of soul bodies was indeed wondrous. Xiao Yan marveled inwardly. Large organizations possess numerous advantages, much like the burning Sky Chi training tower of the Jianan Academy. The Soul Hall's path to understanding the intricacies of the soul could greatly enhance one's soul power. Han Shuzi's soul projection stood quietly beside him, and Xiao Yan understood the need to entice the fish before casting the line. With a resounding thud, a 3-opening alchemy furnace materialized before him, the finest bait being his innate talent for alchemy. Xiao Yan retrieved several herbs and a second-tier magic core from his storage ring, intent on concocting a 3rd-grade pill this time. Chapter 51, The Birthplace of the Void Devouring Flame. Even with such a formidable specter as Han Shuzi observing, Xiao Yan remained completely unfazed. Once his Dou Qi, vitality, and energy were restored to their peak condition, he was ready to commence his alchemical endeavors. Seeing Xiao Yan maintain his composure upon hearing of the extraordinary flames, Han Shuzi could not help but exhibit a hint of interest. It is well known that great Dou Masters can utilize Dou Qi to form armor, allowing the energy to coalesce around them as protective gear. The purpose of the Dou Armor Pill is to enable those below the rank of Great Dou Master to solidify their Dou Qi into armor for defense, classifying it as a defensive type of pill. However, Xiao Yan had another reason for choosing the Dou Armor Pill. The materials required for its refinement do not necessitate excessively high temperatures for extraction, as Xiao Yan was still merely a 9-star Dou fighter. Even with a touch of Bone Spirit Cold Flame to assist, it would be challenging to refine high-level materials. With his palm resting against the mouth of the alchemical cauldron, Xiao Yan's consciousness gradually descended into his body. A few strands of Bone Spirit Cold Fire swiftly traversed his meridians, enveloped by his fighting spirit, and then threaded through his palm into the elixir furnace. A soft pop resonated as deep yellow flames erupted within the cauldron, and upon closer inspection, one could discern several white strands of fire dancing amidst the deep yellow fighting spirit flames. Gazing through the reflective surface of the alchemical furnace, Xiao Yan observed the erratically flickering flames, patiently awaiting the moment when the chilling temperature of the furnace began to rise. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's spiritual perception surged forth, penetrating his arm into the cauldron, utilizing his formidable spiritual strength to gain control over the unruly flames. Although Xiao Yan had previously attempted to refine 3rd-tier elixirs, he had never succeeded, not even by chance. With utmost gentleness, he picked up a nearby medicinal herb, sensing the temperature within the furnace through his spiritual energy. The moment the temperature reached the required level for refining the herb, he swiftly cast it into the cauldron. As the temperature continued to escalate, a variety of medicinal herbs were introduced into the furnace by Xiao Yan. Each herb possessed distinct properties, necessitating their extraction of essence from different positions within the cauldron. As the surface of the herbs developed charred exteriors and began to crack, Xiao Yan manipulated several strands of Bone Spirit Cold Fire, weaving through the broken shells like needle and thread, penetrating into the heart of the herbs, extracting droplets of green liquid. With the liquid increasingly seeping forth, the herbs rapidly shrank. Once the final drop of green liquid was squeezed out, the remnants transformed into pitch-black ash, settling at the bottom of the alchemical furnace. After successfully extracting all the herbs, Xiao Yan exhaled in relief, marking the completion of the first step. With a swift motion, a red 2nd-tier magic core was introduced into the furnace. As the core ignited, a fierce bestial intent erupted from it, accompanied by a vengeful aura intent on annihilating everything in its vicinity. This was the lingering resentment of the magical beast at the moment of its demise, preserved within the magic core. If the alchemist failed to purify this resentment, the furnace would inevitably explode. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. Had this been earlier, he might have encountered some difficulty. However, with his greatly enhanced spiritual strength, the mere remnants of a second-tier magical beast's dying resentment posed no threat to him. His spiritual power manifested as great hands, directly kneading the beast's resentment into a cohesive mass, ultimately incinerated by the fighting spirit flames. After purifying the magical beast's resentment came the most arduous step, merging all components with the magic core to ultimately form the elixir. This was the most challenging part, as any misstep could lead to uneven integration of certain herbs or excessive burning, resulting in impurities that would nullify all efforts. The efficacy of the herbs varied due to their age and growing conditions, and only through meticulous spiritual perception could one ascertain the precise moment of complete fusion. Uncertain how long the fusion lasted, the flames gradually receded, condensing all the fire, medicinal liquids, and the magic core's essence into 3 elixirs, each no larger than a dragon's eye. Xiao Yan manipulated his soul to retrieve 3 Dou armor pills and stored them in a vial. 3 pills from a single furnace. His heart swelled with joy as he beheld the contents of the vial, clearly satisfied with the outcome. The quantity of pills produced in a single alchemical session depended on the alchemist's precision in refining the herbs and avoiding waste during the fusion process. To successfully concoct 3-grade pills was a personal record for Xiao Yan, and achieving 3 pills in 1 furnace was a remarkable feat. Han Shuzi remained silent, his soul light gradually dissipating. The absence of any critique from Han Shuzi underscored the success of Xiao Yan's alchemical endeavor. A 9-star Dou Master crafting 3-grade pills was something Han Shuzi himself had not accomplished in his youth. The treasures you seek lie within the heavenly treasure hall. Whether you can obtain them depends on your own fortune, echoed Han Shuzi's soul voice from all directions. In the next moment, an entrance resembling a black hole materialized before him. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yan had passed Han Shuzi's trial. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Yan gazed into the inky abyss of the passage. He had not forgotten Han Shuzi's earlier words about the void devouring flame within the Soul Clan. Although he was unfamiliar with the nature of Zihua, the prospect of acquiring the second-ranked flame on the void devouring flame was enticing. Even a trace of it would be immensely beneficial. He felt compelled to investigate further. Initially, Xiao Yan believed himself well-versed and beyond astonishment, yet he soon realized his naivety. Upon traversing the black hole, the scene that unfolded before him left him utterly astounded. A dark flame sphere, split in 2, floated in the boundless void. While not particularly large, approximately a few thousand meters in diameter, it still sent shivers down Xiao Yan's spine as it drifted through the infinite expanse. Could this be the birthplace of the void devouring flame? As he observed the dark flames rising from the surface of the sphere, the location's significance became clearer. According to the void devouring flame was born in the void, and only a realm like the soul world, which also existed in the void, could lay claim to such a place. Indeed, as Xiao Yan had surmised, the site of the Soul Clan's encounter with the void devouring flame was here. The extraordinary flame was birthed within this dark sphere in the void. Chapter 52, The Void Devouring Flame. Xiao Yan, in his ethereal form, floated closer to this dark, celestial body. As he approached the sphere, the terrifying nature of the dark flame intensified. The surface of this dark sphere was perpetually erupting with black flames, as if any unwelcome intruder would be consumed and annihilated by the ravenous fire. Endless black flames surged from this dark sphere, dancing across its surface. As Xiao Yan's gaze fell upon the enormous fissure at the center of the sphere, resembling a portal to the inferno, a vivid image flashed through his mind. In the ancient era, at the dawn of all creation, there existed a colossal black hole in the void, perpetually devouring everything within its grasp, be it living or lifeless. Even light itself could not escape its insatiable hunger. Countless years passed, and eventually, the black hole became satiated, transforming into a blackened dead star that remained in this realm. As time flowed on, the epoch shifted, until one fateful day, a resounding explosion echoed through the cosmos, giving birth to a dark, ethereal flame at the heart of the dead star. The Dark Emperor was born amidst the infinite void. This flame, known as the devouring void flame, held the esteemed rank of second on the list of extraordinary flames. Xiao Yan swallowed hard. Anyone witnessing such a sight would undoubtedly tremble in awe. He produced his soul token, enveloping his soul in a protective light. Without the safeguarding aura of the token, merely approaching this celestial body would result in being consumed by the remnants of the still smoldering devouring void flame. This place was not only the birthplace of the void flame, but also the supreme treasury of the Soul Clan. Xiao Yan had just gleaned from the soul information within the token that this planet harbored dark flames concealing a myriad of treasures. As a practitioner of the celestial tier, Xiao Yan was entitled to select one reward from this realm. Among the offerings was an 8th-tier medicinal pill, the Flame Demon Purifying Pill, which, when ingested by those cultivating fire attribute Dou Qi, could potentially induce a mutation in their energy, thereby amplifying their combat prowess. There was also a low-level celestial tier combat technique, the 10,000 Souls Bone Armor, which absorbed the souls of living beings to forge a soul armor that melded with the skeletal structure of the soul. A mastery of 100 souls achieved a minor success, 1,000 souls reached a medium success, and 10,000 souls culminated in a grand success, capable of withstanding the attacks of a Dou Saint. Additionally, there was a low-level celestial tier soul technique, the Imperial Soul Technique, Upper, a method conceived by a soul emperor, capable of annihilating 10,000 souls to give rise to new ones, with the power to command the heavens. Mastering it to its fullest extent allowed one's soul to fragment yet remain unbroken, enabling the soul to exist independently, bestowing upon all things the will of the emperor. The prerequisites for this technique required one's soul realm to attain the spiritual realm. Xiao Yan felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. This was indeed a soul technique created by a Dou emperor, and merely the upper tier possessed such a celestial rating. If fully realized, would it not reach at least the high celestial tier, perhaps even transcend it? Xiao Yan had cultivated a Dou Qi technique reputed to evolve infinitely, yet he was uncertain whether it could surpass the techniques created by the Dou emperor. After all, the extraordinary flames of the Dou Qi continent were finite. The Dou emperor was the mightiest being on the continent. The paradox of infinite evolution versus the world's strongest entity weighed heavily on his mind. Xiao Yan had never anticipated that an 8th-tier medicinal pill, which could incite fierce competition across the Dou Qi continent, would hold such little allure here. With great reluctance, he placed the technique aside, fully aware that no matter how much he desired it, he could not exchange it for the soul technique. He had yet to meet the necessary prerequisites for cultivation, and most importantly, he had come here in search of the extraordinary flames. Extraordinary flames, where art thou? Xiao Yan continued his search upon the star. While there were indeed numerous flames present, none of them were extraordinary. They were merely remnants of the devouring void flame, yet to be extinguished, devoid of the primal fire seeds. The primal fire seeds were akin to the soul of the extraordinary flames. To refine the extraordinary flames required the integration of the primal fire seed into one's being, imprinting it with one's soul to truly wield the extraordinary flames. Before departing, Soul Void had remarked that the desired lay within reach, and Xiao Yan did not believe that Soul Void would utter falsehoods. However, he was taken aback by the sight before him. What was that? Why was it unscathed by the engulfing flames of? His eyes narrowed as he discerned a scroll of techniques lying there, and inexplicably, his soul stirred with a peculiar sensation. Despite his initial reluctance to examine the scroll, he found himself unable to resist picking up the tricolored from the ground. He recognized it as the 3 transformations of heavenly fire, a high-tier secret art of the heavenly rank. Xiao Yan inhaled sharply, having just encountered a lower-tier soul secret art, which consumed and physical stamina to rapidly augment one's spiritual strength, also able to expend one's soul to enhance, truly practical. However, the existence of a high-tier secret art was enough to astonish him. Created by a pinnacle powerhouse from a certain family, this art could trigger an explosive outburst of within the body, resulting in a significant, albeit transient, enhancement of strength. The technique comprised 3 transformations, each requiring a different. And when all 3 transformations were activated simultaneously, the very heavens would change color. This secret art was exclusively available to practitioners of fire attribute, as its energy was excessively violent, risking damage to the meridians and the body itself, leading to a period of weakness post-practice. Generally, a person could harbor only one within them, for would repel and conflict with one another. Thus, Xiao Yan's was of such remarkable value. For an ordinary individual to possess 3 simultaneously, their control over flames would have to reach an unfathomable pinnacle. The creator of this technique, if lacking they, could only be deemed mad. Even if Xiao Yan had not attained the level necessary for practicing high-tier techniques, he could still fathom the insanity of allowing to explode within one's own body. It was akin to a handgun. The velocity of a bullet is entirely reliant on the explosive force of gunpowder. The principle of this secret art was similar to that of a handgun firing a bullet, relying on the explosive power of to enhance strength. A handgun, when overused, risks bursting its chamber. How much more so the human body? Practicing fire attribute was essential. This could hardly be a secret art exclusive to the Soul Clan. Although this scroll appeared to be a formidable high-tier secret art, its conditions were excessively stringent, rendering it less practical than in 8th grade. The absence of a protective barrier further indicated its unwelcoming presence here. Xiao Yan shook his head, dismissing the matter, and casually tossed the scroll onto a nearby rock. Suddenly, a thunderous roar resonated as the relentless black flames on the planet underwent a dramatic transformation. The remnants of flames, still smoldering on the ground, surged toward a singular point in the void. Countless black flames, akin to moths drawn to a flame, rushed toward that point, causing the space around it to contort incessantly. It was as though a miniature black hole had emerged, voraciously consuming the surrounding black flames. Could it be? Witnessing this astonishing scene, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of delight as he hurried towards the vicinity of the spatial distortion. After an indeterminate period of anticipation, Xiao Yan finally witnessed the emergence of a small, fist-sized orb of black flame before him, accompanied by a sharp intake of breath. His spiritual sense distinctly discerned the primal seed of the within this dark flame, the offspring of the. Chapter 53, The First Source. The offspring of. Gazing at the inky black sphere, Xiao Yan was certain that this was not the true. Had it been the authentic, an entire nation would have been reduced to nothingness, consumed entirely by its flames. However, what astonished Xiao Yan was that this was not a nascent. Through his spiritual perception, he recognized that although this dark was diminutive and lacked the terrifying energy of the, its essence was mature, akin to that of the, and certainly not a fledgling. Moreover, according to the, only one of the top 3 existed globally. The entire Dou Qi continent could not possibly sustain the celestial energy required for another of the top 3 to manifest. Astonishingly, there was indeed a so-called offspring flame that the enigmatic had not recorded. Initially, Xiao Yan harbored skepticism towards the notion of an offspring flame as mentioned by the soul phantom, doubting its veracity. After all, was not a living entity. How could it possibly bear offspring? Even if it were a living creature, procreation would necessitate a counterpart. Given that was the sole entity of its kind on the Dou Qi continent, where could a second suitable partner be found for mating? Consequently, Xiao Yan was left utterly flabbergasted, for not only did such an offspring truly exist, but it had also manifested right before his eyes. One must admit. You are indeed fortunate. It is rare to encounter such a phenomenon. No one knows when the offspring of will coalesce, echoed the voice of the soul phantom. Curious, Xiao Yan inquired. How does this offspring flame come into being? How can it be refined? The genesis of the is a closely guarded secret of my clan. As for refining it, although it is termed an offspring flame, its essence is no different from that of, the phantom replied. Xiao Yan's eyes flickered. The revelation that the production of the was a secret of the soul clan implied that the ability of to generate offspring was not solely due to its own power, but rather a consequence of the soul clan's influence. With a mix of trepidation and excitement, he cautiously approached the steps to refine were etched in his memory from a notebook within his spatial ring, each step firmly grounded in his mind. As he prepared to engage, Xiao Yan swallowed hard, his hands gradually drawing together from either side, reminiscent of his childhood days spent delicately trying to catch fish by the riverbank. His movements were tender, as he gently cradled the moment he held it, he felt a surprising warmth. The black flames were not searing but instead exuded a soft, comforting heat. In that instant, Xiao Yan fancied he was cradling a newly born black kitten. Suddenly, the dark flame opened a pair of eyes and emitted a soft meow. What? A cat? In an instant, reality jolted Xiao Yan awake as he hurriedly stood to survey his surroundings. Meow? Indeed, it is precisely this sound. Astonished, Xiao Yan swiftly turned his head towards the source of the noise, only to behold a small black cat, no larger than a fist, lazily sprawled upon his shoulder. After letting out a soft meow, the feline stretched and proceeded to cover its face with its paw, drifting into slumber. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yan discovered that the cat's ebony fur was, in fact, composed of flickering flames. Its dark eyes appeared to be a manifestation of the elusive void devouring flame dancing within. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He retrieved a tattered ancient tome from his spatial ring and hurriedly flipped open a page. The spirit of, a manifestation of intelligence born from the itself. The emergence of such flames is exceedingly rare, with only those that have existed for an eternity possessing the potential for sentience. A sentient can manipulate its own essence, surpassing the control of alchemists who have reached the pinnacle of spiritual mastery. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Gazing at the diminutive black cat, Xiao Yan could hardly believe that he was in the presence of an extraordinarily rare spirit. Yet, this was not the true void-devouring flame. It had only just been born. The existence of the void-devouring flame spans an immense timeline, so it is not surprising that its essence manifests as a spirit. Could it be that this is a progeny of the void-devouring flame, inheriting a fragment of its intelligence? Undoubtedly, while this fiery entity is in spirit, Its awareness is likely akin to that of a mere newborn kitten. Xiao Yan settled cross-legged, gently cradling the void-devouring flame upon his lap. If it were an ordinary, he would simply absorb its essence, place it within his spirit realm, and employ the for refinement. However, the presence of sentience posed a challenge. "Oh, little one, how about you relocate to my spirit realm for a nap?" he suggested, appealing to its sentiments. The kitten scratched its ear, seemingly indifferent to Xiao Yan's entreaty. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, a sly grin forming on his face. "If that is the case, then do not blame me. If a gentle appeal fails, then he would resort to more assertive measures." He retrieved a vial containing ice heart pills and vitality pills from his spatial ring, tossing 2 into his mouth before placing the vial on the ground as a precaution. These pills serve to protect the meridians and act as substitutes for absorbing. And although this little flame felt quite cool to the touch, it exhibited no apparent malice or resistance towards Xiao Yan. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that its birth had absorbed a considerable amount of residual black flames. As the ice heart pill took effect, a chilling sensation spread from his throat, permeating through him. His mind, touched by this icy embrace, shuddered slightly, and the growing agitation within his heart melted away like snow meeting fierce fire. Xiao Yan gradually activated releasing a surge of yellow from his palms to envelop the void-devouring flame. As the unfolded, the flame transformed into a streak of black fire, smoothly coursing through his meridians and swiftly entering his spirit realm. It was remarkably seamless, and before long, it was refined and marked with Xiao Yan's spiritual imprint. Such extraordinary success left Xiao Yan in disbelief. How could the refinement occur with such ease and without any resistance? Yet, in the next instant, he found himself utterly dumbfounded. With a playful meow, the void-devouring flame gracefully emerged from the depths of its host, Xiao Yan, strutting with feline finesse. It even took a moment to flick its tail, as if mocking Xiao Yan for attempting to confine its essence. Xiao Yan soon grasped the first unique ability of the void-devouring flame, the freedom to traverse between the void and reality. As the void-devouring flame approached a pill bottle on the ground, it curiously extracted a plump pill, savoring it with delight. Its eyes sparkled with excitement as it swiftly clawed out all the ice heart pills, devouring them eagerly. "Ah, you have a taste for pills, I see," Xiao Yan remarked, stowing away the remaining protecting pulse pills in his spatial ring, his gaze reflecting the mischievous demeanor of a playful uncle. Noticing that the newly birthed flame did not rush into the spatial ring to snatch more pills, Xiao Yan felt a surge of satisfaction within. Indeed, despite the void-devouring flame's impressive rank, this newly emerged progeny was still far less formidable than the genuine bone spirit cold fire, which deterred it from encroaching upon the spatial ring. Typically, ordinary flames lack intelligence. One can refine their essence without consequence. However, flames endowed with consciousness pose a challenge, as they may wander unpredictably. From now on, heed my words and refrain from wandering aimlessly. I assure you, your life will be filled with delightful indulgences. Xiao Yan advised as he produced a second-tier magical beast's core, feeling the immense energy within. The previously hesitant void-devouring flame could no longer resist, embracing the core and gnawing at it with fervor. After all, it had already accepted Xiao Yan as its caretaker. Observing the void-devouring flame, resembling an adorable kitten nibbling on a treat, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. Although the void-devouring flame is indeed a mystical fire, the energy it harbors pales in comparison to authentic flames. Yet, this very limitation allowed him, even as a mere Dou practitioner, to refine it without difficulty. Watching the void-devouring flame consume the entire second-tier magical core, its belly swelling into a round, plump shape, it was evident that this creature could grow just like any other mystical fire. According to the records of the flame ranking, the Blue Lotus Earth Heart Fire takes a decade to gain sentience, a century to take form, and a millennium to blossom into a lotus, at which point it exhibits a green hue and a cluster of azure flames, known as the Blue Lotus Fire. It requires a millennium to mature. However, the void-devouring flame is remarkably unique. While other mystical flames necessitate specific environments and the absorption of the purest energies to develop, the void-devouring flame behaves like a black hole, consuming anything edible without discrimination. Thus, its growth rate is exceptionally swift, capable of thriving even in the void, a realm devoid of substance. The progeny of the void-devouring flame shares this characteristic, possessing the second trait of devouring anything, transforming it into the void black flame to nourish itself. Xiao Yan could not shake the feeling that the Soul Clan was orchestrating a grand scheme involving the void-devouring flame. Little one, now that you are satiated, it is time to get to work. Xiao Yan extended his finger to caress the void-devouring flame, a smile gracing his lips. The flame resembled a regal little lazy cat, stepping into the void and diving into Xiao Yan's spiritual realm. Remarkably, this newly birthed flame could already perform the void walk, a skill exclusive to Dou's own masters. Such innate talent is truly exasperating. This diminutive extraordinary flame has already achieved feats that only Dou's own powerhouses can accomplish. How astonishing! Sensing the void devouring flame merging into his spiritual realm, Xiao Yan cleared his mind and sat cross-legged. Although the flame had indeed been refined, the most crucial step remained unfinished, the evolution of the burning decision. Currently, the technique barely reached the weakest level of a high-grade yellow tier method. Yet the disparity between yellow and Xian tier is far greater than the sum of the previous 3 levels. He hoped the void devouring flame would lend its strength. Reaching the Xian tier would be a tremendous blessing. Xiao Yan swiftly focused his thoughts and began to slowly circulate his technique. As the burning decision activated, the spiraling energy began to hum like an engine. At that moment, the once languid void devouring flame transformed, resembling an irate black cat with its fur standing on end. Torrents of black flames erupting from the spiritual realm. As the burning decision progressed, the yellow energy spiral began to merge with the surging black flames. A small quantity of bone spirit cold fire within the spiral also began to blend in. Ultimately, after a complete cycle through the cultivation pathways of the burning decision, all the Dou Qi melded into one. The once yellow Dou Qi now transformed entirely into a deep, inky black hue. Furthermore, tiny strands of flame, reminiscent of hair, could be seen rising from the surface of this inky black Dou Qi. Inky black Dou Qi, a low-level Xian tier technique. The burning decision has successfully evolved. Not only that, but upon the evolution's completion, the energy spiral underwent a transformation. Whether it was due to the void devouring flame, the spiral grew increasingly viscous, ultimately morphing into a liquid state. The spiral had liquefied. Dou Master realm. The compression of the spiral was also accomplished by the void devouring flame, enabling Xiao Yan to directly ascend to the Dou Master level. Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, a flash of black flame flickering in his gaze, unmistakably real. Undoubtedly, should he wish to wield the void devouring flame now, he could do so at will, though its power may not rival that of true extraordinary flames. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan harbored no concerns. The growth rate of the void devouring flame's offspring far surpassed that of authentic extraordinary flames. He firmly believed that, given time, he would nurture the flame to maturity. Joining the Soul Palace not only granted him the void devouring flame, it also evolved the burning decision and allowed him to ascend 2 realms. Xiao Yan was astonished by his gains. From the perspective of rewards, it was evident that he had made the right gamble. Danger and opportunity indeed coexist. With a swift motion, Xiao Yan opened his palm, and a flicker of black flame appeared within it. This was the manifestation of condensed real fire, a feat achievable only by a 4th-grade alchemist or a Dou Ling. Gazing at the ball of black flame before him, Xiao Yan could hardly contain his joy, though this was merely a borrowed flame, and he had yet to reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemist. Indeed, he was not even considered a 3rd-grade one. He could not suppress the excitement coursing through him. When faced with adversaries, casting forth the black flame would likely render his opponents into mere wisps of nothingness. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yan wasted no time in retrieving the alchemy furnace, extracting the materials for a 3rd-grade elixir from his spatial ring. After casting the black flame into the furnace and infusing it with Dou Qi as fuel, he observed the void-like black flame responding to his command within the furnace, and commenced adding the materials. It was no wonder that extraordinary flames were the ultimate aspiration of countless alchemists. The speed at which the materials were refined had more than doubled, although this was merely a flicker of flame borrowed from the subflame, rather than its true essence. The astonishing pace of refinement left Xiao Yan utterly amazed. Some materials that had previously eluded his attempts at refinement were visibly reduced to ashes in the black flame. Even if the alchemy were to fail, Xiao Yan's heart was filled with one word: exhilarating. Xiao Yan sprang up with a leap, clenching his fists and delivering several punches into the air, the whooshing sound of wind revealing that his strength had undergone a remarkable transformation. Upon advancing to the Dou Master level, the infusion of liquid energy into every bone and sinew felt akin to a metamorphosis, gradually suffusing him with profound power. This was also the reason Dou Masters could don Dou Qi garments. 8 Extreme Collapse. Flame Dividing Wave Measuring Stick. Black Flame Garment. As a gossamer Dou Qi garment appeared around him, adorned with flickering flames, Xiao Yan nodded in satisfaction. From this day forth, I shall be a true Dou Master. Achieving this rank signified Xiao Yan's ascension beyond the common tiers, while the Dou Master level still constituted a lower echelon on the continent. It was undoubtedly far superior to the base-level Dou fighters. Moreover, and most importantly, Xiao Yan was still young, with ample time to strive for greater heights. Picking up the Soul Order, He noted that it indicated not a heavenly rank, but rather a lowly earthly tier. After all, his heavenly rank was a result of favoritism, stemming from his agreement with the Soul Phantom. Licking his lips, he acknowledged the heavenly rank reward bestowed by the Soul Phantom. Yet he had traversed to the earthly tier through his own efforts, and thus intended to make full use of the soul points he had earned. With a total of 11,060 points, there was potential to exchange for something truly useful. Chapter 55. News of the Next Extraordinary Flame. Xiao Yan did not delve deeper into the Soul Palace's treasure chamber, but instead opted to exit the trial. Now that he possessed soul points, he would first explore the available goods outside to see if anything suitable caught his eye. Should nothing be found, he could always exchange points for techniques to cultivate his soul later. Upon hearing a familiar voice, he recognized it was the soul old ghost and inquired, "How long have I been inside?" "Ha ha ha, not even 2 days." The soul old ghost revealed a toothy grin, seemingly mocking Xiao Yan as he replied, "Why worry about such a trivial delay in the passage of time? The time discrepancy in the Sky Tomb is far greater than that of the Soul Path." "The Sky Tomb? Ha ha ha. You will naturally understand when you reach a certain level of power." Upon hearing the eerie sounds reminiscent of wailing spirits, Xiao Yan could not help but comment, "Has anyone ever told you that your laughter is rather peculiar?" The ancient spirit slowly opened his eyes, revealing a mouthful of decayed teeth, and replied with a grin, "This is a tradition of our soul clan. The secrets behind it are beyond your comprehension." Xiao Yan shrugged, not wishing to delve into the affairs of others, as his purpose here was merely transactional. He strolled around the shelves of the ancient shop, scrutinizing the items displayed, and inquired, "Isn't the selection in this old store rather sparse?" This was the soul offering shop of the Black Corner region, where, provided one possessed soul points, the Soul Palace could fulfill any request, even unifying the entire Black Corner region. Moreover, the soul offering shop was connected to the treasure pavilion. If one sought to exchange for items from the pavilion, they could do so here. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. This aligned with his expectations. Soul points served as the currency of the Soul Palace, and with sufficient soul points, one could command the personnel of the palace to execute tasks. The influence of the Soul Palace in the Black Corner region was likely extensive, with numerous factions perhaps having ties to it, allowing for the exchange of various goods through the soul offering shop. While it appeared to be merely an old store on the surface, the web of connections it possessed within the Black Corner region was undoubtedly intricate, possibly even extending to the reach of the Jian Academy. With a casual flick, Xiao Yan tossed the soul token onto the table and asked, "What can I procure with this?" The aged spirit, with his withered hands, leisurely picked up the soul token and examined its rank and soul point count, then glanced at Xiao Yan and remarked, "A low-level earth rank. To achieve such a high level upon your first entry into the soul path is quite rare among the soul clan." Xiao Yan beamed with a radiant smile and asked, "Do you have any strange fire here?" The spirit shook his head and replied, "Belongs to the wonders of heaven and earth. Such treasures are sought after only by those in dire need. Once acquired, they are refined immediately, and thus, no one would trade them." Xiao Yan sighed inwardly. Was indeed exceedingly rare, and even if someone in the Black Corner region were to obtain it, they would hardly consider trading it. "However, I do possess information regarding," the spirit said, setting down the soul token. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed, a smile creeping within. The reason he had not exchanged all his soul points for treasures in the treasure pavilion was precisely because he had anticipated the existence of information related to. The majority of the items within the pavilion were lifeless, such as techniques, combat skills, magic cores, pills, and weapons, objects that could simply be left to wait. Yet, living entities which could change at any moment, would not be found there. It was the intelligence about that Xiao Yan truly sought. What information can be acquired for 10,000 soul points? Xiao Yan pondered. He needed to reserve 1,000 soul points to exchange for the spirit heart gathering soul technique, leaving him with a maximum of 9,000 soul points to spend. I am aware that within the inner academy of Jian Academy, there exists a form of, likely the fallen heart flame. With 10,000 soul points, one could enlist the aid of 3 or 4 Dou Huang to assist in seizing it. The knowledge of existing within Jian Academy was hardly a secret. Many powerful individuals had caught wind of it, yet they had refrained from malicious intentions due to the strength of the academy. The old spirit glanced at Xiao Yan, fully aware that he was a student of the Jian Academy. Intentionally, he remarked, "However, there are individuals in the Black Corner region who also covet the fallen heart flame." A tremor ran through him. He knew of the fallen heart flame from Jian Academy, yet its rank of 14th was far too high for him to refine. What surprised him even more was that someone else was also interested in the fallen heart flame. Who? Han Feng, a Pinnacle's 6th grade alchemist. Though not a member of the Soul Hall, he had some affiliations with them. I do not recommend that you contend with him. 10,000 soul points will not suffice. And the Jian Academy has not indicated that it would be so simple. A 6th grade alchemist. The most formidable alchemist in the Jiamat Empire, known as the Pill King, is Dou Qi, who is also a 6th grade alchemist, and he may not even be at the pinnacle of that grade. Hahaha. If you truly desire the strange fire, you might consider placing a bounty of 10,000 soul points on his head. The old spirit suddenly chuckled. Why? The Sea Heart Flame is within his possession. My soul clan possesses a secret technique that can extract and transfer strange fire from the soul. The Sea Heart Flame. Ranked 15th. It is said that this strange fire is born from the deep ocean, resulting from the collision of volcanic eruptions and the immense pressure of the sea. The Sea Heart Flame is a deep blue fire, appearing extraordinarily mystical. As the flames rise, they spread slowly like clear seawater, creating gentle ripples akin to water waves. This strange fire can even burn in water and spread upon contact. Truly extraordinary. With the Fallen Heart Flame at 14th rank and the Sea Heart Flame at 15th, even if Xiao Yan were to acquire it, his current frail physique would likely lead to his demise from the flames. Evil? In the Soul Hall, we do not distinguish between good and evil. We only differentiate between strength and weakness. If you are strong, you are right. Xiao Yan continued to inquire. Is there anything else? Preferably a weaker strange fire. There is the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Xiao Yan suppressed his inner excitement. The 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire. Ranked 22nd. This could be considered the most suitable strange fire for his current Dou Master strength, sitting just above the last rank. If this were not attainable, he would have to wait until his strength increased further. With a calm expression, Xiao Yan asked, where is it located? Young one. That will require soul points. However, I must advise you that, given your current strength, you could die at any moment there. Just say it. Does your soul hall always have to be so tedious? Xiao Yan cast a glance at the old spirit. The old spirit traced his finger across the soul token, deducting the soul points, and a soul message entered Xiao Yan's mind. The Monster Beast Mountain Range. Chapter 56. The Monster Beast Mountain Range. A stream of soul information flowed into Xiao Yan's mind, and upon grasping the details, he felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. This was no soul auction house or soul hall. This was a den of thieves. The information regarding the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire was less of a report and more of an inference. For the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire is born from a place teeming with the vitality of myriad beasts, forged from the power and essence of countless creatures. Its color reflecting the hues of these beasts. It serves to protect the vitality of the beasts and is a flame of prosperity. The Monster Beast Mountain Range perfectly meets this criterion, thus leading to the speculation that the 10,000 Beast Spirit Fire resides within it. Xiao Yan was certainly well acquainted with the Beast Mountain Range, as the city of Wutan had secured its status as one of the prominent metropolises of the Gamma Empire by virtue of its proximity to these formidable mountains. Without this geographical advantage, how could a grand trading consortium like the Middle Auction House possibly establish a branch in Wutan? At times, Xiao Yan would accompany the herbal gathering teams, serving as a guardian whose combat prowess was put to the test within the perilous confines of the Beast Mountain Range. The birthplace of the Beast Spirit Fire lay within the convergence of beasts and spirits. It was only in areas densely populated by magical beasts, over the passage of time, that the souls of those beasts who had perished with a heart of guardianship gradually coalesced. It was through the fervent wishes of countless magical beasts that the Beast Spirit Fire was born. Thus, it is revered as a protector of the vitality of myriad beasts and a flame of prosperity. Lands blessed with such extraordinary fire often flourish, and the strength of the magical beasts therein typically escalates. As a mountain range traversing the Gamma Empire, the Beast Mountain Range divided the territories of several empires, and the sheer number of magical beasts within its bounds was nothing short of terrifying. If one were to inquire where the Beast Spirit Fire might possibly come into existence, the answer would undoubtedly be the Beast Mountain Range. However, the intelligence provided by the Soul Palace left Xiao Yan in a state of exasperation, for the potential for the fire's birth and its actual manifestation were two entirely different matters. The soul information included a detailed map of the Beast Mountain Range, alongside dubious tidings from mercenary groups claiming to have sensed powerful fluctuations of fire attribute energy emanating from the depths of the mountain range. This led to the inference that the Beast Spirit Fire had indeed come into existence deep within the mountains. The map marked several locations where intense fire attribute energy had been perceived, all situated in the innermost recesses of the Beast Mountain Range. As described by the Old Soul, these areas were fraught with danger. Third-tier magical beasts were rampant, fourth-tier beasts roamed freely, and fifth-tier beasts were not uncommon, with the potential presence of sixth-tier beasts as well. With Xiao Yan's current strength as a one-star Dou Master, confronting a second-tier beast might pose no challenge, yet if faced with a horde of third-tier beasts, his only recourse would be to flee. Isn't this a bit excessive? You demand 5,000 soul points for such scant information? Is this even genuine? Xiao Yan protested incredulously. 5,000 soul points. That's enough to hire a mid-level Dou Huang for a single encounter. Ha ha ha. News of extraordinary fire commands such a price. The old soul cackled. Even the weakest of such fires can incite madness among alchemists of 6th rank and above. A 7th rank elixir could barter for the assistance of a Dou zone, yet acquiring extraordinary fire is not guaranteed. Xiao Yan found himself rendered speechless by the argument. What recourse did he have? The prerogative of explanation lay entirely with the other party. With a roll of his eyes towards the old soul, he declared, "Fine. I still need to exchange for the advanced soul technique, the spirit heart gathering soul decision, as well as these herbs." He produced a sheet of paper, inscribing the ingredients required for the blood lotus pill and the ice spirit cold spring. After all, what he sought to refine this time was not mere fire. The complete extraordinary fire was a pursuit only the 6th rank alchemists dared to undertake. The old soul glanced at the materials and leisurely remarked, "Do you presume this is a refuse dump? Such rubbish is not found here. If you seek materials for 5th rank pills, you might try the Black Corner region. The ice spirit cold spring is not sold by the bottle. It costs 1,000 soul points per crate." Veins bulged on Xiao Yan's forehead, his frustration palpable. The Soul Palace is truly something else. Do they look down on others? He exclaimed. "I will exchange." Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, filled with humiliation. To be belittled by others with money was a disgrace. He gazed at the 1 cubic meter of ice spirit spring before him, feeling a sense of resignation, and promptly stored it within his spatial ring. Turning on his heel, he intended to depart from this contemptuous establishment. As he left the old shop, a spectral voice echoed in his ear. "If you seek be wary of the Yao and Yin clans, both of which are families of Dou emperors." Yet another Dou emperor family? 10 days later, Xiao Yan had been away from Jianan Academy for nearly 2 weeks. According to the intelligence gleaned from the soul information, he was to travel to a place called Qingshan Town, intending to enter the Monster Mountain range from there. Under the scorching sun, the oppressive heat cracked the earth and ground, and as his feet pressed upon the hardened soil, a wave of warmth surged upwards, causing the traveler to sweat profusely while cursing the wretched weather. Along the expansive dirt road, a figure cloaked in a black robe with a hood walked through the sandy terrain. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the young man bore an extraordinarily large and robust iron ruler upon his back. The ruler lacked a blade at its end. It appeared as though it had been cleaved in two, revealing a smooth, mirror-like cross-section. Perched upon the man's shoulder was a small, entirely black cat, languidly sticking out its tongue, powerless against the blazing sun. "Catwu, can't you absorb sunlight to cool down?" Xiao Yan, concealed within his robe, turned to bemoan to the void swallowing flame, which resembled a cat. Catwu shook its head, signifying its own impotence. After all, was not omnipotent. Upon reaching the shade of a tree, Xiao Yan removed his hood to seek relief from the heat and plopped down beneath the leafy canopy. He retrieved a bottle of ice water from his spatial ring and drank heartily. These days, aside from practicing the burning decision to enhance his Dou Qi cultivation, he had also commenced training in the soul-gathering heart technique. However, the progress with this technique was not particularly smooth. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, attempting to cultivate the soul-gathering heart technique. Although the advanced Xian-level Dou skill wasn't overly complex for him, it was his first encounter with soul methods. Gradually, he began to circulate the technique, using his soul power to perceive the scattered soul points drifting in the air and employing the method to capture these luminous specks to strengthen his spirit. This process was referred to as soul gathering. Without the soul robe, even the threshold to this practice would seem a distant dream. The black robe he donned was no ordinary cloak. It was a soul robe provided by the Soul Hall. Xiao Yan rated it as low-tier earth grade. Not only did the robe offer a degree of protection, but it also shielded against the soul perception of those at the mortal realm. Most importantly, it possessed a certain soul-gathering effect, allowing some soul points to adhere to it, thereby accelerating the cultivation of soul techniques. As the sky began to dim, Xiao Yan finally arrived at Qingshan Town, known as the Monster Town due to its proximity to the Monster Mountain Range. In the town nestled within the embrace of the Warcraft Mountains, the most populous group consists of mercenaries who thrive in the perilous dance with blades. They congregate in clusters, their arms entwined, passionately engaging in boisterous discussions about the most alluring women, the strongest spirits, and the fiercest beasts within the town. Regrettably, none of the gossip contained the information Xiao Yan sought regarding the Chapter 57. The little medical sachem? Is that blood lotus essence? Xiao Yan's gaze pierced through the transparent counter, fixating intently on a pale yellow block nestled in the farthest corner. Initially, he had merely ventured into the apothecary of Qingshan Town to seek suitable herbs for practice. Little did he anticipate stumbling upon one of the primary ingredients for the blood lotus pill, the blood lotus essence. The blood lotus essence, an exceedingly rare high-grade herb, typically grows alongside the low-grade Huanglian essence, its appearance nearly indistinguishable from the latter. Were it not for the detailed identification methods outlined in the alchemical formula, Xiao Yan would undoubtedly have found it challenging to differentiate between the two. After a brief pause, he licked his lips and nonchalantly approached the counter, feigning interest in the surroundings as he spoke softly, "Shopkeeper." Upon witnessing Xiao Yan's air of arrogance, the shopkeeper hurried over, rubbing his hands together with a smile. "Young master, how may I assist you today?" Xiao Yan cast a haughty glance at the shopkeeper, embodying the demeanor of a scion of a prominent family, and declared, "My family requires a bulk purchase of herbs. I wish to see what fine specimens you have." The shopkeeper, internally elated at the sight of Xiao Yan's affluent appearance, began to concoct plans to profit handsomely from him. "Ha. Young master possesses a keen eye. I assure you, this is the finest apothecary in Qingshan town. Please feel free to browse. I will gladly offer you a discount on any herbs you desire." With a calm nod, Xiao Yan replied, "Show me these few varieties." He casually pointed out several herbs on the counter, ensuring to include the blood lotus essence among them. Feigning expertise, he sniffed and examined them, eliciting a wave of laughter from nearby onlookers who perceived his facade as that of an amateur. "Shopkeeper, the quality of your herbs is rather lackluster. Only the Huanglian essence seems acceptable. Young master has discerning taste. Our Huanglian essence is renowned for its excellence in Qingshan town. Since you appreciate it, I shall sell it to you at a mere 180 gold coins per pound, though the market price is 200. How much would you like?" Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Xiao Yan inwardly scoffed, realizing the blatant attempt to fleece him. The market price for Huanglian essence ranges from 80 to 100 gold coins per pound, making the offered price exorbitant. "Very well, I shall take all that you have. Pack it for me," he commanded, departing the apothecary with a considerable quantity of Huanglian essence. Meanwhile, both the shopkeeper and Xiao Yan internally labeled each other as fools. Alas, there was only that one piece of blood lotus essence. Upon reaching a secluded area to examine his haul, Xiao Yan discovered that aside from the solitary blood lotus essence, the remainder consisted solely of ordinary Huanglian essence. "Wow, it's the little medical sage. What brings her here?" Just as Xiao Yan prepared to organize his belongings and venture into the Warcraft Mountains, a commotion erupted in the town. "How beautiful! The waist is so slender. If only I could touch it." "Fool, do you want to die? Most of the mercenaries in Qingshan town have been treated by the little healer. Be cautious, or someone might hear and cut off your tongue." Nearby, two men whispered to each other, and when one made a somewhat flirtatious remark, his companion quickly pulled him back, admonishing him in hushed tones. Xiao Yan, possessing formidable spiritual power, slightly turned his head, astonished as he gazed towards the center of the commotion, where he could faintly see a woman dressed in a white gown. As the crowd dispersed, Xiao Yan finally caught a clear glimpse of the woman surrounded by admirers. She was adorned in a pale white dress, her serene smile radiating a gentle charm, her every gesture exuding a fresh and ethereal grace that significantly enhanced her allure. This was the most gentle-natured woman Xiao Yan had ever encountered. Her every glance and smile was imbued with tenderness. Relying on his powerful spiritual awareness, Xiao Yan listened to the discussions around him, learning that the woman known as the Little Healer was the most renowned physician in Qingshan town. Alchemists were exceedingly rare. In cities, most illnesses were treated by physicians who, although unable to concoct miraculous elixirs, could prepare simple medicinal powders for healing. The Wanyao Hall is recruiting a team to gather herbs in the Monster Beast Mountain range, and the Little Healer will be accompanying them. There are only 50 spots available, and candidates must be at least 2-star Dou fighters. "Everyone hurry." Xiao Yan looked at the robust man who was shouting, finally understanding the source of the commotion. During his time in Wutan City, he had often seen herb-gathering teams hire protectors from the Xiao clan. I'm in. The Little Healer? I'll do it for free. I'll even pay to join." Muscular men surged towards the registrar like wolves, some not even inquiring about the price before signing up. Joining the team heading into the Monster Beast Mountain range seemed acceptable. After all, this was not Wutan City, and caution was advisable. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan donned a soul robe, pulled up the hood to obscure his face, suppressed his cultivation level with the Dou Qi, and made his way towards the registration desk. Only one spot left. The registrar cheerfully raised the parchment scroll, smiling at the throng. "I'm here." Xiao Yan's youthful voice rang out in front of the registrar, hearing the voice of a boy who sounded about 15 or 16. Everyone turned with curiosity to look at Xiao Yan. The soul robe merely concealed his eyes, leaving his overall appearance visible. Upon seeing his fair, delicate features, the registrar paused and remarked, "Little one, this is not a game. You must at least be a 2-star Dou fighter. Go away, don't waste my time." "I am a 2-star Dou fighter, and I wish to join." Two burly men flanked Xiao Yan, towering over him, making him appear diminutive in comparison. Alas, only a fool would judge by appearances. With a swift motion, Xiao Yan's hands moved like dragons emerging from the sea. He pressed down hard on one man's shoulder, using immense force to slam both men to the ground. No matter how they struggled, they could not shake off the weight that pinned them down. What the? In the tranquil depths of the forest, the medicinal herb gathering team progressed cautiously, their every step imbued with silence. The guards, with vigilant eyes, scanned the shadowy recesses among the trees, their hands firmly gripping the weapons at their sides, ever poised to confront any unforeseen circumstance. The mercenaries who dared to join this escort were not merely naive fledglings entranced by the beauty of the young healer, seasoned veterans, well-versed in the perils of the monster mountain range, possessed an innate understanding of the subtle signals exchanged through their glances, discerning between danger and safety. Amidst them stood Xiao Yan, laboriously bearing the weight of the heavy Xian ruler. Its astonishing heft, coupled with its unique ability to seal his Dou Qi, rendered Xiao Yan's every movement deliberate and measured. Though his breathing was not excessively labored, it bore the unmistakable signs of strain. The herb-gathering team required neither a large number of participants nor mere strength. It demanded knowledge and keen perception. The young healer, seemingly delicate and ethereal, gently wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, her cheeks flushed and her breath slightly uneven, evoking a sense of tender affection from those who beheld her. After exchanging a few words with the healer, a youth from the guard team offered a faint smile, raising his hand to call out, "Attention! All members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group. We are on the brink of entering the Monster Mountain Range. Do not falter in the shadows." "Yes, Deputy Leader. How presumptuous." Some mercenaries scoffed. Does he truly believe that his father's status as the leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group entitles him to win the heart of the healer? Surely, the healer would not be swayed by such an ordinary fellow. Listening to the envious murmurs among the mercenaries, Xiao Yan merely cast a fleeting glance. His interest in the relationship between the youth and the healer minimal at best. The periphery of the Monster Mountain Range remained relatively calm, predominantly populated by first-tier magical beasts. Except for the occasional troublesome encounters with groups of these creatures, Xiao Yan found himself seldom required to intervene. Suddenly, a reckless magical beast lunged towards him with a fierce roar. In a moment of agile evasion, Xiao Yan swiftly pivoted and delivered a powerful kick, sending the serpent-tailed leopard soaring. Observing the cunning beast retreat after its attack proved fruitless, Xiao Yan had no intention of pursuing it, had he desired. That kick could have unleashed the 8 Extremes collapse, obliterating the creature entirely. Impressive, little brother. You evaded the attack and sent the beast flying. At such a tender age. How formidable you are. Huh. This young lad must be the youngest 2-star fighter in the team, and indeed, his strength is undeniable. Even the petite healer cast a curious glance, astonished that someone so young could evade an attack from a first-tier magical beast and retaliate in kind. Many 2-star fighters would falter and sustain injuries when confronted by such beasts. Noticing the healer's inquisitive expression, Mu Li's eyes flickered with a hint of envy. In response to the praise, jealousy, and curiosity directed at him, Xiao Yan merely smiled and nodded, having heard such commendations far too often to find them novel or exciting. He neither displayed arrogance nor conceit. Instead, he followed the group quietly, continuing on their path to gather medicinal herbs. Upon hearing the healer's words, the mercenary group collectively halted, their vigilance heightened as they scanned their surroundings. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Yan settled into a cross-legged position and began to cultivate the spirit-heart gathering soul technique. At that moment, his perception shifted, as his soul energy transformed into threads that ensnared the luminous soul points in the air. The deeper he ventured, the more soul points he encountered. Perhaps he could refine his soul realm within the Beast Mountain range. Xiao Yan discerned that the areas teeming with magical beasts corresponded with an abundance of soul points. The emergence of the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire might indeed be intricately linked to these luminous points. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, opening his eyes to gaze towards a steep cliff where he had sensed a figure descending. A playful smile crossed his lips as he mused. This individual is not as simple as they appear. This herb-gathering expedition surely holds deeper intentions. With a soft chuckle, Xiao Yan stealthily evaded the other's notice and slipped into the dense forest, making his way toward the cliff. Before long, he arrived at the precipice, crouching at its edge. Intrigued as he observed the enchanting silhouette below, he called out with a smile, "Little healer, what brings you to such a precarious place?" Startled, the petite healer visibly trembled at the sudden address. She looked up, her eyes filled with a hint of reproach, and replied, "Are you trying to scare me? What if I were to fall?" She gestured towards the delicate pale blossoms nearby, where among them, crimson fruits could be seen glimmering faintly, releasing a subtle fragrance. "These are white orchid fruits, a mid-tier medicinal herb worth 4,000 gold coins." Xiao Yan blinked his innocent eyes and exclaimed, "Oh, I see. Do you require assistance?" The healer gently plucked a white orchid fruit and placed it into her medicinal pouch, then raised her exquisite hand, asking, "Could you lend me a hand?" Xiao Yan smiled faintly, reaching out to grasp the delicate hand of the little healer, a wave of warmth and softness enveloping his palm. With a gentle tug, he pulled a white figure up from the precipice. "Thank you," the little healer murmured softly as her feet touched the ground. She quickly withdrew her hand from Xiao Yan's grasp, a charming blush gracing her cheeks, as if the contact between them had evoked a sense of embarrassment. Xiao Yan maintained a confident smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Once the little healer took a step forward, he turned to peer down the cliff, curious to see what lay beneath, now that the little healer had momentarily obscured his view. Suddenly, the little healer's gaze sharpened, and she spun around, her right hand releasing a flurry of white powder toward Xiao Yan. "Are you attempting a sneak attack, little healer?" he remarked, unfazed by the unexpected ambush. A cold smile gracing his lips. In an instant, a wisp of black flame materialized in the air, resembling a miniature black hole that consumed all the white dust. Xiao Yan seized the little healer's wrist, twisting her right hand behind her back without an ounce of tenderness. "That hurts," she exclaimed. "Good, it should," he replied coolly, unaffected by her charms. "If you don't wish to become a one-armed nun, you might as well divulge everything about what lies beneath the cliff." The little healer glared fiercely, her voice low with anger. "How dare you? If I lose a single hair, the Wanyao Pavilion and all the mercenaries will not spare you." Xiao Yan burst into laughter, playfully plucking a strand of her hair. "I believe I truly dare." Chapter 59, The Cave of Treasures. Xiao Yan pondered for a moment. Qingshan Town was merely a small settlement, its overall strength pale in comparison to Wuten City. Who was he? The young patriarch of the largest family in Wuten City, the Xiao clan. The newly crowned demon king of the Jia Nen Academy. A sole envoy of the Soul Palace. Would he succumb to threats? Absolutely not. Realizing that Xiao Yan had plucked a strand of her hair, the little healer's eyes brimmed with tears of indignation. Is this what a man does? Plucking a girl's hair? You. Just wait. With a swift motion, the black flame incinerated the hair strand into nothingness. Xiao Yan coldly threatened, "Don't wait. If you intend to buy time for someone to rescue you, I shall set your clothes ablaze and see how you call for help." A small flicker of black flame danced at his fingertips, as if ready to consume her pristine white dress at her slightest refusal. "You are shameless, despicable, a beast. Indeed, everything you say is correct. Now tell me, what lies beneath the cliff that warrants your distant journey under the guise of herb gathering?" Xiao Yan's tone dripped with indifference, disregarding the little healer's fury entirely. Seeing that her words fell on deaf ears, the little healer sighed. Ultimately unable to withstand the pressure, she reluctantly capitulated. "Let go, and I shall share with you what is below. But I must warn you, it shall be half for each of us. Should you attempt to hoard it all, I will fight you to the bitter end. Rest assured, I, Xiao Yan, am not that kind of person." Xiao Yan smiled faintly, releasing his constraints. With his current strength combined with the void devouring flame, the little medicinal sage had no possibility of resistance. Below them lay a cave, likely a remnant left by a formidable being. The two approached the precipice, their gazes drawn to a peculiar cliffside, where a dark cave was partially obscured by foliage. The little medicinal sage glanced at Xiao Yan, who was clad in a black cloak, and inquired, "Why are you wearing that black cloak? Can you see the path clearly like this?" At her words, Xiao Yan stowed away his soul robe, revealing a handsome visage, although not extraordinarily dashing. As the young patriarch of the Xiao clan, he naturally exuded a distinctive aura from his privileged upbringing. The little medicinal sage was slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated that this cunning individual would possess such striking looks. "Have you seen enough? If you have, let us descend and explore the cave," Xiao Yan suggested, furrowing his brow. While he held no fear of the Mu Li or the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps, he pondered the need for discretion and ultimately acquiesced to the little medicinal sage's proposal. Unbeknownst to her, in that fleeting moment, Xiao Yan had contemplated numerous nefarious schemes. Curiously, she asked, "What is your name?" "Xiao Yan," he replied. In the stillness of the night, upon sensing that the little medicinal sage had stealthily exited the tent, Xiao Yan donned his soul robe and followed closely behind. It must be said, this soul robe was indeed well suited for nocturnal escapades. Observing the little medicinal sage clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her figure, Xiao Yan remarked with a smile, "You look quite fitting in black as well." "Thank you," she replied, choosing to overlook the insinuation in his words. "How do we descend?" she queried, brandishing a rope. "What other method is there but to use this rope? Here, you go first and scout the way," she insisted, handing him the rope. Xiao Yan accepted it, glancing at the little medicinal sage, whose gentle, expectant smile was disarming. "Perhaps not. I fear someone might cut the rope." "How could that be?" "Do not judge others by your own low standards," she retorted, casting a guilty glance aside, as she had indeed entertained such thoughts previously. Noticing her unease, Xiao Yan tossed one end of the rope towards a nearby tree, securing it with a swift tug, and then encircled the little medicinal sage's slender waist with his left arm, drawing her into his embrace. The delicate grasp of her waist prompted Xiao Yan to involuntarily compare her to Xuner. "Rogue, what are you intending?" she exclaimed. "Hold steady," he instructed. With a look of astonishment on her face, the little medicinal sage watched as Xiao Yan seized the rope with his right hand, then propelled himself off the cliff. Having never experienced such a thrilling bungee jump without safety measures, she collided into Xiao Yan's embrace, too frightened to look down. If they were to fall, it would undoubtedly turn into a tragic end. Rustling sounds echoed as Xiao Yan's right hand gripped the rope, controlling their descent. In no time, they reached a cave halfway down the cliff. Glancing down at the little medicinal sage, who was clinging tightly to him, he teased, "If you hold on any tighter, it will soon be dawn." The little medicinal sage, still recovering from the shock, surveyed their surroundings and then turned to Xiao Yan, astonished. "Are your hands made of steel?" Xiao Yan could not help but chuckle at her incredulity. To Xiao Yan, who has already mastered the 8 extremes collapse, this challenge is nothing short of trivial. The cultivation of the 8 extremes collapse has forged his body to be as resilient as steel, had he not been able to withstand the force. His own arm might have been severed. In the eyes of the little medicine fairy, Xiao Yan resembled a humanoid magical beast. With a rustling sound, he retrieved a torch from his spatial ring. The void devouring flame possesses a notable weakness. It devours light, rendering it ineffective for illumination. Suddenly, a hissing sound echoed from within the stone cave, revealing a colossal rock serpent coiled within, its triangular eyes glaring menacingly at both Xiao Yan and the little medicine fairy. A rock serpent? What a predicament. It is a top-tier magical beast, one that would require multiple advanced fighters to contend with. The little medicine fairy shuddered. She had heard tales of such beasts, known for causing numerous mercenary fatalities during encounters, making them exceedingly troublesome adversaries. Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly and replied, "What can we do? We shall simply take it in stride." No sooner had he spoken than the rock serpent, seemingly understanding his words, let out a furious roar. Baring its massive jaws in an attempt to swallow Xiao Yan whole, its sharp fangs glistening ominously. With a swift motion, Xiao Yan wrapped his arm around the little medicine fairy's waist, evading the attack with a dancer's grace, narrowly escaping the serpent's strike. With a gentle yet decisive push, he sent the rock serpent tumbling over the precipice. The fluidity of his movements was akin to a flowing stream, executed in one seamless motion. With a flick of his sleeve, he had claimed the life of a serpent. The little medicine fairy, momentarily stunned and oblivious to Xiao Yan's embrace, exclaimed, "Your agility is remarkable." Xiao Yan playfully pinched her waist, causing her to leap back in surprise, glaring at him. "Enough with the questions. Let us proceed inside," he chuckled, leading the way into the cave. Gazing into the pitch-black interior, the little medicine fairy hesitated for a moment before stomping her foot, gritting her teeth, and following closely behind him. The cave was exceedingly deep, a faint chill enveloping them, with only the sound of their footsteps breaking the profound silence. The oppressive darkness compelled her to wrap her arms around herself for warmth. She glanced up at the boy ahead, hesitating briefly before quickening her pace to stay closely behind him, for in this desolate environment, only he offered her a semblance of security. Just as the little medicine fairy was about to succumb to the maddening silence of the abyss, the boy abruptly halted. With a startled gasp, she collided with his back, the pressure causing her to press against him. The intimate contact flushed her cheeks crimson, and she took a step back, flustered. "What are you doing?" "There is no path forward," he replied. The little medicine fairy furrowed her brows, and, peering past Xiao Yan, beheld a thick stone door obstructing their way. "This is undoubtedly the entrance to the tomb of that formidable warrior," she murmured, gently caressing the stone door. Xiao Yan rapped lightly on the door. It was not particularly sturdy, and an advanced fighter should be able to breach it with relative ease. Utilizing the 8 extremes collapse should suffice to break through, he concluded. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan inquired, "Is it feasible to forcefully break through the stone door?" Xiao Yan pouted, casting a sidelong glance at him. "I knew you would resort to brute strength. What if the tomb is rigged with self-destruction mechanisms triggered by a strong tremor?" Gently tapping the stone door, Xiao Yan discovered a hidden compartment. As she turned it, a creaking sound echoed softly within the cave. Xiao Yan looked at her, slightly astonished, and raised his thumb in admiration, realizing that she possessed not only medical knowledge, but also expertise in mechanisms. How impressive, Xiao Yan, he thought. As they both moved cautiously into the cave, backs pressed together. Within, peculiar gemstones emitted a faint glow. Behind the stone door lay a spacious stone chamber, dominated by a grand stone chair upon which rested a withered skeleton. Before the seat stood an elongated, upon which 3 locked stone boxes were neatly arranged. Surrounding them were piles of gold and silver treasures, roughly estimated to amount to several 100,000 gold coins. Yet, what truly captivated Xiao Yan and Xiao Yixian was the medicinal garden behind them, flourishing with an array of precious herbs and exotic flowers. Xiao Yixian's eyes widened in delight as names of rare and sought-after high-grade medicinal materials tumbled from her rosy lips. Expanding his soul perception, Xiao Yan shook his head. This must be the tomb of an apothecary or poison master. There are no elixirs here. Typically, alchemists possess both elixirs and recipes. His gaze fell upon a peculiar herb at the center of the garden. I desire this ice spirit flame grass. You can take 2/3 of the remaining herbs. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian's expression softened slightly as she nodded, relinquishing the prized ice spirit flame grass to Xiao Yan. Then, like brigands, they rushed to collect their spoils. Hey, I spotted that first. Whoever is quicker gets to keep it. Aren't you a man? Xiao Yan swiftly gathered his share of herbs and approached the skeleton. Glancing back at Xiao Yixian, who was carefully plucking herbs, he positioned himself to shield her view. What is the matter? Suddenly, Mao Wu materialized, bristling with fur and fixating intently on the skeleton as if it were a foe. Meow? Without warning, Mao Wu unleashed a torrent of black flames, engulfing the skeleton in a terrifying blaze, as if intent on reducing it to ashes. Sensing the intense heat from behind, Xiao Yixian turned warily to Xiao Yan. What are you doing setting things ablaze? She was at a loss for words, astonished that he would incinerate the bones while searching for a key. As she resumed gathering herbs, Xiao Yan's expression shifted to one of seriousness as he slowly opened his palm to reveal a piece of paper, roughly the size of half a hand. Xiao Yan had not merely been retrieving a key. He had cleverly concealed the paper within his grasp, the key serving merely as a ruse. Mao Wu perched on Xiao Yan's wrist, baring its teeth at the peculiar paper. It became clear that Mao Wu's hostility was not directed at the skeleton, but rather at the enigmatic paper hidden within the bones. What manner of paper is this, that it incites such profound hostility from the void devouring flame, and remains impervious to the black flame's wrath? Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. He recognized that this diminutive piece of parchment before him was likely the most precious treasure within this sepulchre. The little doctor wiped the perspiration from her brow with the back of her hand, and, upon turning, noticed Xiao Yan standing before the stone box. She playfully scolded. At least you possess a modicum of conscience, refraining from opening the box yourself. Xiao Yan, nonchalantly rubbing his nose, tucked the paper into his pocket, his demeanor composed and unflustered. He offered no further explanation, allowing her perception to shape her understanding. When the little doctor hurried over to the 3 stone boxes, with a decisive click, Xiao Yan unlocked the first one with the key. Just as she was about to open it, Xiao Yan quickly grasped her arm, pulling her back a few steps. He picked up a stone and flicked it with his fingers, unleashing a force that struck the box, revealing an ancient, colorful scroll within. Better safe than sorry, he remarked with a smile. The little doctor rolled her eyes in exasperation, contemplating that if Xiao Yan were cast deep into the monster mountain range, he would likely thrive more luxuriously than the beasts themselves. As they leaned closer to examine the stone box, the vibrant scroll boldly displayed the words 7-colored poison manual. Indeed, it was confirmed. The master of this tomb was a poison master. Xiao Yan's conviction solidified upon seeing this manual. After a moment of contemplation, the little doctor expressed, I desire the 7-colored poison manual. I cannot become an alchemist, so I must rely on such artifacts. As you wish. I am already overwhelmed with my cultivation and combat techniques, Xiao Yan replied cheerfully. However, you must first stow away what you possess. The little doctor's cheeks flushed as she unveiled a hint of green powder in her outstretched palm. While gathering herbs, she had discreetly taken precautions, hiding a bit of sleeping powder to guard against any potential treachery from Xiao Yan. Observing her hesitation, Xiao Yan teased. Who is it that just claimed I was overly cautious? Flushed with embarrassment, the little doctor turned away, unable to meet his gaze, her cheeks stinging from the playful rebuke. What is the matter? Xiao Yan noted a sudden shift in her expression as she grasped the 7-colored poison manual. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm simply a bit fatigued. He paid little heed to her words and proceeded to unlock the second stone box. To his disappointment, the second box also contained a scroll, revealing the inscription of the advanced profound level. For Xiao Yan, this was merely trivial. He surmised that even the Soul Palace would reject such a low-tier artifact, uncertain if it was even worth 500 soul points. After extracting the black scroll, he glanced at its title, and as he read it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Flight Technique, Wing of the Eagle? Alas, he had spoken too soon. The flight technique, as its name suggests, allows practitioners to soar through the skies. Typically, only those at the Douwang level could transform their fighting energy into wings for flight. This technique would shatter that limitation, enabling both Dou Qi and Dou Qi to navigate the air. Noticing Xiao Yan's gleeful expression, The little doctor imitated him and rubbed her nose, saying, "Fine. This one is yours." He much appreciated. With a broad grin, Xiao Yan's joy from tonight's harvest nearly split his face. It was likely that he would fall asleep with a smile on his lips. Little medicine fairy, thank you for guiding me here. It seems my information was indeed accurate." Just as Xiao Yan inserted the key into the lock, a hearty laugh echoed from outside the door. A large group of people poured through the stone entrance, surrounding Xiao Yan and the little medicine fairy. "Muli, how could this be?" The moment she heard his voice, the little medicine fairy clenched her teeth, unable to fathom how Mu Li had discovered her presence. When she left, she had purposely drugged the mercenaries guarding her. Grabbing Xiao Yan, who was still fiddling with the key, she anxiously inquired, "Xiao Yan, what do we do now?" "I'm not sure. The key might have been damaged in the fire, as it won't turn the lock," Xiao Yan murmured, seemingly oblivious to the situation, remaining focused on the lock without casting a glance at Mu Li. With a cold gaze, Mu Li sneered, cut off his hand. "Don't let that brat die too easily. And remember, don't harm the little medicine fairy, she is mine." Xiao Yan shook his head and sighed, "Little medicine fairy, you handle this, such delicate work is more suited to you." With a thunderous whoosh, he drew the xuanzhong and calmly regarded the mercenaries encircling them, saying with indifference, "Leave the rough work to me." As Xiao Yan stood before the little medicine fairy, wielding the xuanzhong as if to rescue her, Mu Li and the 20-odd members of the Wolfhead mercenary group erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this little brat thinks he's a hero saving a damsel in distress. Ha ha. Does he truly believe that a bit of strength can triumph over us 20 fighters?" Mu Li chuckled derisively, gazing at Xiao Yan. At such a young age, a 2-star fighter indeed shows promise, but alas, geniuses often meet untimely ends. His eyes greedily swept over piles of shimmering gold coins within the stone chamber, and he licked his lips, smiling. "All right, you two, regardless of what you have found here, it now belongs to the Wolfhead mercenary group. Little medicine fairy, if you wish, I can spare your life and keep you as my prized possession. Rest assured, I shall treat you well, unlike your assistant who betrayed you." At his words, the little medicine fairy trembled with shock. With no family or kin, her closest companion had been her assistant, and she had merely mentioned this cave in passing, never expecting betrayal from someone so close. That woman was rather foolish. A few sweet words, and she divulged everything. But don't worry, I've ensured she will remain silent forever. Mu Li smiled faintly, his eyes glinting with cruelty. "You scoundrel!" the little medicine fairy exclaimed, appalled at Mu Li's ruthlessness. Mu Li, with a gentlemanly demeanor, extended his hand and invited, "Come now, little medicine fairy, hand over the goods. I, Mu Li, swear I shall never betray you. With these treasures, our Wolfhead mercenary group will surely dominate Qingshan town and even conquer all neighboring cities." At that moment, the most awkward position belonged to Xiao Yan. He elegantly withdrew the heavy ruler, standing before the little healer with an imposing presence, as if no one could pass him. Yet, no one paid him any heed. This Mu Li, self-absorbed, began his villainous self-cultivation, entirely dismissing Xiao Yan. "Alas, have you ever considered the possibility that you may not survive the night?" Xiao Yan awkwardly scratched his cheek with his finger, uttering the most ruthless words in the gentlest tone. "If you are eager to meet your demise, I can accommodate you. Killing a mere child is hardly a challenge." Mu Li's smile was laden with lethal intent. Xiao Yan touched his nose, realizing the simplicity of the people in Qingshan town, who genuinely believed his claim of being a 2-star fighter, leaving even this little deceiver feeling slightly embarrassed. He chuckled, "Hand over your belongings, and I might leave your corpse intact." A burly man, adorned with 3 golden stars on his chest, approached Xiao Yan, brandishing his great blade. Xiao Yan shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "You can spare the intact corpse. It would be far simpler to incinerate everything." "Very well, as you wish." The man, wielding the great blade, summoned his fighting spirit and struck down at Xiao Yan's crown. As the massive blade descended, Xiao Yan maintained a stoic expression, merely swaying the heavy ruler. The immense weight of the ruler met the blade as effortlessly as stone meets egg, causing the blade to shatter into fragments. With a thunderous crash, the ruler descended upon the man, unleashing a terrifying force that shattered his ribs and arms, causing his internal organs to burst under the pressure. He collided with the wall and expired. The little healer's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a goose egg, unable to close for quite some time. This was nothing short of miraculous. It surpassed any explanation of innate strength. Mu Li's face turned ashen as he fixed his gaze upon Xiao Yan's heavy ruler, warning, "Beware of his weapon. It is peculiar, likely an ancient artifact." Xiao Yan nearly burst into laughter, unsure whether it was a matter of ignorance or their unwillingness to accept reality. Some individuals could cultivate to the rank of fighter by the age of 16. Not to mention that the heavy ruler suppressed his fighting spirit, affecting his performance. Presently, Xiao Yan's fighting spirit resembled that of a 6-star fighter. Charge. Surround him. Evade his weapon and attack from behind. Mu Li commanded, rallying all mercenaries to encircle Xiao Yan. Upon hearing Mu Li's order, over 10 mercenaries charged at Xiao Yan with fierce expressions. All were wary of Xiao Yan's heavy ruler, employing hidden weapons and ranged techniques to assault him. Facing the barrage of attacks from all directions, Xiao Yan slammed the heavy ruler into the ground, creating a colossal shield that repelled all onslaughts. Die. 3 mercenaries, utilizing fighting techniques to conceal themselves, suddenly launched a surprise attack from behind, drawing their weapons with murderous intent. Xiao Yan, watch out behind you. The little healer cried out, having only just realized that foes had flanked him. Yet, it seemed Xiao Yan had anticipated this, kicking the heavy ruler into the air, executing a swift turn that swept the ruler horizontally, obliterating the 3 attackers in an instant. As they beheld Xiao Yan, resembling a war deity, the members of the wolf-head mercenary group exchanged bewildered glances. How could he have known of their ambush? Their stealthy combat skills were supposed to be imperceptible to the naked eye. Faced with the multitude of treasures before him, how could he possibly relinquish them? With a clenched jaw, Mu Li shouted at Xiao Yan, "If you dare, don't use your weapons." Xiao Yan paused momentarily, pondering whether such a rudimentary provocation could truly sway him. Very well. He unsheathed the profound heavy ruler and slung it over his back, beckoning Mu Li with a gesture. Mu Li exchanged a glance with the mercenaries beside him, and 4 of them, weapons drawn and faces fierce, charged towards Xiao Yan. With a cold smirk, Xiao Yan pressed forward rather than retreating, as if he were merely reliant on the profound heavy ruler. Channeling his combat energy, he unleashed 3 rapid punches, the explosive sounds resonating like thunder. The 3 mercenaries were sent flying, their bodies bursting forth with hidden energy, akin to overripe tomatoes. Xiao Yan hastily dodged to the side, lest his attire be soiled. Captain, his strength seems to exceed that of a 2-star combatant. He may very well be at 6 or even 7 stars. Reluctantly, they had to acknowledge that Xiao Yan's prowess was undeniably beyond that of a mere 2-star combatant, and he had mastered a profound-level combat skill. Mu Li's expression darkened. Supported by his father's resources throughout his life, he had only just managed to reach 6-star combatant status at the age of 28. Compared to Xiao Yan, he felt utterly inferior. If you have the guts, do not use combat skills. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, hands behind his back, nodding in agreement. Whoever can slay him, or even injure him, shall be permitted to cultivate the group's profound techniques. A spark of insatiable greed flickered in the eyes of the mercenaries as they exchanged glances. Driven by avarice, they charged forward, their battle cries echoing, swords like lightning. Aimed straight at Xiao Yan. A smirk played upon his lips as he kicked up a large blade from the ground, striking it with his foot. In a flash of white light, 4 heads rolled neatly from their necks. The remaining 10 mercenaries were paralyzed with fear. Was this even human? If you have the guts, use weapons, combat skills, anything but your hands and feet. Xiao Yan looked at the nearly crumbling Mu Li with a mocking gaze, then casually sat cross-legged, hands behind his back, and cheerfully replied, "Very well." Even the beautiful eyes of the little physician were filled with astonishment. Wasn't he courting death? Kill him. With that command, a wave of madness surged through the mercenaries, akin to a frenzied tide, as they charged at Xiao Yan without regard for their lives. Witnessing these reckless daredevils, Xiao Yan felt no trace of pity. Those who hunt others must be prepared to become prey themselves. With a sudden intensity, his black eyes widened, unleashing a formidable surge of soul energy from within. Advanced yellow-tier soul technique, soul shock. With a series of thuds, all the mercenaries' eyes glazed over, frothing at the mouth, as they quietly succumbed to death. For Xiao Yan, whose soul realm had reached the pinnacle of the lower mortal realm and was on the verge of advancing to the intermediate stage, the soul energy of these mercenaries was virtually inconsequential. Do you have any final requests? I can assure you a death without regrets. Chapter 62, The Third Stone Box. The level of soul impact is not particularly high, making it relatively easy to cultivate, especially for someone like Xiao Yan, a powerful alchemist with extraordinary spiritual strength. Moreover, the destructive power of soul impact is not contingent upon the proficiency in combat techniques, but rather solely dependent on the strength of the user's soul and that of the opponent. Faced with mercenaries who are entirely ignorant of soul techniques and soul skills, Xiao Yan's soul impact transcends mere impact, resembling the harbinger of death, a terrifying combat technique that reaps lives. In an instant, the entire tomb fell into a profound silence. All cries abruptly ceased. Xiao Yan, frightened, took 2 steps back, her beautiful eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the figure that was both familiar and foreign. Is this truly the extent of Xiao Yan's power? Xiao Yan turned his gaze towards Mu Li, who was paralyzed in fear on the ground, and offered a warm smile. approaching him step by step, asking, "Do you have any further demands? Speak freely. I have always been quite generous towards the deceased." As Xiao Yan approached, Mu Li was so terrified that he nearly lost control of himself, and in a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Why you cannot kill me? My father is the leader of the Wolf Head Mercenary Group. He is a 2-star Dou Master. If you kill me, he will surely pursue you to the ends of the earth. There will be no place for you in the entire Qingshan town." With a decisive kick, Xiao Yan sent Mu Li flying out of the stone chamber, his body exploding into a display of crimson sparks mid-air as hidden energies erupted. Brushing off the dust from his clothes, Xiao Yan, in an excellent mood, slowly made his way towards Xiao Yixian. As he approached, she would be lying if she said she was unafraid. However, upon reflection, she realized that if Xiao Yan truly intended to kill her to claim the tomb, she would have already been a corpse. "You are undoubtedly more than a mere 2-star Dou Master," Xiao Yixian remarked thoughtfully. Xiao Yan chuckled lightly and replied, "Your Qingshan town is indeed quite innocent. You genuinely believed I was merely a 2-star Dou Master." With a frown, Xiao Yixian retorted, "Who would expect a 15 or 16-year-old youth to possess such terrifying cultivation? You are no ordinary person, are you? Names remain unchanged, as do surnames. I am Xiao Yan, the young patriarch of the Xiao clan from Wutan City. Should you find yourself in Wutan City, feel free to visit the Xiao clan and mention my name. I shall look after you," he proclaimed, patting his chest. Xiao Yixian, her brows knitted, had indeed heard of Wutan City. After all, it was one of the major cities of the Jiamai Empire. "Is this stone box truly unopenable?" Xiao Yan inquired, glancing at the still-closed stone box. Compared to the Wolf Head Mercenary Group, he was far more interested in the contents of the third stone box. It appeared that the owner of this tomb possessed the strength of a Dou Wang. Although the 7-colored poison scripture bore no marked rank, it was at least of the high-level Xian tier. Coupled with the rare flying combat technique, the tomb's owner undoubtedly wielded considerable power. Xiao Yan speculated that the third stone box would house a high-level Xian tier technique, one of a particularly unique nature. As anticipated, it was yet another scroll. High-level Xian tier combat technique, Roar of the Savage Lion. Upon reaching full mastery, the Roar of the Savage Lion allows the practitioner to merge their physical blood energy with their own Dou Qi, condensing the Blood Fury Savage Lion. Capable of both fierce assault and defensive protection, embodying a comprehensive body-refining combat technique. Only those endowed with a robust physique can undertake the path of cultivation. The stronger the body, the more formidable the blood rage. A flicker of excitement ignited in Xiao Yan's eyes as he realized that this was a comprehensive body-forging combat technique, akin to the 8 Extremes Collapse. Having already mastered the 8 Extremes Collapse to perfection, Xiao Yan's physical strength was indeed extraordinary, allowing him to bypass the rudimentary stages of the Wild Lioness Roar. His foundation was firmly established. Noticing the gleam in Xiao Yan's gaze, the little medical sage understood that he yearned for this combat technique once more. She waved her hand, saying, "All right, this technique is yours. I have no desire to bulk up with muscles." Xiao Yan, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose. Aware that he had been taking advantage of the situation, he had already claimed 2 of the 3 stone boxes and had surreptitiously acquired a precious fragment of a map, along with the most coveted medicinal materials. "Here, take this," he said. "I'm not referring to those coins." With a swift motion, the little medical sage snatched the vial of pills, carefully pouring out a pale blue pill, no larger than a longan. A delightful fragrance wafted into the air, and as she delicately brushed it with her finger, she exclaimed, "This must be a 2nd-tier medicinal pill, one for healing." Impressive, she could discern its quality so readily. This was a 2nd-tier pill known as the Small Recovery Pill, effective for both external and internal injuries. Xiao Yan had crafted it himself, wishing not to feel overly indebted to the little medical sage. He had already taken far too much. Elated, the little medical sage skipped towards the cave, clutching the small recovery pill. As for the coins, Xiao Yan could only resolve to store them away, unwilling to let them go to waste. In a place like Green Mountain Town, 2nd-tier pills were a rarity, let alone 1st-tier ones, while the little medical sage's deepest aspiration remained to become an alchemist. Upon reaching the cave entrance, Xiao Yan extended his hand, and the black flames surged like a tide into the cave, incinerating everything within. Even the non-flammable stone boxes and chairs succumbed to the void's consuming fire. Xiao Yan was not afraid of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps erasing any evidence. Rather, the enigmatic fragment of the map compelled him to remain vigilant, fearing that any trace might be discovered. There were still several members of the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps above, potentially severing their escape route. Xiao Yan's spiritual sense detected a few individuals lingering above, likely left by Mu Li as a precaution. "I have a 1st-tier blue eagle that can carry us away from here," the little medical sage announced, producing a short bamboo flute from her bosom. She placed it to her lips and blew gently, releasing an unusual sound wave that swiftly resonated through the air. "You still have a trick up your sleeve?" Xiao Yan remarked. "What is wrong with being cautious, especially for a girl venturing out alone?" Before long, a massive blue eagle appeared before them. "Fly up and handle those mercenaries," Xiao Yan instructed. As the eagle descended upon the cliff's edge, Xiao Yan deftly dispatched the lookout mercenaries. The wind whipped through the air, tousling the little medical sage's hair and clinging her garments to her figure, subtly revealing her exquisite curves. Watching Xiao Yan's retreating silhouette, she knew it was time for them to part ways. "Where do you intend to go?" Xiao Yan asked, patting his hands. With a shrug, he replied, "Very well. It seems we must bid farewell here." Recently, 2 advanced martial techniques of the mysterious tier were acquired, both exceptionally suited for Xiao Yan. Moreover, he must cultivate the spirit heart gathering soul technique and seek the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire, necessitating his deeper venture into the beast mountain range. "Should any unforeseen circumstance arise, instruct your blue eagle to seek me in the depths of the beast mountain range." A faint smile graced the corner of Xiao Yishian's lips, as a long-lost warmth surged from within her heart. "Take care of yourself first," she commanded the blue eagle, soaring toward the herb-gathering team, leaving behind her words imbued with special significance. As she soared through the sky, an unexpected thought struck her. She retrieved the colorful poison scripture from her bag and murmured to herself, "How strange. What was that peculiar sensation when I first acquired the colorful poison scripture?" Chapter 63, Enhancement of Strength. 2 days later, guided by the soul map etched in his memory, Xiao Yan ventured deeper into the beast mountain range. After leaping over a ravine, he approached a steep cliff face, where he meticulously selected a cave situated about 4 to 5 meters above the ground. Cautiously scaling the somewhat damp and slippery stones, Xiao Yan deftly entered the pre-selected cave, resembling a nimble spirit monkey. This location proved quite satisfactory. The cave, slightly cool within, possessed a considerable space, more than sufficient for Xiao Yan's solitary residence. After deploying his formidable soul power for exploration, he found no traces of magical beasts, allowing him to relax. He then moved a large stone from the cliff below to seal the cave entrance. From his spatial ring, he extracted a blanket and pillow, constructing a simple single bed with a few wooden planks, and illuminated the space with a special luminous gemstone, thus creating a rudimentary cave dwelling. Xiao Yan did not choose this location arbitrarily. It was marked on the soul map of the Soul Palace as one of 3 suspected areas housing the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire, conveniently located not far from here, allowing him to explore these points gradually. Although he had not yet reached the innermost depths of the Beast Mountain range, he was already encountering 3rd-tier magical beasts, prompting Xiao Yan to exercise utmost caution. With deliberate care, he began to cultivate the burning decision, refining the void devouring flames fire into a low-level mysterious tier technique, allowing for a swifter condensation of Dou Qi. Xiao Yan flipped his palm, revealing a black scroll that appeared in his hand, the advanced tier flying martial technique. Ah, flying. What youth has not harbored dreams of soaring through the skies? Grasping the scroll with both hands, he licked his lips, untying the meticulously bound string around it, and then gradually unfurled it. This martial technique, named Eagle Wings, also known as Purple Cloud Wings, was the fruit of 3 years of effort by myself and a few friends, during which we successfully captured a flame purple cloud eagle, extracting its wings through secret methods, ultimately forming this scroll for others to practice. This technique was inscribed with Dou Qi for a fated individual before my departure from this world. It can only accommodate 1 practitioner. Take heed. Xiao Yan discerned that the purple cloud wings contained a soul, and the entry requirement for cultivating this technique was to withstand the soul's attack above, successfully merging the purple cloud wings into his own soul. After thoroughly studying the combat technique, Xiao Yan felt as though this flight skill had been tailor-made for him. The entry requirements were astonishingly simple. Gently extending his hand to touch the patterns on the scroll, a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the design, striking Xiao Yan. "You dare to toy with my soul?" He scoffed coldly, unleashing a soul attack that penetrated deep. Having practiced the soul heart gathering technique and soul skills, Xiao Yan effortlessly subdued the incomplete and malevolent spirit, which had been sealed within the scroll for an indeterminate duration. After merely a few exchanges, the flame purple cloud eagle was compelled to submit to Xiao Yan's formidable spiritual power. Upon its submission, a warm current gathered upon Xiao Yan's back, and a pair of black eagle wing patterns, resembling tattoos, manifested on his skin. Slowly channeling his Dou Qi, he concentrated it on his back, and with a surge of heat, a pair of dark Dou Qi wings, measuring 1.5 meters in length, emerged behind him. The use of the purple cloud wings for flight required a substantial amount of Dou Qi. Fortunately, the burning technique had evolved to the profound level. Xiao Yan gently flapped the wings, and a slight buoyancy appeared beneath him. As he infused more Dou Qi, the thrust gradually intensified, allowing him to hover in the air. With his current Dou Master level, Xiao Yan's maximum flight speed was approximately equivalent to that of a car, around 80 kilometers per hour. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and he inwardly commanded, "Fire, come forth." Suddenly, the dark purple cloud wings were replaced by black flames, and the void devouring fire surged through his meridians, coalescing on his back, resulting in a pair of extraordinarily large dark flame wings. This transformation rendered Xiao Yan akin to a demon lord. With a thunderous roar, he expelled black flames like a jet engine, the terrifying propulsion overwhelming him, causing him to collide violently with a stone wall, leaving a sizable bruise. The power had indeed intensified significantly with the addition of the void devouring fire, yet the consumption of Dou Qi was alarmingly severe. Upon halting the flow of Dou Qi, the purple cloud wings reverted to a dark eagle wing tattoo on his back. To master the control over flight distance, force, and turning, Xiao Yan would need to dedicate time to practice. After applying some medicine to his bruise, Xiao Yan retrieved the mysterious fragment of a map and the exotic fire ranking illustration from his spatial ring. Meow, the previously listless cat, Cat Wu, suddenly sprang to life upon seeing the fragment, baring its teeth and claws. Following the direction of Cat Wu's gaze, Xiao Yan discovered a faint pink lotus pattern. If Xiao Yan's instincts were correct, this delicate lotus design was likely stamped with exotic fire, explaining the intense hostility it provoked in the void devouring fire. The number of exotic fires capable of inciting such animosity was exceedingly few. The purifying lotus demon fire, ranked third on the exotic fire ranking, possessed the ability to purify all things, with its form resembling a lotus and exhibiting a soft pink hue. Could this fragment of a map be a treasure map for the purifying lotus demon fire? Meow. Catwu seemed to concur. Meow. It's a pity it's merely a fragment. How wonderful it would be if it were complete. Stretching leisurely, Xiao Yan pushed aside a few stones at the cave entrance, allowing warm sunlight to bathe the earth. Gazing from the cliff towards the horizon, the monster beast mountain range stretched endlessly, resembling a great green dragon. He could even envision his upcoming existence, living like a wild man. Currently, Xiao Yan harbors 3 ambitions. The first is to explore 3 locations of exceptionally dense fire attribute energy, as indicated on the soul map. The second is to cultivate the soul technique, the soul gathering decision, to a minor completion, thus elevating his soul realm to the intermediate level of the mortal realm, while ensuring he can concoct third-grade elixirs. The third goal involves mastering the flame-dividing wave and the roaring lion's song, with the latter ideally reaching a medium or even great completion to serve its purpose. With a deep breath, the purple cloud wings manifested behind Xiao Yan. He propelled himself off the ground, unfurling his wings, and glided down the steep cliff towards the Beast Mountain range below. Phew, Beast Mountain range, here I come, he exclaimed, filled with exuberance, upon spotting a figure descending. A second-tier magical beast, a giant bear, let out a deafening roar and stood upright, swiping its paw at Xiao Yan. Ha! It seems tonight is destined for bear paws. I haven't savored braised bear paw in ages. With a decisive shout of 8 extremes collapse, for months swiftly passed, leaving just over half a year until the duel privately agreed upon between Nalan Yanran and Xiao Yan. In the stillness of the night, Xiao Yan crouched behind a rock, his gaze fixed on a massive mountain not far away. Atop the mountain, a large cave entrance was partially concealed by branches, barely visible. What a bother. This last location happens to be the lair of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Crouched behind the rock, Xiao Yan cautiously peered towards the summit, fearful of being detected by the creatures within. After over 4 months, relying on his mastery of the profound stage-burning decision and a fortuitous discovery of a fire attribute exotic fruit, his cultivation had risen from a 1-star Dou Master to a 3-star Dou Master. He had also investigated the 2 closest locations marked on the soul map, only to find them to be nothing but fabrications. One site featured an underground magma river, generating a vein of mysterious fire crystals, which could serve as fuel. The other location was a result of a 5th-tier fire attribute magical beast's demise. Now, only one location remained on the map. Yet Xiao Yan was troubled by the fact that entry into the lair was impossible. The purple crystal-winged Lion King, a 6th-tier beast rivaling the strength of a Dou Huang, was still alive. Even if the beast's spirit fire resided within its lair, what could he do? He stood no chance against such a formidable guardian. Chapter 64, The Naming of Xiao Yan's Reasoning. Xiao Yan lowered the brim of his soul robe's hood, striving to conceal himself from detection. In gaming terms, Xiao Yan was stuck at this level for over a month. However, this past month was not without its rewards. He had gleaned valuable insights about the purple crystal-winged Lion King's lair. Firstly, apart from the 6th-tier purple crystal-winged Lion King, there was also a 3rd-tier young purple crystal-winged lion within the lair. This very fact explained why no fourth-tier magical beasts roamed within a several-kilometer radius of the lair, creating a sanctuary for Xiao Yan. The purple crystal-winged Lion King permitted only beasts of third tier and below to inhabit the vicinity of its domain. Furthermore, it appeared that the soul information was indeed accurate. The beast spirit fire was likely situated within the cave. Once, while the purple crystal-winged Lion King was out hunting, Xiao Yan stealthily approached the cave and employed his soul perception. Indeed, he could sense a dense concentration of fire attribute energy within the cavern. This source of fire energy was not diffused. Rather, it was coalesced, likely indicating the presence of a rare flame. After all, it was entirely plausible for a sixth-tier magical beast to seize such a flame if fortune favored it. Xiao Yan pondered, must I truly utilize soul points to summon a Dou Huang from the Soul Palace? His expression turned grave, yet he knew he was not entirely without recourse. Engaging a Dou Huang would require roughly 3,000 soul points, which could also be exchanged for commendable 6th-grade elixirs, sufficient to entice a Dou Huang to act. After deducting the soul points spent on information regarding the 10,000 beasts Spirit Fire and the Ice Spirit Spring, Xiao Yan found himself with just over 4,000 soul points remaining, enough to summon a low-ranking Dou Huang. However, he harbored deep mistrust towards the soul manipulators and guardians of the Soul Palace. If the 10,000 beasts Spirit Fire truly resided within the cave, he was certain he would likely be silenced permanently. Trust the Soul Palace? Impossible. Thus, Xiao Yan shook his head. The path of cultivation was a long one, and he could not allow impatience and restlessness to cloud his judgment. Gradually, he rose to his feet and dragged the corpse of a massive python towards his cliffside cave. The creature's soul had been shattered, its body marred by numerous claw-like wounds. As a third-tier magical beast, the white snake was no match for Xiao Yan's current prowess. Arriving at a waterfall beside the cave, he plunged into the water to wash away the blood from his recent battle. After cleansing himself, he donned fresh garments and reclined on a stone, sighing deeply in relief. His once weary body now felt considerably lighter. Up to this point, Xiao Yan had nearly mastered the Lioness Roar technique, nearing completion. Training in the 8 extremes collapse prior to mastering the Lioness Roar had proven to be remarkably efficient, and months of rigorous practice amidst the magical beasts had honed his combat skills further. Mastery of combat techniques was inextricable from the experience of battle. Sitting leisurely on a rock by the waterfall, soaking in the sunlight, Xiao Yan soon retrieved the alchemy furnace he had purchased in Wuten City from his storage ring. Laying out a plethora of herbs on the stone, having just acquired a third-tier magic core from the white snake, he felt an irresistible urge to refine elixirs. Gazing at the furnace before him, he rubbed his hands together, placed his left hand gently on the flame opening, and, with a subtle mental incantation, a muffled sound echoed as the dark void devouring flame began to rise within the cauldron. At present, Xiao Yan was a Dou Qi, typically capable of refining only second-grade elixirs. To transgress this limitation, he would need to harness the void devouring flame to successfully extract the essence from the herbs and magic core. Observing the dark flames, a satisfied smile spread across his face. His control over the void devouring flame had become increasingly proficient, bolstered not only by months of alchemical practice, but also by a significant enhancement in his soul power. Just days prior, he had obtained some fire ascension fruits, and today, he would concoct a third-grade fire ascension pill. Xiao Yan selected a branch adorned with delicate red fruits from the vast array of medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits. The Rising Fire Elixir is regarded as a relatively advanced third-grade potion, designed to temporarily enhance the intensity of fire attribute Dou Qi within practitioners, albeit only effective for those below the rank of a low-level Great Dou Master. Once the black flame warmed the alchemical furnace, Xiao Yan promptly cast the Rising Fire fruit into its depths, skillfully wielding his spiritual energy to manipulate the flames. The formidable incineration capability of the void devouring flame consumed even the remnants of herbs, swiftly evaporating the moisture from the Rising Fire fruit and transforming it into a fine red powder. Following this, he proceeded to add all other herbs into the mix, resulting in a vibrant amalgamation of 7 or 8 different colored powders. Xiao Yan then picked up the magical core of the earth-white serpent and flicked it into the furnace. Moments later, a surge of potent energy erupted within, as a vengeful spirit of a colossal python attempted to break free from the furnace to exact vengeance upon Xiao Yan. Observing the vengeful spirit emerging from the magical core, Xiao Yan remarked with a tone of indifference, "How trivial." Suddenly, a small, distorted point materialized within the furnace, and a tiny cat emerged from the void. Meow. Delicious. The cat, with its tiny mouth agape, inhaled sharply, creating a black hole vortex that entirely devoured the vengeful essence concealed within the magical core, akin to strands of noodles being consumed by the void devouring flame. Xiao Yan had discovered over the past few months that the void devouring flame possessed the peculiar ability to consume the lingering resentment of magical beasts embedded in the cores, and it exhibited a particular fondness for such malevolent essences. Remarkably, through this consumption, the void devouring flame had grown slightly over the months. What once posed a significant dilemma for alchemists, the resentment of magical beasts, had inadvertently become sustenance for the void devouring flame. As he watched the now sated cat languishing in the alchemical furnace, Xiao Yan felt an overwhelming sense of awe towards this celestial phenomenon of fire. With the absence of the beast's resentment, Xiao Yan gently tugged, drawing forth a white flame from the furnace. As he pulled, the essence of all the herbs gradually converged towards the energy of the magical core. "Gather," he commanded. Ultimately, with a decisive motion, all the black flames converged violently, merging all the powders and energies, culminating in the appearance of 5 deep red elixirs within the furnace, which Xiao Yan subsequently stored in a pill bottle. Not a bad outcome. I should possess the prowess of a third-grade alchemist now, Xiao Yan mused as he admired the rounded elixirs within the vial, his satisfaction evident regarding his alchemical mastery. Rising slowly, he gazed towards the direction of the crystal wing Lion King's lair, murmuring to himself, "Just one more month. If there is no other recourse, I shall have to wait until my strength reaches the Dou Ling level to concoct the Blood Lotus elixir and refine the Bone Spirit Cold Fire." At present, Xiao Yan no longer required the energy emitted by the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. It had become inconsequential to him. He eagerly awaited the completion of the Blood Lotus elixir to enhance his power to the Dou Ling stage, at which point he could directly refine the Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Soon, he would possess his first true, complete form of exotic fire. With the void devouring flame in his left hand and the Bone Spirit Cold Fire in his right, he declared, "I, Xiao Yan, shall be invincible in this world." Yet, what Xiao Yan could never have anticipated was the swift arrival of change. Merely 3 days later, a turning point would present itself. A furious roar reverberated from the heavens. "Human woman, you seek death." The colossal purple crystal-winged Lion King roared, articulating human speech. Xiao Yan swiftly concealed himself behind a rock not far from the cave, lowering the brim of his soul robe to create a narrow gap through which he could observe the sky. Was a Dou Emperor challenging the purple crystal-winged Lion King? He beheld a female Dou Emperor confronting the Lion King in the heavens, clad in a simple gown that accentuated her voluptuous figure. She wielded a long sword of peculiar design, emanating a cerulean glow. Her hair, elegantly styled into a noble phoenix adornment, framed a serene and captivating visage, complemented by a pair of wind attribute Dou Qi wings sprouting from her back. Her composure in the face of a 6th-tier magical beast spoke volumes about her prowess. As he gazed upon this regal lady, Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, for he seemed to recognize her. This mountain range remained within the territory of the Gamma Empire, where only 3 among the top 10 powerful figures possessed Dou Emperor strength. Notably, there existed only one female Dou Emperor with wind attribute Dou Qi in the Gamma Empire, a fact unheard of even in the neighboring Chuyan Empire. The identity of this Dou Emperor was becoming increasingly apparent. Yun, the current leader of the Yunlan Sect and the master of Nalan Yanran. Chapter 65. Collaboration. Though this was merely Xiao Yan's speculation, he held a firm conviction of 90% certainty. After Nalan Yanran had come forth to proclaim her beliefs in the freedom of love, Xiao Yan had visited the middle auction house to inquire about Nalan Yanran and the Yunlan Sect. According to Yafay's account, the Yunlan Sect had once basked in glory, with its founder, Yun Patian, possessing unfathomable strength. However, following his demise, the sect's fortunes had plummeted. Yun was the fastest among all the sect leaders to break through to Dou Emperor, surpassing even Yun Potion's speed. While this world lacked cameras, based on Yafay's descriptions, Xiao Yan was nearly certain that the woman before him was indeed Yun. Why had the sect leader ventured here alone? A frown creased Xiao Yan's brow as he sensed the complexity of the situation. She seeks to procure the purple spirit crystal from the Lion King. Yun's beautiful eyes fixated on the purple crystal-winged Lion King as her crimson lips parted. Her voice, delicate and clear like pearls cascading onto a jade plate, floated through the air. "The purple spirit crystal? My kind sheds but a small fragment of it every 20 years. Do you think I would simply yield it upon request?" The Lion King retorted mockingly. "I can offer you something you desire in exchange," Yun replied, her voice laced with vitality. "Very well. If you can procure a transformation pill for me, I shall grant you the purple spirit crystal." The purple crystal-winged Lion King bellowed with laughter. Upon hearing the Lion King's demand for the pill, Xiao Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, the ancient spoke true. This was a case of a lion asking for an exorbitant price. The transformation pill was a 7th-tier elixir, one that could tempt even Dozong experts. This pill had the potential to drive countless 6th tier and even 7th tier magical beasts into a frenzy, for possessing it would allow them to completely shed their beastly forms, thereby acquiring both the extended lifespan of magical beasts and the cultivation talents of humanity. The confluence of these two extraordinary effects could elevate a transformed beast to the legendary status of a Dou Zun or even a Dou Sheng. Do not say that Yun, a mere low-level Dou Huang, cannot produce a single transformation pill. Even the entirety of the Yunlan Sect is incapable of offering one. If you do not wish to provide it, simply state so directly, rather than beating around the bush. As expected, Yun gently shook her head and replied, I'm sorry, I do not possess a transformation pill. Can we exchange for something else? Xiao Yan silently nodded, thinking to himself, the worth of a piece of purple spirit crystal is at most equivalent to a 5th grade pill, and even that is an exaggeration. How could one possibly exchange it for a 7th grade pill? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Xiao Yan's mind. He recalled that within his spatial ring lay a formula for a 5th grade pill, the purple crystal pill, whose main ingredient is indeed the purple spirit crystal. Its purpose is to enable a 9-star Dou Qi to directly break through to the Dou Shi level. Moreover, upon becoming a Dou Shi, when utilizing Dou Qi to form armor, the Dou Qi armor is enhanced by a layer of purple crystal, greatly augmenting its defensive capabilities. Wait a moment. Isn't she the master of Yunlan? Just a moment. That girl, who yearns for the freedom of love, is about to break through to the Dou Shi? A hint of panic coursed through him. Yunlan's pace of cultivation exceeded Xiao Yan's imagination. He did not mind the dissolution of their engagement. But it must not be due to a forced annulment following a duel loss. How would he face others then? Is it due to the pills? Undoubtedly. It is the pills. Xiao Yan clearly remembered that when Yunlan came to the Xiao clan to annul their engagement, she presented a 4th grade pill, the Qi gathering powder, refined by the pill king Dou Qi as a form of apology. Looking at Yun now, she ventured alone into perilous lands to gather herbs necessary for alchemy, even daring to approach the lair of 6th tier magical beasts, with a Dou Master providing protection and a 6th grade alchemist concocting pills to enhance her cultivation. Such backing is more formidable than any innate talent for cultivation. Having a Dou Master is indeed impressive, Xiao Yan thought, a tinge of envy creeping into his mind. Suddenly, the heavens darkened, and a fierce azure tornado howled and spiraled. Enormous trees were relentlessly uprooted from the ground and violently shredded into mere splinters by the raging winds. The Beast Mountain is no territory for humans to rampage upon. As he gazed at the increasingly massive tornado, the purple crystal-winged Lion King roared, its deep growl resonating throughout the mountains. The Battle of the Dou Huang. The purple crystal-winged Lion King unleashed purple flames that clashed against the tornado technique wielded by Yun. What a terrifying spectacle. Xiao Yan wiped the sweat that streamed down his forehead, astonished at the colossal tornado and columns of fire soaring in the distant sky. The collision of these two forces even tore a chasm in the clouds above. The catastrophic energy clash unleashed a barrage of lightning, striking the mountains with the ferocity of pillars and igniting infernos. Countless magical beasts fled in panic. And the tumultuous clash between these two Dou Huang-level beings plunged the Beast Mountain into chaos. Yun, the current leader of the Yunlan Sect, demonstrated mastery over numerous advanced Shan-level techniques, each executed with cataclysmic force. Yet, the physical strength and explosive power of the purple crystal-winged Lion King surpassed that of any human. Thus, the fierce battle between the two escalated, neither side yielding an inch. The air was filled with the resounding echoes of fierce collisions, as waves of energy storms swept through the trees. The battle between the Dou Emperor left Xiao Yan utterly astonished. His gaze sharpened as he noticed the purple crystals adorning the body of the amethyst-winged Lion King were faintly glowing, reminiscent of solar panels absorbing the sun's heat. To his surprise, the amethyst-winged Lion King possessed such an ability. If the fight were to extend, Yun would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage. Concealing his presence with the soul robe, Xiao Yan discreetly observed from the sidelines. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Yun discerned the underlying issue. It's too late to realize now. Once your Dou Qi is sealed, let us see how you fare. The amethyst-winged Lion King's low growl erupted as it unleashed a deep purple beam from its mouth, revealing faint purple crystal particles within. A flicker of determination flashed in Yun's eyes. Having ascended to the position of sect leader, she was no ordinary foe. Extreme wind, meteoric kill. The forces of heaven and earth began to surge, and Xiao Yan could assert with absolute certainty that this was an earth-tier Dou technique. It was only to be expected. If the once illustrious Yunlan Sect lacked earth-tier Dou techniques, it would indeed be peculiar. A slender beam, scarcely the size of a thumb, shot forth from the tip of her sword, instantly piercing through the air. The mere emergence of the light caused the very fabric of space to tremble. The sheer terror of this technique was unimaginable. Boom! The two attacks collided, with Yunyan's beam piercing through the amethyst seal, carving a grievous wound into the Lion King, blood gushing forth profusely. Just as Xiao Yan believed that Yunyan's Earth-tier Dou technique had triumphed, the purple crystals, previously scattered, suddenly surged towards her from all directions. In an instant, a purple radiance enveloped Yunyan, and in the next moment, her Dou Qi was sealed, and her wind wings dissipated, causing her to plummet rapidly downwards. It was indeed Yunyan who had fallen. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow as he gazed at the heavily injured amethyst-winged Lion King. Despite its grievous state, eliminating a Dou Emperor with sealed Dou Qi would not pose a significant challenge. In a fleeting moment, Xiao Yan's mind whirred with analysis, a plan swiftly forming. To Xiao Yan, Yunyan was a stranger. However, should he wish to enter the cave, this Dou Emperor could serve as a valuable ally. He could leverage her indebtedness to him, securing a free Dou Emperor as a formidable ally. Chapter 66. The Power of the Void Devouring Flame. With a thunderous crash, the amethyst-winged Lion King collided heavily against the mountain, its claws, akin to molten red iron, forcibly sealing the wound with intense heat. Kill the human woman for me. The amethyst-winged Lion King glared with blood-red eyes, its sinister roar laden with murderous intent, causing the previously scattered magical beasts to halt in their tracks. Thousands of beasts simultaneously turned to gaze at the plummeting Yunyan. Like sharks sensing blood, countless magical beasts converged from all directions, surrounding her. Undoubtedly, a Dou Emperor with sealed Dou Qi presented no more of a challenge than a helpless woman in the face of countless beasts. Even if she survived the fall from such heights, she would be torn to shreds by the overwhelming horde. With the full force of his fighting energy coursing through him, a surge of blood vitality erupted from Xiao Yan, enveloping him in a colossal phantom of a blood-red lion. The aura of a 3-star Dou Master combined with his own life force surged forth from every pore. Get the hell away from me, he bellowed, unleashing the lion's roar. A massive energy lion materialized, its ferocious roar echoing through the forest. With a thunderous growl, a menacing blood-colored lion rampaged through the woods like an uncontrollable tank, reducing trees to splinters in its wake. First-tier and second-tier magical beasts, upon mere contact, were obliterated, transforming into crimson mist. After carving a bloody path, Xiao Yan stomped his right foot down with force, creating a small crater in the earth, sending dirt flying. Like a shadow of the night, he sprinted forward, his black soul robe billowing around him, racing towards the place where Yunyan had fallen. His physique, already honed to the resilience of a beast, was now augmented by the lion's roar, making him resemble a furious lion that even third-tier magical beasts dared not confront. Leaping 3 yards high, a pair of dark, purple cloud wings unfurled behind him. Gathering his fighting energy, he beat his wings vigorously and shot towards Yunyan, catching her in midair. Startled by the sudden embrace of the hooded figure clad in black, she instinctively attempted to break free. If you don't want to die, don't move, Xiao Yan commanded, his voice low and intense. He had no time to soothe her, they were still in peril. Human, you seek death, came a scorching roar from behind. The injured purple crystal wing Lion King was not dead, it was still capable of flight. Furious, the Lion King flapped its wings and rapidly closed the distance to Xiao Yan. He knew that, as a Dou Master, he could never match the speed of a 6th-tier magical beast. A fierce determination flickered in his eyes as he pulled Yunyan closer, her softness pressing against his chest, causing her cheeks to flush. You, she gasped, astonished by the intimate contact with a man. Before she could react further, Xiao Yan pivoted midair, his gaze sharpening as a potent surge of soul power emanated from him. Soul impact. With a resounding thud, Xiao Yan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Though the purple crystal wing Lion King was a magical beast with limited soul training, it was still formidable as a 6th-tier creature, having gained some enhancements through evolution. Xiao Yan's soul power was no match for its own. Roaring in confusion, the Lion King was unprepared for Xiao Yan's soul technique, suffering a piercing pain as its wounds reopened. Realizing this would not suffice, Xiao Yan bit his tongue to regain clarity. With a thought, a sphere of black flame materialized in his right palm, and with a sweeping motion, countless tiny black sparks rained down from the sky, resembling a dark tempest. This was the black flame of the void swallowing fire, and even as mere embers, they possessed the same devastating properties. A mere spark ignited vast expanses of forest, engulfing the land in black flames, with thick smoke obscuring all visibility. The furious roars of the amethyst-winged Lion King gradually faded into the distance, allowing Xiao Yan to successfully escape with Yunyan. The amethyst-winged Lion King gazed at the black flames consuming its territory, its expression somber. These black flames proved impervious to water. Only the Lion King's own amethyst fire could extinguish them. Though seemingly feeble, the black flames exuded a disquieting sense of danger. What manner of fire is this? The Lion King pondered, suspecting that if the adversary's strength matched its own, even the amethyst fire could be engulfed by these ominous flames. Turning to the vigilant Yun standing nearby, Xiao Yan forced himself to speak calmly. There is a cave on the cliff where you can change your clothes. Even without Dou Qi, you should be able to climb up, right? Upon hearing this, Yun's face flushed, her hands instinctively covering her torn attire. Each moment of battling the amethyst-winged Lion King had been perilous. She bore multiple wounds, her clothing in tatters, revealing glimpses of her fair skin through the charred holes left by the amethyst fire. In a simple dress, Yun appeared even more graceful and dignified. However, her delicate brows knitted together as she realized she could not break the amethyst-winged Lion King's seal in such a short time. Curiously observing Xiao Yan, who was recovering his Dou Qi, she inquired, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" After a brief moment, Xiao Yan exhaled, regaining some of his energy. Despite his heroic demeanor in rescuing her, had his spiritual strength been any weaker, he and Yun would have become mere sustenance for the severely injured Lion King. Before inquiring about someone else's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? Xiao Yan replied, his gaze as calm as water. Momentarily taken aback, Yun had only encountered men who flattered her. She had never met a youth as composed as Xiao Yan, who had also saved her life. Her beautiful eyes shimmered slightly as she replied with a faint smile, "My name is Yunji." Xiao Yan's eyelids twitched. He felt a pang of awkwardness at Yunji's pride in her fictitious name. Was she not even going to alter her surname? I am Yao Yan. He replied, feigning ignorance of her pretense. "Why did you save me?" Yunji asked softly, clearly unfamiliar with Xiao Yan and puzzled by his desperate act of rescue. "I need to enter the amethyst-winged Lion King's lair to retrieve something. You are a Dou Huang and can hold off the Lion King," he stated plainly, leaving no room for ambiguity. Xiao Yan's frankness rendered Yunji momentarily speechless. Did he intend to use her as a mere pawn? The notion of heroism seemed absent in his straightforward approach. To her surprise, Yunji nodded in acknowledgement. She did not believe Xiao Yan's motives were driven by her beauty. Instead, his forthrightness left a positive impression on her. "The amethyst crystal I require should also be within the cave, yet my fighting spirit is currently sealed, rendering me incapable of breaking the seal in the short term. If the amethyst-winged Lion King is allowed to heal, acquiring it may prove to be quite a challenge." Yun expressed with concern. The amethyst-winged Lion King is presently injured. Should it fully recover, entering the cave would become increasingly arduous. Furthermore, having previously visited, it is possible that the amethyst-winged Lion King will fortify its lair with heavy guards on any subsequent occasion. Xiao Yan smiled calmly, for he had already devised a method to break the seal. Slowly extending his right index finger, a wisp of black flame manifested at its tip with a whoosh. "I can assist you in dispelling the seal," he stated. The void devouring flame possesses the ability to consume all, and Xiao Yan intended to leverage its characteristics to gradually devour the seal. Chapter 67, An Unexpected Delight. "I can assist you in dispelling the seal." A wisp of black flame shimmered at Xiao Yan's fingertip. Though the void devouring flame was merely a child of fire, it is nonetheless a flame imbued with extraordinary power. Moreover, it ranks second among the mystical flames. The amethyst-winged Lion King merely used the amethyst fire within its body to block Yun's meridians, sealing her fighting spirit. As long as the void devouring flame can consume the amethyst within the meridian points, Yun will naturally regain her strength as a Dou Huang. The injuries she bears are trivial, for she possesses medicinal pills to restore her health. Yun's beautiful eyes fixed upon the black flame at Xiao Yan's fingertip. Her brows furrowed in doubt as she inquired. The physical manifestation of flames requires a 4th-tier alchemist or a Dou Ling level of cultivation. Your combat prowess is comparable to a great Dou Shi, yet your cultivation seems to be only that of a Dou Shi, correct? Yun found herself baffled. This young man shattered her common knowledge. The physical manifestation of flames, achievable only by 4th-tier alchemists or those above Dou Ling, was something this Dou Shi had accomplished. He even achieved a transformation into wings, a feat reserved for Dou Huang. Moreover, he claimed to possess a method to break a seal that even she, a Dou Huang, could not breach. Was he truly a Dou Shi? He resembled a Dou Zong instead. This black flame is quite peculiar. It appears weak, yet exudes an aura of danger. Yun mused. Not being an alchemist, she was unaware of the rankings of mystical flames. She recognized the existence of such flames, but the black flame seemed too feeble compared to her knowledge of mystical flames, thus she did not consider it further. Though inherited, it may be somewhat weak. Yet its efficacy is remarkable, Xiao Yan remarked, a hint of deception glimmering in his eyes. Allow me to see where the amethyst-winged Lion King seal is located. Fully dispelling it will take some time. At this, Yunyan's body trembled slightly, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. After a moment's contemplation, she reached to delicately unfasten the button at her chest. The elegance of her gesture left Xiao Yan parched with anticipation. Ultimately, a purple sigil was imprinted upon the hollow of Yunyan's chest, its intricate threads extending outward, which were precisely what obstructed her fighting spirit. Xiao Yan glanced at the purple sigil. It was substantial. Even the beauty of her inner garment could not obscure it, though this referred specifically to the sigil. Xiao Yan inhaled deeply, casting aside all distractions, as he concentrated the void devouring flame at his fingertips, inching closer to the edge of the ethereal purple runic threads, gently pressing against the alabaster skin. Ah, what is your name? Observing Yunyan's cheeks, flushed like ripe apples, filled with embarrassment, Xiao Yan bit his tongue and spoke in a low voice. Miss Yunji, please endure the pain. Xiao Yan had grown increasingly adept at lying. The cry he had just uttered hardly resembled that of pain. He had never attempted to use the void-devouring flame to engulf a seal, leaving him uncertain of what to expect. Only Yun understood that when the void-devouring flame invaded her skin to consume the purple crystal fire, the collision of the two flames would send a surge of heat coursing through her body, igniting a feverish warmth. Xiao Yan's palm trembled slightly as the devouring power of the void-devouring flame gradually consumed the seal of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Yun slowly closed her beautiful eyes, her long lashes quivering gently, her lips pressed tightly together, as her hands fiercely clutched the hem of her skirt, suppressing her cries of pain. Oh! Yun exhaled a breath of warm air, as if she had just bathed in hot water, her skin flushed and her gaze enchanting. You stay here in the cave. I shall keep watch outside tonight. Watching Xiao Yan's retreating figure, Yun smiled brightly. Thank you. She couldn't help but compare herself to Xuner. In her 30s, her skin remained remarkably youthful. It was evident how significant Xuner was in Xiao Yan's heart, as everything seemed to be measured against her. As night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, Xiao Yan began to meditate in a lotus position. What is this pure energy near my spirit? Xiao Yan suddenly discovered an additional sphere of pure energy had materialized beside his spirit within. The void-devouring flame could indeed consume all, yet it would not provide feedback to Xiao Yan. It merely strengthened itself, thus enhancing the power of Xiao Yan's black flame without augmenting his cultivation level. This surplus of pure energy was Yunyan's, as a Dou level powerhouse. Even a mere trickle of her essence could immensely benefit Xiao Yan. After a considerable pause, calmness washed over him, and a quiet smile of delight blossomed within. He deemed this a mere surgical fee. How could anything that fell into Xiao Yan's hands escape? Xiao Yan focused his spirit and began to control that sphere of energy, guiding it along the path of the burning decision technique, until it took on a somewhat viscous form. He then infused it into his cyclone, integrating it into his Dou Qi cultivation. Xiao Yan couldn't help but lick his lips. If he were to acquire another one or two of these energy spheres, he could transcend from a 3-star Dou Master to a 4-star. Just recently, he had achieved the 3-star rank, and now, fortune had unexpectedly smiled upon him. This prospect heightened his anticipation for the following day's endeavor to assist Yun in breaking the seal. Why the again? Only Xiao Yan understood that. 3 days later, the purple runes on Yun had diminished by more than half, and the extending strands of purple fire had been entirely erased. Xiao Yan's fingers glided along the runic patterns like an eraser, slowly tracing downwards. As his fingers gradually discerned an extraordinary elasticity, Xiao Yan clenched his teeth, murmuring inwardly, "Steady yourself, Xiao Yan. You must not succumb to beauty. Any erratic movement could lead to Yun regaining her Dou Qi and striking me down in vain." Just as Xiao Yan was embroiled in this internal struggle, a formidable presence quietly awakened. He turned his gaze towards the closed eyes of Yun, realizing that the terrifying aura emanated from within her. With a rush, a pair of azure wings resembling those of a phoenix unfurled behind Yun, signaling her complete revival. Observing the imposing figure of Yun before him, Xiao Yan comprehended that their playful charade was coming to an end. It was time to confront the crystal-winged Lion King. Before the unsealing, Xiao Yan could still maintain a whimsical attitude, but once battle was imminent, he transformed entirely. Yun extended her delicate hand, gently resting it on Xiao Yan's back, and a surge of fierce Dou Qi energy surged into the purple cloud wings. A pair of azure wings manifested on Xiao Yan's back. This energy would suffice for an hour of flight techniques, but should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he must depart immediately. Xiao Yan nodded subtly, his expression hardening as his gaze sharpened towards the lair of the crystal-winged Lion King, the flirtations of recent days fading from his memory. Xiao Yan's foremost concern remained the spirit fire of all beasts. Boom. With two thunderous gusts, two azure shadows streaked toward the lair of the crystal-winged Lion King, trailing long tails of flame. Chapter 68. The discovery of the spirit fire of all beasts. By the way, how many stars are you as a Dou Huang? Xiao Yan inquired slowly. 3 stars. And what of the crystal-winged Lion King? How many stars does it possess? Xiao Yan asked with a frown. Magical beasts do not have a clear classification of stars. If it comes to combat skills and Dou Qi, it could at most contend with a 2-star Dou Huang. However, magical beasts are most adept at close combat, relying on their physical prowess. The close combat capabilities of the crystal-winged Lion King could rival those of a 4 or even 5-star Dou Huang. Flying unperturbed, Yun calmly stated, in total, its inherent strength may also be considered 3-star Dou Huang, thus comparable to me. This time, I shall not lose. As twilight descended, Xiao Yan and Yun understood that the crystal-winged Lion King could absorb sunlight through its amethyst crystals, hence they chose this moment, deprived of sunlight. The crystal-winged Lion King might not be a match for Yun's earth-level combat techniques. Xiao Yan turned to Yun with a smile, saying, "Remember to sound fierce." Yun shot him an exasperated glance, retorting, "Are you the Dou Huang, or am I? Why should I heed your commands? Just take care of yourself." With that, she swiftly activated her Dou Qi, propelling herself toward the crystal-winged Lion King's abode, her wind attribute Dou Huang's speed unparalleled. Within moments, 4 towering azure tornadoes emerged from the distance, encircling the lair of the crystal-winged Lion King. The ferocious winds ravaged the surroundings, lifting all nearby magical beasts into the sky. The might of a Dou Huang is truly cataclysmic. Merely a high-level Xian-class combat technique could rival the power of the heavens. Purple crystal-winged Lion King, come forth. Today I shall bring chaos to your entire domain. Upon hearing Yun's instructions, Xiao Yan could hardly suppress his laughter. It was evident that they had conspired, with Yun tasked to provoke the purple crystal-winged Lion King while he stealthily infiltrated its lair to seek the purple spirit crystal. Human woman, you seek your own demise. Today, I shall turn you to ashes. Yun unleashed her attack upon the entire territory of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, and as the lord of the domain, it could hardly endure such affront. A furious roar erupted thunderously through the sky. As the roar reverberated, a purple silhouette shot out from the cave like lightning. Instantly, brilliance erupted, and the dense forest was reduced to ruin. 2 beams of light, one green and one purple, chased each other skyward, clashing fiercely at an altitude exceeding 1,000 meters. Seeing that the purple crystal-winged Lion King was momentarily restrained by Yun, Xiao Yan quickly composed his expression. Donning a black soul robe, he pulled down the brim, allowing his gaze to turn cold and piercing. Thanks to the soul robe, Xiao Yan masked his aura and soul. Once he concealed his purple cloud wings, he dove into the thicket. He knew the purple crystal-winged Lion King would scan for his presence, but it could never fathom that he possessed such a remarkable artifact. The ground was littered with the corpses of beasts hurled skyward by a tornado, and Xiao Yan even spotted the remains of a 4th-tier beast. Regrettably, he had no time to collect their cores, otherwise, it would have been a windfall. With swift strides, he leaped over the carcasses and soon arrived at the vast entrance of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's lair. Xiao Yan slightly crouched before abruptly shooting into the cave. He did not employ any illumination tools, but occasionally, purple crystal shards adorned the surrounding walls, natural formations that served as exquisite yet valuable decorations. Traversing the lengthy tunnel, after a while, 2 forks appeared before him. Frowning at the diverging paths, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment, glancing at the footprints on the ground. The right passage bore small lion paw prints, indicating the presence of a young purple crystal-winged lion. Without a doubt, the right path led to the young lion's chamber. Left it is. Xiao Yan preferred to avoid an encounter with the juvenile beast, as it was a formidable 3rd-tier creature, and he was uncertain of his ability to contend with it. If only the beast's spirit flame were present, he would be immensely fortunate. The left passage was quite winding, and after several turns, he suddenly noticed the temperature rising increasingly. This thrilled Xiao Yan, affirming that he was on the right track. After a while, the passage illuminated with a sudden brightness, and Xiao Yan's expression brightened as he quickened his pace. A spacious stone chamber unfolded before his eyes. Inside the chamber lay a variety of spiritual fruits and fire attribute herbs, and he even spotted several weapons belonging to cultivators scattered on the ground. This was the treasure trove of the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Suddenly, a cat leaped from his spirit pouch, materializing atop a glowing orb at the center of the chamber. The intense heat permeating the passage emanated from this very orb. A towering amethyst crystal, over a meter high, has accumulated into a pedestal-like form. Resting upon this crystalline platform is a spherical object, purple in hue and roughly the size of Xiao Yan's head. The amethyst-winged Lion King possesses a rare chance of producing a substance known as the companion amethyst source during the birth of its young. This precious fire attribute treasure can only be accessed by shattering its shell with a purple spirit crystal. Upon seeing the companion amethyst source, Xiao Yan felt a wave of exasperation and remarked, "You covet something of this caliber? Hurry up and see if the beast spirit flame is here." Since joining the Soul Palace, Xiao Yan had learned to exude an air of superiority. Such items were trivial to him. He had an entire box of them in his spatial ring. However, retrieving this spherical object posed a challenge. He would either need to tunnel underground to extract it along with the amethyst pedestal or break the shell with a purple spirit crystal to obtain the essence within. With neither the beast spirit flame nor the purple spirit crystal in sight, Xiao Yan had no time to waste on this matter. Meow. The cat, Wu, appeared frustrated and dashed over to scratch Xiao Yan's cheek a few times. Then, to Xiao Yan's bewilderment, it opened its mouth wide, transforming into a black void, and swallowed the entire sphere whole. Astonishing. Truly, it lived up to its title of void devouring flame, capable of consuming anything. As Xiao Yan marveled at Wu's devouring ability, a wisp of blood-red flame suddenly emerged from the gap in the amethyst pedestal. The beast spirit flame. The moment he spotted the flame, Xiao Yan rushed forward, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the beast spirit flame was sealed within the amethyst pedestal, serving to heat the companion amethyst source. Wait, something feels off. Why is this beast spirit flame so feeble, and where is the source fire? This is merely a fragment of the beast spirit flame. As Xiao Yan drew closer, he realized that it was indeed the beast spirit flame, but not the original source fire. It was merely a portion extracted and sealed within the amethyst pedestal for the companion amethyst source. Consequently, when Xiao Yan first entered and scanned with his spiritual force, he had failed to detect the feeble flame sealed within the pedestal. Only Wu, possessing a modicum of sentience due to its nature as an extraordinary fire, could perceive it. Just as Xiao Yan lamented this stroke of misfortune, a shadow quietly appeared behind him. Chapter 69, Triggering the Hidden Quest. Alas, it was merely a wisp of flame. Tears nearly welled in Xiao Yan's eyes. He had risked life and death to rescue a Dou Huang and ventured into the lair of a 6th-tier magical beast solely for the sake of the beast spirit flame. This outcome was unbearable. The Soul Palace was indeed a den of thieves. Just as Xiao Yan resolved to consume this wisp of extraordinary fire with his burning decision, a lion's roar echoed from behind him, instilling an overwhelming sense of danger in his heart. A juvenile amethyst-winged Lion King, emerging from an unknown location, lunged at Xiao Yan with claws bared. Damn! Xiao Yan cursed under his breath, having been momentarily distracted by the allure of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire. Failing to notice the arrival of the little purple crystal-winged Lion King from an alternate passage. Battle Qi Garment. Rampaging Lion's Protection. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yan summoned the Battle Qi Garment, crossing his arms defensively before him, immediately activating the Rampaging Lion's Roar technique. As a spectral lion's head materialized to shield his entire being. With a thunderous crash, the little purple crystal-winged Lion King leaped forth, its sharp claws striking fiercely against the illusory lion, the terrifying force of a peak 3rd-tier magical beast sending Xiao Yan hurtling through the air. He collided with a pile of gold and jewels, and had it not been for his robust physique and mastery of the rampaging lion's roar, that blow could have been fatal. Taste my fist. 8 extremes burst. Propelling himself forward, Xiao Yan channeled his battle qi, charging at the little purple crystal-winged Lion King, his right fist gathering energy for the 8 extremes burst. Roaring, the little purple crystal-winged Lion King retaliated with a paw strike. The two forces colliding in a fierce confrontation. Despite Xiao Yan's prowess, being merely a battle master meant he was at a disadvantage against the 3rd-tier magical beast. And once again, he was sent flying. Dark energy explode. Xiao Yan sneered, unleashing a series of explosive dark energies, catching the little purple crystal-winged Lion King off guard and sending it reeling. When physical strength faltered, techniques emerged to compensate. It bears the purple spirit crystal. Rising to his feet, Xiao Yan noticed a string of violet gems hanging from the neck of the little purple crystal-winged Lion King, identical to the purple spirit crystals described by Yunlan. It dawned on him that the Lion King had anticipated Yunlan's relentless pursuit and the duo's intention to infiltrate the lair to steal the crystals. Hence, it had fashioned the crystals into a necklace, concealing itself in the depths of the treasury, awaiting Xiao Yan the thief. However, the Lion King had underestimated Xiao Yan's true intent, which was the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, and that he possessed the void devouring flame, which had devoured the accompanying purple crystal source in one gulp. This cunning beast. Xiao Yan inwardly cursed the purple crystal-winged Lion King, realizing that without defeating it, he could not secure the purple spirit crystals. With a mighty roar, a scorching plume of purple flame erupted from the Lion King's mouth. Though it paled in comparison to the 6th-tier magical beast, its flames still potent enough to incinerate a 3rd-tier beast. Catwool. Xiao Yan summoned Catwool, which imitated him, opening its mouth to unleash black flames. Boom. The two columns of fire collided, the intense heat incinerating all surrounding spiritual fruits and medicinal herbs. The temperature within the stone chamber soared dangerously, with even the gold coins beginning to show signs of melting. This cannot continue. My fire resistance pales against that of the little purple crystal-winged Lion King. Xiao Yan was drenched in sweat, and had it not been for the unique material of his soul robe, he might have been reduced to ash. Clinking the medicinal bottle, Xiao Yan grinned and said, "You should understand my words. There are several 3rd-tier fire enhancement pills within, capable of amplifying your internal fire energy. Their efficacy is certainly on par with your accompanying purple source crystal. I will offer them all to you. Let us come to an accord." As anticipated, the little purple crystal-winged Lion King comprehended human speech, and upon hearing Xiao Yan's proposition, immediately extinguished its flames. Its eyes gleaming with avarice as it fixated on the bottle in Xiao Yan's hand. It is now a 3rd-tier magical beast, perfectly positioned to consume a 3rd-grade elixir. This ascending fire pill is simply ideal for it. I shall place it here. You can come and take it while I depart. Xiao Yan set the pill bottle on the ground, knowing that once the small purple crystal-winged Lion King approached to retrieve it, it would inevitably have to clear the passageway, allowing Xiao Yan to escape using his purple cloud wings. The small purple crystal-winged Lion King was not yet capable of flight. As Xiao Yan gradually shifted his body, the creature inched closer to the elixir, as if both had genuinely reached a tacit understanding. Suddenly, the small Lion King turned and lunged towards Xiao Yan, its gaze seemingly conveying, "You adults make choices. I want it all." Xiao Yan regarded the charging little lion with disdain, sneering, "Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions?" A bottle filled with ice spirit spring appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. His true aim was not to barter with the lion, but to maneuver it aside and prevent it from obstructing the doorway. Devising schemes, playing tricks, can you outwit humanity? With a swift motion, he hurled the bottle at the small lion, and the ice spirit spring erupted instantaneously, unleashing a terrifying chill that momentarily encased the creature in ice. Xiao Yan refrained from delivering a lethal blow, aware that the freezing effect of the ice spirit spring would not endure long, perhaps just 10 seconds. There was no time to waste. After tearing off a piece of purple spirit crystal, he pressed his right hand against the purple crystal stone platform and rapidly activated the burning decision. Drawing in a wisp of beast spirit flame without the luxury of refining it, he unfurled his purple cloud wings and fled. With the full activation of his wings, Xiao Yan's speed became akin to a tempest, rendering his form somewhat indistinct. As he burst through the passageway, he did not linger but continued to dash fervently towards the cave's exit. However, shortly after his emergence, an enraged roar from behind him reverberated through the air. The ice spirit spring could not even immobilize for 10 seconds. With a swish, Xiao Yan raced out of the cave, barely finding the time to utter a word. As the Xuanzhong ruler manifested in his hand, and the Earth-tier combat skill, Flame-Splitting Wave Ruler, descended. With a swing of the Xuanzhong ruler, a streak of black flames surged forth, incinerating all 1st and 2nd-tier magical beasts at the cave's entrance in an instant, leaving not even ash in its wake. Even 3rd-tier magical beasts could not withstand its ferocity and sought to evade its onslaught. "Damn it, you dare harm my son. I will not let this slide today." Just as Xiao Yan leaped out, violent purple flames erupted from the heavens, and the furious roar of the purple crystal-winged Lion King echoed across the sky. With a cold snort, Yunyan gently twirled her jade hand before her, conjuring a fierce green tornado that repelled the overwhelming purple flames, thus shielding Xiao Yan's escape. Observing Xiao Yan's safe departure, Yunyan, disinterested in further confrontation, soared into the sky. While humans, though the purple crystal-winged Lion King seethed with rage, it dared not pursue, bound to its territory, with its offspring still within the cave. Cursed humans! The mountains housing the cave trembled under the weight of its furious roar. Clang, clang, clang. The pill bottle of the ascending fire pill rolled slowly to the feet of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, shaken by the commotion. Upon seeing the bottle, the lion looked puzzled and inquired, "Son, who gave you this elixir? Who is the man with the black flames? Is he an alchemist?" The purple crystal-winged Lion King furrowed his brow and glanced at the amethyst stone platform. Sure enough, the trace of the beast's spirit fire sealed within the amethyst stone platform had vanished. Xiao Yan has triggered the hidden quest. Chapter 70. The Power of the Beast's Spirit Fire. Fortunately, he did not disappoint. Xiao Yan put away the purple cloud wings and cheerfully tossed the purple spirit crystal to Yunyan. Yunyan received the purple spirit crystal and gazed at the exhausted Xiao Yan, panting heavily. I didn't expect you to actually obtain the purple spirit crystal. At the outset, when Xiao Yan suggested that Yun deliberately provoke and enrage the purple crystal wing lion king, allowing him to infiltrate the cave and steal the purple spirit crystal. Yun was utterly skeptical. The cave was fraught with peril, not to mention the presence of a peak third-tier purple crystal wing lion king, with Xiao Yan's fighter cultivation. It would have been akin to delivering himself as a meal. Yet, to her astonishment, Xiao Yan had indeed secured the purple spirit crystal and managed to escape unscathed. You have helped me acquire the purple spirit crystal and even saved my life. If there is anything you desire, I shall assist you within my capabilities. Yun fell silent for a moment. She had seldom owed anyone a favor and was uncertain how to repay Xiao Yan. Yao Yan, are you all right? Yun's delicate brows knitted together as she noticed something amiss with Xiao Yan. His breathing was growing increasingly labored, and his skin was turning a deep crimson as an unusual heat emanated from his body. However, this time, the burning decision proved ineffective. Xiao Yan realized with alarm that the minuscule amount of beast spirit fire he had just absorbed was utterly uncontrollable, spreading through his body along the meridians and beginning to merge with his flesh and blood. Damn it! The beast spirit fire is merging with my flesh and bones. Xiao Yan recognized his oversight. The beast spirit fire was fundamentally different from the bone spirit cold fire and the void devouring flame. Its unique ability was fusion. Although Xiao Yan had experience absorbing other extraordinary flames, the beast spirit fire did not adhere to the usual principles. Instead of traversing through the meridians, it permeated directly into his flesh and bones. Observing Xiao Yan's increasingly crimson complexion, with wisps of white smoke rising from his head, Yun swiftly moved behind Xiao Yan. Her delicate hand gently pressed against his back, which felt like a furnace. Why is your body so hot? I just absorbed some special flames, and they are merging with my flesh and bones. Although Xiao Yan's physique was remarkably strong, it still paled in comparison to that of magical beasts. The beast spirit fire was originally intended to enhance the physical form of magical beasts, making them more formidable. Consequently, when a human like Xiao Yan absorbed even a fraction of the beast spirit fire, his comparatively weaker physique in the face of magical beasts resulted in his current predicament. Yun's beautiful eyes gradually closed, and the fighting spirit within her surged like a tempestuous sea, quickly channeling through her arm and into Xiao Yan's body. Under her control, the wind attribute fighting spirit that had just entered Xiao Yan's body swiftly occupied all his meridians, beginning to expel the beast spirit fire within him. As Yun's fighting spirit mingled with his, Xiao Yan's body started to cool down gradually. Suddenly, a violent tremor coursed through Xiao Yan's body, and a crimson flame erupted from every cell within him, seeping through his pores. The roar of countless beasts echoed within the blood-red spirit fire, as if a chorus of creatures were unleashing their cries. The formidable spirit fire, renowned for its otherworldly nature, shattered the invading Dou Qi of Yun. Even in its smallest essence, with a sudden, thunderous howl directed towards the heavens, Xiao Yan's muscles swelled, and scales akin to those of a beast began to sprout forth. His eyes turned a fierce crimson, and a pair of sharp fangs emerged, transforming him into a fearsome creature. The spirit fire had indeed bestowed upon him a monstrous form. With an explosive surge of speed, driven by the primal instincts of the beast within, Xiao Yan lunged at Yun, biting down on her collarbone with his razor-sharp fangs. Drawing forth her blood, a jolt of pain surged through Yun, yet she gritted her teeth, refraining from unleashing her Dou techniques to repel him. With her strength as a Dou Huang, any use of Dou Qi could potentially cause Xiao Yan to explode in a terrifying conflagration. Yun pressed her right hand against Xiao Yan's dantian, enduring the agony as she endeavored to control her Dou Qi, expelling the remnants of the spirit fire. The essence of the spirit fire was continuously dismantled by her azure Dou Qi, leaving only the purest form of the crimson flames. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until at last, the essence of the spirit fire within Xiao Yan was completely eradicated by Yun, liberating him from his monstrous transformation. Gradually returning to normal, Xiao Yan exhaled a sigh of relief, loosening his grip and collapsing onto the ground, his clothing reduced to tatters, leaving him in a vulnerable state. Yun hastily retrieved a robe to cover herself, aware that their bodies had been in close proximity, sharing a similar plight. In just a few days, she had already ruined several garments. Sensing that Xiao Yan had regained his composure, she assisted him back to the cave. After a moment of contemplation, she produced 2 scrolls from her storage ring, placing them gently on the ground. This is a high-level fire attribute technique and a mid-level body technique of the Shan rank. I hope they will aid you in the future, she murmured softly. After securing the scrolls, she touched the spot where she had been bitten, her beautiful eyes reflecting an enigmatic emotion as she bent down and placed a gentle kiss upon Xiao Yan's forehead. With a subtle flutter of her azure wings, She gracefully ascended into the sky. The lingering fragrance of her presence remained, yet the enchanting figure had departed. Not long after Yunyan left, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, propping himself up as he gazed in the direction of her exit. Initially, he had lost consciousness, never anticipating that the spirit fire would possess the will of numerous beasts, momentarily clouding his mind. However, with the power of the void swallowing flame and his inherently strong spiritual force, along with Yunyan's Dou Qi, he soon regained a measure of awareness. His prior unconsciousness had merely been a ruse. Yunyan likely recognized his feigned state. With a sigh, Xiao Yan picked up the scrolls from the ground, his heart a tumult of emotions. Yunyan was a Dou Huang, and given his earlier affront, any other individual would have surely eliminated him with a single strike. Xiao Yan placed the 2 scrolls into his spatial ring, sealing away the memories of their recent interactions, determined to forget should fate not allow their paths to cross again. Now, more pressing matters demanded his attention. With a focused mind, Xiao Yan began to circulate his Dou Qi, purposefully directing it from his meridians into his internal organs, bones, and flesh. Suddenly, his muscles swelled, transforming his physique into one of remarkable strength, as a crimson flame enveloped him, resembling a layer of beast scales, rendering his appearance fierce and formidable. This was not merely Dou Qi armor. It bore no resemblance to the Dou Qi armor he had previously witnessed the Grand Elder wield. The spirit of all beasts fire could metamorphose one into the form of a magical beast, while magical beasts could consume transformation pills to take on human form and obtain human cultivation talents. Such transformation pills did not exist in this world to allow one to become a magical beast and gain their formidable physique. However, the spirit of all beasts fire could indeed accomplish this. Cloud Yun had once informed Xiao Yan that the strength of the amethyst-winged Lion King equated to a 1-star Dou Huang. Yet its close combat prowess rivaled that of a 5-star Dou Huang, a disparity of unimaginable terror. One could only fathom the extraordinary might of a magical beast's physique. As Xiao Yan gazed at his transformed body, he noted that not only his exterior had changed, even his bones and cells had undergone a metamorphosis. The spirit of all beasts fire infused itself into every cell of his body, enhancing their resilience. He felt an intense surge of fiery power coursing through him, igniting an impulse to unleash destruction. Should Xiao Yan execute the 8 extremes collapse in this state, its power would surpass that of the earth-level Dou technique, Flame Devouring Wave. Indeed, each unique fire bore its own enchantments, capable of melding with flesh and blood, facilitating a transformation akin to that of a magical beast. However, Xiao Yan soon recognized a looming dilemma. He had not acquired the true spirit of all beasts fire. The infusion within his flesh would deplete after only a few uses, and the scant amount he possessed would soon dwindle. The enhancement to his physique using the spirit of all beasts fire should approximate that of a young amethyst-winged Lion King. Although the spirit of all beasts fire was limited in usage, it could serve as a trump card, especially when combined with the 8 extremes collapse and the roar of the Mad Lion, potentially rivaling the combat strength of a 9-star Dou Shi. Xiao Yan licked his lips, captivated by the allure of this extraordinary fire. He resolved to visit the Soul Palace in the royal capital. He recalled that initially, Hun Suzi had instructed him to bring the Soul Token to the Soul Palace in the royal capital. However, by a twist of fate, he had ended up at the Soul Old Store in the Black Corner region, where he had successfully navigated the Soul Path to earn the title of Earth-level Soul Master and obtain the subfire of the Void Devouring Flame. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King was a 6th-tier magical beast, residing deep within the magical Beast Mountain range, far removed from the Black Corner region and closer to the capital of the Gamma Empire. Perhaps the Soul Palace in the royal capital would possess more detailed information regarding the spirit of all beasts fire. It surely lay deeper within the magical Beast Mountain range. The question was precisely where. Xiao Yan was resolute in his quest for the spirit of all beasts fire. And what of the accompanying purple source crystal? Xiao Yan summoned the cat Wu, recalling how it had previously devoured the companion purple origin crystal. Meow? The cat feigned ignorance, scratching its chin with a hind leg. Xiao Yan lifted Wu and said leisurely, I still have use for that thing. If you wish to indulge in more advanced magical cores and heavenly treasures, return it to me. I intend to use it to concoct a type of elixir. The beastly spirit flame would deplete, and all Xiao Yan could do was slow its consumption. Thus, he planned to refine a beast fire pill using the purple origin crystal, which would provide a certain amount of beast fire during his transformation into a magical beast, thereby reducing the consumption of the spirit flame. Wu's eyes darted as if weighing the options. With a retch akin to a cat expelling a hairball, it regurgitated a purple origin crystal the size of a human head. Presumably, Wu realized that Xiao Yan might need it and refrained from consuming it entirely. Meow? Understood. I shall provide you a bit shortly, but first, You must assist me in opening this. The purple origin crystal, typically impervious to all forms of attack save for the purple spirit crystal, had a shell designed to absorb impact. Yet, who could possess the void devouring flame? Wu extended its claw, and with a gentle touch, pierced a small hole into the seemingly impenetrable shell. Xiao Yan produced a small jade dish and poured a bit of the purple crystal through the tiny opening for Wu. Meow. Wu's tail swayed with delight as it licked and savored the crystal, reveling in its feast. With a flick of his hand, Xiao Yan retrieved the alchemy furnace from his spatial ring, flicked his fingers, and a surge of black flame erupted forth. Soon, the furnace was enveloped in a searing heat of black fire. He then extracted all the herbs containing fire attribute energy from his ring, casting them into the furnace, and controlled the black fire to refine the energy from the herbs into a vibrant red powder. Once the red powder materialized, Xiao Yan added a portion of the purple origin crystal into the furnace, kneading everything together until it amalgamated into 5 crimson-purple pills. However, these could hardly be termed pills, as Xiao Yan merely combined all the fire attribute energy and the purple origin crystal, akin to crafting a small round dumpling. Should an ordinary person consume one, they would instantly explode into a fiery entity. Yet, this was precisely the effect Xiao Yan desired. Observing the 5 pills within the vial, a smile crept upon his lips. He estimated that his beastly spirit flame could only be utilized about 5 times, and with the aid of these pills, his magical beast transformation could be sustained for a longer duration. Having finished the purple origin crystal, Wu fixed its gaze upon the vial in Xiao Yan's hand, mewing insistently. You greedy cat, what will you eat after I share? Xiao Yan stowed the vial away, for it was his trump card for survival. Remarkably, this beastly spirit flame had elevated his cultivation by a star. Merely half a year had elapsed since he left Wutan City, traversing from the Soul Palace to the magical Beast Mountain Range, and his cultivation had soared as if propelled by a rocket. Transitioning from an 8-star Dou fighter to a 5-star Dou Master had taken just 6 months. Breaking free from his comfort zone and departing from the Canaan Academy had proven to be the right decision. Xiao Yan picked up a branch and began to inscribe calculations upon the ground. This expedition into the Beast Mountain Range could be deemed a failure. Despite significant improvements in his cultivation and strength, he had yet to acquire the coveted 10,000 beasts spiritual fire. Thus, it was imperative for him to devise a meticulous plan for his forthcoming endeavors. Gazing at the soul token in his hand, Xiao Yan murmured to himself, I must pay a visit to the Soul Palace, conveniently located in the royal capital. Before I set out, my father also urged me to pay my respects to the esteemed Yunlan Sect to address the matter of the betrothal. After some contemplation, he realized this would also provide an opportunity to resolve issues concerning Yunlan Sect. That implies I have 6 months remaining, he pondered. What other avenues remain for enhancing my cultivation? After a prolonged period of introspection, Xiao Yan suddenly chuckled at his own predicament, shaking his head in self-mockery. I have truly become obsessed with my training. It would do me well to occasionally grant myself a reprieve. He recognized that his mind had become overly strained, consumed with thoughts of cultivation, which would ultimately lead to futility. With a decisive flick, he swept away the inscriptions upon the ground. It had been quite some time since he last saw his 2 elder brothers, and he wondered how their mercenary group in Mo City was faring. Stretching lazily, Xiao Yan gazed at the sky outside the cave, resolving to spend the remaining 6 months in well-deserved rest, and visiting his brothers in Mo City seemed a splendid option. Not long after Xiao Yan exited the cave, a piercing cry of an eagle echoed above. Looking up, he beheld a massive blue eagle descending rapidly before him. Is that you, little blue? Upon noticing a long gash on the eagle's body, from which blood flowed incessantly, his expression darkened. Has something happened to little physician? Chapter 72, Poisonous Flood in Ching Shan Town. Xiao Yan retrieved healing salve from his spatial ring, applying it to the blue eagle's wound. Chirp, chirp. The blue eagle grasped Xiao Yan's clothing with its beak, tugging at him insistently, urging him to ascend and rescue someone in need. Xiao Yan swiftly mounted the eagle's back, commanding, let us go. Responding to his voice, the blue eagle flapped its mighty wings, generating a fierce gust of wind as it soared toward Qingshan Town. After Xiao Yan had flown a considerable distance, a sudden whirlwind swept through, heralding the descent of a colossal creature from the skies. The amethyst-winged Lion King. Given the scent of the accompanying amethyst source crystal, this must be the location. Xiao Yan found it hard to believe he had narrowly escaped peril. It is known that the amethyst source crystal is born alongside the amethyst-winged Lion King's offspring. Once the tough shell is breached, the Lion King can sense it. Not long ago, Xiao Yan had shattered the shell using the void devouring flame, drawing the attention of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The Lion King surveyed the surroundings, ultimately arriving at the cave where Xiao Yan had resided. After moving a massive stone, the little amethyst-winged lion king scurried into the cave. Roar! The little lion shook its head, signaling to its father that the thief had indeed been present recently, as evidenced by the traces of the amethyst source crystal on the ground. Yet now, the place was deserted. Upon nearing Qingshan town, Xiao Yan leaped down from the Blue Eagle. You remain in the air while I infiltrate Qingshan town to assess the situation. I shall rescue little physician first. Chirp, chirp. After spending considerable time with the little medical sage, the Blue Eagle had developed an ability to comprehend human speech, soaring high above the tranquil Qingshan town. Clad in his soul robe, Xiao Yan ambled through the quaint streets of the town, enveloped by the cacophony around him. Having been isolated from humanity for several months, he could not help but reflect upon the nature of mankind, a species inherently inclined towards communal existence. However, this time, Xiao Yan had no leisure to meander through the market. He cast aside the perplexing question that lingered in his mind. Why were there so few people? He recalled vividly his first visit to Qingshan town, where bustling activity filled the streets, a vibrant tapestry of life and noise. Now, the town resembled a desolate ghost town. An air of melancholy hung over it. As the townsfolk wore expressions of deep concern, the vitality seemingly drained from the place. Alas, when would this plague come to an end? Surely, it must be soon. Had they not found the source? Yet, deep down, he could not bring himself to believe that the little medical sage was responsible for this calamity. With a furrowed brow, Xiao Yan turned towards two individuals engaged in hushed discourse and approached them, inquiring, "Greetings. I hail from afar and seek to understand the happenings in Qingshan town. It was not in this state when I visited 6 months prior." Displaying a sense of decorum, he produced several gold coins and discreetly placed them in their hands. Their faces brightened at the sight of the coins. One of them replied, "If you are merely a visitor, it would be wise to leave hastily. Since 2 months ago, there have been inexplicable deaths occurring in Qingshan town, and no one has been able to ascertain the cause." Xiao Yan's heart sank. He recalled that upon his departure, the little medical sage had mentioned seeking refuge in the Wanyao pharmacy, confident that her reputation, coupled with the protection of the pharmacy, would deter the wolf-head mercenary corps from causing her harm. Yet, from what he now gathered, it seemed that the Wanyao pharmacy had failed to safeguard her. Could it be that they intended to frame the little medical sage? Xiao Yan pondered. If Mushi were privy to the cave's secrets, he would likely connect his son's demise to both the little medical sage and himself. With a feigned smile, Xiao Yan asked, "You mentioned the little medical sage as the culprit. Who proclaimed such a thing? Is she not a healer? She has treated me in the past." The other individual sighed, shaking his head. "Alas, who else but Mushi, the leader of the wolf-head mercenary corps? He has long asserted that the little medical sage obtained treasures from a certain cave, leading to his son's death, and demanded that the Wanyao pharmacy deliver the murderer. At that time, the Wanyao pharmacy dismissed Mushi's claims as mere folly. Yet, astonishingly, just days ago, the proprietor of the pharmacy declared that the little medical sage was indeed the source of this unknown plague." Xiao Yan's expression darkened. Indeed, humans were driven by greed. It seemed the proprietor of the Wanyao pharmacy had learned of the treasures and rare herbs the little medical sage had procured from the cave and ultimately chose to ally with Mushi, betraying her. Regardless of the circumstances, this matter would likely reach its conclusion today. He had heard that the wolf-head mercenary corps had finally apprehended the little medical sage that morning, and they intended to burn her alive at the Wanyao pharmacy. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as Xiao Yan's demeanor shifted to one of urgency. His purple cloud wings unfurled, a powerful force propelling him skyward towards the Wanyao pharmacy. Fighting spirit transformed into wings. He is a Douwang powerhouse. Upon witnessing Xiao Yan unfurl his wings and soar into the sky, the two were rendered utterly speechless. They never anticipated that a boy with a gentle smile could possess such formidable strength. Is he heading towards the Wanyao Zhai? It appears so. Could it be? Quickly, we must head to Wanyao Zhai. Something monumental is about to unfold. At the entrance of the Wanyao Zhai estate, over a dozen fully armed guards stood vigil. Within the estate, numerous mercenaries from the wolf-head mercenary group densely populated the grounds, effectively sealing off the premises to the point where not even a fly could enter. Inside the chamber of Mr. Yao, the proprietor of Wanyao Zhai, the Xiao Yao was bound to a chair, her eyes aflame with fury. She couldn't help but wonder if she had lost her sight, having misplaced her trust in two individuals. "Xiao Yao, you have poisoned the entire Qingshan town, committing egregious crimes. Hand over the medicinal manual obtained from the cave so that we at Wanyao Zhai can concoct the antidote. It is your only means of redemption, Mr. Yao declared solemnly. Xiao Yao scoffed derisively, casting a scornful glance at the middle-aged man before her, once someone she had trusted implicitly mere months ago, now colluding with the wolf-head mercenary group to take her life over the treasures from the cave. Dream on, even in death. I will never surrender the item to you. Xiao Yao was astute. Upon sensing danger, she had preemptively packed all her belongings, instructing Lan to depart with them. Nearby, Mu Shi chuckled coldly before his expression darkened, declaring, I refuse to believe that you will remain so defiant when death is imminent. Let us see how resolute you are on the pyre. At that moment, a mercenary burst through the door in a flurry, exclaiming, Captain, Xiao Yan, the one who killed the young captain, has stormed in through the main entrance. What? Both Mu Shi and Mr. Yao were taken aback, astonished that someone would willingly walk into such peril. Mu Shi had previously dispatched individuals into the Beast Mountain range to locate Xiao Yan, but the latter had remained elusive, hidden deep within a territory inaccessible to the wolf head mercenary group. Upon hearing of Xiao Yan's arrival, Xiao Yao's eyes sparkled with emotion, a smile gracing her lips, realizing her judgment had not been in vain. Chapter 73, Rescue. What? Not only Mu Shi, but even Mr. Yao was momentarily stunned by the news. They swiftly rose to their feet, and Mu Shi seized the mercenary, demanding, How many men does he have with him? One, came the reply. The two exchanged incredulous glances. As if they had misheard the answer, they exclaimed in disbelief, Has he lost his mind, or is he merely foolish? The entire estate is fortified with all members of our wolf head mercenary group, along with the mercenaries of Wanyao Zhai. Are you saying he has come alone? The mercenary nodded quickly, then shook his head, clarifying, to be precise, he hasn't barged in. He is currently at the entrance of Wanyao Zhai, having incapacitated several guards. He demands to see Mr. Yao and the captain. Understanding dawned upon Mr. Yao, who broke into a relieved smile. Mr. Yao, what do you know? Mu Shi asked, perplexed. With a grin, Mr. Yao gazed at Xiao Yao and remarked, That young man is likely here to rescue Xiao Yao. He must have been compelled to make an appearance. Compelled? It is our conjecture that Xiao Yan, who was capable of slaying the 6-star fighter Mu Li and 20 mercenaries, must have possessed a cultivation level of at least 8 stars, if not 9. Mu Shi nodded in agreement. His son Mu Li had mastered a low-level mysterious technique, albeit just at the novice stage, yet he was unafraid even in the face of 7-star fighters. It is evident that Xiao Yan must have acquired formidable mysterious techniques and combat skills from the cave. Even if he has not yet broken through to the Dou Master level, his strength is surely not inferior to that of a Dou Master, which emboldens him to come to the rescue. Upon hearing this, Mu Shi's expression darkened further. The mysterious techniques and combat skills within that cave were rightfully theirs, belonging to the Wolf Head Mercenary Corps. Not only had they been snatched away, but his own son had also met an untimely demise. Take the little healer away. If that lad is willing to exchange something from the cave, I might spare this pair of lovebirds, Mu Shi stated coldly. Yet the glint in his eyes betrayed his true intentions. He had never considered sparing the murderer of his son. With a sullen countenance, he strode towards the hall's exit, declaring, Mu Li, instruct everyone to seal the manor's main gate. I want him to understand that the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps is not a place one can enter and exit at will. Understood. A sinister smile crept across Mu Li's face as he swiftly turned to relay the orders. Only the little healer remained composed, for she alone knew what transpired that fateful night in the cave. It could hardly be termed a battle. It was a one-sided massacre. Xiao Yan's power then undoubtedly surpassed Mu Shi's, not to mention the Xiao Yan of 6 months hence. The group hastily traversed through the front hall and arrived at the courtyard, where they beheld a young man clad in black robes, standing with a smile. Beneath his feet lay several writhing mercenaries of the Wolfhead Corps. This was the first encounter for Mu Shi and Boss Yao with Xiao Yan, having previously only heard descriptions from those who had registered months ago. How have you fallen so much in the past few months? Xiao Yan playfully remarked, gazing at the bound little healer. Strangely, instead of feeling anger at his jest, she experienced a warm current soothing her spirit. You shall pay in blood for your debts today. Mu Shi inhaled deeply, pointing a finger at Xiao Yan, his expression transforming into one of pure malice and resentment. Observing Mu Shi's vengeful countenance, Xiao Yan pondered aloud. So you are Mu Li's father? There is indeed a resemblance, especially that impotent fury on your face. It is utterly identical. With a sharp sound, Mu Shi brandished a spear, ready to confront Xiao Yan in a life-or-death struggle. Boss Yao hastily restrained him, whispering, First, let's secure the treasures from the cave, then you may do as you wish. Boss Yao approached with a smile, saying, Young Xiao Yan, I understand the deep bond you share with the little healer. However, she has poisoned the residents of Qingshan town, and we must acquire the medicinal texts from the cave to save them. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, fully comprehending Boss Yao's intent. With a flick of his wrist, a scroll and an ancient formula appeared in his hand. The moment the scroll and formula were revealed, the breaths of Mu Shi and the others grew noticeably heavier. The advanced flight combat technique, Wings of the Eagle, along with the ancient medicinal formula. Do you desire these items? The bold characters spelling out advanced level on the cover were particularly striking. Xiao Yan waved the scroll of the wings of the eagle and the formula with a cheerful smile. Hand them over. Mu Shi and Boss Yao simultaneously shouted. Xiao Yan produced a fire stick and replied, "No need to shout so loudly. If you startle me and I lose my grip, I won't be responsible for any damage." "What do you want?" Mu Shi seethed, his teeth clenched, wishing he could shoot this brat on the spot. "It's simple. Exchange the girl for the items. You let the little medical fairy come over, and I will hand over the goods." Mu Shi exchanged glances with Boss Yao, and after a silent nod, they approached. The little medical fairy stepped carefully through the throng of mercenaries towards Xiao Yan, who smiled as he moved towards her, seemingly walking into a trap. "Xiaolan!" Suddenly, Xiao Yan shouted, tossing the combat technique scroll into the air to draw everyone's attention. With a screech, Xiaolan dove from the sky, and with a powerful leap, Xiao Yan flashed to the little medical fairy's side, grabbing her and tossing her skyward. "You wait up there for a moment. Once I resolve this matter, you can come down," Xiao Yan called to her as she ascended. Mu Shi seized the combat technique tossed by Xiao Yan and, upon opening it to find the technique inside, could no longer contain his smile. Remember, this technique is only for one person to cultivate. However, as Mu Shi read the last line of the scroll, his expression turned blank, and a surge of fury erupted from within him, unleashing a terrifying aura. Kill him. More members of the Wolf Head Gang surged from the courtyard, surrounding Xiao Yan with menacing expressions and gleaming weapons that reflected a chilling light in the sunlight. Along with the guards of the medicine hall, over 100 combatants encircled Xiao Yan, who shook his head in apparent resignation. "I, Xiao Yan, am not unreasonable. I offer you a chance to escape. Anyone who leaves the estate within 10 seconds will be disregarded. However, it is unfortunate that wisdom often falls on deaf ears." As he watched the ravenous mercenaries charging at him, Xiao Yan's gaze turned steely. Roar of the wild lion. A lion's roar emanated from within Xiao Yan as a blood-red phantom of a fierce lion enveloped him. His fingers transformed into claws, and with a swift motion, he slashed forward. The phantom of the wild lion mirrored his actions, unleashing a torrent of blood-red claws that tore through all living beings in front of him. Had it been half a year ago, Xiao Yan would have needed tremendous effort to deal with 100 combatants and a few 9-star fighters, along with a couple of 2-star fighters. But now, things were different. The roar of the wild lion granted Xiao Yan a technique capable of wide-area destruction. If he relied on his fists with the 8 extremes punch, he wouldn't know when it would end. Blood Fury Wild Lion. Chapter 74, Xiao Yan's Method. Blood Fury Wild Lion. At this moment, the blood within Xiao Yan surged, each drop boiling with fervor. Even without activating the power of the 10,000 Beasts spiritual fire, the mere absorption of a fraction of its essence had significantly enhanced his physical prowess. With his current bodily strength, after unleashing the roar of the savage lion, he stood comparable to an ordinary 3rd-tier magical beast. With a resounding crash, a crimson mist of blood energy erupted from Xiao Yan's entire being. What kind of combat skill is this? Mu Shi and all the mercenaries gazed at Xiao Yan, spellbound. Thanks to the body-tempering capability of the 10,000 Beasts spiritual fire, Xiao Yan, who had merely perfected the roar of the savage lion, was now further refined by the fire, amplifying his vitality, and had thus achieved the pinnacle of mastery in this technique. Xiao Yan's physique transformed into a behemoth, towering over 2 meters, embodying the essence of a superhuman. The sensation of being a giant was exhilarating. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze shifted dramatically, with a sweeping motion of his hands. Akin to autumn winds stripping leaves from trees, all the mercenaries were swept aside, their bones shattering and organs rupturing under his might. No mercenary could withstand even a single casual sweep from Xiao Yan. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of weapons striking Xiao Yan's body echoed like the ringing of iron. Not only could they not inflict wounds upon him, but they couldn't even leave a scratch. The air filled with anguished cries. To Xiao Yan, the hundreds of mercenaries appeared as feeble as ants. Even the formidable Dou Master Xiao Zhan would hesitate to charge into a crowd of this size, fearing injury from blades. For even a Dou Master is still human. Unless one possesses a physique and protective abilities akin to Xiao Yan's, it was simply impossible to engage in such reckless combat. This is overwhelmingly powerful. The Wolf Head Mercenary Corps and the Wan Yao Pharmacy were doomed. Meanwhile, onlookers in the distance, witnessing this massacre, turned pale with terror. How ferocious! Xiao Yan resembled a humanoid beast, striking fear into all who beheld him, a force to be reckoned with against gods and Buddhas alike, inducing sheer dread. This was not a rescue, it was a one-sided slaughter. Everyone understood why Xiao Yan had initially been so courteous. He feared inadvertently harming the little healing fairy. With a thunderous rumble, the manor began to collapse. As Xiao Yan merely stomped his foot, fissures erupted in the ground, and the trees, walls, and structures of the estate proved utterly fragile. Run. Flee. Help. Faced with Xiao Yan's monstrous presence, the remaining mercenaries dared not confront him and scattered in all directions. Yet, as Xiao Yan had proclaimed, those who had attacked him initially would not be granted a second chance. Roaring ferociously, Xiao Yan channeled all his strength and delivered a mighty stomp upon the earth. A thunderous explosion reverberated as a terrifying shockwave emanated from him, radiating outward. The ground fractured in countless places, and the mercenaries were obliterated by the internal devastation wrought by the roar of the savage lion. The roaring lion chant is a combat technique that combines physical strength with fighting spirit for wide-ranging destruction. Although its one-on-one capability may not rival that of the 8 Extremes collapse, it proves exceptionally effective for clearing away insignificant foes. With a sharp exhale, Xiao Yan released a breath. The phantom of the roaring lion dissipated, leaving even him, whose body had been tempered by the spirit fire of all beasts, feeling utterly drained. Utilizing a perfected high-level mysterious combat technique exacted a tremendous toll on Xiao Yan. "You have chosen the wrong opponent," he remarked, casting a glance at Mu Shi and Boss Yao, who had sheltered behind the mercenaries and thus remained unscathed by the combat techniques. Witnessing the annihilation of the wolf-head mercenary corps he had painstakingly built over a lifetime, Mu Shi stood in a stupor, his gaze filled with resentment and hatred directed at Xiao Yan. Slowly, he grasped his steel spear, fully aware of his defeat, yet he did not choose to flee. With the wolf-head mercenary corps now extinct, he felt no attachment left. In a voice as cold as ice, laden with murderous intent, he declared, even in death, "I shall take you with me." A veil of wind attribute fighting spirit enveloped his steel spear. Phoenix soaring steps, gale thrust. With a fierce twist of the spear, Mu Shi shouted a low command. The tip of the spear was instantly cloaked in a faint azure wind, slicing through the air with a sound akin to tearing. Heading straight for Xiao Yan's head. "Your courage is commendable. In your next life, remember to be a good father. Invest effort in teaching your son not to engage in kidnapping and extortion. There are no good outcomes from such deeds." 8 Extremes collapse. In response to the steel spear, Xiao Yan raised his hand and struck the spear's tip with a punch. With a resounding impact, dark energy erupted during the recoil, splattering crimson blood in all directions. Thus, the wolf-head mercenary corps of Qingshan town was consigned to history. As a gentle breeze swept through the estate, the dust began to settle, revealing Xiao Yan standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Observing the unscathed youth below, the little medical sage in the sky wore an expression of astonishment. Xiao Yan had grown several times stronger than he was 6 months prior. A 2-star Dou Master could not withstand even a single move from him. Over 100 mercenaries had been utterly incapable of inflicting even the slightest wound. His strength was unfathomable, decisive in his actions, eradicating all threats. None of those who dared to confront him survived. The only ones left were a few female attendants and miscellaneous staff from the Wan Yaozhai estate. Turning his gaze to the other side, Xiao Yan noticed Boss Yao picking up the ancient formula Xiao Yan had discarded. Realizing something was amiss, Boss Yao had long since fled into an underground passage within the estate. Upon seeing Boss Yao's escape, Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. Monsters. Those two are indeed monsters. Boss Yao emerged from the underground passage, making a beeline for the monster beast mountain range. His strength was inferior even to Mu Shi's. "How impolite it is to slander others behind their backs," came Xiao Yan's voice from above Boss Yao. Startled, Boss Yao looked up to see Xiao Yan, utilizing the purple cloud wings, standing right above him with a cheerful demeanor. "Please, do not kill me. I can give you the Wan Yaozhai. Everything is yours." Boss Yao pleaded, kneeling and repeatedly bowing his head. Xiao Yan's gaze was calm, and his tone serene as he spoke. "You should have anticipated this day when you framed the little healer, attempting to coerce her into surrendering the treasure. No, I did not wrongfully accuse her. This plague was indeed instigated by the little healer. I merely sought the medicinal compendium." With a smile, Xiao Yan stepped closer to Boss Yao, whispering, "The truth has now become inconsequential. Upon your demise, the townsfolk shall discover poison and ancient formulas for concocting toxins on your person. They will believe that you, in collusion with the wolf-head mercenary corps, conspired to ensnare the little healer for the sake of obtaining the compendium." With a sharp crack, Xiao Yan snapped Boss Yao's neck, leaving him in a state of disbelief. In this world where the strong reign supreme, the truth holds no value. Strength itself embodies the truth. As the young patriarch of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan grasped this principle early on. Without his intervention, regardless of the actual truth, the residents of Qingshan town would ultimately be manipulated into believing that the little healer was responsible for the bizarre deaths of their kin. Coerced by the wolf-head mercenary corps and the 10,000 medicine pavilion, it was merely a matter of Xiao Yan's greater strength. Chapter 75. The Kindest Heart of a Healer, Part 1. In truth, Xiao Yan suspected that Boss Yao had not lied. The moment he arrived in Qingshan town and beheld the little healer, he discerned the clues, her formidable prowess. Xiao Yan's powerful spiritual sense detected that the little healer had attained the rank of 6-star fighter. This remarkable enhancement in her cultivation, coupled with the 7-colored poison scripture that enabled her to concoct toxins, had allowed her to evade capture when the 10,000 medicine pavilion and the wolf head mercenary corps initially pursued her. Her speed surpassed even Xiao Yan's. Moreover, Xiao Yan discovered that Lan Ying had also been poisoned. The salve he applied to the Blue Eagle was infused not only with healing properties, but also with powdered antidotes. Although the toxicity was minimal, prolonged exposure could lead even magical beasts to organ failure and death. Within the cave, the 3 stone boxes yielded a poison scripture to the little healer, rather than the medicinal compendium spoken of by Boss Yao, rendering her capable of administering poison with ease. What puzzled Xiao Yan was the little healer's motive for poisoning the residents of Qingshan town, especially since even Lan Ying had succumbed to the toxin. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yan stored Boss Yao's corpse in his spatial ring and ascended into the sky using the purple cloud wings. Upon his arrival, the little healer's expression reflected a mix of resentment and incredulity. When Xiao Yan had tossed her into the air for Lan to catch, he had failed to untie her bindings. Now, she resembled a bundled quilt, helplessly draped across Lan Ying's back. "My apologies, I was too hasty and forgot to release you," Xiao Yan said, feigning contrition, though a smirk played on his lips. Still smiling, after using black flames to sever the ropes, the little healer inquired, "Is everything resolved?" Xiao Yan nodded, gently descending with Lan Ying onto the grounds of the 10,000 medicine pavilion. As she dismounted from the Blue Eagle, the little healer surveyed the ruins and the corpses strewn across the once vibrant estate, letting out a sigh. After all, this was her home, and a pang of sorrow tugged at her heart. "By the way, have you found the formula for the poison? Many in Qingshan town are still waiting for treatment." Suddenly recalling the matter, Xiao Yixian hastily inquired. Xiao Yan replied with a smile. "Indeed, the truth has been uncovered. Before their demise, Mu Shi and Boss Yao confessed everything. They conspired to tarnish your reputation by poisoning the water source and framing you for it. The poison recipe was found on Boss Yao's body." Xiao Yan then revealed Boss Yao's corpse and extracted a piece of parchment containing the poison formula, which was, in fact, the ancient recipe Xiao Yan had initially discarded in exchange for Xiao Yixian, later retrieved by Boss Yao. From the very beginning, Xiao Yan had no intention of sparing these individuals. It was essential to eradicate any potential threats that might seek vengeance. Xiao Yixian took the poison recipe and, with a furious expression, declared, "This is utterly despicable." To further their own interests, they resorted to such heinous acts. "Fear not," Xiao Yan reassured, producing a vial of antidote. "This is merely a trivial poison. I possess antidote pills to counteract it." Relieved, Xiao Yixian exhaled, finally releasing the weight from her heart. Shortly thereafter, as the sounds of battle ceased in the manor, the residents of Qingshan town began to gather. "It's Mu Shi and Boss Yao from Wanyao Pharmacy. They are all dead. The wolf head mercenary corps is finished." Hearing the murmurs among the residents, Xiao Yan stepped forward and declared, "Dear residents of Qingshan town, I am a friend of Xiao Yixian. Upon learning of her wrongful accusation, I hurried here." "Wrongfully accused? Are you saying that Xiao Yixian is not the culprit behind this epidemic?" the town mayor exclaimed, stepping out from the crowd, visibly agitated. Xiao Yan shook his head and responded, "I believe you have all heard the rumors. Xiao Yixian has come into possession of valuable treasures. To compel her to surrender them, Mu Shi and Boss Yao conspired to poison the water source in Qingshan town. You are not afflicted by an epidemic. Rather, you have been poisoned." "Poisoned? What shall we do? We have no alchemists in Qingshan town." Xiao Yan raised his hand to silence the crowd and displayed the pill bottles. "Do not worry, for I have obtained the poison recipe from Boss Yao. Fortunately, this poison is not exceedingly potent. Here are some first-grade antidote pills. Simply dissolve them in the well water, and everyone will be fine." The sight of the antidote pills dazzled the townsfolk. In this remote town, such pills were the stuff of legend. "Thank you, benefactor. You are our savior." The mayor, overwhelmed with gratitude, nearly knelt in reverence, but Xiao Yan quickly assisted him, chuckling, "I have done nothing extraordinary. These first-grade pills are of little worth. Hurry, the residents await your assistance." Xiao Yan entrusted the antidote to the mayor, confident that he would manage the remaining tasks. Observing the residents bustling about, he turned to Xiao Yixian and asked, "What do you intend to do now?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yixian sighed softly. With the collapse of Wanyao Pharmacy and the deaths of Mu Shi and Boss Yao, all past grievances had dissipated into the ether. Pressing her rosy lips together, she murmured, "I think it is time for me to leave Qingshan town." Sitting on the small blue steed, Xiao Yixian beckoned to Xiao Yan, saying, Come aboard. I shall take you to a wonderful place. Oh, have you discovered other caves? Under the guidance of the little medicine fairy, they soared directly into a misty mountain range, where beneath the clouds lay a concealed valley. This hidden glen was suffused with a rich energy that invigorated Xiao Yan with a deep breath of the air. The abundance and purity of wood attribute energy here indicated that it was indeed an excellent locale for cultivating medicinal herbs, spiritual grasses, and extraordinary fruits. As a seasoned alchemist, Xiao Yan could discern this at once. What do you think of this place? He inquired. This secluded valley was entirely isolated from the outside world, shrouded in thick mist above, rendering it exceptionally concealed. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's accidental exploration months prior, this remarkable site may have remained undiscovered. Observing the astonishment etched on Xiao Yan's face, the little medicine fairy couldn't help but smile with a hint of pride. Indeed, it is a treasure trove. As Xiao Yan had surmised, the valley was indeed teeming with medicinal materials, causing his eyes to gleam with excitement. Noticing his eagerness to collect every herb in sight, the little medicine fairy chuckled and said, Xiao Yan, you are an alchemist, correct? Xiao Yan shrugged, responding, I merely refrained from mentioning it because you did not inquire. I had no intention of concealing it from you. After a moment of contemplation, the little medicine fairy suddenly asked with a serious expression, Xiao Yan, tell me truthfully. The poison affecting the residents of Qingshan town is somehow related to me, isn't it? Taken aback by her earnestness, Xiao Yan countered, what makes you think that? Because your ability to lie is rather lacking, she replied, her envy evident as she regarded him. I haven't mentioned it before, but my innate battle chi attribute is poison. After acquiring the 7-colored poison manual in the cave a few months ago, I noticed a remarkable acceleration in my cultivation. Sometimes, I would awaken to find my strength had inexplicably increased overnight. Furthermore, all the poison residents in Qingshan town have been treated by me in these past months, consuming the remedies I prepared. You must know something. Chapter 76, The Kindest Heart of a Healer, Part 2. Indeed, Xiao Yan's talent for deception was somewhat deficient. As a healer herself, the little medicine fairy had also investigated the poisoning among the residents, including inquiries into Boss Yao and Dou Qi. However, her findings revealed that, given their capabilities, they lacked the knowledge to concoct such a clandestine poison. Moreover, Xiao Yan had mentioned that through interrogating the two, he learned they had poisoned the water source. If that were the case, then the entire population of Qingshan town should have been affected, not just a portion of them. Xiao Yan rubbed his nose, a hint of bitterness crossing his face. He found himself in a predicament, for he was no practiced liar adept at deceiving women. Hurriedly fabricating a lie would naturally result in numerous inconsistencies. The little medicine fairy also began to sense that all evidence pointed to her. It was precisely because the evidence was directed at her that Dou Qi and Boss Yao contemplated uniting against her. They did indeed wish to coerce her into relinquishing the 7-colored poison manual and various medicinal materials, but had not conspired to frame her. In the 7-colored poison manual, I learned of a peculiar physique known as the calamity poison body. This unique constitution requires merely the ingestion of poison to transform it into toxic energy, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. Furthermore, individuals possessing this constitution will alter the medicinal properties of herbs during the alchemical process, inevitably rendering any medicine into poison. The little medical fairy gazed intently into Xiao Yan's eyes, and as their gazes met, she gradually articulated her conjectures. The refinement of the calamity poison body in concocting medicines is akin to the alchemist's crafting of pills. The reason not everyone can refine pills lies in the necessity of blending fire and wood attributes of energy. This harmonious fusion catalyzes the alchemical process, inducing changes in the medicinal properties of the materials, thus rendering the pills extraordinary. If Xiao Yan's soul is exceptionally potent, marking him as an innate alchemist, then the calamity poison body signifies a natural poison master. Upon hearing the little medical fairy's words, Xiao Yan finally comprehended the rapid advancement of her cultivation. It is plausible that while concocting healing potions, she might have inadvertently consumed some of the poison, fostering a swift enhancement of her toxic energy within. Thus, she unwittingly caused the residents to succumb to poisoning. Following the ingestion of poison, the calamity poison body manifests a spectrum of colors upon one's countenance. This 7-colored poison scripture could very well be a specialized compendium for the cultivation of the calamity poison body. The little medical fairy presented the scripture, which meticulously detailed the intricacies of the calamity poison body. At this juncture, Xiao Yan grasped many revelations. He surmised that the cave was no mere happenstance discovered by the little medical fairy, but rather a guiding force from her yet-to-be-awakened calamity poison body leading her there. Such coincidences are rare in this world. It is precisely because she embodies the innate calamity poison body that she encountered the scripture, reserved for its cultivation in the first stone box of the cave. This was not a coincidence, but an inevitability. The scroll of the 7-colored poison scripture itself is a potent toxin. Any ordinary person would perish upon contact. Yet the little medical fairy, with her calamity-poisoned body, not only remained unharmed but awakened her unique constitution. Extremes lead to reversals. Perhaps only the most benevolent healer's heart can give rise to the most toxic calamity-poisoned body. The little medical fairy harbored aspirations of becoming an alchemist, but her toxic energy barred her from achieving that dream. She wished to be a healer for the world. Yet she was endowed with the most lethal calamity-poisoned body. Observing this woman before him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a surge of sympathy. Now, the little medical fairy had lost everything. What is it? Are you suddenly sharing this with me in hopes of driving me away? Xiao Yan feigned displeasure. Hands on his hips. I'm not. It's just, are you not afraid of me? The little medical fairy asked timidly, glancing at Xiao Yan with a hint of unease. Xiao Yan crossed his arms, casting a dismissive glance at her, snorting, Humph, is your innate calamity-poisoned body so remarkable? I am an alchemist, endowed with a natural medicinal body. If I were to fear your little poison, how could I consider myself an alchemist? I shall see whether your poison prevails or my pills reign supreme. Xiao Yan declared with an air of pride, observing his haughty demeanor. The little medical fairy's eyes unwittingly glistened with moisture, revealing a genuine, warm smile. Thank you, Xiao Yan. Though it is merely a thatched hut, the presence of a fair maiden makes life here as blissful as that of celestial beings. Glancing over the humble abode, Xiao Yan nodded, turning his gaze towards the exquisitely smooth profile of the little medical sage, and could not help but jest. It seems we are quite fortunate. Upon hearing this, the little medical sage's delicate face flushed a deep crimson, and with a playful glare, she brandished her small fist and retorted, Do not assume that my strength is lacking, and dare to take liberties with me. My poisons are formidable as well. Beware, or I shall render you incapable of certain functions. Xiao Yan swallowed hard and raised his hands in surrender. However, as he observed the little medical sage stepping into the hut, his radiant smile faded. Well-versed in numerous medicinal formulas and ancient texts, Xiao Yan understood the peril of the devastating poison body and recognized that the little medical sage had concealed vital information regarding it. The devastating poison body could indeed prove fatal to her, though this poison could enhance her toxic energy through the consumption of toxins. Once it accumulated to a certain threshold, where the toxic energy could no longer be contained within her body, the excruciating agony of 100 poisons would gradually lead her to a torturous demise. Noting that the little medical sage had withheld this information from him, Xiao Yan speculated that she intended to restrain herself from consuming toxins to prevent excessive buildup of toxic energy. Perhaps the little medical sage truly was the finest healer in the world. The bone spirit cold fire was born beneath the 9 nether cold ice, while the sea heart flame emerged from the depths of the ocean. Even the void devouring flame, which should illuminate the darkness, originated from the shadows. Being the only flame devoid of light, the notion that extremes eventually revert is indeed a principle of the heavens. Xiao Yan retrieved a 4th-grade medicinal formula, the concealing spirit pill, from his spatial ring. This was a concoction he had long resolved to refine, as it served as a breakthrough elixir. The concealing spirit pill could elevate the user from a 9-star Dou fighter directly to a great Dou Master, and its effects extended beyond mere elevation. The residual potency after breaking through to great Dou Master would solidify the practitioner's Dou Qi foundation, preventing the instability often caused by elixirs, while also nurturing the meridians to heal prior injuries accumulated during cultivation, thereby laying the groundwork for a future breakthrough to Dou Ling, enhancing the success rate by 20%. If the goal were simply to become a great Dou Master, a 3rd-grade elixir would suffice. Yet, Xiao Yan sought more than a mere elevation. He was wary of the pitfalls of instability that could arise from relying solely on elixirs. With an abundance of herbs surrounding him, it would be prudent to hone his alchemical skills until he could concoct the concealing spirit pill before departing. To become a 7th-grade alchemist, that seems a distant dream. May time be on his side. Chapter 77, The Celestial Cauldron of Black Magic. The terrain here is rather peculiar, with rare herbs growing in such abundance that is seldom seen in the outside world. Xiao Yan hoped to refine a 4th-grade pill within a month. He had already set his sights on elevating his alchemical prowess to the 4th grade by creating the concealing spirit pill. His spirit heart gathering soul technique had reached a late stage of minor success several months prior, with a soul strength equivalent to the middle stages of the mortal realm, sufficient for refining 4th-grade pills. Coupled with the assistance of the void devouring flame child fire, he had the means to concoct a 4th-grade elixir. The only hurdle remaining was his lack of experience in alchemy. Xiao Yan has acquired the necessary conditions to concoct a 4th-grade elixir. What remains is the pursuit of practical experience. In a secluded valley, he and the little medicinal fairy lead a tranquil life. one devoted to mastering alchemy, while the other immerses herself in the study of toxins. Aside from exchanging playful banter during mealtimes, their peaceful existence is both leisurely and fulfilling. Fortuitously, the valley is abundant with swiftly growing herbs, and precious medicinal materials are plentiful. Coupled with Xiao Yan's months spent as a wild man in the monster beast mountain range, where he collected an ample supply of magic cores, he has been granted a remarkable opportunity for experiential learning. Boom! The sound of an explosion echoed from the cave, and the little medicinal fairy, engrossed in her studies, merely cast a fleeting glance, shaking her head in resigned familiarity. For the past several days, Xiao Yan has experienced multiple explosions daily. Such occurrences have become routine. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Yan emerged from the black smoke, his face smeared with soot, realizing that concocting a fourth-grade elixir is no simple feat. Despite his efforts over the past several days, he has yet to successfully produce a single fourth-grade elixir. After all, the fourth-grade elixirs mark a pivotal threshold. The effects of first to third-grade elixirs are rather conventional, healing wounds or restoring fighting spirit, while fourth-grade elixirs begin to exhibit extraordinary effects. When successfully crafted, these elixirs emanate a fragrant aroma accompanied by energetic fluctuations. Damn it, the alchemical furnace has shattered. As the smoke dissipated, Xiao Yan entered the cave to find the furnace completely destroyed. However, this was to be expected, for the furnace was merely a 3-burner model, typically used for crafting third-grade elixirs. It could no longer withstand the intense heat generated by his burgeoning void-swallowing flame. Gazing at the remnants of the shattered furnace, Xiao Yan pondered for a moment before retrieving a new alchemical furnace from his spatial ring. A pitch-black furnace materialized before him, robust in stature and exuding a profound aura. The surface of the furnace was adorned with vividly illustrated flame totems that, when gently rotated, appeared almost lifelike. This particular furnace had been stored within the spatial ring, and Xiao Yan surmised it was the original owner's alchemical apparatus. However, he had hesitated to use it, as this furnace was no ordinary item. It was the Black Demon, ranked 8th on the Heavenly Cauldron list, which comprises a total of 13 renowned alchemical furnaces. What a remarkable treasure! No matter how many times he gazed upon it, Xiao Yan could not help but admire the furnace's beauty and majesty. He had refrained from utilizing it because the Black Demon possesses a unique effect. When employed for alchemy, it induces a state of profound focus in the alchemist, purging all distractions to attain a state of selflessness. The alchemist's soul force enters an exquisitely sensitive state, significantly enhancing the success rate of elixir creation. Yet, this can also have dire consequences. Should one become excessively absorbed and lose themselves in the process, it may lead to a depletion of soul force, ultimately resulting in madness and a descent into a state of lunacy. Thus, it is aptly named the Black Demon. Since the alchemy furnace has exploded, perhaps it is heaven's way of urging me to try the Black Demon. Xiao Yan gently caresses the lifelike flame patterns on the Black Demon. After several days of alchemy and practicing the Spirit Heart Gathering Soul technique, his spiritual power has now reached the pinnacle level of a 4th-tier alchemist. Otherwise, he would not dare to attempt using the Black Demon. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Yan gradually channels the Spirit Heart Gathering Soul technique to restore his spiritual power. After a while, his spiritual power has fully recovered to its peak state. With a flick of his finger, a wisp of black flame enters the Black Demon. As the flame merges with the Black Demon, the vivid flames on the alchemy furnace emit a strange glow. The surrounding flame energy automatically coalesces, rapidly increasing the temperature of the alchemy furnace, which further elevates the temperature of the black flame. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpens, his resolve unwavering, as his spiritual power radiates outward. The moment he manipulates his spiritual power into the Black Demon, he suddenly realizes that all sounds around him have vanished. His mind is solely focused on the alchemical formula, devoid of any other thoughts. His hands move swiftly across the table, gathering various medicinal materials into his grasp, which he then tosses into the alchemy furnace without hesitation. At this moment, Xiao Yan's expression is remarkably serene, his eyes free of distractions, his mind singularly focused. His youthful hands begin to move with remarkable agility, akin to plucking flowers and leaves with deftness, with his fingertips dancing as if playing a piano. The searing black flames within the Black Demon obediently transform into numerous tiny flames, enveloping the materials he has cast in, continuously refining their essence. The fluidity of his actions resembles the composure displayed by Soul Void Master during his alchemical endeavors. That particular instance of Soul Void Master refining elixirs had a profound impact on Xiao Yan, prompting a moment of enlightenment and a sense of clarity. Now, with the aid of the Black Demon, Xiao Yan has finally grasped the essence of it all. Within the churning flames of the alchemy furnace, a thumb-sized pale blue elixir gradually takes shape amidst the flame's heat. At a certain moment, An intoxicating aroma of the elixir suddenly wafts from the furnace, and a mist of elixir lingers in the air. Xiao Yan retracts his spiritual power, pulls back his hand, and gestures towards the black demon. The pale blue elixir is expelled from the black demon, obediently landing in his palm, which he then places into a pill bottle. Without even glancing at the elixir, he carelessly sets it aside and retrieves other herbs from his storage ring, intending to refine another elixir. Given Xiao Yan's current strength, refining a fourth-tier elixir is his limit. Any further attempts would surely lead to exhaustion. Just as he flicks the black flame into the black demon, the void devouring flame within it suddenly erupts, unleashing a torrent of black flames that engulf the entire alchemy furnace. The void devouring flame consuming the black demon effectively isolates it, and without the black demon's influence, Xiao Yan is jolted back to reality. A wave of fatigue washes over him, and the severe depletion of his spiritual power leaves him gasping for breath on the ground. This black demon is incredibly perilous. Thankfully, the cat lacks sentience. Otherwise, I fear I would have overexerted my spiritual power. Xiao Yan vividly recalled the recent events. As his soul power entered the black demon, he felt as though he had transcended into a state of selflessness. Had it not been for the devouring ability of the void devouring flame, he feared he would have completely exhausted his soul energy. Turning his gaze towards the pill bottle on the ground, he breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the successful refinement of the Zongling pill. The successful creation of a fourth-grade pill would facilitate the subsequent refinement of other fourth-grade pills. Nevertheless, he still needed to find another alchemy furnace. The black demon should only be utilized in dire circumstances. Chapter 78, The Firelight of Sunbai. After organizing his belongings, Xiao Yan emerged from the cave, greeted by the scorching midday sun, which cast a searing heat upon the mountain walls. Reaching a spot beneath a cliff, he gazed upward at the blazing sun, slightly flexing his ankle before forcefully stamping his foot down on the ground. With a crisp sound reminiscent of an energy explosion, Xiao Yan's body shot upward like a cannonball, propelled along the cliffside amidst a series of thunderous booms. This was the advanced movement technique explosion step left behind by Yunlan, which concentrated fire attribute Dou Qi at a single point below, harnessing the explosive force to achieve instantaneous speed. It bore a striking resemblance to the 8 Extremes collapse. As Xiao Yan landed gracefully, he twisted his ankle. The explosion step, akin to the 8 Extremes collapse, required one to possess a robust physique as a prerequisite. Otherwise, the explosive force could result in injury before one even took flight. For Xiao Yan, his physical body had already surpassed his cultivation level, making the training of the explosion step remarkably efficient. In the morning, he practiced alchemy, and after exhausting his soul energy, he engaged in training his Dou techniques, reserving the evenings for the practice of the burning decision and the soul-gathering decision, repeating this cycle. Through to dusk, he fortuitously encountered the petite healer returning from herb gathering, her basket in hand, bathed in the golden glow of the setting sun. Her solitary figure evoked a sense of pity. Of course, I can only refine pills. Cooking is beyond my skill set. Sitting on a nearby stone, Xiao Yan observed the petite healer, who hummed a gentle tune amid her busyness, eliciting a faint smile from him. Over the past several days, she had gradually come to terms with the events in Qingshan town. With a voracious appetite, Xiao Yan picked up his bowl and chopsticks, devouring his food as if starved. Following his training sessions, he needed to replenish a copious amount of sustenance to restore his strength. Chirp chirp. Little Blue watched Xiao Yan's gluttonous display and hurriedly grabbed a piece of roasted meat, seemingly protesting, "Don't eat mine." Observing Xiao Yan's voracity, a sense of contentment slowly crept onto the petite healer's face. Xiao Yan remained unfazed by the fact that the petite healer, possessing the cursed poison body, was a poison master, which undoubtedly held a special significance in her heart. Not to mention, when he occasionally needed to refine detoxification pills, he would intentionally ask her to poison him, thereby honing his ability to create antidotes. Detoxification pills were among the most exceptional of elixirs, testing an alchemist's adaptability and breadth of knowledge, as they required the crafting of medicine tailored to specific poisons. Oh, by the way, I should be leaving here in about 10 days to head to Mo City. What about you? Xiao Yan set down his bowl and chopsticks and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the little healer, who was tidying up the dishes, paused momentarily and casually remarked, "Oh, I wish to visit the Outcloud Empire. I have heard that poison masters are not as shunned there." The Outcloud Empire, indeed. If I were to travel across the nations in the future, I would seek you out there, Xiao Yan replied, reclining on the ground and gazing at the stars above. Hee, you mustn't come to dislike me then. It would sadden me greatly, he added. How could that be? Xiao Yan shook his head helplessly, staring blankly at the little healer who had walked into the small cottage. He gradually rose and made his way to the cave. beginning his practice of the burning art and the spirit-gathering technique. The following morning, as Xiao Yan awoke, he noticed the door of the little healer's cottage tightly shut. Sighing, he had anticipated this outcome and gently knocked on the door. As expected, there was no response from within. Utilizing the void devouring flame, he melted the lock and pushed the door open, only to be met with an overwhelming cloud of acrid poison mist surging forth from the room. Meow? The cat appeared in an instant, its mouth agape, transforming into a black abyss that consumed all the toxic vapors. This poison is indeed potent. Were it not for the void devouring flame, I would not dare approach. It could likely slay even a grand fighter, he thought. Upon the bed lay the little healer. Her eyes tightly shut, her once rosy complexion now displaying an eerie array of colors, as if she were devoid of breath. Unfazed, Xiao Yan took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the remnants of poison powder from her lips, his movements tender and careful. The little healer could not withstand it any longer. With the cursed poison body, simply consuming poison would enhance her strength. To her, poison was akin to sustenance. When hungry, one must eat. Restraining herself from consuming poison was akin to a famished person being unable to partake in a meal, an unbearable hunger that could drive one to madness. Moreover, the valley teemed with medicinal herbs, making it even more challenging for her to resist the temptation to concoct poisons. In truth, Xiao Yan had sensed something amiss the previous night. The little healer had reached the rank of a 9-star fighter, a remarkable ascent of 4 stars within a mere fortnight, leaving Xiao Yan astounded. A fighter, indeed, he mused, as he perceived her cultivation had surpassed that of a fighter, the colorful patterns on her face gradually fading. Finally, the little healer slowly opened her eyes, turning her head to find Xiao Yan seated calmly on a nearby chair. Her delicate hand moved slightly to touch her lips, a bitter expression gradually unfolding. After a moment, the bitterness intensified, and she bit her lip, suddenly pulling the blanket over her face, muffled sobs escaping from beneath the covers. I'm sorry, Xiao Yan, I couldn't control myself. I am truly wretched, she lamented, sitting in the chair, listening to her faint, soft cries. Xiao Yan felt a weight in his heart. After deep contemplation, it seemed he had made a momentous decision. Rising slowly, he sat at the edge of the bed and gently patted the little healer, who was cocooned in her blanket. I possess a method to help you manage the cursed poison body, he declared. Upon hearing his words, the little healer lifted the blanket, wiping away a tear from her eye, her tone laced with a hint of hope as she asked, Is what you say truly genuine? Xiao Yan nodded. Retrieving a somber gray scroll from his spatial ring, the little medicine master unfurled the scroll. The method for concocting a poison pill? It necessitates a 7th-tier alchemist to channel their soul power into the body, comprehensively consolidating the toxins accumulated within the calamity poison body, ultimately transforming them into a singular poison pill. Only upon its successful creation will the calamity poison body truly manifest its terrifying potential. However, when the little medicine master beheld the required materials, her eyes dimmed instantly, and she self-deprecatingly shook her head, stating, The magic core of a 7th-tier heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast, Bodhi transformation saliva, and 3 types of exotic flames. A 7th-tier magical beast is equivalent to a Dou zone, and the Bodhi transformation saliva is something I have never heard of. Not to mention the 3 types of. Such celestial treasures are an unparalleled opportunity to find even a single one, let alone all 3. This is utterly impossible. Just as despair engulfed the little medicine master, a sudden whoosh of flames erupted, illuminating the room with a brilliant white fire. Sensing the emergence of the flames, she slowly raised her head to gaze at the resplendent, white fire hovering in the air. To her, the flames were exquisite. The contrasting sensations of cold and heat sparked her curiosity, resembling a snowy landscape. Mountains have their paths, and rivers have their ferrymen. Challenges invariably exist, yet solutions always emerge. Look, hasn't one type of been gathered? And the alchemist fortuitously possesses it. Observing Xiao Yan's radiant smile, the warm glow of the flames gradually dispelled the shadows within the little medicine master's heart, illuminating her soul. Tears could no longer be restrained, cascading down as she embraced Xiao Yan, weeping uncontrollably. The events of the past few months had shattered this orphaned girl. The agony inflicted by the calamity poisoned body known only to her. Grasping Xiao Yan's clothing as if seizing a light in the darkness, her tears soaked his garments. A snow-white butterfly fluttered its wings, alighting on the table from the window. Xiao Yan had not anticipated that by revealing the method for the poison pill, he would cause another severe divergence in their timeline. Chapter 79, The Hidden Dungeon Approaches. Listening to the little medicine master's cries, Xiao Yan felt a surge of turmoil within. He had not intended to divulge the poison pill method to her so soon. Ideally, she would learn to control her craving for poison on her own. However, outcomes often defy expectations. Now that she was aware of the existence of the poison pill method, it was akin to granting her permission to consume poison freely. Reassured by the prospect of the poison pill, Xiao Yan's greatest concern was that, once relieved of her worries, the little medicine master would no longer restrain her appetite, continuously ingesting poison, leading to an early eruption of the calamity poison body due to excessive toxin accumulation. Furthermore, he understood that this poison pill method was merely a stopgap measure, incapable of fully controlling the calamity poison body. According to the specific steps outlined in the poison pill scroll, it involved utilizing 3 types to transform the toxins within, along with the magic core of the heavenly poison scorpion dragon beast and Bodhi transformation saliva, into a poison pill. Essentially, it was akin to using the calamity poison body as an alchemical furnace to forge a pill, converting all toxins into a single medicinal entity. As a skilled alchemist, Xiao Yan naturally comprehended the principles behind the crafting of poison pills, which essentially revolves around the art of pill refining. The method of creating poison pills is merely a formulation for a pinnacle 7th grade pill. Thus, Xiao Yan understood that this poison pill technique was merely a stopgap measure, incapable of completely resolving the affliction of the cursed poison body. Once the toxic energy accumulated within the cursed poison body reached the Dou zone level, it would pose a significant threat, with the risk of explosion looming at any moment. The 7th grade pills were precisely suited for use by Dou zone practitioners. In other words, the poison pill could only absorb toxins below the peak Dou zone level. Should the little medicine saint's cultivation surpass Dou zone and reach Dou zone, the poison pill would inevitably falter. After all, the pills utilized by Dou zone practitioners are of the 8th grade, and the disparity between 7th and 8th grades is substantial. The 8th grade pills require one to attain the soul realm, underscoring the vast gulf between the two. Currently, Xiao Yan had scoured all the tomes within his spatial ring, yet found no methods to thoroughly resolve the cursed poison body. He could not bear the thought of ultimately being powerless to prevent the little medicine saint from perishing before him. Gently patting her head, Xiao Yan spoke softly. "Breakfast is a bit delayed this morning." He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for thanks. We are still lacking in many aspects. We have merely taken the first step. I have only succeeded in refining 4th grade pills once, and the other 2 materials remain elusive. Alas, it is a pity that I could not find the 10,000 beast spirit fire during this expedition to the Beast Mountain range. Although the void devouring flame is also an extraordinary fire, it is still too weak in its nascent stage, lacking the potency of the bone spirit cold fire. I estimate that the void devouring flame must at least mature to the point of being able to incinerate 6th grade magical beasts to truly exhibit the power of a rare fire." Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the little medicine saint realized the reason behind his journey to the Beast Mountain range. "So, you must exercise restraint and not indulge too much. Remember to await my gathering of 3 extraordinary fires before I can refine that poison pill for you," Xiao Yan admonished earnestly. As she gazed at Xiao Yan's serious demeanor, warmth surged through the little medicine saint's heart. Wiping away her tears, she resolved silently, "No matter what the future holds before you, I shall remain the little medicine saint of Ching Shan town." In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and Xiao Yan was relieved to note that the little medicine saint's cultivation had not improved in the slightest. Watching her cheerfully carry a small basket to gather herbs, he prepared to resume his pill refining in the small cave. Over the past week, with the aid of the Black Demon, Xiao Yan had successfully refined another 4th grade healing pill. He knew that only when he could freely control the Black Demon would he truly master it. Suddenly, a thunderous noise reverberated through the sky. At that moment, a colossal figure emerged from the mist at the entrance of the small valley, causing the temperature to rise dramatically. A searing purple flame erupted, resembling a purple sun illuminating the valley entrance, dispersing the clouds and mist. The crystal-winged Lion King. Upon raising his gaze to behold the great beast enveloped in purple flames, Xiao Yan immediately recognized its formidable nature. A 6th grade magical beast, the crystal-winged Lion King. When Xiao Yan truly confronted the amethyst-winged Lion King, he grasped the formidable might of a 6th-tier magical beast. Had it not been for Yun diverting the amethyst-winged Lion King away, a mere flap of its wings could have obliterated him. This epitomizes the terror of a 6th-tier magical beast, a being so fearsome that even Yun, the master of the Yunlan Sect, might falter against it. The little medical fairy hastily discarded her flower basket and rushed to Xiao Yan's side, her grip firm on the most potent poison powder she had concocted. She realized that while this poison could potentially slay an ordinary 3rd-tier magical beast, it would be utterly ineffective against the 6th-tier amethyst-winged Lion King. Yet, she chose not to flee but to stand resolutely beside Xiao Yan. With fists clenched tightly, Xiao Yan felt utterly helpless in the absence of Yun. He had no means to contend with a 6th-tier magical beast. even if the Soul Order could summon a Dou Huang from the Soul Palace through soul communication. By the time help arrived, he feared he would be reduced to ashes. With a thunderous crash, the amethyst-winged Lion King landed heavily in the valley, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that nearly toppled both Xiao Yan and the little medical fairy. This was Xiao Yan's first experience observing the amethyst-winged Lion King from such close proximity, a mere 3 meters away. The sensation of facing a 6th-tier magical beast directly was entirely different from watching from afar. His body was enveloped in a chilling dread. Death was alarmingly close. Not only was the amethyst-winged Lion King present, but so too was its smaller counterpart. Under the gaze of these two apex beasts, Xiao Yan slowly closed his eyes, acutely aware of his heart racing wildly. He took deep, deliberate breaths, striving to calm himself. In this moment, the only one capable of saving him was himself. Let the Lion King feel at home, Xuner. There is no need for embellishments. Simply gather some exquisite herbs and nectar, brew a pot of medicinal tea, and extend a warm welcome to the Lion King, Xiao Yan suggested with a faint smile towards the little medical fairy. Her expression was one of astonishment. You want me to make tea at a time like this? She asked, hinting at the need to avoid poisoning it. With a serious nod, she replied, No matter what happens, I will never abandon you. Xiao Yan responded with a calm smile and a nod, yet he said nothing further. Human, you possess quite the audacity. With that Dou Huang woman absent, you dare to linger in the Beast Mountain, even daring to pilfer my accompanying amethyst source crystal. The amethyst-winged Lion King seethed, a fierce murderous intent locking onto Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan simply smiled with calm indifference. If the Lion King seeks merely to vent its rage by killing me, then I fear this young man has no opportunity for idle chatter, as this place is already transformed into a hellish landscape. Furthermore, while I may be but a 4th-tier alchemist, I have garnered some renown in the Alchemist Guild of the Gamma Empire. Should the Lion King take my life, the Soul Order would relay the incident through soul communication to the Guild Master. I believe that slaying a 4th-tier alchemist would bring the Lion King no benefit, only detriment. As Xiao Yan toyed with the Soul Order, the amethyst-winged Lion King sensed that this was no ordinary artifact. It was a soul tool capable of transmitting soul information. The Alchemist Guild was known to utilize such means to summon favors from powerful allies, a fact the Lion King was not oblivious to. Certainly, Xiao Yan's bravado is nothing but a ruse, or rather, a deception aimed at the lion. Although he has successfully concocted a 4th-grade elixir, he has yet to join the Alchemist Guild, nor has he even sought an evaluation. He is wholly unaware of who the president of the Alchemist Guild in the Gamma Empire is. Are you threatening me? Merely a 4th-grade alchemist. I refuse to believe that the Gamma Empire would wage war over someone of such low rank. An overwhelming aura of terror instantaneously bore down upon Xiao Yan. In response, he swiftly activated the protection of the Wild Lion's Song, allowing his spiritual energy to emanate forth to counter the oppressive force. With his hands clasped behind his back, Xiao Yan faced the pressure of the amethyst-winged Lion King head-on. Though his countenance appeared calm, internally he was fervently channeling his spiritual energy to withstand the onslaught. Had it not been for the benefits of the soul-gathering technique, which elevated Xiao Yan's spiritual realm to the late stage of the mortal realm, he would likely have succumbed to his knees at this moment. After a brief interval, the voice of the little medicine sage wafted in from the thatched cottage. Xiao Yan, the tea is brewed. With a smile, Xiao Yan gestured invitingly, saying, Shall we retire to my humble abode for a cup of 1st-grade medicinal tea? After a moment of silence, the amethyst-winged Lion King's gaze sharpened, and he gradually retracted his oppressive aura, his colossal form shrinking from several meters to a mere 3. As anticipated, the amethyst-winged Lion King was not here merely for the accompanying amethyst source crystal. Could it be something else? Chapter 80, The Lion King's Bargain. Xiao Yan's mind raced with thoughts, and a flicker of speculation ignited within him. This way, Lion King. Though humble, my abode has its own elegance. Xiao Yan led the way, his demeanor remaining unruffled. He was acutely aware that he was not only engaging in a battle of wits with the amethyst-winged Lion King, but also dancing perilously close to the precipice of death, where a single misstep could lead him into the abyss. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Xiao Yan passed by the Lion King with poise. Observing Xiao Yan's retreating figure, the amethyst-winged Lion King's gaze narrowed, subsequently shifting towards a nearby cave. The cave emanated the scent of the accompanying amethyst source crystal, a result of Xiao Yan occasionally providing a bit of it to his feline companion to facilitate its growth. However, what truly captured the amethyst-winged Lion King's interest was the faint waft of elixir mist emanating from the cave. The alluring fragrance of the 4th-grade elixir, suffused with energy fluctuations, permeated the air, though still quite faint. The presence of elixir mist in the cave indicated that a 4th-grade elixir had been concocted there not long ago. This corroborated Xiao Yan's claim of being a 4th-grade alchemist. Indeed, it was evident that the amethyst-winged Lion King had come in pursuit of the elixir. Thanks to his formidable spiritual prowess, Xiao Yan sensed the Lion King's attention gravitating towards the cave. This was a deliberate maneuver on Xiao Yan's part. He understood that his only card for survival lay in his identity as an alchemist, while a fourth-grade elixir held little value for the amethyst-winged Lion King. It was of great significance to the young lion, who was at the third tier and would greatly benefit from both third and fourth-grade elixirs. Thus, Xiao Yan had prepared the third-grade Ascension Fire Elixir in advance, precisely to cater to this need. Little did Xiao Yan anticipate that the fire-raising pill he had bestowed upon the young Lion King would serve as the catalyst for this series of events. With a resonant hum, the amethyst-winged Lion King emanated a violet glow, its once formidable form of several meters gradually diminishing to that of a 2-meter-tall majestic lion. Accompanied by the young lion, it followed Xiao Yan towards the humble abode. The little doctor, feigning composure, personally tended to the furnace as the flames danced. Xiao Yan seated himself at the table, gesturing for the lion and its companion to take a seat. The little doctor poured hot water with her delicate hands to brew medicinal tea. Her knowledge of tea preparation was rudimentary at best, having merely observed others while treating wealthy merchants in Qingshan town. The so-called medicinal tea was nothing more than a random selection of fragrant herbs, combined with a few floral leaves. After a brief moment, steam swirled in the air, and a faint aroma of herbs wafted about, enveloping the atmosphere in a serene silence, punctuated only by the gentle sound of boiling water and crackling firewood. Both the amethyst-winged Lion King and Xiao Yan sat in quiet anticipation, neither willing to break the silence. The little doctor presented 2 large bowls, pouring tea before handing one to the Lion King and, with grace, serving Xiao Yan a cup of herbal tea, embodying the role of a gentle and devoted partner. Xiao Yan accepted it, savoring a sip and exclaiming with a smile, "This is delightful tea. Your skills have certainly improved, Xuner." The little doctor shot him a playful glare, for this was her first attempt. A flicker of violet flame ignited as the amethyst-winged Lion King deftly manipulated the fire, lifting the bowl and pouring the scalding herbal tea directly into its mouth. The amethyst-winged Lion King was a natural expert in fire control, its abilities rivaling those of an alchemist of equal rank. While the tea was indeed exquisite, it was insufficient. After finishing, the Lion King cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Yan, clearly indicating that it found the offering lacking. There was no doubt that the Lion King's dissatisfaction stemmed from Xiao Yan having taken the amethyst spirit crystal and its accompanying purple source crystal from the cave. Although Xiao Yan had left behind a third-grade fire-raising pill, it was evidently inadequate. The Lion King had come to collect its dues. Xiao Yan slowly set down his cup, flicking his fingers to produce a vial of pills from his storage ring, revealing 5 crimson-hued pills. These were the violet fire pills he had crafted to replenish the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. This concoction, made using the accompanying purple source crystal, was not a true pill, but rather a blend of fire attribute herbs. Nevertheless, these medicinal items were aligned with the principles of alchemy, offering a greater benefit to the young Lion King than simply utilizing the purple source crystal alone, facilitating its potential breakthrough to the 4th tier. As Xiao Yan poured out a single violet fire pill into his palm, the young Lion King sprang up, eager to consume it in one gulp, utterly captivated by its allure. However, it was restrained by the amethyst-winged Lion King. Xiao Yan merely smiled, refraining from further comment, for he had already conveyed all that was necessary. Each word he uttered was perfectly timed, reminiscent of a seasoned negotiator. Shortly after Xiao Yan broke through to the fighter level at the tender age of 11, the Xiao clan had bestowed upon him the position of young clan leader. Over the past 3 years, under the tutelage of Xiao Zhan, he had acquired numerous negotiation techniques. Even the disdainful amethyst-winged Lion King found no fault in Xiao Yan's every word and deed. Everything was simply perfect. Xiao Yan was acutely aware that the 2 most crucial words in negotiation were interests. The amethyst-winged Lion King, indeed a 6th-tier magical beast, could easily eliminate Xiao Yan. Yet doing so would not align with its interests. The lion could also threaten Xiao Yan with its might, or even resort to kidnapping. However, Xiao Yan had once been associated with Yun, a formidable Dou Huang. For a 4th-tier alchemist connected to a Dou Huang, should the kidnapping come to the attention of the Alchemist Guild and that Dou Huang, the lion would be embroiled in significant trouble. Even the amethyst-winged Lion King understood that Xiao Yan, at such a young age, had already attained the status of a 4th-tier alchemist, which undoubtedly held considerable weight. Observing the solemn expression of the lion, Xiao Yan's heart leaped with joy. He realized his misdirection had succeeded. Though he had no relationship with Yun, he deliberately chose not to mention it, misleading the amethyst-winged Lion King into believing their connection was implicit and required no elaboration. Coupled with Xiao Yan's calm demeanor, even going so far as to have Xiao Yao prepare medicinal tea for the lion. He aimed to foster an impression of formidable backing. They had come to this secluded valley to enhance his alchemical skills. After a brief silence, the amethyst-winged Lion King finally relinquished its grip, and the small lion, brimming with joy, leaped onto the table, fixating intently on the purple fire pill. Xiao Yan smiled slightly, knowing the lion had capitulated. With a flick of his hand, he tossed the pill into the air, which the little lion eagerly devoured. Instantly, a surge of scorching energy enveloped its body, prompting the small lion to dash out of the thatched cottage and bask in the sunlight, simultaneously absorbing its rays and the energy from the purple fire pill. After stowing away the remaining pills, the amethyst-winged Lion King spoke in a deep voice. I wish to propose a transaction. The roles had reversed. Initially, the lion had intended to coerce Xiao Yan with its power or threaten him with the accompanying purple source crystal, yet all its attempts were deftly thwarted by Xiao Yan, culminating in Xiao Yan seizing the initiative. Both Xiao Yan and Xiao Yao sighed in relief upon hearing the softened tone of the lion, as if the blade that had hung over their necks had been removed. Xiao Yan maintained a relaxed demeanor, feigning curiosity as he inquired, "Oh, what does the Lion King wish to trade?" "I desire a transformation pill." Upon hearing the lion's request, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It was not just the lion that yearned for it. Every magical beast coveted such a treasure. However, when Xiao Yan heard the lion's subsequent words, his heart nearly stopped, and his pupils constricted. I can reveal to you the location of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire. Chapter 81, Peacetown. Xiao Yan's heart trembled, and his pupils dilated. The amethyst-winged Lion King truly knew where the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire resided. Even Xiao Yan, with his composure, felt his breath quicken. Had he not been mentally prepared, he might have blurted out the question of its whereabouts. Xiao Yao was equally astonished. What had initially posed a life-threatening crisis had suddenly morphed into an opportunity for an extraordinary flame. Xiao Yan swiftly calmed himself, his fingers lightly tapping the table as he cast a grave gaze upon the purple crystal-winged Lion King. I trust that you understand the significance and allure of to an alchemist. It is undeniable that each unique flame possesses an unparalleled attraction for alchemists, myself included. He then shifted his tone, speaking with indifference. However, Lion King, the transformational pill is a high-grade 7th tier elixir, regarded as the ticket for magical beasts to ascend to the 8th tier. Its worth is sufficient to entice a Dou Zone powerhouse. Not to mention that I do not possess the transformational pill. Even if I did, it would be inconceivable to exchange it for information of dubious authenticity. The transformational pill is a coveted treasure for all magical beasts, as it grants them the qualification to step into the 8th tier. Every 8th tier beast has the ability to transform, for this transformation is a prerequisite for achieving that tier. The path to the 8th tier requires not only breaking through the shackles of bloodlines, enhancing one's physique and cultivation, but also undergoing transformation, much like the 8th tier elixirs. Lower and mid-tier 7th grade elixirs can invoke phenomena in the heavens, while high-grade elixirs summon pill thunder. However, 8th grade elixirs possess intelligence. The presence of spirit is the hallmark of an 8th grade elixir. Without it, one can only approach but never truly attain the 8th tier. The same applies to magical beasts. If they cannot transform and fail to acquire human-like cultivation talents, they shall forever remain 7th tier beasts. There are numerous methods for a magical beast to undergo transformation. Yet the simplest is undoubtedly the transformational pill. With a single pill consumed, all issues are resolved. Thus, one can imagine the esteemed position of the transformational pill in the hearts of magical beasts. Yet, Xiao Yan is no fool. Even if it were merely to exchange for the location of it would be improbable. Even if the purple crystal-winged Lion King were to offer the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire in exchange, it might not suffice. The value of a high-grade 7th tier elixir ranges between 70,000 to 80,000 soul points, enough to procure a high-level local cultivation technique, or, with careful arrangements, even to usurp a royal position within the Gamma Empire. The 22nd ranked 10,000 beasts spiritual fire might not necessarily hold that value. Of course, in Xiao Yan's mind, it is indeed worth that much. If he possessed the transformational pill, he would certainly trade it for the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire. However, exchanging it for mere information is out of the question. As Xiao Yan's words fell, the humble straw hut once again sank into silence, broken only by the sounds of the little medicine fairy pouring tea and Xiao Yan sipping. The purple crystal-winged Lion King had been entirely misled by Xiao Yan, now subconsciously regarding him as an equal. Otherwise, this silence would not prevail. After taking a sip of the medicinal tea, Xiao Yan set down his cup with a soft thud, smiling as he said, "Lion King, as an alchemist, I harbor a profound desire for, and I understand your yearning for the transformational pill. I have a proposal that I wonder if you might be inclined to hear. Xiao Yan spoke with meticulous precision, leaving the little medicine fairy momentarily bewildered as to which version of Xiao Yan, the one from the past half-month or the present, was the true one. What proposal? Xiao Yan smiled inwardly, recognizing that the moment had arrived for him to take the initiative. Before presenting his proposal, he was curious, logically. Since you are a fire attribute magical beast with a cultivation level of 6th tier, why do you not refine the 10,000 beast spiritual fire yourself? Now it makes sense why you only mentioned providing me with the location. Regrettably, for various reasons. Even the 6th tier amethyst winged lion king is incapable of refining the beast spirit flame. Xiao Yan understands that, regardless of the cause. The conclusion remains that the amethyst winged lion king cannot possess the beast spirit flame. Otherwise, having refined the flame itself, it could potentially complete the transformation process without the need for a transformation pill. It seems I have acted presumptuously. A sincere apology graces Xiao Yan's face. Since the Lion King is aware of the whereabouts of thee and requires medicinal pills, and I am a pharmacist in need of, why not consider this arrangement? If the Lion King aids me in acquiring the beast spirit flame when I attain the rank of a 7th tier pharmacist, I shall undoubtedly present a transformation pill with both hands. With a righteous demeanor, Xiao Yan's gaze is as earnest as that of a child. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the amethyst winged Lion King couldn't help but scoff, thinking him a fool. It is absurd. There are no 7th tier pharmacists in the entire Jiama Empire. Young man, you are truly delusional. The most formidable pill king, Dou Qi, is merely a 6th tier pharmacist. Whether you can even become a 7th tier pharmacist is uncertain. Yet you wish to catch a wolf with empty hands? Xiao Yan, undeterred and unruffled by the Lion King's words, replied with pride. Dou Qi merely claims to be a pill king. A mere 6th tier pharmacist dares to bear such a title. It is nothing short of laughable. I, Xiao Yan, am already a 4th tier pharmacist at the age of 17, and if I can obtain that, I shall surely become a 7th tier pharmacist in no more than 3 to 5 years. For a being as long-lived as the Lion King, 3 to 5 years is but a fleeting moment. Xiao Yan's face radiates confidence, an assurance that is not feigned. Having been enveloped in the aura of genius throughout his life, this pride has accumulated over time. He dares to challenge the Soul Palace and negotiate with the Soul Master, ultimately succeeding in the soul challenge to obtain the void devouring flame. When faced with Nalan Yinran's marriage annulment, he effortlessly defeated her with a single punch. His confidence stems from both strength and experience. The amethyst-winged Lion King is indeed impressed by Xiao Yan. After all, Xiao Yan's argument possesses a semblance of reason. Not to mention Xiao Yan. If Dou Qi were to obtain he too might swiftly ascend to the rank of 7th tier pharmacist. Observing the Lion King's renewed silence, Xiao Yan smiled gently and said, "Our meeting is fated. This opportunity belongs not only to me, but to you as well, Lion King. The relationship between humans and magical beasts is not harmonious, and I believe your chances of obtaining a transformation pill are scarce. Magical beasts possess formidable physical bodies, yet their souls are frail, making it exceedingly rare for them to become pharmacists. I can reveal the location of the beast's spirit flame to you, but you must provide me with a transformation pill within 5 years." Upon hearing the Lion King's response, Xiao Yan's smile widened. Although it appears that he is exchanging a transformation pill for the information about the beast spirit flame, in reality, Xiao Yan has essentially acquired it for free. He has grasped the concept of financing, securing resources merely through negotiation. Who knows what the situation will be in 5 years? Often, pharmacists promise to reward strong individuals with pills, only to pay them afterward. However, they only trust those pharmacists who can indeed concoct the required medicine. Currently, Xiao Yan lacks the ability to refine it, offering instead a promise of future capability in exchange. Even the Soul Emperor applauded Xiao Yan for his cleverness. Listening quietly from the side, the little medicinal sage was utterly bewildered. How did the once furious Crystal Wing Lion King end up unintentionally revealing the location of the Xiao Yan, with nothing to gain in return? Yet, both the little medicinal sage and the Crystal Wing Lion King felt no issue with the situation. Xiao Yan slowly rose, extending his hand and stating, "A pleasant cooperation. Now, might you enlighten me as to why you do not refine it yourself?" The mention of the Beast Tomb, a burial ground for magical beasts, was new to Xiao Yan. Surprisingly, the Crystal Wing Lion King shook his head. The mere mention of that place cast a shadow over even the 6th tier magical beast. It was a battleground, a site where magical beasts and humans had once fought fiercely. Chapter 82, The Contaminated. A battleground? Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the matter. According to the records on was born from the spiritual energy of countless deceased magical beasts, combined with their fervent wishes. Indeed, the conditions for the birth of required a vast expanse of death among magical beasts. However, having recently absorbed a fragment of Xiao Yan felt that its genesis was not so straightforward. If a war could simply annihilate countless magical beasts to give rise to, then its emergence would be far too easy. Moreover, the conditions recorded on the were not singular. The wishes of the guardian beasts coalesced into a flame, which was the true essence of. Thus, the conclusion was inevitable. The within the beast tomb was not newly born. Xiao Yan's mind quickly pieced together the situation. If truly resided within the magical beast mountain range, it would undoubtedly belong to the magical beasts. Given the multitude of beast kings and the continuous mountain ranges teeming with herbs and spiritual fruits, the presence of 7th-tier magical beasts was hardly surprising. Is that the Lion King possesses derived from the Spirit Fire Forging Conference? Xiao Yan inquired with curiosity. The Crystal Wing Lion King shook his head, explaining that the Spirit Fire Forging Conference had ceased to exist 300 years prior, due to that very war. As he listened to the Lion King's account, Xiao Yan finally grasped the full picture. Had always been under the control of the magical beasts within the magical beast mountain range, overseen by the strongest among them throughout the ages. Thanks to the magical beasts of this region had remained formidable, causing the surrounding empires and sects, including the Jaimat Empire, to refrain from encroachment. The mere possession of the precious purple source crystal was testament to the profound influence on these beasts. Yet, 300 years ago, a 7th-tier alchemist learned of its existence and sought to seize it. Ultimately, this alchemist enlisted the aid of 3 Dou Zone powers, intending to forcibly claim from the peak 7th-tier beast ruler of the magical beast mountain range. The ambition of a single 7th-tier alchemist was enough to ignite a war between humans and magical beasts. Upon reaching this point, Xiao Yan felt a profound sense of awe and trepidation regarding the influence wielded by alchemists, particularly those of higher ranks. A single high-grade elixir could compel an entire sect to serve him. It was worth noting that, at present, the Yunlan Sect lacked any Dou Zone powerhouse. As a result, the master of the 7-tiered beast mountain, at the pinnacle of his power, faced the onslaught of a 7th-rank alchemist and 3 Dou Zone fighters. In a desperate bid, he dragged the 7th-rank alchemist into the depths of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, leading to their mutual demise. This war ultimately tainted the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire with the vengeful aura of the souls lost in battle, rendering it unusable for the refinement of magical beasts. For 3 centuries, there were attempts by 7-tiered magical beasts to inherit the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire from the beast tomb, yet the corrupted flames, infused with the hatred of those who perished in the war, could not be refined. Additionally, the countless souls that met their tragic ends in that conflict eventually transformed the area into the present-day beast tomb, where ordinary magical beasts could hardly approach. The small wisp of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire that the amethyst-winged Lion King obtained was fiercely contested, with the hope that it would help the young lion thrive and develop. Upon hearing the backstory from the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Yan leaned back in his chair, slowly closing his eyes in contemplation. The, or foreign fire, was a manifestation of the world's fortune. Without a certain degree of destiny, one could not possess it. After a considerable period of reflection, Xiao Yan opened his eyes, determination glimmering within. He swiftly took up a brush and ink, inscribing a list of over a dozen medicinal herbs onto a sheet of paper. The small medicinal sage, realizing Xiao Yan's intention to venture into the beast tomb in search of the 10,000 beast spiritual fire, hesitated to voice her concerns. However, upon seeing the resolve in Xiao Yan's gaze, she abandoned her attempts to dissuade him. Though their acquaintance was brief, she understood that once Xiao Yan made a decision, he would follow through, impervious to anyone's persuasion. Very well, I shall search the small valley, she stated, receiving the list of herbs. She grasped her small basket and made her way outside. Lion King, I require the crafting of a 4th-rank elixir. I lack 3 precious herbs and a 4th-tier magic core. I hope you can assist me in locating them. Xiao Yan scribbled the names and distinct characteristics of the rare herbs on another sheet of paper. These herbs were exceedingly valuable, even scarce in the small valley. However, the amethyst-winged Lion King, being a 6th-tier magical beast with vast territories within the Beast Mountain, found the valley's offerings trivial in comparison. Upon hearing this, the amethyst-winged Lion King chuckled, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Why should I help you find these herbs? Xiao Yan touched his nose, sharing a wry smile, and shook his head in resignation. With a flick of his finger, a recipe materialized in his hand. The 4th-rank elixir, Yang Yan Dan, primarily consists of Yang Yan grass, which enhances the fire attribute of one's Dou Qi with a touch of Yang fire. I believe it would suit the young lion splendidly. Xiao Yan, indeed knowledgeable in the field, recognized that appealing to the young lion's appetite would also secure the favor of the amethyst-winged Lion King. The amethyst-winged Lion King, upon hearing this, grinned widely, appreciating the ease of conversing with an astute individual. After securing the elixir's recipe, the Lion King spread his wings, soaring from the small valley with the young lion to gather the necessary herbs. Oh, and Lion King, please lend me the alchemical furnace from your treasure chamber. Mine has unfortunately broken. Xiao Yan called out to the sky. He had previously noticed a 5-fire mouth alchemical furnace in the treasure chamber during his infiltration, and had contemplated stealing it, though time had not permitted. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the amethyst-winged Lion King abruptly paused. Oh my goodness. You expect me to prepare the alchemical furnace as well? Xiao Yan is solely responsible for concocting elixirs, and the materials for the Yang Flame Pill must be gathered by the amethyst-winged Lion King itself. The ability of a Dou Master to command a 6th-tier magical beast speaks volumes about the profound allure of the title alchemist. Watching the amethyst-winged Lion King soar away, Xiao Yan's smile quickly faded. The news brought by the amethyst-winged Lion King represents a monumental opportunity for him. However, even the slightest misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. With his palm facing upwards, the cat, known as Cat Wu, leaped from the void to perch upon Xiao Yan's hand. Now, Cat Wu had grown considerably since a few months prior, its dark flame-furred coat now denser and more vibrant. Cat Wu, the success or failure of this endeavor hinges upon you. Meow, possessing the ability to devour all. The void-swallowing flame is what empowers Xiao Yan to venture into the beast's tomb. Cat Wu possesses this extraordinary capability. The only concern that loomed over Xiao Yan was Cat Wu's relative weakness. After all, this subflame had only been born half a year ago, and whether it could consume pollution remains an uncertainty. The second-ranked flame on the void-swallowing flame. Let me witness your true power. Chapter 83. It is you. Cat Wu. Xiao Yan once again retrieved the black furnace, but this time he did not intend to concoct pills. Rather, he aimed to remelt the purple fire pill. After successfully remelting 5 purple fire pills, only a little more than half of the accompanying purple source crystal remained. Observing the materials laid out before him, Xiao Yan smiled gently at the little medical sage. Look, there is always a way. Perhaps we shall gather 2 types of. Seeing Xiao Yan's playful demeanor, the little medical sage expressed her concerns. If danger truly arises, we shall consider alternative methods. Fear not, I am not one to act recklessly. You certainly appear to be someone who would. Upon hearing the little medical sage's jest, Xiao Yan erupted into hearty laughter. Half a day later, the amethyst-winged Lion King returned, bearing a red and blue alchemical furnace, filled to the brim with various auxiliary herbs, alongside several wooden boxes containing precious primary ingredients. Xiao Yan slowly opened the wooden boxes, and a wave of fragrant aroma enveloped him, instantly invigorating his senses, as though his soul were being nourished. The elixir Xiao Yan intended to concoct was known as the Soul Guardian Pill, a 4th-tier elixir. This particular concoction is not overly difficult. However, the challenge lies in the fact that the 3 primary ingredients required for the Soul Guardian Pill are exceedingly rare, all pertaining to the realm of the soul. Even the amethyst-winged Lion King, who presides over a vast territory of magical beasts, took a considerable amount of time to gather them all. The effect of the Soul Guardian Pill is quite straightforward. It envelopes the soul in a protective shield, safeguarding the spirit from malevolent forces that seek to invade and possess it. With a clasp of his fists, Xiao Yan refrained from further words and proceeded towards the cave with the alchemical furnace and all the materials. Having had 2 prior experiences in concocting 4th-tier elixirs, with the Yang Flame Pill being a lower-grade 4th-tier elixir, Xiao Yan felt confident in his ability to succeed. However, the Soul Guardian Pill posed a certain level of difficulty. Although it is also a lower-grade 4th-tier elixir, this would be Xiao Yan's first attempt at concocting a soul-related elixir. In the process of creating the Yang Flame Pill, Xiao Yan did not intend to utilize the black furnace, but rather to employ this 5-chambered alchemical furnace. Utilizing the black furnace necessitated forcibly awakening Cat Wu each time, and if the focus state were to be interrupted too many times, it might become impossible to re-enter that state of concentration. Thanks to the diligent practice over the past half-month and the success of the previous 2 attempts, the process of refining the Yang Pill was remarkably successful, culminating in a perfect yield of 4 pills, with all medicinal properties extracted without any waste. With a sigh, it was time to cultivate the Spirit Heart Gathering Soul technique. Xiao Yan had grown accustomed to practicing this technique after exhausting his soul power, as it accelerated his cultivation speed. This particular session lasted a full day and night. When Xiao Yan reopened his eyes, he felt a newfound clarity, perceiving the surroundings with a fresh perspective. Unexpectedly, through a serendipitous turn of events, he entered a wondrous state. The Spirit Heart Gathering Soul technique had reached a minor perfection, just a step away from mastery. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and a wisp of black flame ignited from the black demon. With deft movements, he grasped the prepared materials for the Soul Guard Pill, seizing the moment of clarity to commence the alchemical process. Remarkably, Xiao Yan achieved an absolute state of focus through his own abilities, breaking free from the Black Demon's control. This time, he triumphed over the Black Demon, gaining complete mastery over it. His fingers danced gracefully, extending threads of pure white soul silk, as he transformed into a puppeteer, skillfully manipulating the black flame. In that moment, the fire became his puppet. With his fingers fluttering, 2 soul guard pills fell into the pill bottle with a melodious chime, releasing a captivating aroma that wafted from the cave. With the successful refinement of these 2 soul guard pills, Xiao Yan had fully attained the capability to concoct 4th-tier pills, rivaling even experienced 4th-tier alchemists, even with the assistance of the void-swallowing flame. The fact that a barely 18-year-old 5-star Dou Master could achieve the status of a 4th-tier alchemist would be met with disbelief. Not only Xiao Yan and the Little Lion King, but even the purple crystal wing Lion King shivered at the scent of the pill, their gaze narrowing as they regarded Xiao Yan with heightened esteem. In my several hundred years of existence, I have never heard of such a young 4th-tier alchemist. This lad is truly a genius. His master must be extraordinary. Xiao Yan stored all his materials into his storage ring and donned the soul robe. At this moment, he felt not weakened, but rather invigorated after refining the pills. Lion King, we must not delay. The purple cloud wing emerged behind Xiao Yan, its soul power growing stronger, appearing increasingly real, resembling genuine purple cloud wings, blurring the line between reality and illusion. I shall accompany you, Xiao Yan said with a solemn tone. Xiao Yan, wait here. If anything arises, you must leave the valley immediately, Xiao Yan whispered close to her ear. However, Xiao Yan understood that Xuner had an intricate background. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise that even the purple crystal wing Lion King could not escape, perhaps only Xuner could save him. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Xiao Yan could only sigh in resignation and nod in agreement. Naturally, the perilous beast tomb was no place for the Little Lion King, leaving only Xiao Yan and the purple crystal wing Lion King to proceed. It is likely that Yun never imagined that merely a month prior, she had wreaked havoc in the Lion King's lair alongside Xiao Yan, injuring the young lion and stealing the accompanying purple source crystal and purple spirit crystal. Yet now, she found herself allied with Xiao Yan, venturing into the beast tomb to procure the ever-beast spiritual flame. Such is the unpredictability of fate. Ascending through the skies, Xiao Yan followed closely behind the purple crystal-winged Lion King, soaring deeper into the depths of the Demon Beast mountain range. With the protection of the Lion King, Xiao Yan flew unabashedly through the skies. They traversed a shroud of mist and arrived at a precipice, the deepest part of the mountain range. Gazing down through the fog, Xiao Yan was utterly astounded by the sight before him. Beneath the veil of white mist lay a canyon basin, shrouded in an eerie silence, littered with countless bones. Wherever his gaze fell, he beheld an overwhelming expanse of skeletal remains, some even piled like mountains. Among these bones were remnants of humanity, various magical beasts, some as small as a human head, while others towered over 10 meters in height. Scattered across the ground were numerous weapons, armor, gemstones, alchemical furnaces, and even scrolls of martial techniques, yet all lay in tatters, reduced to mere scrap. Could these remnants belong to the Battle of Yur? Upon witnessing the sea of bones, Xiao Yan's pupils constricted in horror. It was an utterly terrifying sight. A mere 7th-tier alchemist had wrought such devastation. This very canyon basin could very well be a testament to the battle that occurred 3 centuries ago. In that war, to protect the ever-beast spiritual flame, nearly all the magical beasts of the Demon Beast mountain range had fought, yet the outcome could hardly be deemed a complete victory. The purple crystal-winged Lion King had participated back then, although it had not yet reached the 6th tier and was not a principal force. The magical beasts of the entire mountain range had suffered a grievous victory. The threat posed by the Serpent People Empire to the Jamma Empire perhaps paled in comparison to the turmoil of the Demon Beast mountain range back then. Let us proceed. Xiao Yan breathed deeply, gradually channeling his fighting spirit, his gaze sharpening with resolve. I shall only guide you to the beast tomb. The purple crystal-winged Lion King firmly declined Xiao Yan's proposal, stating that it would merely provide information regarding the ever-beast spiritual flame, but had not promised assistance in obtaining it. Xiao Yan chuckled. Lion King, you cannot be serious. You have claimed to reveal the location of the ever-beast spiritual flame. Yet there is not even a spark here. How am I to ascertain whether you are deceiving me? At the very least, you must take me to a place where I can see the ever-beast spiritual flame, right? I assure you, I will not intervene in any matters that arise along the way. Rest assured, I am not so weak. No sooner had Xiao Yan finished speaking than a sudden rustle echoed, and wisps of mist coalesced behind him, swiftly forming a shadowy figure. This apparition, akin to a ghostly wraith, lunged toward Xiao Yan as if seeking to invade his consciousness and usurp his spirit. With a resonant hum, the void twisted, A surge of black flames resembling a black hole engulfed the shadow, consuming it in an instant. Witnessing Xiao Yan so effortlessly eradicate a ghostly figure, even the purple crystal-winged Lion King exhibited a hint of surprise. Though they were still on the periphery of the beast tomb, facing remnants of fighting masters transformed into vengeful spirits, it was not an easy feat to eliminate them. Is something the matter, Lion King? Shall we proceed? Xiao Yan offered a casual smile, resolutely determined to acquire the spirit of 10,000 beasts this time. Chapter 84, The Underground Cavern. The eyes of the amethyst-winged Lion King narrowed slightly. Xiao Yan's ability to escape from the third-tier Little Lion King had already indicated that his strength was far beyond the superficial prowess of a Dou Master. It remained uncertain, however, just how far Xiao Yan's limits could extend. The land lay barren, devoid of life. As Xiao Yan stepped into the beast tomb, he noted that even after 3 centuries, this desolate place remained completely lifeless. One could only imagine the ferocity of the battle that had once taken place here. Following closely behind the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Yan understood that, as the Lion King had stated, it would not intervene. Had it not been for the transformation pill, the Lion King would never have allied with a human. In fact, the beasts of the entire Monster Mountain range harbored no affection for humanity whatsoever. Meow. The cat seemed as if it had entered an all-you-can-eat buffet, plunging its claw into the body of a ghostly apparition. The void devouring flame erupted, and in an instant, the apparitions born from the resentful spirits of those slain in battle were consumed by the void. Not even the shadows of Dou Masters, let alone those of great Dou Masters, could escape the engulfing power of the void devouring flame. The amethyst-winged Lion King grew increasingly solemn. It surmised that Xiao Yan, undeterred by the dangers of the beast tomb, must possess a hidden trump card. However, it was beyond its expectations just how formidable this card truly was. That black flame was no ordinary fire. What perplexed the amethyst-winged Lion King was that this black flame, initially weak, its temperature even inferior to that of the Little Lion King's purple fire, had now grown only to a level comparable to the purple fire. Yet, it exhibited an astonishingly terrifying capacity for devouring. Any troublesome apparition that came into contact with it faced an inevitable fate of being incinerated. It is worth noting that even the 6th-tier beast, the amethyst-winged Lion King, was reluctant to enter the beast tomb due to the formidable nature of these apparitions. Once touched, one's soul would suffer immensely as painful memories surged into consciousness. Over time, being inundated with too many memories could lead to one becoming someone entirely different. Eventually, under the guidance of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Yan arrived at a vast fissure in the ground, once a broad expanse of land. This area had been cleaved open during the Dou Zong battle 300 years ago, resulting in a colossal chasm. As he gazed into the depths, it appeared unfathomable. The fissure stretching for 10 miles, evoking a sense of dread. This chasm was the result of the spirit of 10,000 beasts. After the master of the Monster Mountain range utilized the spirit of 10,000 beasts and perished alongside a 7th-tier alchemist, the spirit became a force without a master. The uncontrollable eruption of this terrifying fire led to the formation of the present gorge. The unleashed spirit of 10,000 beasts scorched the earth, creating this seemingly bottomless abyss. This exemplifies the true power of extraordinary flames, capable of both safeguarding countless beasts and obliterating the world. And this was merely the 22nd ranked spirit of 10,000 beasts. Were it not for the bone spirit cold fire within Xiao Yan's ring being refined and sealed by its previous owner, its complete eruption could potentially transform the surrounding area into an icy realm spanning several miles. Cat Wu, do not indulge any longer. Such trivial grievances hold little sway over you. Xiao Yan gestured to Cat Wu, who was engrossed in a buffet. These lowly specters were far less nourishing than the beastly grievances found within magical cores. Xiao Yan surmised that they possessed a formidable restraining effect against these phantoms. Yet he was astounded by its remarkable efficacy. The once fearsome apparitions now dared not approach him, instinctively gripped by terror at the presence of the void-devouring flame. Truly, the child flame of the 2nd ranked was impressive. One could only wonder at the true power of the original. Let us depart. With these words, the purple crystal-winged Lion King leapt into the gaping chasm before them, disappearing into the enveloping darkness. As Xiao Yan followed the majestic beast into the seemingly bottomless abyss, he ignited a fire stick and was taken aback to discover that the space below was even more expansive than the fissure above. Moreover, he found numerous intertwining tunnels within this subterranean realm, where wandering alone could lead to disorientation. These tunnels were excavated over the past 3 centuries by countless magical beasts in search of the 10,000 beasts spirit fire, which only creatures from the Beast Mountain could sense. Even if one were aware of its presence, locating it would remain an impossibility. The purple crystal-winged Lion King proclaimed with pride, Yet Xiao Yan shot at a reproachful glance, without a magical beast as a guide. Finding the would indeed be a futile endeavor. It was no wonder that those from the Soul Palace had only heard whispers of it, but could not pinpoint its location. Xiao Yan's nostrils flared as he caught a whiff of an enticing aroma, exclaiming in excitement, Is that a century-old, earth spirit mushroom? A specimen, substantial in size, thrived quietly in a corner of the tunnel. Had it not been for Xiao Yan's acute sense of smell, particularly attuned to medicinal fragrances, he might have overlooked this precious herb. The century-old was a crucial ingredient in crafting the fourth-tier pinnacle elixir, spirit-breaking pill. Renowned for enhancing the success rate of breaking through to the fighting spirit level. The effectiveness of the elixir varied according to its quality. Licking his lips, Xiao Yan cautiously retrieved a hammer and chisel, delicately excavating the earth. It was imperative to harvest the herb without damaging its root. Any injury would not only diminish its medicinal properties, but also complicate the alchemical process. Having safely placed the century-old into his storage ring, he gazed at the labyrinthine underground world, exclaiming in exhilaration, could this be a hidden treasure trove? Initially, having observed the barren wasteland above, Xiao Yan assumed the depths would be equally perilous. Instead, he discovered a land brimming with riches. The birthplace of, naturally bore various treasures. And although this was not the origin of its presence for 3 centuries had imbued the area with extraordinary potential. Hundreds of magical beasts had traversed this underground expanse over the years in pursuit of seeking to hone their physiques and transcend their bloodlines. Each beast, to varying degrees, carried seeds of medicinal herbs, which subsequently took root and flourished here, nurtured by resulting in a plethora of rare and wondrous treasures. In a moment of exhilaration, Xiao Yan was overwhelmed with excitement, almost wishing to excavate every inch of the land before him. However, just as he hummed a cheerful tune, reveling in the joy of harvest, a shadow silently emerged from the soil behind him. A venomous snake, as thick as an arm, suddenly lunged forth, its sharp fangs bared, aiming for the nape of Xiao Yan's neck. How dare a second-tier magical beast attempt a sneak attack on me? With a cold smirk, Xiao Yan swiftly turned, his fingers transforming into claws as he seized the snake by its vital point. In an instant, black flames erupted from his palm, incinerating the second-tier serpent into charred remains. Xiao Yan's soul power had already reached the pinnacle of a 4th-grade alchemist, making it exceedingly difficult for anyone to ambush him. Moreover, as an alchemist, he understood that where rare herbs thrived, magical beasts would inevitably abound. Especially in the depths of the beast tomb, the presence of numerous magical beasts was a given. Nearby, the crystal wing lion king merely cast a casual glance and remarked before drifting to the left, "These are mere trifles, the real danger lies ahead." Yet neither Xiao Yan nor the crystal wing lion king anticipated that at the far end of the fissured beast tomb, 2 figures stealthily leaped in from another direction. Chapter 85, The Efficacy of Medicine. What on earth is this? With a thunderous roar, Xiao Yan activated his explosive step, leaping backward at a breakneck speed to evade the impending attack. Before him stood 3 magical beasts of varying types, and Xiao Yan was taken aback. His 8 extreme burst had failed to dispatch them with a single blow. Had the Crystal Wing Lion King been privy to Xiao Yan's thoughts, he would surely have scoffed. You, a combat master, expect to annihilate 3rd-tier beasts with 1 punch? Have you lost your mind? There is no such thing as a level-up fight like this. These beasts were the unfortunate victims who had sought the 10,000 beasts spirit fire within the beast tomb over the past 3 centuries. All had laid eyes upon the coveted fire, only to be tainted by it, their souls corrupted and merged with the spectral shadows of the tomb, becoming beast slaves. The Crystal Wing Lion King shrank in size, quietly leaning against the wall, watching Xiao Yan bear the brunt of the assault, showing no inclination to intervene. It was as if all he needed was a slice of watermelon to fully embrace the role of a bystander. Damn it, no wonder their bodies are so resilient. Even my perfected 8 extreme burst cannot shatter their forms. These beasts had ventured to the site of the 10,000 beasts spirit fire, gaining strength from it, yet ultimately failed to inherit its essence, their spirits obliterated, reduced to slaves of the flame. The power of the perfected 8 extreme burst rivaled that of an entry-level earth-tier technique. Despite Xiao Yan's seemingly modest cultivation, his combat prowess surpassed that of the average 3rd-tier magical beast. The hidden force of the 8 extreme burst could easily obliterate the weaker among them. Roar of the Mad Lion. An energy akin to a battle aura enveloped Xiao Yan, and with a flick of his wrist, the heavy Xian ruler materialized in his grasp. Gripping it tightly, as Xiao Yan's spirit tensed, streams of battle energy began to flow from the cyclone within him, surging through his body, providing the necessary strength for combat. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared transformed. Grasping the heavy Xian Zhong Qi, he stood tall and imposing, the weight of the tool immeasurable in his hands. steadfast as a mountain, unmovable by any force of the world. A creature resembling a crocodile, a beast slave, charged forth, its scaled hide glimmering with a chilling light. Seemingly capable of withstanding any assault, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, and his soul energy surged forth. To him, the world had dramatically altered. The approaching beast slave's movements slowed as if time itself had been suspended, the flow of blood through its veins distinctly visible. With a subtle flick, he raised the Xian Zhongqi effortlessly. It was a mere upward thrust, devoid of any complex technique, simple and unpretentious. A resounding thud echoed as his strike connected with the beast slave's jaw, lifting it into the air and exposing its unarmored belly. In an instant, he altered his approach, his right hand forming a claw as he executed the black tiger's heart extraction, piercing deeply into the creature's abdomen. A whoosh of black flames erupted, accompanied by a chilling wail emanating from within the beast slave. Xiao Yan withdrew the shadowy figure from the creature's interior, casting it into the air, where a cat materialized, exhaling a sphere of black flames that enveloped the figure, incinerating it incessantly. These shadows bore a closer resemblance to humans than those surrounding the beast grave, and when consumed by the void-devouring flames, they emitted haunting screams, exhibiting a heightened awareness. With a thunderous boom, Xiao Yan unleashed his power. Propelling himself toward another beast slave, he leaped high, the Xian Zhongqi descending with an unremarkable cleave. However, to say he merely cleaved was an understatement. He applied the full weight of his being to suppress the beast slave. It was as if Mount Tai had descended upon it. The already substantial weight of the Xian Zhongqi, combined with the application of his Dou Qi through the technique of the Mad Lion's Roar, exerted a terrifying gravitational force that pinned the beast slave beneath it. His soul energy locked onto the shadow within the beast slave, fingers piercing through to extract it with black flames. The flame-splitting devouring wave. Xiao Yan did not even glance back, sensing the last beast slave charging at him. In a swift motion, he executed the flame-splitting devouring wave. The black flames enveloped the entirety of the Xian Zhongqi instantly. The forces of heaven and earth surged. As he struck down with the Xian Zhongqi, the cavern floor shattered, leaving a deep scar, and even the fabric of space displayed the slightest fissures. Such was the terrifying power of the void-devouring flames, capable of tearing through the very void itself. In that fleeting moment, the black flame-infused weapon seemed to cleave through space. Boom, boom, boom. The flame-splitting devouring wave, imbued with the void-devouring flames, was utterly fearsome. As Xiao Yan cleaved through the labyrinthine cave, creating several openings, not only did the shadows within the beast slave vanish, but even the enhanced flesh, fortified by the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire, disintegrated into nothingness. The purple crystal-winged Lion King gazed at the panting Xiao Yan, astonished beyond measure. The might of this Dou technique. Had he possessed a stronger cultivation, he might have cleaved the entire cavern in twain. Yet, its power was undeniably overwhelming. Even a Dou Master below the 7th star would be unable to withstand Xiao Yan's strike. As for the soul body of a high-level Douling, it was somewhat different. Xiao Yan, having regained his Dou Qi, raised his gaze toward the three shadows that continued to burn. These phantoms differ slightly from those outside, at the very least. They possess a modicum of intelligence, for they cry out when engulfed in flames. Typically, those who have not cultivated their souls cannot manifest a soul body. However, due to the peculiar nature of the beast tomb, formidable beings who refuse to succumb to death merge their lingering resentment and transform into such specters. As Catwu observed that the three phantoms were nearly charred, it opened its mouth and devoured them whole with a satisfied meow. It even let out a contented burp. The advanced fighting spirits seemed rather inadequate. If only it could consume a phantom of a Dou Wang, the power of its void-devouring flame would ascend to another level, allowing me to unleash the flame-splitting wave scale and potentially slay a 9-star great Dou Master, Xiao Yan mused to himself. At that moment, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed an overwhelming soul perception sweeping from the cave ahead. This soul perception was exceptionally strong, comparable to a 5th-rank alchemist. Merely 1 second after Xiao Yan concealed himself, two figures appeared as if materializing from thin air. Upon their emergence, Xiao Yan discerned their identities. One was an elder and the other a youth, with the latter clad in a robe adorned with the character for medicine embroidered on the chest. If you seek, be wary of the Yao clan and the Yin clan, both of which are families of Dou emperors, the elder remarked. These individuals belong to the Yao clan? For the sake of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, the young man in the medicine robe glanced around, showing no regard for the nearby amethyst-winged Lion King. Strange, I distinctly sensed fluctuations of just moments ago. Why have they vanished? He muttered in confusion. Yaoli, did you detect the amethyst-winged Lion King's amethyst beast fire? The elder glanced at the amethyst-winged Lion King in the distance, speaking languidly. Waves of soul fluctuations washed over them, yet no matter how Yao Li searched, he found nothing. Impossible. Such a worthless flame like amethyst beast fire cannot be compared to. As a 5th-rank alchemist, I cannot make such a rudimentary error. Roar. Amethyst winged lion king bellowed. You brat, do you wish to die? Yao Li responded with a cold smile, dripping with sarcasm. Old Mu, I cannot comprehend its words. Immediately, an aura more terrifying than Yunlan's erupted from the elder. An advanced Dou Huang. Chapter 86. The Truth of the Beast Tomb. An advanced Dou Huang. Xiao Yan furrowed his brow, realizing that this elder was indeed an advanced Dou Huang. Although he had never encountered an advanced Dou Huang before, he was aware of Yunlan's prowess, which hovered around 3-star Dou Huang, nearing 4-star. This elder's strength surpassed hers by a considerable margin, at least a 6-star Dou Huang. The Amethyst Winged Lion King. A 6th-grade magical beast, possessed close combat capabilities rivaling those of a 5-star Dou Huang, yet it stood no chance against an opponent of 6 stars or above. The Amethyst Winged Lion King sensed the terrifying pressure emanating from the elder, discerning that this elder's true power was that of a 7-star Dou Huang. Even with the combined might of the Amethyst Winged Lion King and Yunlan, they might not prevail. Streams of purple amethyst beast fire erupted from its body. As the Beast King of the magical Beast Mountain Range, its dignity forbade retreat. Humans, this is the magical Beast Mountain Range. You shall not run amok here. The Amethyst Winged Lion roared fiercely, for this was the very heart of the Beast Mountain Range, yet it was not the mightiest creature within. Even now, formidable 7th-tier beasts roamed the mountains, and it preferred to avoid their interference unless absolutely necessary. An elder known as Mu furrowed his brow, glancing at the young man behind him. It was evident that the 5th-tier alchemist behind him held a status that surpassed his own. Yao Li also frowned, for his purpose in leaving his clan was to acquire the beast spirit flame. He was well aware of the events from 3 centuries prior, when 3 Dou sects and a 7th-tier alchemist ultimately failed to seize the beast spirit flame from the countless beasts of the mountain. Thus, he had chosen to stealthily infiltrate the area with a 7-star Dou Huang, hoping to pilfer the flame. Should a beast tide arise due to a confrontation with the Amethyst Winged Lion, that was not a scenario he desired. Yao Li did not depart immediately. He continuously scanned the surroundings with his soul energy, even resorting to consuming a 4th-tier pill to temporarily bolster his spiritual strength. Yet he found nothing. How could this be? Had it fled? Impossible. Elder Mu was a 7-star Dou Huang, surely faster than him, possibly even on par with a pinnacle Dou Huang or Dou Zong. Doubts began to cloud Yao Li's judgment. Could it be that the Amethyst Winged Lion, having once harnessed the beast spirit flame to refine its body, now possessed a hint of that flame within its own amethyst beast fire, hence the detected fluctuations of extraordinary fire? Elder Mu spoke slowly, and after the 2 figures vanished from sight, Xiao Yan finally exhaled in relief. The soul robe truly could shield him from perceptions beneath the realm of soul energy. Xiao Yan felt grateful that he had managed to elevate his soul energy to the Earth tier through his endeavors in the soul path, earning the title of Earth tier Soul Master, along with this Earth tier soul robe. Had he been discovered facing a high-level Dou Huang, he would have been at a complete loss as to how to escape. The Amethyst Winged Lion was undoubtedly aware of Xiao Yan's location, which was conveniently obscured by its own form. Yao Li had placed too much trust in his soul energy. Had he circumnavigated the Amethyst Winged Lion, he would undoubtedly have discerned Xiao Yan's presence. Your attire is quite extraordinary, the Amethyst Winged Lion mused, recognizing why those individuals had failed to perceive Xiao Yan's existence. His robe effectively cloaked him from detection. One cannot venture out without some means of protection, or one may not survive long. Xiao Yan stepped forth from the shadows. It seems you are prepared to concede, the Amethyst Winged Lion remarked with a cold smirk. That elder is a 7-star Dou Huang, regardless of the circumstances. You cannot best them. Furthermore, your strength is insufficient to reach the beast spirit flame. The Amethyst Winged Lion had indeed ventured to the center of the cavern, where it had even acquired a fragment of the pure beast spirit flame. Within the depths, there were not a few 4th-tier and even 5th-tier beast slaves. Although Xiao Yan was undefeated at his level and could contend against those of higher tiers, surpassing 2 or 3 tiers was beyond the realm of possibility. While he might not necessarily encounter formidable beast slaves, the odds of achieving success would require extraordinary fortune. Lion King, our agreement was for you to lead me to the beast spirit flame. You are in breach of contract, Xiao Yan asserted. I can take you there now, but whether you can reach it depends solely on your own strength, the Amethyst Winged Lion replied, unimpressed by Xiao Yan's words. Xiao Yan, with a troubled expression, gently touched his cheek and said with a bitter smile, Lion King, we are quite familiar with each other now, so let us speak candidly. In this world, there are no insurmountable matters. only questions of whether one possesses sufficient leverage. Surely, you do not wish for the divine beast fire to fall into the hands of those two insolent fellows, do you? The amethyst-winged Lion King was tempted to retort. You were far more disrespectful than they at the outset. A 7th-grade medicinal pill was at stake. 3 years hence, in addition to the transformation pill, you will owe me another 7th-grade pill, the specifics of which we can discuss later. Engaging a Dou Huang requires merely the price of a 6th-grade pill. Clearly, a 7th-grade pill would be a loss-making venture. Yet, Xiao Yan found himself bereft of alternatives, and he currently lacked the capability to refine a 7th-grade pill. Very well. Take me to the location of the divine beast fire with utmost haste. Xiao Yan readily acquiesced, reasoning that given his existing debt of a transformation pill, an additional debt would be of little consequence. Rest assured, they cannot outpace us, for the divine beast fire moves within the caverns, the amethyst-winged Lion King remarked. A glint of cunning in his eyes. No wonder the caves here are so intricate. This explains the chaos. Xiao Yan finally understood why the beasts had been excavating the earth. It was because the divine beast fire was mobile. Perched upon the back of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Xiao Yan observed as they effortlessly dispatched beast slaves akin to cutting through vegetables. Regardless of whether they were 3rd, 4th, or even 5th-tier slaves, none stood a chance against the amethyst-winged Lion King. Xiao Yan did not shy away from the beast slaves slain by the Lion King. He allowed the void devouring flame to consume them all. Regardless of their nature, in the presence of the all-consuming void devouring flame, they were mere infant formula. Each consumption brought Xiao Yan closer to upgrading the void devouring flame, thereby increasing his chances of refining the divine beast fire. Wait, Lion King. Xiao Yan suddenly called out in a grave tone. His countenance serious, he surveyed the pristine cavern and remarked, since we began, we have encountered not a single beast slave. It was only then that the amethyst-winged Lion King realized the truth. They had seen not one beast slave thus far. Coincidence? No. There were fresh traces of many magical beasts, indicating that a considerable number of beast slaves had recently passed through here. Xiao Yan's heart sank with an ominous premonition. However, that did not add up either. There were no signs of battle. Even if that elder had intervened, traces should have remained. As the amethyst-winged Lion King led Xiao Yan deeper into the cave, an unsettling feeling grew, for no matter how far they flew, not a single beast slave was in sight, as if they had all vanished from the cavern in that moment. We are almost there. Xiao Yan concealed his soul robe, hiding beneath the Lion King's fur. As the amethyst-winged Lion King emerged from the glowing red cave, the scene before them left both Xiao Yan and the Lion King utterly speechless. A massive magical beast, its entire form aglow with red flames, lay peacefully asleep. Xiao Yan sensed clearly that this beast was the very embodiment of the divine beast fire. Yet, what truly astonished him was the sight of innumerable beast slaves standing rigidly in the expansive underground hall, all seemingly obeying the commands of a solitary man. Yao Li, facing the fire beast, and with his back turned to the airborne amethyst-winged Lion King, spoke softly, "Alas, you have committed an utterly foolish act. Do you truly believe that I would hesitate to take your life, amethyst-winged Lion King?" Xiao Yan had come to a definitive conclusion. The 7th-tier alchemist was not only alive, but the beast slaves in the cave were mere puppets of his creation. Most importantly, it was highly likely that Yao Li was his descendant. Chapter 87. A Familiarity. Why had the enigma of the beast slaves along the way remained unsolved? All the beast slaves obeyed Yao Li and had congregated at the location of the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire. Thus, there were neither beast slaves nor traces of battle on the journey. Furthermore, the 7th-tier alchemist from 300 years ago had not perished entirely. He might very well belong to the Yao clan, perhaps even an elder of Yao Li. Somehow, he had conveyed the news of his survival and the whereabouts of the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire to Yao Li. For 3 centuries, countless magical beasts had ventured to the beast tomb seeking the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire, hoping to inherit its power. Those beasts, whose souls were erased, were not obliterated by the fire, but rather by that 7th-tier alchemist's machinations. The soulless beasts ultimately became the physical forms of those ghostly shadows, serving as soldiers for the 7th-tier alchemist. This war, which should have concluded 300 years ago, continues to rage on. The soul body. Indeed, the soul power of the 7th-tier alchemist was sufficient to form a soul body. Typically, contact with such a potent and fiery divine object would result in instant annihilation. Yet, exceptions do exist. Xiao Yan had once glimpsed an ancient method within his spatial ring. At this moment, all the clues interconnected. Xiao Yan grasped the entirety of the situation and unraveled several mysteries. During the war 3 centuries ago, the then master of the Beast Mountain had indeed utilized the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire, resulting in a mutual destruction with the 7th-tier alchemist. However, The alchemist had mastered the ancient technique to preserve his soul body using the. For 300 years, he had wielded the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire, even imprinting his soul within it. This resulted in countless magical beasts failing in their attempts to inherit the fire over the centuries. Be it 6th or 7th tier beasts, all met with failure, while weaker beasts had their souls erased, becoming mere beast slaves. This was only to be expected, for within the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire resided not the spirits of myriad beasts, but rather the soul body of that 7th tier alchemist, who should have perished 3 centuries ago. What chance did the magical beasts have to inherit the 10,000 beasts spiritual fire? Hence, Yao Li arrived here even swifter than the amethyst-winged Lion King, for he was well aware of the path. Yao Li, facing the fire beast with his back, turned to the amethyst-winged Lion King, remarked, "Alas, you have committed an utterly foolish act. Do you truly believe that I would hesitate to take your life, amethyst-winged Lion King?" Although the amethyst-winged Lion King lacked Xiao Yan's extraordinary genius to grasp all matters instantaneously, it recognized the dire situation. Surrounded by a multitude of beast slaves and amidst the bizarre occurrences taking place, the situation was undoubtedly grave. The one known as Mu Lao, a 7-star Dou Huang, had already locked onto the amethyst-winged Lion King, and should it attempt to flee, it would undoubtedly face an onslaught of unparalleled terror. However, if no one bears witness to the moment I refine the otherworldly flame, it seems rather lonely. Yao Li stood with his arms crossed behind him, quietly observing the immense fire beast before him. At this moment, he was brimming with confidence. Refining the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts was a certainty. Although he possessed merely the cultivation of a 5-star dueling, the ability to concoct 5th-rank elixirs relied on some peculiar flames. To an outsider, his demeanor might suggest he was a Dou Zong, a 7th-rank alchemist. Yet, he could indeed refine the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. If it were genuinely wild, otherworldly flames, even the 22nd ranked spirit fire of 10,000 beasts could instantly reduce him to ashes. However, this spirit fire had already been refined by his elder, imprinted with a soul mark, thus sparing him the agony of refining otherworldly flames. He merely needed to proceed with the refinement. With a flick of his wrist, a massive coffin materialized before him. Yao Li opened the coffin to reveal a humanoid puppet lying within. Suddenly, the enormous fire beast contorted in anguish, its form becoming ethereal and twisting until it transformed into a face of flames. Excellent. Yet, the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts still harbors the remnants of the 8-winged flame demon tiger's soul. Assist me in utterly vanquishing its lingering essence, and this spirit fire shall be yours, echoed the fiery visage. The 8-winged flame demon tiger was the ruler of the Beast Mountain 3 centuries ago, and the creature's earlier form was indeed that of the 8-winged flame demon tiger. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened. He had discerned the path to survival. Lion King, regardless of what occurs in a moment, you must hold back that 7-star Dou Huang, whispered Xiao Yan, hidden within the fur of the amethyst-winged Lion King. What do you intend to do? If that 7th-rank alchemist is revived, I fear the current strength of the Beast Mountain cannot withstand the wrath of a 7th-rank alchemist. The amethyst-winged Lion King did not deny this. The Beast Mountain was far weaker than it had been 300 years ago, and could not endure Yao Ao's vengeance. Old Mu, assist Elder Yao Ao, Yao Li stated calmly, arms still crossed behind him. Understood. At that moment, a sinister laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. I was curious who dared to vie for the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts. It turns out to be you, members of the Yao clan. Yao Li and Old Mu turned towards the source of the voice, only to see a figure cloaked in black standing atop the amethyst-winged Lion King's back. Upon seeing the black robe, Yao Li's pupils constricted. That attire, that laughter. Who are you? Yao Li's voice trembled slightly. The cloaked figure commanded the amethyst-winged Lion King to descend slowly, gracefully leaping down and approaching Yao Li unhurriedly. As the figure drew closer, Yao Li instinctively stepped back, realizing that his soul perception could not penetrate the shroud of the black robe. Do not come any closer. Who are you? Ha ha ha. The Soul Palace. Soul Flame. Upon hearing the word Soul Palace, Yao Li's body trembled uncontrollably. Even the nearby 7-star Dou Huang's complexion paled slightly. The Soul Palace. It was indeed the Soul Palace. Their Yao clan was one of the ancient 8 great Dou emperor families, possessing the most formidable alchemical skills on the Dou Qi continent. With strength unmatched, even the most formidable ancient clans must seek elixirs from them. Yet, ironically, the Soul Clan is the very family they fear the most. For the Soul Clan hunts soul entities. Not only the alchemists of the Dou Qi continent, but even those of the medicinal clan fall prey to their hunting. Their alchemists possess exceptional soul power, particularly the disciples of the medicinal clan, who are innately gifted with formidable souls. However, The Soul clan also specializes in soul cultivation and boasts the most extensive repertoire of soul techniques and powers. A cosmic imbalance. It remains unclear whether Xiao Yan's display of the token hanging at his waist was intentional or coincidental, but at that moment, a corner of the token revealed a prominent character, Soul, radiating a unique soul wave that could not be imitated. The Soul Token. You are the bearer of the Soul Clan's insignia. Chapter 88. Our Soul Palace thrives on seizing. The Soul Token. You are the insignia bearer. Upon witnessing the fleeting glimpse of the Soul Token from the cloaked figure, Yao Li was devoid of any doubt. The family token, which their medicinal clan also possesses, serves not only as a symbol of identity, but also as a tool provided by the clan, enabling soul communication and summoning powerful allies. Their medicinal clan's token is crafted from various precious medicinal materials, making it exceedingly valuable. Wearing it not only wards off toxins and evil, but also aids in focusing the mind during alchemical processes. Generally, only disciples eligible to participate in the clan's coming-of-age ceremony are granted such tokens, like Xiao Yan and the others. Eligibility for the coming-of-age ceremony is determined not merely by age, but by reaching a certain level of cultivation. Only those who meet the criteria become true clan disciples, while those who do not face exile to distant lands for pioneering, akin to being cast out of the clan. The Dou Emperor clan enforces even stricter regulations, permitting only disciples with a Dou Emperor bloodline of 4th rank or higher to participate, who not only receive a token signifying their status, but can also activate the clan insignia. Although each token varies in rank, it is undeniable that possessing a token guarantees at least a 4th rank bloodline. Yao Li possesses a token as well, but he barely qualifies with a 4th rank bloodline, just meeting the threshold. For the Dou Emperor clan, cultivation is not the paramount concern, nor is talent. The Dou Emperor bloodline is of utmost importance. Even if one has exceptional alchemical talent, if their Dou Emperor bloodline is lacking, they may still be ensnared and expelled from the clan. This belief is subtly ingrained in the disciples of the Dou Emperor clan, which explains Yao Li's panic upon seeing the soul token. For the opposing party's Dou Emperor bloodline is at least on par with, if not superior to, his own. Moreover, the individual hails from the Soul clan, inherently more powerful than the medicinal clan. Under the shadow of the cloak, Xiao Yan smirked, aware that he had made the right wager. In terms of influence, the Soul Palace, or rather, the Soul clan, holds greater sway than the so-called medicinal clan. What Xiao Yan intended to do was leverage this power. Is this what you mean? Xiao Yan retrieved the soul token from his waist, the distinctive token swaying in his palm. He nonchalantly swung the soul token, casting a fleeting glance at Yao Li, and slowly remarked, "No wonder your medicinal clan has fallen. It is filled with worthless trash like you." Upon hearing this, both the Amethyst-Winged Lion King and Elder Mu were left speechless. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King could not help but howl in his heart. "You are merely pretending. How dare you point your finger at Yao Li and insult him? If you truly provoke him, he will seek vengeance." Xiao Yan's tone was exceedingly arrogant, as if he regarded Yao Li with utter disdain, stepping forward with a brazen disregard for all. "Stop right there. Even if you belong to the Soul clan, the Wanshou spirit fire was discovered by our Yaoshu clan first." Yao Li's voice trembled with a mix of ire and trepidation, revealing the fear that lay beneath his fierce exterior. Xiao Yan could not suppress a cold chuckle within, wondering how someone with such a wretched disposition could ever attain the status of a 5th-tier alchemist. Was the so-called Dou Emperor bloodline truly so formidable that even a fool could become an alchemist? Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, Yao Li clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, the audacity of Xiao Yan's remarks inciting a fury that threatened to make him bleed. As a disciple of the Yaoshu clan, he had never endured such humiliation. "Regardless of your identity within the Yaoshu clan or your rank as an alchemist, I will claim the Wanshou spirit fire today. If you adhere to the rules, I may allow you both to leave. However, should you choose to disregard the proper conduct, I shall not shy away from confrontation. I am here, and whether you summon a Dou Emperor or a Dou Zone, I shall remain steadfast. I would not mind collecting your souls as well." The essence of a 7-star Dou Emperor and a 5th-tier alchemist could prove quite valuable. Xiao Yan's voice was calm, yet laced with an undeniable dominance, as if he were inherently endowed with such authority, exuding the cold indifference of one born to command. The soul of a 7th-tier alchemist is indeed worth some favor. With an air of nonchalance, Xiao Yan sauntered between Yao Li and Elder Mu, walking with an enviable composure straight toward the Wanshou spirit fire. He endeavored to suppress his racing heart, striving to maintain a steady rhythm. Meanwhile, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was on the verge of madness, for it truly understood that Xiao Yan was merely putting on an act. Just recently, when Elder Mu had appeared, Xiao Yan had been compelled to hide. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King had sensed Xiao Yan's anxiety and even advised him to withstand the presence of the 7-star Dou Emperor. indicating that Xiao Yan was merely a facade of bravado, concealing his inner fragility. Should he inadvertently frighten off these two, the amethyst-winged Lion King would gladly bestow upon him the title of the greatest pretender, unbeknownst to both the amethyst-winged Lion King and Xiao Yan. When the Soul Clan sought to hunt the souls and alchemists of the Dou Qi continent, the alchemists of the Dou Qi continent had approached the Yaoshu clan for assistance, imploring them to protect their kind. However, the Yaoshu clan was reluctant to engage in conflict with the Soul Clan, preferring to remain sheltered within their own domain, which ultimately led to the formation of the Dan Tower. The Dan Tower was a collective of alchemists from the Dou Qi continent who banded together to protect themselves against the Soul Palace, having no ties to the Yaoshu clan. Most of the Dou Emperor families resided within the miniature worlds created by their ancestors, rarely emerging unless specific resources or news of extraordinary flames arose. The Soul Clan, however, had a pervasive influence across the Dou Qi continent, their agents scattered everywhere, making the intelligence network of the Soul Palace the most extensive among all the Dou Emperor families. The reason the Soul Elder cautioned Xiao Yan was due to the fact that members of the Yao clan had previously inquired about the news of the 10,000 beast spirit fire from the Soul Hall. Naturally, Yao Li was apprehensive, especially since this was the Dou Qi continent and not the medicinal realm. Should Xiao Yan use soul transmission to summon the Dou Zone or even Dou Zun from the Soul Hall, it would be tantamount to inviting his own demise. There might even be a branch of the Soul Hall lurking within the Beast Mountain range. The status of the Yao clan held little weight before the Soul Hall and could even work against them. Beast King, what are you waiting for? We agreed that I would assist you in eliminating the remnants of your enemies, releasing the soul of the 8-winged flame demon tiger, and in return, the 10,000 beast spirit fire would belong to me. Xiao Yan feigned displeasure as he questioned. Upon receiving Xiao Yan's message, the purple crystal-winged Lion King quickly flapped its wings and flew toward the 10,000 beast spirit fire. As expected, both Yao Li and Mu Lao dared not obstruct the purple crystal-winged Lion King. Even though Yao Li was furious enough to grind his teeth, he still refrained from acting. If the situation escalated, his life would be in jeopardy. Yao Li initially intended to harness the power of the 10,000 beast spirit fire to further enhance his Dou Emperor bloodline, but he never anticipated encountering the Soul Hall. Standing before the 10,000 beast spirit fire, the purple crystal-winged Lion King innocently inquired, how should I assist? Xiao Yan shook his head in exasperation and replied, now that you understand the 10,000 beast spirit fire is not impossible to inherit, but is instead controlled by the soul entity. You merely need to use your beast fire and soul power to aid the remnants of the 8-winged flame demon tiger in vanquishing the opponent. Upon hearing this, the purple crystal-winged Lion King finally grasped Xiao Yan's plan to take advantage of Yao Li's unawareness and join forces with the remnants of the 8-winged flame demon tiger to eliminate the soul entity of the 7th grade alchemist. Without the 7th grade alchemist, the 10,000 beast spirit fire would undoubtedly be theirs to command. With a resounding roar, the purple beast fire surged into the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Their beast emperor of the Beast Mountain range had been deceived by a soul entity for so long. Chapter 89, Perception. After merging the purple fire with the soul power of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, the suppressed residual soul power of the 8-winged flame demon tiger was instantaneously activated, launching a counterattack to seize control of the 10,000 beast spirit fire. A pained cry echoed from within the 10,000 beast spirit fire. Yao Li, do not forget our agreement. After enduring 300 years of torment, the soul power of the 8-winged flame demon tiger, which had weakened with the passage of time, was finally nearly extinguished, allowing it to eliminate the 8-winged flame demon tiger within the 10,000 beast spirit fire and leave behind a soul mark. It communicated with the descendants of the Yao clan through soul transmission, summoning them to claim the 10,000 beast spirit fire and resurrect itself. After 3 centuries of suffering, how could it bear to be intercepted by the Soul Hall at this moment? If you assist me in my revival, I shall bestow upon you all my wealth, alchemical insights, formulas, and the elixirs stored in my pharmacy. Hearing the words of Yao Ao, Yao Li's heart was torn in anguish, ultimately turning his head abruptly and gritting his teeth. For wealth, one may die. For food, a bird may perish. So be it. Mu Lao, you go. Just then, Xiao Yan sighed, interrupting Yao Li's speech, and slowly raised his hand, saying, your pace is too slow. With a resounding boom, an endless torrent of black flames erupted from Xiao Yan's palm, flowing seamlessly into the 10,000 beast spirit fire. The cat possesses the ethereal and formidable void devouring flame, a type of otherworldly fire that inherently restrains spiritual entities. A being like the cat, which wields such a flame, can launch devastating assaults on the soul. What manner of flame is this? The capabilities of the void devouring flame require no elaboration. Even the weakest ember can inflict irreparable harm upon a spiritual body, making it nearly impossible to extinguish. Within the realm of the myriad beast spirit flames, Xiao Yan perceives three forces encircling the mightiest of them all. The previously imprinted soul mark is now being incessantly consumed by the void devouring flame. Its ability to devour everything in existence leaves nothing beyond its reach, merely varying in speed. Yao Ao's dominion over the myriad beast spirit flames is rapidly diminishing, as the imprint is being voraciously eroded. While the intervention of the amethyst-winged Lion King might have allowed Yao Ao to hold his ground, the addition of the cat transforms the scenario into a mere game of cat and mouse. Upon witnessing the black flame, Yao Li is struck with shock. The moment he sees it, his face pales as he murmurs to himself, "Is this the spirit of otherworldly fire? But why does it seem so peculiar, so feeble?" Such terror. Observing Yao Li hastily gathering his possessions, Xiao Yan finally breathes a sigh of relief. As long as the 7-star Dou Huang departs from this place, victory belongs to Xiao Yan. As for the soul body of that 7th-tier alchemist, dealing with spiritual entities is the forte of the Soul Hall. The Soul Token and Soul Robe in Xiao Yan's possession are specifically designed to handle such matters. Once he gains control over the myriad beast spirit flames, everything will be manageable. Just as Xiao Yan approaches within 2 meters of the myriad beast spirit flames, a brilliant white light suddenly erupts from them. The abrupt change startles Xiao Yan, prompting him to retreat. However, as he does so, he is horrified to discover that the red myriad beast spirit flames, infused with purple beast fire and black void devouring flame, begin to exhibit signs of splitting. It is as if they are twins, continuously dividing from the center, causing Xiao Yan's expression to shift rapidly. Suddenly, the white light begins to writhe, and eventually, half of the myriad beast spirit flames detach, transforming into an ethereal figure of an aged man. The apparition, composed of red myriad beast spirit flames, bears an aged visage, with angry eyes that glimmer with a faint brilliance. The instant this spectral figure materializes, a terrifying spiritual force envelopes Xiao Yan, instilling within him a profound sense of oppression. Yao Ao. Xiao Yan cannot help but be taken aback. He understands that the ethereal figure before him is a fusion of Yao Ao's soul and the myriad beast spirit flames. However, Xiao Yan never anticipated that Yao Ao would exhibit such audacity, relinquishing the essence of the myriad beast flames without hesitation, taking half of the flames with him to manifest in this form. A glimmer of resolve flashes in Yao Ao's eyes as he refrains from attacking Xiao Yan. Being an elder of the medicinal clan himself, he understands the intricacies of the Soul Clan far more than Yao Li. The Soul Clan possesses their own techniques, rendering spiritual bodies as helpless as children in their hands, especially considering Xiao Yan's enigmatic void devouring flame. Boom. Yao Ao charges forth with the inexhaustible myriad beast spirit flames. Heading straight for Yao Li. "Elder, you, youngster, do you not desire the spirit fire of all beasts? Here it is for you." Yao Li was taken aback. He never anticipated that a senior from his clan would attempt to invade his body and seize control. With a resonating hum, a unique green pattern emerged on Yao Li's forehead, releasing a fragrant aroma that significantly enhanced his spiritual power in an instant. Ha. A mere 4th-tier clan mark cannot hinder me. Do not forget, I was once a 5th-tier clan mark. Yao Ao sneered cunningly, as this had been his plan all along. He had no intention of claiming that puppet body. He sought resurrection and the spirit fire of all beasts. How could he simply relinquish it? Being a member of the Yao clan, seizing the body of his own kin was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. Boom. The crimson spirit fire of all beasts surged into Yao Li through his 7 orifices, and the brilliance of the clan mark offered no resistance whatsoever. Xiao Yan swallowed hard. The ruthlessness of Yao Ao was staggering, showing no mercy even to his own clan's descendant. This was an outright attempt to eradicate Yao Li's soul and usurp his place. Yao Ao's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Yan, a profound smile gracing his lips, sending a chill down Xiao Yan's spine. "Your name is Mulong, is it not? Have you heard of the Emperor-grade pill?" Mulong's eyes widened in shock. The pill that allows a Dou Huang-level expert to elevate their cultivation by 1 to 2 stars. Eliminate that purple crystal-winged Lion King, and I shall concoct an Emperor-grade pill for you. Caught off guard, Xiao Yan gritted his teeth, realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much. The piercing gaze of a high-level 7th-tier alchemist was overwhelming. Or perhaps Yao Ao's spiritual realm had already reached the soul realm, rendering his soul cloak ineffective. He had been seen through. Yao Li's cultivation was merely Dou Ling. Even if Yao Ao took over, his power would not significantly increase immediately, making it impossible to regain his original Dou Zong strength, let alone reach Dou Huang. Thus, the crux lay with that 7-star Dou Huang. For he was the strongest here. This was bad. As Xiao Yan observed Mulong's greedy and resolute expression, he understood once more that pills could indeed drive individuals to madness, compelling them to obey. Chapter 90. Xiao Yan versus Yao Lao. Xiao Yan's eyes shifted between uncertainty and resolve. If he were to flee now, he might indeed escape, but that would mean forsaking the spirit fire of all beasts. The cat had already devoured all of Yao Lao's soul imprint, rendering the spirit fire entirely unclaimed and ripe for Xiao Yan's refining at any moment. Moreover, ranked 22nd, the spirit fire of all beasts was a treasure. Although Xiao Yan had failed to concoct the 5th-tier Blood Lotus pill, his body had absorbed some of the spirit fire, and combined with a full box of ice spirit cold spring from his spatial ring, refining the spirit fire was now most suitable for him, a high probability of success. Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened as he glanced at the spirit fire, murmuring something under his breath. Roar! Xiao Yan turned, a series of beastly roars emanating from his body. The spirit fire of all beasts, stolen from the purple crystal-winged Lion King, surged forth from his flesh, enveloping him in a crimson blaze. Xiao Yan's expression morphed into a fierce visage, fangs protruding and his hair becoming sharp, resembling a humanoid beast. Oh hell! It appears that you have once acquired some sparks of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire. Observing the beastly transformation in Xiao Yan's body, with muscles bulging and an explosive enhancement of physical strength, Yao Lao remained unfazed. Quickly discerning that Xiao Yan had indeed undergone a refinement with a trace of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, Xiao Yan, determined to press forward, unhesitatingly swallowed all 5 purple fire pills, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of fiery energy that surged through his organs and meridians, infusing his entire being with a terrifying fire attribute. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Yan proceeded to consume additional pills that temporarily augmented his cultivation and physique, elevating his prowess to that of a 1-star great fighter. With a fierce roar directed at Yao Lao, an immense wave of heat erupted from Xiao Yan's body. With the current enhancement from the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire and the potency of the pills, Xiao Yan's physical strength could rival that of a 4th-order magical beast. Yao Lao wore a look of disdain. Even at this juncture, Xiao Yan had not invoked his soul token to summon a powerful ally, indicating that he was merely posturing. Regardless of Xiao Yan's efforts to amplify his strength, Yao Lao was acutely aware of his own capabilities. With the soul power of the spirit realm and half of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire's strength at his disposal. Even if Yao Lao's personal cultivation was not exceptionally high, his combat prowess could easily contend with a peak Dou Wang or even a 1-star Dou Huang. Just as Xiao Yan prepared to make a desperate gamble, a sudden blaze erupted behind him, and a soul transmission resonated within his heart. Human lad, do not forget the promise you made to me. Upon hearing this soul transmission, a barely perceptible smile graced Xiao Yan's lips. Turning to look behind him, he beheld a colossal, 30-meter-tall tiger-like beast adorned with 8 wings, gazing back at him. Xiao Yan recognized that this was, in fact, the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, albeit with a fragment of the 8-winged flame demon tiger's soul, causing it to resemble the formidable creature. This is the residual power of the 8-winged flame demon tiger. The purple crystal-winged Lion King was astonished, unable to fathom why the lord of the magical beast mountain would choose a human over it. How could this be possible? With a thunderous roar, the temperature of the entire space surged dramatically, engulfed in a crimson hue, as if an unparalleled magical beast had awakened. 8 fiery wings composed of the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire manifested behind Xiao Yan. Although his physique remained unchanged, those witnessing him were struck by an illusion. At that moment, Xiao Yan appeared to have transformed into a colossal beast. Even if this brilliance were but a fleeting moment, it symbolized the might of a former sovereign. With the support of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, I shall place my trust in you. If a choice must be made between you and Yao Lao to receive the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, my choice is you. With a sharp focus in his blood-red eyes, Xiao Yan unleashed a thunderous force, igniting a trail of flames upon the ground. Stretching far and wide in a vibrant red line, his speed was so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. 8 extremes collapse, 10,000 beasts collapse fist. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan appeared before the astonished Yao Lao, seizing the initiative. His right hand coalesced a sphere of crimson flames, which emitted a series of beastly roars. Cultivated to perfection, the 8 extremes collapse possessed power comparable to entry-level Earth-ranked combat techniques. When combined with the 10,000 beasts' spiritual fire, its might could undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of Earth-ranked techniques. Yao Lao's expression changed dramatically as Xiao Yan, empowered by the strength of the 8-winged flame demon tiger, experienced a substantial increase in physical prowess. His soul force enveloped his entire being, and without even resorting to a combat skill, he retaliated with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists created a terrifying surge of energy that radiated outward from the two combatants. Mulong, who had been suppressing the amethyst-winged Lion King, furrowed his brow as he noticed his own attacks becoming noticeably weaker. This fellow was astute enough to recognize the shifting tides. He understood that he could not offend either side and would side with whoever exhibited greater strength. With a resounding explosion of hidden energy, waves of flames surged forth from Xiao Yan's fist. The dark energy of the 8 extremes also intensified, each wave resembling a stampede of wild beasts, heavy and overwhelming. As Xiao Yan unleashed his strike, the power of myriad beasts surged alongside him, echoing with roars that shattered the heavens and earth, an overwhelming display of ferocity. The eruption of the 8-fold dark energy sent Yao Lao staggering backward. "You're not worthy to play with fire against me," Yao Lao bellowed, channeling the power of the heavens, unleashing a ground-tier combat skill. It was to be expected, for Yao Lao was a high-ranking 7th-tier alchemist. It would be odd if he lacked such a skill. The flames materialized into a dragon, its fiery form lunging towards Xiao Yan. Faced with this formidable fire dragon, Xiao Yan appeared to lose his senses, charging headlong into close combat. With a tremendous crash, the earth trembled. Xiao Yan's hands transformed into claws, seizing the dragon's talons. The roar of the dragon intertwined with the furious howls of myriad beasts, and even the powerful fire dragon, infused with the strength of countless creatures, could not instill fear in him. His physical power was awe-inspiring. Yao Lao, witnessing the sheer might of Xiao Yan's physical form, also changed countenance, instantly donning his fire armor to withstand Xiao Yan's counterattack. With a deafening boom, the ground began to collapse, shattering into fragments, creating a spectacular scene. Meanwhile, the amethyst-winged Lion King and Mulong, who should have been fighting with greater intensity, appeared to be taking it easy, particularly Mulong, who was merely stalling the amethyst-winged Lion King from providing support, avoiding any lethal blows. "Mulong, deal with him," Yao Lao commanded. But it seemed Mulong was caught up in the fierce battle, unable to extricate himself, drifting further away, even feeling a hint of suppression. While medicinal pills could indeed summon powerful warriors, these summoned allies would never be wholly devoted. True loyalty could not be bought with elixirs. "Curse it all beast slaves. Attack." With a sweeping gesture, Yao Lao awakened countless beast slaves, revealing that he still had a trump card. Chapter 91, Art. With Yao Lao's command, all awaiting beast slaves erupted into a chorus of roars. These magical beasts housed the spirits of practitioners from the 3 major Dou sects who had perished in the wars of yore. They could hardly fathom that, despite having been dead for 3 centuries, they were still compelled to participate in battle. As countless beast slaves surged forward like a torrent of iron, they kicked up a whirlwind of dust and chaos. As the throng of beast slaves drew nearer, Xiao Yan discerned the truth. These creatures were, in fact, the beasts of the demon beast mountain range, some resembling wild animals, while others bore bizarre and extraordinary forms, albeit these were but a minority. The onslaught of magical beasts was diverse. Some resembled colossal pythons, thick and extending over 10 meters, their bodies engulfed in flames, leaving a charred trace upon the ground as they slithered. Others appeared as ferocious creatures with 8 legs, akin to crabs. Not particularly large, yet possessing a lightning-fast speed that propelled them to the forefront in an instant. Over the span of 300 years, countless peculiar magical beasts had fallen victim to Yao Lao's nefarious grasp, transforming into beast slaves. With a focused gaze, the roar of the raging lion erupted, yet this time, the ethereal figure behind Xiao Yan morphed from the blood rage lion into the form of the 8-winged flame demon tiger. Blood rage. Xiao Yan forcefully stamped the ground, and the 8-winged flame demon tiger's shadow struck the earth, causing 8 fissures to erupt beneath him, as crimson magma surged forth in all directions. Boom. The cataclysmic magma, a manifestation of the combined might of his combat aura and physical prowess, now bolstered by the strength of the 8-winged flame demon tiger and the power of the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, endowed Xiao Yan with formidable destructive capability. The winds conjured by Yun were of similar potency. Xiao Yan had now brushed against the power of a Dou Huang. The terrifying magma obliterated the approaching beast slaves. Even the enhanced bodies fortified by the spirit fire could not withstand the onslaught of the blood-red magma. Observing Yao Lao, who had taken refuge behind the beast slaves, Xiao Yan pressed on with his relentless assault. The combat aura within him surged like a frenzy, as countless spirit fires of 10,000 beasts coalesced. Raging demon flame. The 8 fiery wings unfurled behind him, and with a commanding shout, he flapped them vigorously. The shadow of the 8-winged flame demon tiger opened its mouth, unleashing an incredibly searing inferno, reminiscent of the beast's own skills in wielding its demonic flames. Through Xiao Yan's combat technique, The power of his combat aura and the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, the beast skill of the 8-winged flame demon tiger was resurrected in a new form. Roar. As the demon flame erupted from the 8-winged flame demon tiger, the entire cavern trembled, a testament to the former dominion of the magical beast that could rend the heavens and obliterate the earth. Even if the current might of this flame had diminished significantly, it remained terrifyingly potent. One of the unique abilities of the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts is its capacity to transmute combat aura and techniques, recreating the skills of myriad beasts. Witnessing such a demonic flame, Mulong, who had retreated to the cave entrance in preparation for flight, was struck with dread. The 8-winged flame demon tiger was once a pinnacle 7th-tier magical beast, and its ultimate beast skill made him tremble. In this world, every type of exotic fire should never be underestimated. Though its inherent power may be modest, its unique abilities are undoubtedly extraordinary. As the unparalleled demonic flame surged towards him, Yao Lao's countenance shifted dramatically. Also wielding the spirit fire of 10,000 beasts, he summoned a formidable shield of spiritual power to protect himself. Spirit Medicine Fire Shield. He was unable to harness the unique powers of the spirit fire of beasts, merely utilizing a portion of it as an ordinary ember. With a thunderous crash, even though the impact was mitigated by numerous beast slaves, the soul force of Yao, possessing spiritual realm strength, was still violently propelled backward, causing him to stagger several paces and spitting out a mouthful of old blood. The assault showed no signs of abating. With another explosive sound, the momentum surged, and combined with the acceleration of 8 wings, Xiao Yan's speed became astonishingly swift. Breaking through the fiery waves, he swiftly closed the distance to the retreating Yao, gripping the Xuanzhong staff tightly in his right hand and delivering a sweeping strike toward Yao's body. The sound of bones shattering echoed. As Xiao Yan's physical strength at that moment was nothing short of remarkable, the onslaught rained down like a tempest as his 8 wings unfurled, relentlessly pursuing Yao with the Xuanzhong staff. Both Xiao Yan and Yao understood that the outcome of their battle hinged on endurance. The power of the 8-winged flame demon tiger, preserved within the spirit fire of beasts, was fleeting, a mere flash in time, while Yao was a complete soul entity. If Xiao Yan could not reduce Yao's body to mere pulp before his strength dissipated, compelling Yao's soul to emerge, then he would face defeat. Conversely, should he succeed, it would be Yao who would fall. Mulong had even ceased his actions, recognizing that the moment of truth was at hand. Should Xiao Yan emerge victorious, he would flee without hesitation. If Yao prevailed, he would immediately seize the opportunity to capture the amethyst-winged Lion King. Yao. This is the final moment. With a powerful kick, Xiao Yan sent Yao flying through the air, slowly descending to the ground. The Xuanzhong staff in his hand, now radiating an intense heat. The flame-dividing devouring wave staff. This was the most proficient and powerful technique in Xiao Yan's arsenal at present. With a tremendous roar, as Xiao Yan's strength erupted, the Xuanzhong staff unleashed a torrent of crimson flames, each strand of fire soaring skyward and illuminating the entire underground realm. The brilliance that erupted resembled a vast river of history. In its presence stood various spirit beasts, each distinct in form. The flame-dividing devouring wave staff, infused with the spirit fire of beasts, was endowed with the strength of countless beasts. Under such power, everything appeared diminutive. This was a flame forged from the spirit of beasts accumulated over millennia in the Beast Mountain range, capable of obliterating all in an instant. Flame-dividing devouring wave staff, the wave of beasts. Xiao Yan directed his most formidable strike at the distant Yao. The spirit fire of beasts transforming into a 100-meter-long blaze, imbued with the strength of a myriad of beasts, akin to a stampede of creatures. Seeing the wave of beasts approaching, Yao bellowed in defiance. He understood that this was Xiao Yan's final strike, and if he could withstand it, victory would be his. Countless beast slaves surged forward like moths drawn to a flame, recklessly colliding with the wave of beasts, but regardless of how many charged in, they were swiftly reduced to ashes. Do not underestimate the Yao clan. High-tier Earth-level techniques, the Danling Garden. The crisp sounds of clattering echoed as Yao unleashed dozens, even hundreds, of medicinal pills from his storage ring, whether for healing, enhancing power, or detoxification. Regardless of whether they were first-tier, second-tier, or fifth-tier pills, they all cascaded forth. An extraordinarily formidable soul force commanded all the pills, aligning them side by side to form a stunning and serene garden of medicinal herbs. The notion of employing elixirs to execute combat techniques astonished Xiao Yan beyond imagination. The formidable power of myriad beasts clashed against the essence of numerous elixirs. The terrifying myriad beast spiritual flame relentlessly melted the elixirs, while the efficacy of the elixirs attempted to quell the flames. As the two forces intensified, gradually beginning to subside, Yao Lao erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! I shall be the one who laughs last. How could a mere remnant of a 7th-tier magical beast possibly contend with me? Yao Lao, the myriad beast's spiritual flame is mine." Amidst the crimson glow, as he beheld the myriad beast flame nearing extinction, Xiao Yan too revealed a faint smile. His words caused Yao Lao's heart to momentarily halt, an overwhelming sense of unease washing over him. The subterranean world, which had been illuminated in fiery red by the myriad beast's spiritual flame, suddenly displayed a second hue, an eerie white. A wisp of ghostly white flame ascended slowly. Upon witnessing this flame, the pupils of Yao Lao, Mulong, and the Crystal Wing Lion King contracted sharply. "What the hell? Do you possess a second extraordinary flame?" With a crisp snap, Xiao Yan flicked his finger as if brushing off ash, sending a tiny black flame darting towards the bone spirit cold fire. This flicker resembled a spark, so feeble it was nearly imperceptible. When Xiao Yan had initially refined the void-swallowing flame, he understood the trepidation that Cat displayed in avoiding contact with the bone spirit cold fire. The void-swallowing flame had the capacity to devour all substances, treating even the flames of extraordinary fires as energy to be consumed, save for the original seed of the extraordinary flame itself. For once the original seeds of different extraordinary flames encountered each other, the outcome would be explosive, unbeknownst to many. The essence of art is indeed explosion. With a crack, the black spark collided with the bone spirit cold fire. A blinding white radiance erupted, enveloping everything, illuminating Yao Lao's terrified visage. Boom. Chapter 92. Harvest. With a tremendous roar, the minuscule flicker of the void-swallowing flame seemed to provoke the bone spirit cold fire, igniting an explosion of ghostly white flame. In an instant, the entire underground cavern was aglow, as an unimaginable terror of white flames erupted, filling the subterranean passage. Xiao Yan marveled at the beauty of the ghostly flames, and was suddenly reminded of a piece of knowledge he had encountered in his previous life on Earth. A hydrogen bomb is produced from a small amount of nuclear fission, triggering a series of nuclear fusions. He pondered whether his activation of the bone spirit cold fire through a mere flicker of the void-swallowing flame could be considered similar. This was the complete, authentic bone spirit cold fire, ranked 11th among extraordinary flames. Even previously, acquiring it required reaching the pinnacle of Dou Wang, preparing various elixirs and rare treasures, often facing near-fatal risks. The full force of the bone spirit cold fire's eruption would likely be beyond the endurance of even a Dou Huang. At that moment, within the entire Monster Mountain range, numerous beast emperors sensed the eruption. As the bone spirit cold fire ignited, they all lifted their heads, gazing towards the direction of the beast tomb. Was that the aura of an extraordinary flame? Many 6th-tier magical beasts sensed the presence of the and gasped, realizing it was a different kind of It emanated from the direction of the beast tomb. Had someone entered the beast tomb? The forest white flames instantaneously filled all the subterranean passages, engulfing them in an overwhelming blaze. Ultimately, the flames surged forth from the cracks in the earth, submerging the entire beast tomb canyon in a sea of white. Strangely, after the onslaught of the forest white flames, nothing was incinerated. Instead, everything transformed into a vast expanse of ice. This was the unique ability of the bone spirit cold fire, an extraordinary flame that combined extreme cold and heat. Following the terrifying wave of fire, what emerged was the chilling power capable of freezing everything in existence. It was said that during the transition between day and night, when the power of the bone spirit cold fire reached its zenith, even time and space could be frozen. The chilling force of the bone spirit cold fire was impervious to ordinary defenses, possessing a penetrating cold that could even ensnare the soul. From a high vantage point, the frozen expanse revealed a dramatically altered beast tomb. Once a desolate wasteland, it had transformed into a boundless ice field, the very ground sealed in frost. At the site of the battle, ice sculptures adorned the landscape, each one appearing strikingly lifelike. This was hardly surprising, as just moments ago, they had indeed been living beings. Among all the ice sculptures, only Xiao Yan maintained a serene expression, a smile gracing his lips, as if everything had unfolded according to his design. In the instant the bone spirit cold fire erupted, Xiao Yan had enveloped himself in the last vestiges of power from the 8-winged flame demon tiger for protection. Suddenly, a faint black flame emerged from within the ice sculpture, gradually intensifying as they began to voraciously consume the solid ice. More and more appeared, swiftly drowning all in its path. Chilled to the bone, Xiao Yan, just rescued by the cat, felt an involuntary shiver run through him. Only after consuming a medicinal pill did warmth return to his body. Instead of immediately refining he approached one of the ice sculptures. This sculpture encased an elderly man, his expression one of sheer panic. A closer inspection revealed that it was a soul entity, seemingly caught mid-flight, unable to escape. Xiao Yan gazed at the frozen by the bone spirit cold fire. Had not expended so much soul energy battling Xiao Yan. The bone spirit cold fire might not have been able to ensnare a soul of such caliber. This was truly Xiao Yan's trump card. The ice power of the bone spirit cold fire could freeze not only soul energy, but also fighting spirit. The longer one fought against the bearer of the bone spirit cold fire, the weaker their fighting spirit and soul energy became. Xiao Yan slowly produced the soul token. Upon seeing it, the expression of the ice-encased shifted, his eyes narrowing in desperation, almost pleading. Nevertheless, Xiao Yan was unmoved. Just recently, this very individual had attempted to usurp his body. Given the chance, would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him. With no pity for his adversary, Xiao Yan pressed the soul token against the ice, infusing it with his soul energy. The character for soul on the token seemed to resonate, emitting a peculiar wave of energy. An unusual pulling force emanated from the soul token, effective only against soul entities. No, with a swift motion. Under the reluctant screams of Yao Lao, the soul command extracted his soul from the ice and absorbed it. Xiao Yan licked his lips, contemplating the value of a 7th-tier advanced alchemist soul, especially one that had reached the realm of spirit. How many soul points could it possibly be worth? Perhaps enough to exchange for an 8th-tier elixir, or even a heavenly ranked combat technique. As Xiao Yan surveyed his surroundings, he noted how the 7-star Dou Huang, Mulong, was akin to a fickle reed, quickly fleeing the moment the bone spirit cold fire manifested. The speed of a 7-star Dou Huang was likely faster than an explosion. Yao Lao, despite his quickness, lacked Mulong's cunning and was ultimately ensnared by the freezing flames. In contrast, the amethyst-winged Lion King exhibited a semblance of camaraderie, at least refraining from fleeing. Xiao Yan could sense it was attempting to melt the thick ice with its amethyst beast fire. However, the prowess of the amethyst beast fire paled in comparison to the devouring capabilities of the void devouring flame, necessitating additional time to dissolve the bone spirit cold fire's frigid grasp. Cat Wu, once I refine the 10,000 beast spirit fire, we shall release our esteemed friend. The Lion King, Xiao Yan gestured towards Cat Wu. Meow, this time, it's all on you. Everything here, aside from the 10,000 beast spirit fire, is yours to consume at will. Cat Wu's eyes widened in excitement. The abundance of treasures was overwhelming. Among the remnants were numerous beast slaves and ghostly shadows. Most significantly, Yao Li, despite having lost his soul, still retained his cultivation as a douling. Of course, if Xiao Yan attempted to devour him whole, he would meet a fiery demise. Xiao Yan slowly approached a colossal ice sculpture, the manifestation of the 10,000 beast spirit fire, also bearing the remnants of the 8-winged flame demon tiger. Having squandered all the flames of the 10,000 beast spirit fire, it was an opportune moment for refinement. Upon utilizing the void devouring flame to melt the ice, the phantom of the 8-winged flame demon tiger began to dissipate, marking the complete fall of a legendary beast lord. Human boy, I bestow upon you a final chance. May you uphold your promise. The 8-winged flame demon tiger's essence transformed into luminous specks, drifting gently towards Xiao Yan. Understanding their significance, he immediately settled into a cross-legged position, invoking the spirit heart gathering soul technique. These were the last remnants of the 8-winged flame demon tiger's soul power, potentially accompanied by the souls of other beasts that Yao Lao had perished. Like stars in the night sky, the luminous points converged under a mysterious pull, nourishing Xiao Yan's spirit. Having already attained a minor pinnacle in the spirit heart gathering soul technique, Xiao Yan effortlessly ascended to a major success with the infusion of these beastly soul lights. His soul power reached the level of a 5th-tier alchemist. Chapter 93, Refining the 10,000 Beasts Spirit Fire, Part 2. As Xiao Yan absorbed the remaining soul power of the 8-winged flame demon tiger, achieving the level of a 5th-tier alchemist, he exhaled deeply. The soul technique was indeed remarkable, facilitating such rapid enhancement of soul power. If I were of the Soul Clan, I too would hesitate to share this knowledge. Soul cultivation techniques were entirely lost on the Dou Qi continent. Not only were they elusive, but even the mysterious storage rings lacked any soul cultivation methods, highlighting their rarity. This indirectly reflected the terrifying nature of the Soul Clan. The soul robes and soul techniques might be possessed by every member, which would be utterly daunting. Moreover, the soul command serves as a bane to spiritual entities. Even a 7th-tier alchemist's soul cannot escape its grasp. Should the Soul Clan choose to reform, they could undoubtedly excel as ghost hunting masters. As Xiao Yan lamented, he retrieved all his meticulously prepared items from his spatial ring, a full box of 1-ton ice spirit cold spring, alongside an array of various elixirs. Unable to concoct the 5th-tier blood lotus pill, he resolved to utilize alternative means. With a decisive clink, he swallowed 10 pills. All third-tier elixirs capable of temporarily augmenting his defense against the onslaught of a great Dou Master. Lacking the Blood Lotus pill, he had no choice but to rely on sheer physical resilience. Xiao Yan slowly extended his hand into the ethereal blaze of the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire in search of the primal flame seed. The moment his hand breached the swirling inferno, the fire surged alarmingly, fixating on the searing crimson flames. Xiao Yan's breath quickened, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Despite having endured a trial by the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire before, and with the aid of elixirs, the instant he made contact, he felt a piercing agony as his hand suffered burns. This was merely the 22nd ranked 10,000 beasts' spirit fire. What would happen if he attempted to absorb the bone spirit cold fire? Unlike the void devouring flame, the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire lacked sentience and was a pure, exotic flame, capable of retaliating against Xiao Yan. He steadied his mind, and with the sole power of a fifth-tier alchemist, quickly located the primal flame seed. Grasping the blood-red spark, he swiftly filled a large cup with ice spirit cold spring and gulped it down, followed by swallowing the flame seed whole. As the icy essence coursed down his throat, a thick layer of frost enveloped his insides. While an ordinary individual would have perished from such a chill, Xiao Yan sought to freeze his own body. Upon ingesting the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire, he immediately sealed his lips, only to be struck by a violent tremor. His previously flushed complexion paling dramatically. Enduring the searing agony within, Xiao Yan gradually closed his eyes, delving deeper into his own being. This marked his inaugural experience consuming true exotic fire. The earlier encounter with the void devouring flame had been effortless and devoid of such torment. The 10,000 beasts' spirit fire that had entered his body began to fragment into wisps of crimson flames, each imbued with terrifying energy, surging through his meridians and penetrating his flesh, bones, and skin. Originally intended for body tempering, the 10,000 beasts' spirit fire met with the protective ice spirit cold spring, allowing Xiao Yan's organs to withstand the onslaught. However, his flesh and skin were far less fortunate. With a crackling roar, flames erupted around him, transforming him into a fiery figure. In a frantic bid to avoid incineration, Xiao Yan hastily shed his soul robe. Under the relentless blaze of the beast's spirit fire, the once robust and muscular physique has contorted grotesquely, resembling twisted, dried dough. The skin and flesh have been entirely incinerated, presenting a sight both bizarre and terrifying. Xiao Yan clenched his teeth tightly, desperately consuming the healing elixirs before him, each a third-tier remedy, alongside a fourth-tier healing pill he had recently concocted. He was acutely aware of the immense test the beast's spirit fire posed to the body. Without the Blood Lotus pill, he had no choice but to consume other potions in a frantic bid for recovery. The agonizing pain from the burns caused Xiao Yan's body to spasm intermittently. His muscles taut, with veins pulsating like writhing worms, his pallid visage devoid of any color. The flesh and skin, charred away, rapidly regenerated under the influence of the elixirs, only to be scorched anew, creating a harrowing cycle of destruction and regeneration. Xiao Yan hastily focused his soul force and activated the burning decision, directing the primordial flame seed to circulate along the prescribed path of the technique. If he could complete a full cycle, he would successfully refine the fire. As the chilling sensation within him began to dissipate, he quickly downed a cup of ice spirit spring water. The beast's spirit fire danced around him, continuously releasing flames that scorched his flesh, fervently tempering his body and bones. Drawing from his prior experience of refining the void devouring flame, he approached the task of refining the beast's spirit fire with considerable familiarity. Aside from the excruciating pain inflicted by the fire's unique ability to fortify the body through relentless combustion, he faced few other challenges. Furthermore, with a trace of the beast's spirit fire already residing within him, ample preparation, prior knowledge, and the assistance of the eight-winged flame demon tiger made the refinement process relatively smooth. Before long, the beast's spirit fire, under the guidance of the burning decision, was irrevocably imprinted with Xiao Yan's essence and entirely brought under his control. In the blink of an eye, a blinding crimson flame erupted from within Xiao Yan, enveloping him entirely, creating a fiery cocoon within the cavern, akin to a gigantic egg. Inside this fiery shield, he sensed his transformation. The residual power of the eight-winged flame demon tiger not only elevated his soul to the rank of a fifth-tier alchemist, but also enhanced his strength by an entire star. Reaching the 6th star of the Dou Master rank, I can ascend further. The soul force of the fifth-tier alchemist radiated from the fire shield, drawing in all remaining beast spirit fire from the ground and the medicinal body. At that moment, the blood-red flames surged towards Xiao Yan from all directions. Meanwhile, the cat was not idle. It unleashed its full power to melt the solid ice, determined to consume everything edible. In an instant, the cave was divided into two vibrant realms, one a swirling vortex of blood-red flames, the other a pitch-black void, with a faint glimmer of purple light flickering in a forlorn corner. As Xiao Yan fervently absorbed the residual beast spirit fire, utilizing it to temper his body and convert the energy into Dou Qi, his scorched flesh gradually began to mend. The newly regenerated layer of skin, upon closer inspection, reveals a striking hardness akin to steel. Even without employing the beast spirit flame or combat techniques, Xiao Yan's physique now rivals that of a magical beast. Should he choose to utilize the beast spirit flame and his combat skills, his body would ascend to an astonishing level. After 3 days and nights of intense effort, Xiao Yan finally converted the residual beast spirit flame into battle chi. As he sensed his newfound strength, a faint smile graced his lips. He took out the already refined concealing spirit pill. Having reached the rank of a 9-star battle master, he resolved to gather his resolve and surge forth into the realm of the great battle master. The concealing spirit pill, a 4th-tier elixir, not only facilitates the breakthrough from 9-star battle master to great battle master, but also stabilizes the fluctuating battle chi, solidifying the foundation while repairing any latent injuries incurred during the breakthrough, thus laying the groundwork for ascending to the battle spirit level. Upon consuming the pill, a gentle medicinal energy radiated throughout him. After enduring so much pain, the sudden warmth of the elixir nearly brought tears to Xiao Yan's eyes. Truly, the world of elixirs is wondrous. The crimson flames gradually receded, and the solid ice within the underground cavern melted away under the influence of the beast's spirit flame. Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, his slightly closed eyes quivering before slowly opening. Within his inky gaze, a faint crimson flame danced before surging forth, enveloping his entire eye, transforming his pupils into those of a red beast, exuding an ethereal allure. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a shadowy darkness lurking within the depths of that red hue. Clenching his fists, Xiao Yan could distinctly feel the terrifying power contained within his body. Thanks to the medicinal properties of the concealing spirit pill, he had successfully ascended to the great battle master level, and with the aid of the beast spirit flame, his physique now equated to that of a 3rd-tier magical beast, even under normal circumstances. When he manifested the battle chi armor, he could withstand the assaults of a great battle master solely with his physical strength. Xiao Yan slightly twisted his neck, and the sound of cracking bones resonated in a melodious symphony, filling him with a sense of elation and ecstasy. The sensation of being a great battle master was truly exhilarating. Gazing at his smooth, bare body, Xiao Yan chuckled sheepishly and quickly retrieved his clothes from the spatial ring to dress. Suddenly, Miao Wu, the cat, appeared before him, its dark claws cradling a drop of crystalline blood. What is this blood for? Where did it come from? Xiao Yan questioned, sensing that this blood was extraordinary. Mew, mew, Miao Wu replied, asserting that it had consumed the body of a medicinal beast and refined the essence. Xiao Yan frowned in disdain. What do you need the corpse oil for? He produced a pill vial and stored the drop of blood, lamenting that such a meager amount was insufficient for alchemy. Before tossing the vial into the spatial ring, he gently stroked Miao Wu's warm fur. Once merely a tiny kitten, it was now beginning to grow its coat. Xiao Yan could clearly sense that the black flame, reminiscent of fur, was becoming increasingly formidable. You've grown stronger, and thankfully, you haven't gone bald, he mused. Noting that Miao Wu had barely reached the realm of advanced Shan level, Xiao Yan circulated his Dou Qi, and without a doubt, the burning decision underwent yet another evolution. However, what left him somewhat dissatisfied was that after refining the complete beast spirit fire, he had only ascended from the low tier of the Xian rank to the high tier. The difficulty of this evolution was indeed extraordinary. Despite his efforts, he had only managed to refine the beast spirit fire without even reaching the earth rank. In the Dou Qi continent, martial arts are undoubtedly of paramount importance, as the strength of one's technique directly influences both combat prowess and cultivation. If two individuals possess the same level of cultivation, yet one practices a yellow rank technique, while the other practices a Xian rank technique, the latter's endurance in battle will undoubtedly far exceed that of the former. Furthermore, the disparity in the quality of Dou Qi is also significant. If a practitioner of a Xian rank technique expends 1 unit of Dou Qi, a practitioner of a yellow rank technique may need to expend tenfold or more to achieve comparable results. Most crucially, the speed of cultivation cannot be overlooked. When Xiao Yan reached the Doushi level, he practiced the burning decision, a choice that required considerable resolve. Without the ability to devour, the burning decision was simply the most inferior technique Xiao Yan had ever encountered. Given his innate talent and diligence, he could only advance a single star in a year, which was a source of great shame. However, Under the premise of practicing the burning decision, achieving a star's advancement in a year also attested to his extraordinary talent. Yet, it was unavoidable. Had it not been for the bone spirit cold fire within his spatial ring, Xiao Yan would never have been able to practice the burning decision. Now, having endured the most challenging beginnings, Xiao Yan believed that once he attained the rank of a 5th-grade alchemist and successfully refined the Blood Lotus pill, the bone spirit cold fire would undoubtedly facilitate a further evolution of the burning decision. Xiao Yan was confident that ultimately, the burning decision would surpass the earth rank and even ascend to the celestial rank. I wish to understand why the 8-winged flame demon tiger ultimately chose you. What precisely did you say at that moment? The voice of the amethyst-winged lion king echoed from not far away. It had taken him considerable time to melt the icy grip of the bone spirit cold fire using his own amethyst beast fire. The bone-chilling cold that penetrated to the depths of the soul astonished even the fire attribute amethyst-winged lion king, who was now thoroughly convinced of the formidable power backing Xiao Yan. However, what perplexed the amethyst-winged lion king was why the lingering soul of the 8-winged flame demon tiger would bestow the beast spirit fire upon Xiao Yan, along with all its remaining strength. After all, it was the beast king of the monster beast mountain range, a 6th-tier fire attribute beast. This was beyond his comprehension. Why not choose me? Xiao Yan regarded the amethyst-winged lion king, who bore a grave expression and merely smiled slightly, responding, Lion King, some matters do not require such clarity. In life, it is rare to be blissfully ignorant. Just know that I stand with you on the side of the monster beast mountain range. Little did the amethyst-winged lion king know that when Xiao Yan followed him into the presence of the beast spirit fire and grasped the full context of events, he had already formed his own intentions. The moment Xiao Yan intimidated the medicinal master and rendered the 7-star Dou Mulong unable to act, it became evident that he was destined to emerge victorious. Xiao Yan refined 2 soul guard pills. One he consumed himself, while the other was entrusted to Cat Wu, which awakened the final remnants of the 8-winged flame demon tiger's soul power. Xiao Yan's words to the 8-winged flame demon tiger were remarkably succinct. I have acquired the spirit fire of all beasts. The beast mountain range shall forever be my ally. This statement, while resonating with a promise, simultaneously bore an implicit threat within the context of that moment. Should I fail to obtain the spirit fire of all beasts, my fate would be sealed by the beast mountain range. However, the amethyst-winged lion king, in its ignorance, believed that with the spirit fire of all beasts in its possession, Xiao Yan would still lend his aid against Yao Lao. Little did it realize that had the 8-winged flame demon tiger chosen the amethyst-winged lion king, Xiao Yan would have turned and fled. Possessing the might of the 8-winged flame demon tiger and the spirit fire of all beasts, the amethyst-winged lion king no longer needed to heed the promises tied to the transformation pill. Xiao Yan, being the weakest party, could hardly assist the amethyst-winged lion king in confronting Yao Lao and Mulong regardless of whether Yao Lao lived or perished. It bore no consequence to Xiao Yan, for the spirit fire of all beasts was not in his grasp. Fundamentally, there existed no animosity between them. Thus, bestowing the spirit fire of all beasts upon the amethyst-winged lion king was a path to ruin. While the 8-winged flame demon tiger appeared to possess numerous options, in reality, there was but one choice: to grant the spirit fire of all beasts to Xiao Yan and assist him in vanquishing Yao Lao. Once Xiao Yan unraveled the intricacies of the situation, the spirit fire of all beasts had already become his possession. His declaration of taking a gamble did not pertain to the spirit fire of all beasts. Rather, he sought the soul of a 7th-tier advanced alchemist. The gamble on the bone spirit cold fire served as a trump card capable of freezing Yao Lao's soul. Xiao Yan was driven by greed. In 6 months, he would journey to the royal capital, and with the soul of a 7th-tier alchemist, he could exchange it for valuable items within the soul hall. Xiao Yan yearned for a local-tier offensive soul skill. Ultimately, his greed was rewarded, and he emerged victorious.